Chapter 1. The Third Prince of the Great Yin. P.S. The protagonist's current name is Su Chun. It will be changed to Shangguan Chun after the development of the plot in Chapter 60. The Great Yin dynasty has suffered defeat. 13 provinces have been ceded, and the most gifted third prince will be taken as a hostage. Haha. Our Great Yin is indeed formidable. We have routed the Great Yin army. Regrettably, we could not annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, with their most talented prince now in our custody, the Great Yin is no longer a source of fear. In the southern wilderness of the Mountain Sea continent, the imperial capital of the Great Qian dynasty resounded with jubilant celebrations. Just days prior, the armored forces of the Great Qian had decisively defeated the army of the Great Yin, compelling them to cede land and pay reparations, even resulting in their most gifted prince becoming a hostage. The streets were filled with countless cheerful faces, brimming with excitement, as festivities unfolded in every corner. Suddenly, the city gates of the imperial capital swung open, accompanied by the urgent sound of galloping hooves, followed by a resonant proclamation. By the command of the Emperor of the Great Yin, we are here to escort the third prince to temporarily reside in the Great Qian. At the utterance of these words, a multitude turned their heads in curiosity. Though termed as a temporary stay, it bore a striking resemblance to captivity. They were eager to see what the individual, famed for his exceptional talents, truly looked like. Was he indeed the towering and fierce figure described in the rumors? Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a finely crafted carriage slowly entered the city gates, gradually unveiling the mystery surrounding its occupant. The carriage windows were not shut, allowing glimpses of the figure within. However, when the crowd beheld the occupant, they were taken aback. There was no imposing, fierce-looking individual inside the carriage, but rather a delicate youth clad in a simple azure robe, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. This was a far cry from the rumors that had circulated. Is this truly the third prince of the Great Yin, said to possess unparalleled talent? Wasn't he described as a fearsome figure? Rumors are merely rumors, often untrustworthy, yet I did not expect the third prince to appear thus. This third prince of the Great Yin is indeed remarkable in such dire circumstances. He remains so composed. Many onlookers regarded him with peculiar expressions, compelled to admire the prince's poise. Inside the carriage, apart from the seating area, there was a small table where Shangguan Chun sat, deeply engrossed in a book. At this moment, he was lost in the world of literature. Indeed, he was reading. However, this did not imply that he was oblivious to the circumstances outside. Reaching this point had been entirely within his foresight. He felt little sorrow at leaving the Great Yin. Rather, he found a certain delight in it. While it was true that the Great Yin possessed a remarkably gifted prince, that individual was not he. Though the external world proclaimed him as the third prince, it was merely a ruse devised by the Emperor of the Great Yin to deceive. The true genius was the second prince. The Great Qian and the Great Yin were mortal enemies, engaged in a relentless cycle of conflict for millennia, with victories alternating between them, their overall strengths remaining relatively equal. Nevertheless, it could be said that the Great Qian held a slight edge in recent years. However, friction between the two nations has escalated, with a series of wars emerging. The Emperor of the Great Yin, recognizing that this path was unsustainable, ultimately yielded, not only conceding territory, but also sending forth the ostensibly brilliant third prince as a hostage. Thus, Shangguan Chun was cast aside by the Great Yin. Although victorious, the Great Qian had no desire to completely sever ties, refraining from further large-scale offensives. Should the Great Yin find itself on the brink of annihilation, other nations would undoubtedly ally with it, making it difficult for the Great Qian to withstand such a coalition. It was prudent to withdraw while the opportunity still existed, especially since the most distinguished prince had been sent as a hostage. Little did they know that the true genius of the Great Yin had not departed. The one who arrived was merely a prince of little substance. Indeed, Shangguan Chun was not a prodigy, rather, he was deemed a failure. Yet, this fact was little known to many. Although he held the title of the third prince of the Great Yin, he was not favored at home. Born of the emperor's drunken indulgence with a palace maid, that maid was secretly executed when Shangguan Chun was merely 5, deemed to possess average talent. He believed this secret was buried, unaware that Shangguan Chun had traversed time and possessed the wisdom of an adult, witnessing everything unfold before him. To the outside world, He was known as Su Chun. The imperial family of the Great Yin bore the surname Su, and, as the third prince, the name Su Chun had indeed made its mark. Even though he understood the royal family lacked genuine affection, the scene of his mother's murder pierced his heart profoundly. Only his mother had imparted the warmth of familial bonds. As for others, they were steeped in deceit and self-interest. Regarding the Great Yin, he felt little sense of belonging and held no affection for the name Su Chun. Yet altering the world perception was no simple feat thus. When he learned he was to be sent to the Great Xian, Shangguan Shun feigned reluctance outwardly while secretly rejoicing within. Have we arrived already? He pondered as he began to hear voices around him. This is the residence of the third prince. From this moment forth, your life and fortune are no longer in your own hands. The Great Yin owes its chance to breathe to you. Accompanying Shangguan Shun was a middle-aged man, a trusted aide of the Great Yan's emperor. With a smile gracing his lips, he genuinely admired the emperor's cunning strategy. By employing a worthless prince, they could deceive the Great Xian while gaining precious time for recuperation in an almost flawless plan. Now that the third prince has arrived, my task concludes here. I wish you good fortune, third prince, and hope we may meet again. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, betraying no hint of sorrow. Shangguan Shen offered no reply, remaining absorbed in his book. The man was not surprised by this habit. The third prince had developed an insatiable urge to read, indulging in literature during meals, while out and about, even amidst discussions in the court. In essence, he was perpetually engrossed in reading, as if the pages held the secrets of extraordinary beauty. His days were consumed within the study, having perused every book in the imperial library of the Great Yin. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he was not perusing martial arts techniques or profound skills, but rather ordinary literature. He had also examined the books that Shangguan Shun had read, only to discern that they contained nothing of particular significance. The middle-aged man shook his head and turned to leave, although he considered him to be a waste. He could not fathom the depths of this third prince. Yet, now that the latter had entered the Great Xian dynasty, his fate was no longer in their hands. Once the man departed, Shangguan Shun closed the book and, with his eyes shut, took a moment to deeply attune himself, finally revealing a faint smile. The malevolent energy within me has diminished significantly, however. To suppress or completely eradicate it, I must delve into more literature. He was neither the inept cultivator that others described, nor an ordinary individual devoid of strength. On the contrary, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the second realm, the condensation of qi. It is worth noting that within the entire Great Yin dynasty, the most powerful cultivator had only reached the fifth realm, the thousandly journey. Achieving the peak of condensation of qi at the tender age of 17 marked him as an unequivocal prodigy. Even the celebrated genius of the Great Yin dynasty could not rival him. Nonetheless, his cultivation method was somewhat unorthodox. It did not rely on the conventional absorption of spiritual energy, but rather on devouring. To be precise, it involved feedback bestowed by the legendary evil sword. The Tianxia sword, a formidable weapon from ancient lore, is said to be forged from the amalgamation of chaotic and malevolent energy, representing a true innate Taoist artifact, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. However, each time this sword emerges, it invariably brings forth calamity, leading to boundless slaughter, and has come to be known as the evil sword. Unbeknownst to many, this sword now rests in the hands of Shangguan Shun. Every former master of the Tianxia sword has inevitably succumbed to a fate of frenzied carnage, resulting in the sword's wielders being regarded as demons by the world. Nonetheless, whenever this sword appears, it incites a frenzy of competition among many for its possession. Despite the tragic ends that befell its previous masters, they achieved unparalleled cultivation. Nearly invincible in their prowess, their downfall stemmed not solely from confrontations with other cultivators, but largely due to their own inner turmoil. Chapter 2. The benefits of reading such a terrifying power. It is no wonder that so many individuals are drawn to it, even when they are aware of its ominous nature. Having experienced it firsthand, Shangguan Shun is now acutely aware of the allure it possesses. Initially, he lacked any remarkable talent for cultivation, but ever since the Tianxia sword acknowledged him as its master 6 months ago, each act of slaughter and the consumption of blood energy has yielded a response from the sword. This feedback has propelled his cultivation to unprecedented heights. allowing him to ascend from the first level of chi refinement to the pinnacle of the second level in less than half a year. However, despite the impressive results, the side effects are glaringly apparent: the emergence of malevolent energy. With each advancement in his cultivation, this dark aura festers within him, gradually eroding his body and even affecting his mental clarity. He has come to understand why previous sword masters succumbed to madness, indulging in indiscriminate slaughter. It is clearly due to an overwhelming accumulation of malevolent energy that distorts their minds and transforms them into emotionless killing machines. Initially, he was troubled by this predicament and sought numerous methods to mitigate the malevolent energy, all of which ended in failure. It was only by chance, while perusing ancient texts, that he discovered a reduction in his malevolent energy. Since then, he has conducted countless experiments, ultimately confirming that reading can indeed diminish the malevolent energy within him. Consequently, he has devoted himself to reading, always either engrossed in a book or on his way to acquire one. Yet, he found that reading a book 2 or 3 times rendered it ineffective, with the first reading providing the most substantial benefit, while the third yielded negligible results. His pace of reading is remarkably swift. Over the past 6 months, he has nearly exhausted the collection of texts within the Great Yan Imperial Palace and has amassed a considerable number of folk publications. However, he had only managed to read them once before being sent as a hostage. The reason behind reading's ability to mitigate malevolent energy perplexes him. Could it be due to its capacity to refine one's character and cultivate tranquility? Yet, upon experimenting with others, he discovered that they could not achieve the same effect. Thus, it became an enigma. With no answers forthcoming, he chose to abandon the thought, simply hoping for an abundance of literature within the Xian dynasty. For the journey would then not be in vain. Are you the third prince of Great Yan, Su Chen? Since you have arrived, please dismount. Another voice interrupted Shangwan Chen's reverie. Lifting his gaze, he saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Silently, he alighted from the carriage and followed the man into the courtyard. Upon entering, he frowned in confusion, asking, "Good sir, have you perhaps led me to the wrong place?" The courtyard before him was stunning, expansive, adorned with numerous flowers and a small pond, lavishly decorated. Far from a place for hostages, it resembled a residence befitting nobility. In his mind, he expected to find himself in a dilapidated, ordinary courtyard, or even in a prison cell. "Who are you asking?" The man replied curtly. He too was taken aback as to why the higher-ups had assigned this residence to him. It was, after all, the former abode of the Grand Princess. Chen Fan dared not inquire further. Such matters were beyond his purview. His task was complete as long as he delivered the individual here. Shangwan Chen remained silent. There is an inexplicable sense of unease, an intangible disquiet that lingers in the air. From this day forth, I kindly request that the third prince remain here and refrain from actions that may cause us distress, Chen Fan advised. Shangwan Chen nodded in agreement, indicating his compliance. "I have a request," he ventured. "What is it, dear brother?" Chen Fan inquired, raising an eyebrow, a knowing glimmer in his gaze. "Could you assist me in procuring some books each month?" Books? Chen Fan frowned slightly, responding, "What is so captivating about books?" "Do not feel bashful, third prince. Although you are a hostage, there are certain matters we do not impose stringent restrictions upon. You are free to voice your desires." "I do not comprehend your meaning." "Oh dear, must I be so explicit? I am aware that those of your royal stature often indulge in carnal desires. Speak freely, and I assure you, I will provide you with a different woman each month, never repeating." Chen Fan's expression suggested a shared understanding. Shangwan Chen found himself at a loss for words. His sole desire was indeed for books. "I apologize, but I would prefer you to simply bring me the books." "Ah, come now, do not feign ignorance." "I shall arrange for a lady to visit you tomorrow." Chen Fan persisted, undeterred. "Books? What books? All men are aware of these matters. Do you desire a lady of refined knowledge and virtue? That is not unfeasible, though I must consult with my superiors." "Very well, I must return to report," Chen Fan declared thoughtfully as he made his way towards the door. He left behind a bemused Shangwan Chen, who could still hear the murmurs of Chen Fan's voice. Finding a lady of virtue is no simple task. The preferences of those princes at Tianxian Tower are quite peculiar. Chen Fan felt a sense of helplessness. He could not fathom the reasoning behind providing such luxurious accommodations to the enemy nation's third prince, along with instructions to treat him well. After Chen Fan's departure, Shangwan Chen began to scrutinize his surroundings. Every blade of grass and every tree in the courtyard had been meticulously tended to, indicating that it was regularly maintained. Upon entering the room, He was greeted by a subtle fragrance, and the decor exuded a feminine touch. It was clear that this had once been a lady's abode. Shang Wanchen pondered deeply. He still could not comprehend the intentions of the Dynasty dynasty. Was it not excessive to afford such treatment to a mere hostage? It felt less like imprisonment and more akin to leisure. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted a neatly stacked row of books in a corner of the room, appearing to number in the dozens. This indeed alleviates my pressing need, he thought. The malevolent energy within him was ever increasing, as was his strength. If he did not read to suppress it, he would inevitably succumb to its influence, transforming into a merciless killing machine. With nothing pressing on his agenda today, he resolved to read and write. Although Shang Wanchen was not naturally inclined towards literature, after more than half a year of intense study, he had gradually come to relish the experience. In addition to reading, he often practiced his writing. In his previous life, his handwriting had been crooked and devoid of beauty. Now, however, it flowed effortlessly, exhibiting grace and elegance, with a mastery akin to that of a true calligrapher. As the saying goes, within books lie golden houses. Within books lie beauties as fair as jade. Whether these treasures actually existed, he could not say. But he was certain that reading could indeed suppress the malevolent energy within him. Chapter 3. The women inside and outside the palace in a remote village on the fringes of the Great Qin dynasty. A woman clad in a flowing black gown wielded a pitch-black 3-foot-long sword with remarkable expertise, plunging it into the body of a man lying on the ground. A torrent of crimson vitality surged forth from the man's corpse, enveloping the blade before being absorbed into its depths. In mere moments, the man's body had disintegrated into a heap of bones, while the aura emanating from the sword intensified significantly. Nearby, ordinary villagers, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were gripped by terror, their faces ashen and their hands trembling violently, clutching various tools. They had never encountered such a scene, and were momentarily at a loss for words, their minds racing with fear of the monstrous figure before them. "Father, that sister is not a demon. She saved us." A child's innocent voice piped up, filled with confusion as he gazed at the crowd. "Child, do not speak so recklessly." A woman hastily covered the child's mouth, fearful of attracting misfortune. They were acutely aware that the woman had indeed saved them. The man slain by her hand was a notorious bandit responsible for countless atrocities against the surrounding villages, leaving a trail of innocent lives lost and vulnerable cultivators slain. Yet, the woman's methods, no matter how justified, instilled fear in the hearts of all. As the villagers trembled in anxiety, the woman cast them a fleeting glance before departing, her form soon vanishing from sight. It was then they realized that she bore no intention of harming them. Though her actions were undeniably ruthless, she had rid them of a malevolent scourge. Overcoming their fear, they knelt in unison, bowing toward the direction of her departure in gratitude. Meanwhile, far away in the imperial capital of the Great Qin dynasty, Shang Wanchen furrowed his brow. A trace of malevolent energy, which had just begun to dissipate, surged anew within him, accompanying a slight enhancement in his cultivation. He pondered how many tomes he would need to consume in order to attain mastery. What would he do if he were to run out of books to read? The thought amused him. For a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, he found himself fretting over such a concern. Shaking his head, he retrieved paper and brush, immersing himself in the art of calligraphy. In another grand hall of the Great Qin Palace, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow dragon robe, seated upon the dragon throne, regarded a young girl before him with a furrowed brow. "Shuer, is it true that the third prince of Diyan possesses talent surpassing even that of the second prince, as you claim?" The girl, fair-skinned and exuding an innate nobility, possessed eyes as deep and dark as the starry night. Her gaze, delicate yet spirited, held a captivating beauty. Her skin was as smooth as refined jade, tinged with a subtle blush reminiscent of a peony in bloom, and her exquisitely shaped lips bore the faintest hue of cherry blossom pink, rendering her a breathtaking beauty. Xianing Xue offered a slight bow, her supple lips parting to reveal a voice imbued with the enchanting magnetism unique to her youth. "In response to Father Emperor, while I cannot say for certain, my instincts have seldom led me astray." "Oh, does this imply that there are deeper layers to this matter?" The man, perplexed, murmured to himself. 2 years ago, you recklessly chose to conceal your identity to travel across several nations, and you once informed me that the second prince of the Great Yin dynasty possessed extraordinary talent. Yet, 6 months ago, you abruptly changed your tune, asserting that the third prince was a remarkable genius, one who was at odds with the Great Yin sovereign and harbored no sense of belonging to the Great Yin. However, you have never divulged the reasons behind this shift. The Great Yin sovereign has always believed his schemes went unnoticed, while the Great Xian has been under the impression that the seemingly useless third prince was indeed a genius, delighting in the preservation of talent while inadvertently sending forth a waste. Little did they know that the Great Xian sovereign had been aware of the second prince of the Great Yan's exceptional abilities 2 years prior. Yet, due to Xian Xiue's words, he altered his stance, fully aware that the proposal to send the third prince was fraught with ulterior motives, yet he did not oppose it. Xianming's fondness for his eldest daughter stemmed not only from her outstanding talents, but also from her extraordinary intelligence. It was precisely for this reason that he indulged her whims. However, one troubling aspect was her penchant for undertaking ventures fraught with challenges. In her own words, she grew weary of the monotony of the Great Xian Palace and sought excitement in other lands. Initially, he disapproved, but he could not withstand her persistent persuasion. Thus, he eventually sent someone to discreetly follow and protect her, permitting her journey. Yet, he could hardly fathom how those tasked with her protection could lose track of her. Fortunately, Xian Xue later relayed some news that alleviated his worries. According to her, Su Chun, the third prince of the Great Yin, was born of the Great Yin sovereign's drunken indiscretion with a palace maid who was subsequently murdered by him. For various reasons, the Great Yin sovereign paid little heed to Su Chun, allowing him to exist in a state of neglect. This accumulation of factors resulted in Su Chun not only feeling no familial affection towards the Great Yin sovereign, but also harboring deep-seated resentment. Was it because Su killed his mother? Xianming pondered thoughtfully. This was merely one reason. Xian Xue asserted, moreover, he is not as simple as he appears. In any case, should there be an opportunity to recruit him, if successful, it would only benefit our Great Xian. If so, I shall place my trust in you. As for how to secure his loyalty to our Great Xian, I shall rely on your expertise. Xianming did not delve further. Since his astute daughter found value in it, it must indeed hold merit. Shuer will not disappoint your expectations, father. Xian Xue bowed once more before exiting the grand hall. Leaving Xianming alone, gazing at the jade slip in his hand with a peculiar expression. Su Chun, the third prince of the Great Yin, had exhibited mediocre talent since childhood. 6 months ago, he developed a passion for reading, leading to a notable decrease in banditry within the Great Yin territory by 30%. If he truly possesses the genius as Shuai claimed, it would be most advantageous for our Great Xian. If not, then there is little reason to retain him. Outside the Great Xian Palace, a rare smile blossomed on Xian Xue's icy countenance. Should anyone witness her expression at that moment, they would surely be taken aback. The typically frosty eldest princess radiated a brilliant smile. Su Chen, a month has passed, and you have finally arrived in the Great Xian capital. I wonder if you still remember me, your maid? Xian Xue's demeanor relaxed, and a broad smile graced her lips. The mere thought of that figure brings me indescribable joy. Even now, the scene of their first encounter remains vividly etched in my memory. 2 years ago, she, undeterred by danger, concealed her identity and ventured into the imperial capitals of several nations. A year later, masquerading as a merchant, she arrived in the grand capital of the Great Yin Empire, where she began to gather intelligence during her leisure time. After all, the Great Yin and the Great Xian were sworn enemies. Being in enemy territory necessitated some action. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, 6 months ago, she received an invitation to a banquet hosted by a young lady from a noble family, where she unexpectedly crossed paths with the second prince, who was also in attendance. She believed that, having disguised her appearance, she would not attract his attention. To her astonishment, however, the second prince, captivated by her figure, disregarded her looks and remarked, after indulging in delicacies from land and sea, "It is refreshing to try the wild vegetables of the mountains occasionally." At that moment, her expression changed, though she had considered resisting. The peril of revealing her identity in enemy territory loomed large, and the consequences would be unbearable, just as she found herself at a loss. On the verge of being forcefully taken away, an unexpected figure emerged to her aid, the third prince. To others, he was the brilliant third prince. Yet she knew that the true genius was the second prince. Nevertheless, he willingly stood up for her, confronting the immensely powerful second prince without a hint of hesitation. With his slender frame shielding her, he calmly declared, "Second brother, this person is my maidservant. No matter how famished you may be, you should not cast your eyes upon my own." They faced each other for a long time, until finally, the second prince departed in silence. This incident slightly altered her perception of the third prince. Naturally inclined toward excitement, She seized the opportunity and directly requested to serve as Su Chen's maid. After a moment of contemplation, recognizing that she was alone and might attract unwanted attention without his protection, he acquiesced. Thus, for the next 6 months, she remained by Su Chen's side. Although she acted as a maid to the princess, she endeavored to fulfill her duties diligently and without complaint, ensuring no flaws in her performance. Over this period, she gradually uncovered some of Su Chen's unique qualities, which led her to believe that the third prince was indeed a genius, surpassing even the second prince in brilliance. Chapter 4. The princess as a maid. She once heard Su Chen issuing commands from within his chamber, yet upon entering, she found no one present and sensed no other presence. Instead, a faint aura of malevolence and a subtle sordid intent permeated the room. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained as he always was, quietly engrossed in his reading. Speaking of reading, she found it perplexing that a prince would take delight in a variety of different texts. After some investigation, she discovered that he had not always been this way. Additionally, one night she had witnessed him seemingly meditating, yet when she inquired, he merely stated that he was enjoying the tranquility of the night. Regardless of the time, he consistently exuded a nonchalant demeanor, as if disinterested in everything except for books. Unlike other princes, Su Chen radiated an air of detachment from fame and fortune. Lacking the utilitarian desires that characterized his siblings, he exhibited little concern for the affairs of the palace, spending his days either engrossed in books within his chamber or diligently writing in the courtyard. It was as if he were shrouded in an air of enigma, captivating Xianing Xue, who found herself irresistibly drawn to uncover the secrets he harbored. Initially, she intended to remain by his side merely in the capacity of a maid. Yet as time passed, she realized her fascination had deepened, compelling her to delve into every aspect of his being. Consequently, she began to discreetly gather information regarding Su Chen, uncovering numerous hidden truths. Firstly, while the world extolled the third prince as a peerless genius, he was, in reality, a mere fade orchestrated by the Dian royal family to shield the second prince. However, after spending time in his company, Xianing Xue suspected that the Dian nobility might have misjudged him. Secondly, the mother of the third prince was, in fact, a palace maid who had already perished. The circumstances of her demise remained unknown to her, yet Su Chen's demeanor towards the Dian emperor hinted at deeper revelations. Thirdly, it was disclosed that the third prince had previously encountered discord with the Dian emperor, resulting in a period of secret confinement, an insight she had procured at considerable expense from a source familiar with palace secrets. These revelations led her to conclude that Su Chen was a concealed genius, one whose rapport with the Yin was tenuous, and who felt little allegiance to the royal family. With these notions crystallized, she fabricated a tale of urgent family matters and departed from Dian a month prior. Coincidentally, it was during this time that the Dexian dynasty launched a fierce offensive, delivering a significant blow to Dian, with Su Chen being an integral part of their stratagem. Presently, Xianing Xue was in high spirits, her steps imbued with an invigorating purpose. However, her brow soon furrowed in contemplation. How could she return to his side? The challenge of doing so without revealing her identity or arousing Su Chen's suspicion was formidable. As her thoughts wandered, her gaze began to drift aimlessly until it landed upon a hurriedly approaching Chen Fan. Momentarily taken aback, she interrupted her musings and inquired with a frown, "Chen Fan, were you not instructed to remain outside the courtyard? Has something occurred?" The sudden sound of her voice caused Chen Fan to pause, and as he turned in confusion, he caught sight of Xianing Xue, standing a short distance away. His expression shifted from perplexity to respectful urgency as he quickly approached, grinning foolishly. "I greet the esteemed princess." "Why the haste?" she queried. Chen Fan hesitated, aware that the matter at hand was one of a delicate nature among men, and he feared the repercussions of such knowledge reaching the princess. Noticing his reluctance, Xianing Xue's frown deepened, and she spoke coldly. "Have you engaged in something unspeakable? If so, your life may no longer be warranted. Princess, please spare me. I beg for your mercy." Chen Fan immediately knelt, his forehead repeatedly striking the ground in a panic. "Will you not speak?" I shall. With a resolve that surged within him, Chen Fan thought, after all, it was not he who sought a woman. The third prince of the Great Yin entrusted me with the task of finding him a woman, one who is both cultured and virtuous. I pondered over the difficulty of this matter and resolved to seek clarification. "A woman?" Xianing Xue's tone faltered, her expression vividly reflecting her surprise. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Are you certain he mentioned this himself?" Chen Fan hesitated, uncertain himself, as the prince had never explicitly articulated such a desire. However, to claim that he had not uttered such words would render him a deceiver in the eyes of the princess. The consequences of such deception could be dire. After a moment's deliberation, he nodded emphatically. He said it himself. Instantly, he prayed in his heart, "Brother Su, please do not blame me. I am compelled to act for your sake." Xianing Xue furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend why Su Chun would make such a request. From her observations over the past half-year, it was evident that Su Chun did not possess such inclinations. Yet, could it be that his character had altered after departing from the Great Yin? Or was Chun Fan fabricating this tale? Did he possess the audacity to lie? No. She instinctively wanted to dismiss this notion but caught herself, realizing the ambiguity of her thoughts. She swiftly adjusted her approach. This matter must remain confidential. Since he desires it, take me to him. I shall see for myself what he intends. What? Chun Fan's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he stared at her, momentarily stunned. The Grand Princess wished to personally investigate? Even if she was untroubled by the prospect, he could not dare to comply. This was a grave offense that could cost him his life. Sending the princess to a prince of a rival nation, a hostage no less, was an act of utter folly. He hastily shook his head. No, no, no. Your Highness, your noble status forbids such actions. If anything were to go awry, how could I justify it? Fear not, simply follow my instructions. Do you not believe that within the borders of my great Xian, I am not a defenseless woman? Furthermore, with your men guarding outside, what could he possibly do that would be out of line? Xianing Xue's words were merely intended to alleviate Chun Fan's concerns. This opportunity also allowed her to return to Su Chen's side without revealing her true intentions. Yet, her primary concern remained whether Su Chun had indeed uttered such sentiments. Chun Fan, still shaking his head, replied, "Your Highness, this is unwise. Do you believe I could have your head taken off at this very moment?" Xianing Xue's gaze turned icy. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan fell silent, his demeanor appearing defeated. He lamented that he should never have agreed to this troublesome task and wished he had let that young man handle it himself. Noticing his silence and resignation, Xianing Xue understood that he had acquiesced and instructed, "Wait here for a moment." Chun Fan, unsure of her intentions and too apprehensive to question her further, could only remain obediently in place. Meanwhile, he began contemplating any unfulfilled desires he still harbored. Oh, that little phoenix at the Qinghua Tower had caught his eye for quite some time, yet the cost had always deterred him. Perhaps it was time to seek a means to borrow some money and finally indulge in that yearning. Moreover, just the other day, the widow Wang from the eastern part of the city, whom I have known for quite some time, unexpectedly invited me to her home for tea. It seemed she had come to a realization, but I had pressing matters to attend to and could not honor her invitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, while Chun Fan remained in a daze, Xianing Xue had already changed into a simple long dress. Her appearance transformed back to that of her former self during the Great Yin dynasty. How could an ordinary woman be present here? Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback, not yet realizing that the young girl before him was the princess he had just encountered. Chun Fan, this princess instructed you to wait here. Do you not recognize who I am? Xianing Xue's voice was cool and clear, instantly bringing Chun Fan back to his senses. He shivered, comprehending the situation. And with a face full of trepidation, he bowed and said, "Your Highness, please forgive my transgression. Enough of this idle chatter, take me to him." Chapter 5. Has the maid arrived too? 50 miles east of the Imperial Palace, within a certain manor, Shangguan Chun was seated in the courtyard, amusing himself by feeding the fish in the pond. This had become his pastime whenever he grew weary from reading at his residence in the Great Yin. The pond here also housed fish, which was quite pleasant. He truly felt as if he were living in seclusion, markedly different from the life he had envisioned as a hostage. Could it be that the great Xin dynasty treated hostages in such a manner? He found it somewhat implausible. In other words, becoming a hostage nearly extinguished his hopes of returning home, especially for someone like him, a worthless prince. The Great Yin would certainly not concern themselves with his well-being. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knocking sound echoed, accompanied by Chun Fan's loud voice. "Hey, third prince. I have brought you what you asked for." "Oh." Shangguan Chen's eyes brightened, and he inquired, "Is it books?" Chun Fan outside the door could distinctly sense a piercing gaze directed at him, causing him to shiver involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his back. His voice trembled with a hint of desperation. "Third prince, please do not jest with me." Hearing his tone, Shangguan Chun understood something and ceased his inquiries, merely stating nonchalantly, Come in. Chen Fan pushed the door open and entered. Behind him, Xianing Xue appeared somewhat agitated, her emotions in disarray. The moment the door opened, she peered inside. What she beheld was still that familiar figure. The young man was half squatting by the pond, tossing some bait-like substance into the water. His attire was unchanged from Xianing Xue's recollection, still simple and imbued with the essence of a scholar. A month apart felt like 3 autumns. Such feelings should not belong to a princess towards a prince of an enemy nation, especially in the guise of a maid. Was the third prince feeding fish? Chen Fan's expression reflected curiosity. Just passing the time, Shang Wanchen chuckled lightly, not turning around, and softly added, "If you're interested, Chen Daoyu, you may also give it a try." Haha. Chen Fan laughed heartily, scratching his head, and with a sheepish grin, he replied, "I have never been particularly interested in such things." Meanwhile, he could not help but wonder. Was this great Yan's third prince truly the genius that the outside world spoke of? He had not practiced for a single day, only read books. And now he was even feeding fish. Others are indeed striving tirelessly in their cultivation. However, despite his murmurs, he has not forgotten the purpose of his visit. And with a smile, he said, "Third prince, I have brought you the person you sought. Enjoy at your leisure. I shall take my leave." With that, he swiftly slipped out and skillfully closed the door behind him, standing quietly not far away, wishing to remain outside for even a moment longer. Xianing Xue, her head adorned with dark lines of concern, pondered the meaning of "enjoy at your leisure." Soon, her gaze fell upon Shang Wanchun, and her expression brightened as she cheerfully called out, "Young master." Hearing the familiar voice, Shang Wanchun paused in his actions, turning back in surprise. Indeed, he beheld the recognizable young lady before him, dressed in a simple long gown, with her hair elegantly styled yet a few strands cascading over her shoulders. She presented a delicate appearance. He was taken aback yet pleased, asking, "Xiaoxue, what brings you here?" The girl before him was none other than his attendant from the Great Yin Palace, whom he had met during a banquet. He had merely aided her once, and she had insisted on remaining by his side. Seeing her now, Shang Wanchen reminisced about her first arrival at his residence. She had been utterly inept, hardly resembling a proper attendant. Considering that this might have been her first experience serving someone, he felt a sense of understanding. He had once remarked, "I merely acted in accordance with circumstances. There is no need for gratitude, as I do not lack for attendants. Now that the crisis is past, you need not continue this." Yet, the girl was somewhat stubborn, declaring, "I, Qin Shui, am a woman of my word. Having vowed to serve, I shall not waver." Consequently, she diligently learned, and indeed, she acquired the essence of being an attendant. Truth be told, at that time, Xianing Xue felt a simple sense of being underestimated. How could the esteemed princess of the great Xian falter over such trivial matters? Little did she realize that her unwillingness to concede had led her deeper into the entanglement. With a swift stride, Xianing Xue approached Shang Wanchun, her face aglow with mirth as she said, "Did I not mention to you earlier, young master, that I had some matters at home? It turns out you are from the great Xian. But why were you brought here by Chen Daoyu? Unbeknownst to you, today I was out in the market procuring necessities for my household. That man suddenly inquired if I was a well-read and cultured woman. Reflecting on the numerous books and etiquette I had learned while accompanying you, I responded in the affirmative. To my surprise, the next moment, I was captured by them, as they claimed to be delivering me to a certain prince who had just arrived in the great Xian. I wondered if that prince might be you. Hence I did not resist and allowed myself to be taken." As she spoke, Xianing Xue gazed at him with a melancholic expression, her tone tinged with sorrow. "Seeing that it is truly you, young master, fills my heart with joy. Yet, the thought that you would seek out a virtuous maiden troubles me." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanchun began to comprehend the entirety of the situation, his expression turning somewhat awkward as he replied, "So, this means I have inadvertently caused you trouble. That is of little consequence. What I wish to know is whether you truly are so desperate." As she spoke, Xianing Xue's cheeks flushed slightly. "You have misunderstood." Shang Wanchen gently shook his head and remarked, "I merely inquired about the books from Qin, yet he misinterpreted my question and deprived me of the opportunity to clarify. There is little I can do about that. Nevertheless, the outcome is not entirely unfavorable. Wouldn't you agree?" Xianing Xue felt a sense of relief wash over her, her previously anxious heart now at ease. She had always known that Su Qin would not engage in such deceitful acts. However, how audacious of Qin Fan to deceive me. These matters are trivial. What truly matters is that he nearly tarnished Su Qin's image in my eyes. It seems I must find a moment to reprimand him. Then, my lord, I shall remain here to attend to you, Xianing Xue declared with a beaming smile. Yet, Shang Wanchen shook his head resolutely, stating, No, it is not prudent. We are not in Dine, and I am barely safe myself. I cannot allow you to stay. You must leave swiftly. Xianing Xue's smile faltered. But she took a deep breath and continued, My lord, you need not worry. I am a noble of the great Xian, and as the third prince of Dian. Even here, you require someone to take care of your daily needs. They should not pose any threat to a fragile woman such as myself. That is out of the question, Shang Wanchen replied with unwavering determination. Feeling vexed internally, Xianing Xue maintained her cheerful demeanor. She stepped closer, took Shang Wanchen's hand, and playfully shook it, pouting, My lord, please allow me to stay, or I shall camp at your door until you acquiesce. Even she found her current behavior somewhat intolerable. As the grand princess of the great Xian, her nature had always been assertive, and she had never acted so whimsically towards a man before. If anyone were to witness her in such a state, they might think the heavens themselves had collapsed. This was hardly the icy princess they knew. She appeared to be a love-struck young woman. Shang Guanshan fell silent, feeling somewhat helpless. If she truly felt this way, he found himself at a loss. Xianing Xue had indeed discovered his vulnerable point. Very well, Shang Guanshan ultimately conceded. Having someone to alleviate the monotony would be welcome. Little Xue, prepare the ink. I wish to write. Certainly. A short while later, within the room, Shang Guanshan sat quietly at the table, a pristine sheet of paper spread before him. Xianing Xue obediently ground the ink nearby. Shang Guanshan lifted his brush, pondered briefly, and then gracefully penned a line of large characters. The great Peng rises with the wind, soaring to a height of 90,000 miles. Xianing Xue could not contain herself and read it aloud, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Is this the state of your heart at present? Soaring to a height of 90,000 miles. Her gaze was radiant, as if Shang Guanchun himself radiated light, making it difficult for her to look away. My lord, your poetry is becoming increasingly exquisite. Is that so? I would prefer your praises to be directed toward my calligraphy. Shang Guanshan chuckled heartily, for while the poem was not his creation, the calligraphy was indeed his own handiwork. Compliments on his writing brought him greater joy than those on his poetry. It could be said that the invaluable poetry from his past life had indeed played a role in winning Xian Yingshua's admiration. As the evening wore on, the two within remained oblivious to the passage of time. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Fan was growing increasingly anxious. It was late, and the princess had yet to emerge. Could something have gone awry? What could they possibly be doing inside? His heart raced with unease. Yet she is the princess of Dexian. If she were to be sullied, even dying 1,000 times would be considered a trivial matter. Chapter 6. You are still young. However, if one were to rashly enter and disturb the princess, one would inevitably face a severe reprimand. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to wait another incense stick's worth of time. Should the princess remain inside after that, he would proceed directly. Thus, he anxiously awaited, constantly counting the minutes in his mind. As the sky darkened further, oil lamps flickered to life in the courtyard. Chen Fan could no longer endure the wait. He flung open the door, only to find no sign of the two. A jolt of alarm surged through him. This could not be good. His gaze shifted to the illuminated room, from which murmurs of conversation drifted. Curiosity piqued, he stealthily approached to eavesdrop. Halfway there, he distinctly heard their voices. Young master. This ink block is too hard. It is rather uncomfortable to touch. A melodious voice of a young lady resonated. Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock. A tempest of thoughts swirling within him. Too hard? Uncomfortable? Thankfully, it was merely an ink block. He almost let his imagination stray. This ink block has been crafted through ancient methods, naturally making it substantially harder than usual. The voice of Shang Guanchun responded aptly. Indeed, it was larger than a hand. With continued use, it will diminish. Oh, there is movement now. An abundance of ink has emerged. But why is it spraying out? Haha. I told you not to grind too quickly. Look at you now. Your face is all blackened. But fret not. Although it appears dark, it is harmless if ingested. Really? It seems so, almost sweet, in fact. Chen Fan's pupils trembled, and his heart quaked. He nearly fainted on the spot. While they were grinding ink, the descriptions were far too easy to misconstrue. Princess, could you perhaps exhibit some modesty? This is quite alarming. It was not his fault for thinking askew. The implications were apparent. Even someone seasoned in such matters could easily misinterpret the scene. Thankfully, it was merely ink grinding. With a relieved expression, Chen Fan's heart raced. Fearing any potential mishap, had he not distinctly heard the phrase ink block, he would have been utterly at a loss. Young master, do you require more? Naturally. Then I shall continue. As Chen Fan momentarily lost his focus, a new wave of sounds emanated from the room, jolting him back to reality. Yet upon reflection, they were simply grinding ink. It was inconsequential. If it were indeed something unspeakable, dying 1,000 times would hardly suffice. Nevertheless, a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. For the hour was late. Resolving to prevent any untoward incidents, he turned and dashed towards the room, eyes tightly shut to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. As he spoke aloud, the third prince is in high spirits, conducting affairs at such a late hour. Inside the room, both individuals regarded the door as it swung open to reveal Chen Fan, who stood with eyes closed. A flicker of confusion crossed their faces. Taoist Chun, there is no need to keep your eyes closed. It is nothing of great consequence. Shangguan Chen offered a gentle reminder. Chen Fan, feeling a twinge of caution, hesitated to open his eyes. After all, what if those previous words were merely a ruse, and they were indeed engaged in something inappropriate? Should he inadvertently glimpse the royal princess in an undraped state, he would undoubtedly have to atone with his life. Even if that were not the case, intimate encounters were beyond his purview. Your Highness, there is no need for concern. I merely have some sand in my eyes. Hence my predicament, he stated. Xianing Xue regarded him with a peculiar look, seemingly perplexed by his odd behavior, and remarked, "This gentleman is quite strange. Why must he keep his eyes closed? Here it comes." A chill ran down Chen Fan's spine as he realized he was likely caught in a trap. If he were to open his eyes now, it would spell disaster. He must not be caught off guard. He maintained a composed facade and replied, "I cannot ascertain what kind of sand it was, but it has rendered my eyes temporarily unopenable." Both parties recognized this as a jest, given his cultivation level. It was implausible that mere sand could hinder his vision. Perhaps he harbored some secretive proclivities. Shangguan Chen shook his head, dismissing the matter, and continued to address Xianing Xue. "Let us proceed." "Very well," Xianing Xue softly acquiesced. Chen Fan fell into a moment of silence, pondering whether they were indeed grinding ink. "Your Highness, it is getting late. Perhaps we should postpone the ink grinding until tomorrow?" His unease compelled him to intervene. Why not?" Shangguan Chen regarded him with a hint of amusement, as a suspicion began to form in his mind. Xianing Xue, noticing Chen Fan's anxious expression, suddenly realized something, her cheeks flushing slightly, and she reproached, "Why does this gentleman obstruct us? Indeed, it is late. You both should attend to your health and rest well after a long day." Chen Fan replied deliberately, "Could it be that you, Taoist Chen, believe we are engaged in something unsavory?" Shangguan Chen's smile grew more pronounced. "Certainly not. Your Highness is only 17 this year." "Is he not? The young lady beside you is likely of similar age," Chen Fan responded with utmost seriousness. Prior to arriving here, Xianing Xue had explicitly cautioned him against revealing his identity. At such a tender age, they should prioritize rest. However, Taoist Chen, at this age, one cannot expect significant growth. Shangguan Chen countered, "Surely, there is still some room for growth, is there not? But do you truly comprehend what we are engaged in?" "Your Highness must think little of me," Chen Fan declared, puffing out his chest with pride. "Having lived for decades, I have seen countless things, even those of a. Perhaps I have digressed. In any case, it is time for rest. Who would have thought that this gentleman has such concern for others?" Xianing Xue observed, recognizing that her previous remarks had led to a misunderstanding. "Very well, Taoist Chen, you might as well open your eyes. I believe you have misconstrued the situation." Shangguan Chen ceased to tease him. Chen Fan continued to shake his head. "No, I cannot. This gentleman is truly impervious to reason. Perhaps you should consider expelling him." "Young master?" Xianing Xue remarked with a hint of indifference. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Fan. He could not ignore the warning embedded in her tone. If he did not open his eyes soon, he might face grave consequences. He immediately opened his eyes, feeling a twinge of apprehension. However, the scene before him was quite ordinary. The two individuals were dressed appropriately, devoid of any impropriety, and the room was imbued with a pleasant aroma of books, instilling a sense of tranquility. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Xianing Xue was holding a large, stone-like object, undeniably substantial and seemingly hard. It became evident that she was grinding ink. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief, only to feel a wave of shame for his earlier fanciful thoughts. This ink block is crafted from special materials, possessing a unique fragrance that lingers for an extended period, and it can be preserved long-term. Though it is somewhat hard, it is indeed superior ink. One must be cautious when grinding it. Otherwise, the ink may splatter unexpectedly, and even if it does, it is harmless since the materials are derived from spiritual herbs, Shangwan Shun explained quietly from the side. Chun Fan's face flushed crimson, his embarrassment intensifying as he lowered his head and awkwardly confessed, "It is entirely my fault for harboring improper thoughts and misinterpreting your actions, resulting in this folly." At that moment, he wished he could find a crevice in the ground to hide, overwhelmed by his shame, unable to recall the last time he had felt such humiliation. "It is not your fault." Our words were indeed somewhat ambiguous, Shangwan Shun reflected, realizing how easily misunderstandings could arise. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further." Chun Fan bowed silently, preparing to exit the room. However, he noticed that Xianing Xue remained unresponsive, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, "At this late hour, are you not planning to return home, miss?" Xianing Xue smiled gently, replying, "I am the young master's maid, thus there is no need for me to leave. Moreover, this courtyard is, in fact, my own, so there is no reason for me to depart." Chun Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "A maid? Is this true? The illustrious princess of Daxian has become a maidservant to a prince of an enemy nation? Am I dreaming, or has the world become incomprehensible?" He scrutinized Xian Ingshue's expression, seeking any sign of jest. Alas, all he found was her unwavering seriousness. It seemed this was indeed the truth. Chun Fan gasped, feeling utterly stunned. In a mere half-day, the princess had assumed the role of another's maid? If the sovereign were to learn of this, would his own head remain attached to his shoulders? He cast a deep glance at Shangwan Shun, contemplating. This fellow is likely unaware of the princess's true identity. He is indeed fortunate. Such remarkable abilities, third prince. In less than half a day, you have made her your maid. "You flatter me, my friend," Shangwan Shun replied, maintaining his casual smile. It was Miss Qin's own request. Miss Qin, what a splendid name. Chun Fan clenched his teeth in envy, lamenting how such a fortunate circumstance had befallen this young man. He could not comprehend why their princess, possessing unparalleled beauty, noble lineage, and extraordinary talent, an object of desire for countless men, had shown no interest in any of those suitors, even dismissing them outright. Yet, she harbored a peculiar affection for a prince of an enemy nation, even serving as his maid. He seemed to grasp, at least partially, why this third prince of Yin resided in such a place. However, it remained uncertain whether the emperor was aware of this. Chun Fan deemed the matter significant enough to report, pondering the intentions of this young man, who might very well be harboring nefarious schemes. Above all, he felt a twinge of envy. That said, he wished to send a message home to ease their concerns. "Might I have a moment to speak with this esteemed gentleman?" Xianing Xue inquired of Shangwan Shun. Shangwan Shun nodded in assent, stating, "Go ahead." With that, he resumed his writing. Outside the chamber, Xianing Xue regained her frigid demeanor, instructing, "General Qin, this matter must remain confidential. Understood?" "Understood," Chun Fan replied, his countenance respectful, not daring to defy her. Xianing Xue handed him a small box, saying, "Please deliver this to my father. I shall go at once." "Very well." Chapter 7. The Emperor's Affirmation the following morning, within a grand hall of the imperial palace. Chun Fan knelt respectfully on the ground, his hands raised above his head, presenting the box that Xianing Xue had entrusted to him. "Your Majesty, this is the item Princess Xian has requested me to convey to you." Before this man, Chun Fan dared not show the slightest disrespect. He felt the weight lighten in his hands, signaling that the contents had reached Xian Qianming. Xian Qianming did not speak, but slowly opened the box. Inside, there was no valuable item, only a piece of paper. He picked it up, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Why would this girl send just a note? Upon unfolding it, he finally discerned the words and read aloud softly, "The great rock soars with the wind, rising to 90,000 miles. Excellent. Xian Qianming's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Wonderful." This verse resonated deeply with him. What a splendid third prince of Yin. A smile broke through his serious demeanor. "I am increasingly eager to see what you will accomplish." Chun Fan, positioned below, felt a jolt within, repeating those two lines in his mind. He was overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. He was astonished, not only by Shangwan Shen's ability to compose such poetry, but also by the fact that his creation could elicit a smile from the emperor, who praised him personally. After years in the palace, this was the first time he had witnessed the emperor so commend a youth, especially one from a rival nation. He found it perplexing. Chun Fan hesitated, uncertain if he should mention the princess's role as the third prince's maid. After deliberating, he steeled himself and decided to speak. Should he remain silent, He feared the consequences that might arise later. He raised his gaze, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, there is another matter I am uncertain whether to disclose." "Speak." "It appears that Princess Xian is acting as the maid for the third prince of Diyan." "Oh, is that so?" Qianming was indeed unaware of this development. Surprisingly, he did not feel anger. The 2 lines of poetry had left him with a favorable impression. Xianing Xue had always been astute and discreet in her actions. If she chose to do this, she must have her reasons, and there was no need for concern. Chen Fan was once again taken aback, rendered speechless for a long while. Contemplating in his heart, Chen Fan pondered the peculiarities of the third prince of the Great Yan. While it might be understandable for a princess to possess such allure, what could possibly account for the emperor's fascination? Could it be that this young man harbors an undisclosed secret? Or perhaps he is the emperor's illegitimate son? The more he considered this possibility, the more it seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could such absurdity exist? It felt as if a monumental secret was unfolding, and Chen Fan's heart raced with excitement. Yet, he dared not reveal his thoughts. Merely bowing respectfully and saying, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." "Go on." Qianming waved his hand nonchalantly, then resumed his examination of the paper in his grasp. Soaring straight up to 90,000 miles, marvelous. Splendid. These 2 lines of poetry uplifted Qianming's spirits early in the day. Who wouldn't wish to rise like the great rock, soaring with the wind to extraordinary heights? Especially for a ruler such as himself, brimming with ambition. The desire to leave a monumental legacy was ever present. The verses resonated deeply within him, and he found himself increasingly enamored with them. The poetry alone brightened his entire day. Many ministers noticed a distinct shift in the emperor's demeanor during court. He appeared far more amiable, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Even when reporting matters that would typically incite his ire, he responded with remarkable composure. This led the ministers to secretly speculate on what pleasant event might have transpired to alter the emperor's usual behavior. Little did they know, his delight stemmed from nothing more than a pair of poetic lines. After the court session, Qianming returned to his chamber, still smiling. "What has come over my husband today?" Qin Hongji pondered, surprised by his elation. She approached him and gently massaged his shoulders. Indeed, her keen insight was remarkable. Qianming chuckled and replied, "Today, I have acquired something wonderful." "Oh." Qin Hongji's beautiful eyes sparkled, her hands pausing in astonishment. "What could possibly bring you such joy?" "Just take a look." Qianming rose and walked to an empty wall, extending his hand as a surge of spiritual energy flowed forth. He gestured in the air, and soon, 2 lines of poetry appeared on the wall, the very lines penned by Shangwan Chun. "What do you think of these verses?" Qianming inquired with a smile. Qin Hongji stared at the lines, her heart profoundly moved, and could not help but exclaim, "This poetry is grand and magnificent, capturing the essence of countless cultivators' sentiments. It is truly exceptional." "Ha." Qianming laughed heartily. "Indeed, as cultivators, who among us does not yearn for an opportunity, a chance to soar to 90,000 miles? Who could have composed such remarkable verses?" Qin Hongji mused. At the mention of this, Qianming's interest was piqued, and he playfully teased her. "Can you guess who the author is? Could it be the son of Prime Minister Zhou? It is said that he is well versed in poetry, song, and prose." "A renowned talent in the capital," Qin Hongji speculated, considering this possibility. Qianming shook his head, unfalteringly asserting, "The son of the chancellor certainly possesses a modicum of literary talent, yet he could never compose such verses. He is leagues away from it. Is it not him?" Qin Hongji furrowed her brow, pondering deeply before inquiring, "Could it be the son of the king of Chu?" Even less likely," Qianming scoffed coldly. "Then I am truly at a loss," Qin Hongji conceded, curiosity stirring within her heart about the identity of the one capable of crafting such poetry. Seeing her inability to deduce, Qianming revealed with a smile, "It is someone you would never expect." Her intrigue deepened. "Might you recall the third prince of Dian who visited the imperial capital a few days ago? Could it be him?" Qin Hongji expressed her astonishment. "Indeed." Qianming nodded slightly, his tone tinged with admiration. "That fellow Su Wu thought he was bestowing upon me a mere fool, unaware that he might have misjudged. Perhaps gifting me a genuine genius." The high praise from her husband left Qin Hongji apprehensive. "But after all, he is a prince of Dian. I understand your concerns," Qianming remarked, "but this individual was personally recommended by your daughter. Do you not trust Xue? Xue? She recommended him?" Qin Hongji's tone reflected her surprise, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. "Moreover, Xue is currently serving as his maid. Xian Qianming added with a gentle smile. As a maid? Upon hearing this, Qin Hongji's expression shifted, anger flaring within her. What kind of propriety is this? Our princess of Dexian, reduced to being a maid for the prince of a rival nation? How could you allow this, my husband? Shuer, so astute, how could she suddenly be so foolish? Surely, the third prince of Dian must have employed some trickery to deceive her. Alas, Hongji, Xian Qianming frowned slightly, patiently explaining. Have you seen Shuer show any favor to any man over the years? Our Dexian is replete with talents, and she has countless admirers. Yet has she ever taken a liking to anyone? If he possesses no merit, how could he capture her attention? You know Shuer is wise beyond her years. How could an ordinary person deceive her? Furthermore, the relationship between this third prince of Dian and his nation is not particularly amicable, if he truly is a rare genius. And if Shuer holds him in regard, what harm is there in him becoming our Dexian son-in-law? If he is not a genius or harbors special feelings for Dian, then even if Shuer were to oppose it, I would not let him off lightly. Xian Qianming's lengthy discourse made Qin Hongji realize she had perhaps overreacted. Since he had not expressed anger, it implied he had made a decision. Upon reflection, she found his reasoning sound and slightly inclined her body, saying, You are right, my husband. I was too impulsive. Xian Qianming wrapped his arm around her shoulder, speaking softly. Yingshui is my most cherished daughter. How could I allow her to suffer? Rest assured, I possess the discernment required. It was I who momentarily lost my composure. It is not your fault, my husband. Hongji, it has been quite a while since we indulged in that, he remarked. Well, it is still daytime. And what of daytime? I am in high spirits today. Chapter 8. The turmoil in the imperial capital of Dian, the third prince, possessing a profound sense of righteousness, willingly offered himself as a hostage to the great Xin dynasty to safeguard the populace of Dian. How could we, then, simply resign ourselves to inaction? The third prince now finds himself ensnared in the clutches of the great Xian dynasty, beset by peril, while those within the imperial capital revel in merriment and festivities. An utterly disheartening sight. How foolish! How utterly foolish! The third prince is a prodigious talent of our Dian, destined to become a great figure in due time, capable of ensuring the welfare of our realm for countless generations. How could we allow him to serve as a hostage? We owe our current existence to the benevolence of the third prince, and now that he is imprisoned, even if we are weak, we must take action on his behalf. Indeed, though we may be feeble, we are still capable of fulfilling our duties. In a secluded courtyard along a remote street on the outskirts of the Dian imperial capital, hundreds have gathered, their expressions filled with indignation and their voices charged with emotion. This place is known as Taiping Street, a slum within the imperial capital that harbors many struggling souls. 6 months prior, Sheng Wanchun had visited this area, and the sights he beheld left a profound impression upon him. The people here are scantily clad, emaciated, their eyes devoid of light, having lost all hope for life. The street itself is a disarray of filth, litter strewn about, with even the air thick with a noxious blend of odors. The stench nearly overwhelmed Sheng Wanchun, leaving him slightly dizzy. It was difficult for him to fathom that such a place could exist within the imperial capital. He later learned that most of the residents were descendants of disgraced officials, stripped of all they had, forced to survive through begging. Although this plight stemmed from the previous dynasty, it was of no concern to him. Yet, as the third prince of Dian, particularly in light of the deepening malevolence within him, he felt compelled to take action, though his financial resources should have been ample as the third prince. Due to his lack of favor, he received the least among the princes and princesses. The people of Dian knew him only as a gifted prince, oblivious to his own hardships. Nevertheless, he continued to send money and clothing to these individuals each month, aiding them in overcoming their adversities. Such actions inevitably attracted the ire of certain factions within the court. Despite being the offspring of traitors, the Emperor of Dian still harbored discontent, and his allowances were once again reduced. Even so, he curtailed his own expenditures and persisted in providing assistance to them, encouraging self-reliance and a hopeful outlook for the future, assuring them that as long as they lived, there remained hope. In this manner, within just 6 months, Taiping Street underwent a remarkable transformation. The thoroughfare was revitalized, free from foul odors, and the residents regained their vitality, rekindling their hope for life. However, before they could express their gratitude to the third prince, they learned of his impending dispatch to the great Xian dynasty as a hostage. Even more infuriating was the realization that within the Dian realm, no one seemed to mourn his plight. Instead, An atmosphere of celebration permeated, with all rejoicing at their escape from the specter of war. No one cared to ponder the treatment the third prince might receive in the Great Qin dynasty. The apathy of the populace and their indifferent attitude, as if the matters at hand did not concern them, sparked a profound anger within their hearts. Thus, they resolved not to remain passive any longer. Consequently, a wave of unfriendly sentiments began to permeate the imperial city. How laughable! The Dayin royal family, feeble and inept, not only suffered defeat in battle but also sent their most distinguished prince to the Qin dynasty, utterly disgracing the Dayin lineage. The royal family's incompetence relies on a single prince to salvage the realm. The third prince, for the safety of the Dayin populace, ventured alone into a foreign land. While the dignitaries reveled in merriment within the imperial city, the Dayin is doomed. With the third prince's exceptional talents, had he been allowed to mature, he could have safeguarded Dayin for generations. Alas, the royal family is myopic. Amidst the rampant dissemination of such sentiments, numerous dissatisfied citizens and previously silent cultivators joined the fray. Gradually, this evolved into a rallying cry. Save the third prince, we shall fight for him. This became their slogan, leading to widespread protests across the imperial city. Within one of the grand halls of the Dayin palace, Emperor Su Wu sat in quiet contemplation, eyes closed, a visage of tranquility. Years of relentless warfare with the Qin dynasty had drained his spirit. He had not enjoyed a moment of true rest. The recent triumph of the Qin armored forces had plunged his heart into despair. Although he acquiesced to certain terms, they bore little consequence. The 13 states relinquished had originally been taken from foreign lands, and the hostages sent were his least favored and most despised son. As a member of the Dayin royal family, he could tolerate his wives and concubines being of lowly birth, yet he could not accept them bearing children. This was a long-standing family edict, aimed at preserving noble lineage and securing the future of descendants. Thus, from the moment Su Chen was born, he harbored disdain for him. He could only blame himself for the drunken indiscretion that led to the child's conception. Upon awakening, he momentarily struggled to recall the events. By the time he remembered, the palace maid had already given birth. Initially contemplating the child's demise, he hesitated, pondering the possibility of a prodigy. Consequently, he allowed Su Chen to remain, acknowledging his princely status. However, as time passed, Su Chen's lackluster talents disappointed him, leading him to secretly dispose of the palace maid, leaving Su Chen under the care of consort Yang. He lamented that, indeed, children born of inferior bloodlines were destined to underperform. Thereafter, Su Chen was effectively cast into obscurity. No longer regarded as his son, he became a thorn in Su Wu's side, a source of shame. Ironically, Su Chen was discreet in his actions, leaving no grounds for reproach, officially untouchable lest Emperor Su Wu tarnish his own reputation. Until the day Minister Zhu proposed a cunning plan. Upon reflection, this notion proved to be brilliant. It not only shielded his genuinely talented second son from others' covetous eyes, but also exiled the son he detested most. Should he perish in the Qin dynasty, it would be even better. In the royal sphere, familial bonds held little weight. With numerous sons, losing a few would not significantly affect him, especially regarding the prince whom he disfavored. "Father, your son pays his respects." The voice emanating from outside the grand hall interrupted Su Wu's reverie. Slowly, he opened his eyes and recognized the voice of his beloved second son, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Come in," he beckoned. Entering was a youth clad in an ornate robe, distinct from Su Chen, and indeed, Su Chen bore little resemblance to Su Wu as well. The young man bore a closer likeness to his mother. "Jinner, to what extent has your cultivation reached?" Su Wu inquired with a smile. Su Jin bowed slightly, responding respectfully, reporting to father, "I have achieved the 8th level of qi condensation." "Excellent," Su Wu exclaimed, increasingly fond of his son. "At 17 years of age, you have cultivated to the 8th level of qi condensation. While that lad Su Chen shows not a trace of spiritual energy, the disparity is monumental. At your current pace, it is highly likely you shall break into the spirit-gathering realm before the age of 20, at which point you will be considered a formidable figure in our Dayin." Su Jin nodded slightly, his face beaming with pride. The realms of martial cultivation include qi training, qi condensation, spirit gathering, aperture opening, thousandly journey, dharma form, and Dao palace, among others. For ordinary individuals, the path of cultivation is arduous. Typically, at the age of 5, one may test their affinity for spiritual energy. The higher the affinity, the swifter the cultivation, and thus, the more remarkable the talent. At the age of 5, Su Jian's affinity for spiritual energy was measured at 60, marking him as a rare genius. It is noteworthy that among 1,000 individuals, there might not be one with an affinity exceeding 20. In this region, few can ascend to the status of cultivators. An affinity of 20 represents the minimum threshold for becoming a cultivator. Those below this number would merely squander time, likely unable to surpass the 5th level of Qi training even after decades. Aside from possessing a bit more strength, there is little distinction. Su Qian's affinity was 19, just shy of the mark, leading many to deem his path of cultivation severed. Of course, such matters were known only to those within the royal family. "Father, may I inquire about how third brother fares in Daxian?" Su Jian asked softly. However, if one were to overlook the glee etched upon his face, they might mistakenly perceive genuine concern. "His well-being is of no consequence. I have not sent anyone to accompany him there. His fate lies solely in his own hands," Su Wu replied, his brow furrowing at the mention of Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Jian understood that his younger brother had been utterly forsaken. Indeed, he harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Su Chen, who had repeatedly opposed him and thwarted his endeavors. Were it not for the necessity of retaining him as a hostage, Su Jian would not have yielded so often. The departure of Su Chen brought him a sense of joy. "Report, Your Majesty, it is dire. Something has occurred." Just as Su Jian was about to speak further, an urgent voice rang out from outside the hall. Su Wu's brow furrowed, and he intoned gravely, "Come in and explain what has transpired." Su Jian stood beside him, equally perplexed. Soon, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered the grand hall, his expression fraught with anxiety. After hastily bowing, he spoke with urgency. "Your Majesty, an unexpected multitude of protesters has emerged outside. What is the reason for their outcry?" Su Wu's countenance darkened as he coldly inquired. Su Jian, taken aback, seemed equally surprised by this turn of events. "They claim that Your Majesty is incompetent, sending the most gifted of the princes, the third prince, to the great Qian dynasty as a hostage. This is tantamount to severing his future and digging his own grave." At this point, he glanced at the second prince beside him and trembled as he continued. "They even suggest that the second prince should be sent instead, for his arrogance and numerous misdeeds make him the most deserving of such a fate." "How outrageous!" Su Wu exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the armrest of his chair. Producing a dull thud, the man's words darkened both Su Wu's and Su Jian's expressions. Su Jian's heart burned with indignation. How dare they suggest he should be exiled? Was he truly arrogant and flawed? He merely engaged in what all princes do. What was wrong with that? As a prince, what was amiss with enjoying the company of women? It was their fortune to be chosen by him. The audacity of these people to speak so disrespectfully. Chapter 9. Genius and fool. Can the strategies of governance be comprehended by such foolish commoners? Su Wu scoffed, immediately issuing an order. "Disseminate the command to arrest these seditionists." "Your Majesty, that cannot be done," the man exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously, a look of bitter despair upon his face. "It is no longer merely a handful of individuals. The entire imperial capital is rife with such sentiments." "Very well. How infuriating." Su Wu's face turned livid, veins protruding on his forehead. He began to suspect that this was a deliberate provocation by the great Qian, aimed at inciting turmoil within the great Yan. "Father, I shall go and investigate," Su Jian said, his expression grim as he bowed slightly before swiftly departing the grand hall. Before he had even exited the palace, he was met with the deafening cries outside. "Rescue the third prince. We shall fight for him. The third prince is a genius. He should not be sent as a hostage. Exchange the second prince for the third prince." Su Jian's face turned ashen, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Su Chen immediately. Understanding the necessity of remaining concealed at that moment, he quickly returned to the grand hall, only to find it filled with numerous figures. "Father, the populace within the capital has begun to riot," he reported urgently. "What shall we do? Are we truly to negotiate with the great Qian for the return of our younger brother?" "Your Majesty, this matter cannot be delayed. Any hesitation may lead to unforeseen consequences." Several ministers wore anxious expressions, and multiple princes had gathered as well. Su Wu's expression darkened further, a tempest of fury brewing within him. "You, Su Chen, have left the great Yan, yet you cannot remain at peace." He attributed all the unrest to Su Chen, his disdain growing. Su Jian realized that they could no longer allow the voices of the outside to dominate the discourse. Otherwise, he too would find himself ensnared. He stepped forward swiftly, saying, "Father, I perceive that the people's primary concern is not your decision to send the third brother as a hostage, but rather his extraordinary talent. They believe you have relinquished a future leader capable of safeguarding the great yin to a foreign enemy. Indeed, my younger brother speaks wisely. Much of the public's ire stems from this matter. A man, significantly larger than Su Wujian, intoned solemnly, as I see it. If we can reveal to the populace that the third prince possesses little talent, or alternatively, showcase the abilities of the second prince, we may resolve this issue. Su Jian's gaze flickered momentarily, recognizing the depth of his elder brother's strategy. Should this unfold, he would inevitably become the target of widespread animosity, facing pressure from other nations. If he were to perish, the throne would naturally fall to his elder brother. Aware of this scheme, Su Jian refrained from dissenting, understanding that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Moreover, given the inevitability of the situation concerning Daxian, where the two nations had already forged an alliance, the exposure of Su Qian's perceived incompetence and his supposed genius would hold little consequence. Should Daxian dare to act, they would find themselves aligned with Dou Wu Chao. Su Wu, evidently cognizant of this too, pondered briefly before issuing his decree. In light of this, let it be proclaimed to the world that the third prince possesses a spiritual affinity of less than 20, rendering him a waste, while the true genius of our Yin Chao is the second prince. Such a declaration would undoubtedly yield unforeseen ramifications. All present understood that once this announcement was made, not only would it stir unrest within Yin, but it would also create ripples across the other two nations. The third prince, Su Chun, would likely face vehement condemnation from the ministers of Daxian, if not worse. Yet, the immediate priority was to quell the uprising. Everyone recognized that Su Chun had long been relegated to the status of a mere pawn, his worth solely as a hostage to Daxian. The assembly quickly sprang into action. Moments later, the gates of the imperial city swung open, and synchronized footsteps echoed as troops emerged, adeptly dispersing the gathered citizens, many of whom continued to voice their dissent. Subsequently, a resounding voice emanated from within the palace, reverberating throughout the capital, by the emperor's decree. Let it be known to the world that the rumors of the third prince's exceptional talent are unfounded. We hereby clarify that the true genius of Yin is the second prince. For the third prince has lacked the requisite affinity for spiritual energy since childhood and possesses no potential for cultivation. Do not be misled by fleeting emotions. Upon the utterance of these words, the city erupted in astonishment. The populace was taken aback, grappling with the shocking revelation. Those who had previously rallied in support fell silent, their expressions betraying disbelief. The third prince is not a genius. The second prince is? What is the meaning of this? Their incredulity was palpable. Following the initial shock, a chorus of skepticism arose. The third prince is not a genius. I distinctly recall the palace proclaiming him as such in the past. Indeed, if the third prince is not a genius, how can we prove that the second prince is? I refuse to accept this as truth. If the third prince lacks talent, why does Daxian insist on him serving as a hostage? Confronted with the rising doubts, Prince Su Jian made a personal appearance atop the palace walls, directly before the multitude, revealing his own cultivation prowess. Among the crowd were many cultivators, who gasped in awe at the sight. The 8th level of qi condensation. Remarkable, indeed. Alas, the second prince, at the tender age of 17, has already attained the formidable 8th level of the qi condensation realm. A prodigy, without a doubt. It is utterly astonishing that this is indeed true. The second prince is truly a genius. Even those who have never pursued cultivation understand what the qi condensation realm entails. And at this moment, they are left utterly dumbfounded. Observing the astonished gazes of the crowd below, Su Jian felt a surge of satisfaction within. To ensure Su Qian's status as a genius, he had endured in silence for many years, never daring to reveal his own cultivation level to the outside world and even feigning the demeanor of a wastrel. Now that Su Qian has become a hostage, he harbors no further concerns. At this juncture, the atmosphere among the crowd underwent a complete transformation. So, it seems the third prince is not a genius after all? I see now. This must have been a ruse to protect the second prince, allowing the third prince to be labeled a genius. Otherwise, the one sent as a hostage would indeed have been the second prince. The emperor's foresight is truly profound. We nearly misjudged him. Upon reflection, it appears the third prince has never displayed his true strength. Yet, he has contributed to our great Yin dynasty. If his life alone can save so many others, he deserves to be regarded as a model among princes. Let us disperse, for there is no cause for concern. With the second prince present in due time, What we have lost will surely be reclaimed. The humble folks of Taiping Street, mingling within the crowd, felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon hearing the surrounding discourse, soon succumbing to profound disappointment. This is the reality of the citizens of Great Yan. They are so pragmatic. Just because the third prince is not a genius, they have altered their sentiments. To them, even if the third prince were a useless individual, he would still be their benefactor. They recognized that this scheme had no hope of success, and if they did not leave swiftly, they would find themselves unable to escape when the palace guards commenced their investigations. The surging tide of the crowd began to recede, and the unrest in the imperial capital of Great Yan was finally quelled. The reputation of the second prince as a genius and the third prince as a wastrel began to spread far and wide. Within Taiping Street, the people hastily returned to their homes, instinctively gathering their belongings in preparation to flee this place. Their destination was Daxian. Having failed within Great Yan, they intended to venture to Daxian to ascertain whether their benefactor was suffering under cruel torment. If the opportunity arose, they would risk their lives to rescue him. Chapter 10. Did the young master not deceive me? The third prince of Great Yan, Su Chun, has shrouded himself in a veil of mystery since the announcement of his exceptional talents, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Among them are various sects and cultivators from the neighboring nations of Great Yan. Everyone yearns to uncover the terrifying prowess of this widely acclaimed genius. However, Su Chun seldom makes appearances and rarely takes action, although his aura seems no different from that of an ordinary person. Many believe it to be the result of cultivating a technique that conceals his true presence. Recently, Daxian inflicted a crushing defeat upon the Great Yan army, compelling Great Yan to pay reparations and sending its most gifted third prince as a hostage. On that day, countless individuals sighed in despair, for it seemed that Great Yan had met its end, destined to rely on Daxian's favor for at least several centuries to come. Many individuals quietly mocked the grand proclamations of the Dayan emperor regarding his prodigious prince, only to witness an inevitable tragic outcome. The Dayan realm itself had suffered a severe setback. Speculations abounded regarding the fate of the Dayan third prince upon his arrival in Daxian, with many pondering whether he would be imprisoned. However, as news from the Dayan imperial capital began to circulate, countless souls were left astounded, expressing disbelief. Only when they confirmed that the information originated from the Dayan royal family did they fall silent. It dawned upon them that the Dayan emperor had already meticulously planned for this day, leaving them in the dark all along. Shockingly, the third prince's reputation as a genius was a mere fabrication. The true prodigy was none other than the Dayan second prince. Oh heavens! The Dayan emperor had deceived everyone. Daxian had suffered greatly from this treachery. Who would have thought that Dayan would outmaneuver Daxian so cunningly? I had suspected that the Dayan third prince did not possess the demeanor of a cultivator. Throughout the southern wilderness, such sentiments reverberated. In a single night, the third prince's reputation as a genius crumbled, while the second prince's renown began to ascend. A day later, within the borders of Daxian, countless citizens wore expressions of fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. Shameless Dayan! How dare they deceive us in such a manner? I knew all along that the Dayan people harbored ill intentions. How could they willingly send their so-called genius prince to us? We have been thoroughly played for fools. It is truly despicable. I believe we ought to eliminate that so-called third prince to instill some fear in them. The news incited immense outrage among the populace, with voices of indignation echoing throughout Daxian. Not only in the streets, but also within the imperial court, there was a fervent atmosphere. Inside the palace, within the Daxian hall, a middle-aged man expressed his outrage, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, those Dayan people are truly detestable for resorting to such petty tricks." As he spoke, more individuals rose to voice their opinions. "Your Majesty, I propose we immediately dispatch troops to crush Dayan. No, we have already signed a treaty with them. If we were to mobilize forces against Dayan, other nations will not remain idle. Are we to be mere pawns in their game? Your Majesty, in my view, since the third prince is of no use, it would be a waste to keep him alive. We should eliminate him. Father, I believe that even if we cannot launch a full-scale attack, we could at least send troops to harass their borders as a form of punishment." The chamber erupted into chaos, with voices clashing in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, the sovereign of Daxian, Xian Qianming, remained composed, his eyes gently closed, displaying no signs of agitation. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke with a slight smile. "Gentlemen, let us not act in haste. Our dealings with Dayan are not new. We can discern their strengths and weaknesses with ease. This matter does not necessarily signify our defeat. If there are no other matters at hand, let us dismiss the court." Upon hearing his words, a sudden silence fell over the assembly. The ministers exchanged glances, sensing an unusual undertone in his demeanor. How could the sovereign remain so calm in light of such a profound humiliation? Had he anticipated this outcome and prepared accordingly? Upon contemplating this, they all felt a sense of relief, their hearts subtly brimming with anticipation regarding the measures that Qin Qianming might employ. Since the esteemed sovereign had already made a decision, we shall refrain from further discourse. While the great Yin may believe they have ensnared us, the outcome remains uncertain. The emperor possesses a discerning eye and has likely foreseen today's predicament. It is we who have grown somewhat impatient. Once this matter is resolved, trivialities await, and Qin Qianming, having lost interest in the discussions, promptly announced the court's adjournment. Upon returning to the palace, Qin Hongji adeptly began to massage his shoulders. "Hongji, how should I handle this situation?" Qin Qianming inquired with a hint of amusement. Qin Hongji understood his meaning, for she had already heard the news circulating outside. The populace vented their fury towards the great Yin, while secretly condemning the royal family for their incompetence in failing to perceive such tricks. She paid little heed to the external discussions. However, she recognized that the calm demeanor of the man before her indicated that the matter was not as grave as it seemed. After a moment's contemplation, she softly replied, "My lord, your heart must already be made up. Why then seek my counsel?" "Ha ha ha!" Qin Qianming erupted in laughter, praising, "Indeed, Hongji is astute. I believe it is time for me to meet the youth mentioned by Schwerer and discern his true nature." In the estate, Shang Wanchen sat alone in the courtyard. Engrossed in a book, his scholarly aura becoming increasingly pronounced. Although he was reading, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Xianing Xue, who was practicing her swordplay. Shang Wanchen was well aware of her training. Upon their initial meeting, Xianing Xue had candidly revealed her noble lineage and her long-standing dedication to martial cultivation. Now having achieved the 9th level of qi refinement, yet he sensed that her prowess extended beyond this. Her swordsmanship clearly reflected her esteemed background. Though he had no desire to delve into specifics, he merely recognized that her technique required further refinement, as numerous flaws were conspicuously apparent, though she remained oblivious to them. He contemplated offering her guidance but hesitated, for being the master of the evil sword could invite unwarranted scrutiny from outsiders. It was prudent to maintain a low profile. Should his identity be discovered, he would be entangled in a web of explanations. Thus he restrained himself. Unbeknownst to him, while he observed Xian Yingxue from the corner of his eye, she was likewise scrutinizing him. Her keen gaze caught the hesitance in his demeanor. Is he still not going to speak? Xian Yingxue thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. She sensed that Su Chun was concealing something, his abilities far surpassing what he presented. Despite deliberately exposing several flaws during her practice, he refrained from providing any correction. Resolute, she feigned a troubled expression and lamented, "After so much effort, I still can only achieve this level. Sir, do I truly lack the talent for swordsmanship?" Shang Wanchen was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, "Schwerer, do not jest. Your swordsmanship is envied by many, including myself, who covets your skill. Is that truly so? You are not deceiving me?" Xianing Xue looked at him with a pitiful expression. Indeed. Sovereign Shun could not help but touch his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Ever since he ascended to the position of the Lord of the Evil Sword, his prowess in the sword arts had advanced at an astonishing rate, far surpassing countless sword masters. Yet, he pondered how formidable he truly was, should his cultivation also rise. "You're lying," Xian Yingxue retorted, turning her head in a huff. "You never even glanced at me while I practiced swordplay." "Because I cannot comprehend it," he replied. "Then why not pay attention to me? Women merely impede my reading pace." "You." Humph. Her words faltered, a hint of demoralization creeping in. At times, she found it perplexing why Su Chen was so enamored with reading. Was it truly that women were undesirable? Were they not delightful? Did not soft and fragrant girls bring joy to the heart? Why then did he persist in clutching those tomes that gave her a headache? A silence enveloped them. After a while, a frantic knocking echoed throughout the courtyard, accompanied by Chen Fan's distinct booming voice. "Something's wrong. A grave situation has arisen. Come in." Daoist Chen, Sovereign Chen beckoned, a flicker of intuition stirring within him. Once inside, Chen Fan approached the pair directly, his breath somewhat labored. He first cast a glance at Xianing Xue before fixing his gaze on Sovereign Chen, his expression inscrutable as he inquired, "Third Prince, is the rumor from the outside world true?" "What rumor?" Sovereign Chen asked, intrigued. "It is said that the imperial family of Diyen declared that the third prince possesses a spiritual affinity of merely 19. He is incapable of cultivating. The true prodigy is the second prince, who has already achieved the 8th level of qi condensation. So this is the matter at hand. It is indeed accurate. My spiritual affinity is a mere 19, Sovereign Qin thought, feeling no surprise as he acknowledged it with ease. Internally, he reflected that Su Jian fellow has been progressing swiftly, achieving the 8th level of qi condensation, while I am on the verge of breaking through to the spirit-gathering stage. At this rate, he estimated he would enter the 3rd realm in no more than 3 to 5 days. Really? Chun Fan exclaimed, his expression momentarily blank, his gaze towards Sovereign Qin growing increasingly peculiar. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Why was Xianing Xue displaying no reaction whatsoever? Could it be that she had known all along? Was it possible that she was merely a handmaiden to this fellow, who might truly be the illegitimate son of the sovereign? Qin Fan's feelings were tumultuous. Initially, having heard the renown of Sovereign Qin's genius, he felt a sense of admiration, despite the latter being a prince of a rival nation. But now, upon learning that he was not a genius, he ought to feel disdain. Yet, the fact that Xianing Xue remained silent and that the sovereign praised him left him feeling that it would be wiser to continue feigning ignorance. It is indeed true. No need to be disheartened, third prince. Qin Fan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Sovereign Qin raised an eyebrow, surprised. I am not disheartened. What is there to be saddened about? Cultivators have their merits, and ordinary people have theirs. As a scholar, I detest violence. Indeed, as you say, what good is violence? Xianing Xue chimed in. Qin Fan was taken aback, rendered speechless, and silently exited the courtyard. Just as he closed the door and turned around, he was met face to face with an individual, nearly losing his composure. He inhaled sharply, his pupils constricting instantly, about to exclaim the words, Your Majesty. Shen Qianming subtly gestured for him to remain silent. Qin Fan immediately stifled his words, his heart still brimming with astonishment. Chapter 11. Disguised Visit the Emperor of a Nation. Visiting an enemy prince in civilian attire? He was uncertain whom Shen Qianming had come to see, but had an inkling that it was not for the princess, but rather for that young man. The truth was evident. The 3rd prince of Diyan was indeed the emperor's illegitimate son. Shen Qianming had been impulsively driven to see him, attired in the simple garb of a merchant, with only slight alterations to his appearance, yet still recognizable to those familiar with him. Once Qin Fan quelled his shock, he gradually stepped aside, respectfully standing by. Shen Qianming approached and knocked on the door. Inside the courtyard, the scholarly Shangguan Chun, engrossed in his reading, spoke softly without turning, Come in. As the door opened, Shen Qianming entered slowly, and Qin Fan, understanding, closed the door behind him. Upon seeing his figure, Xianing Xue was taken aback, exclaiming involuntarily, Father? What brings you here? Father? Shangguan Chun was momentarily stunned, setting down his book and looking up to behold a middle-aged man before him. He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Xianing Xue's father. He appeared to belong to a merchant family, yet there was an undeniable air of authority about him, suggesting a more complex identity. He subtly shifted to make space. Smiling, Uncle Qin, please take a seat. Shen Qianming meticulously surveyed the courtyard, noting that it had been quite some time since his last visit. Upon seeing Xianing Xue, a smirk played at the corners of his lips. Uncle Qin, indeed, Shen Qianming thought, realizing his daughter had quite a few thoughts on her mind. His gaze turned to Shangguan Qin, noting that this 3rd prince of Diyan bore no resemblance to Su Wu, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman, though appearing to be an ordinary person. Yet, as Xianing Xue had mentioned, this individual was anything but simple. As the sovereign of Dexian, his cultivation was naturally formidable, allowing him to perceive an intriguing aura emanating from Shangguan Chun, one that was elusive and perplexing. In a brief moment, Shen Qianming's mind was flooded with thoughts. You must be the gentleman my daughter spoke of? He inquired with a smile, intentionally omitting Shangguan Qin's identity, and took a seat opposite him. If I am not mistaken. That would indeed be me, Shangguan Chun replied, settling back down and pouring tea for his guest. Observing a book resting nearby, Shen Qianming, having gathered from his intelligence that this 3rd prince had a penchant for reading, asked, I see you have a great passion for literature. Is there a reason behind it? Reading cultivates character, enhances wisdom, and enriches the soul. I believe the benefits of reading are manifold, Shangguan Chun responded while pouring the tea. Indeed, this reasoning holds true. However, in the current world, relying solely on scholarly pursuits proves futile. Without a repertoire of skills, one finds it challenging to establish a foothold. Xin Qianming took a delicate sip of tea and remarked with a hint of indifference. Xin Yingshui comprehended that her father, influenced by the rumors circulating in society, sought to personally gauge her. Coincidentally, she too was curious about how Su Chen would respond. She gracefully took a seat beside them, listening intently. People universally regard cultivation as the ultimate path, fervently pursuing the road to greatness. Yet, the path to greatness is elusive. Countless individuals spend their lives striving without ever reaching the pinnacle, passing away with unfulfilled aspirations. For ordinary folks, marrying and raising children in a mundane existence can also embody a form of happiness. Ultimately, both paths culminate in death, though the journeys differ, each with its own preferences. Devoid of a hierarchy, Shang Guanchen spoke eloquently, presenting no definitive stance on whether to cultivate or live as an ordinary person. He preferred to act with spontaneity, flowing with the currents of life. Moreover, he had prepared himself for an ordinary life, but fate's capriciousness led him to become the master of the evil sword, embarking on a journey of cultivation through an alternate route. Yet, he found contentment in this tranquil life. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to remain uninvolved in turmoil. However, if the need arose, he would not hesitate to demonstrate his strength to the world. What sort of person do you believe yourself to be? Xian Qianming inquired, his gaze piercing. Xian Yingshui's eyes mirrored his intensity. Shang Guanshun took another sip of tea and smiled slightly. I consider myself a scholar. Consider yourself? A subtle smile played at the corner of Xian Qianming's lips, as he seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. He chose not to delve deeper into this topic, but rather adroitly shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, I encountered an amusing tale on my way here. Shang Guanchen's heart stirred. He had already surmised what was to come. It is said that the third prince of the Dian dynasty is not a genius, but rather an individual incapable of cultivation. What is your perspective on this matter? Xian Qianming observed him with a half-smile. Since it comes from the Dian royal family, it must be true. What sort of person do you believe this third prince to be? Shang Guanchen pondered for a moment before responding. I surmise he is someone who shuns conflict, values simplicity over fame and fortune, and prefers to go with the flow. Why do you say that? I have merely noted the scarcity of negative accounts regarding the third prince. Ha ha ha, you are quite an astute individual. Xian Qianming drained his cup of tea and rose to his feet, stating, my purpose in coming here was twofold: to ensure the safety of my daughter and to assess the character of the person she praises. Today's encounter has left me somewhat satisfied. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he produced a small token from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Shang Guanchen. Shang Guanchen accepted it, puzzled by its significance. However, Xian Yingshui recognized it with surprise. This token is an admission pass for the poetry gathering on Qinghe Street in the imperial capital in 3 days. I see you have read many books. You might consider attending. Just as Shang Guanshan was about to decline, Xian Yingshui's voice interrupted. Young master, the poetry gathering at Qinghe Street is not an ordinary event. Only individuals of high standing or prodigious young talents may gain entry, and they must possess considerable knowledge. Within the Qinghe Palace, there are displayed poems crafted by various hands over the decades. Oh, a flicker of interest crossed Shang Guanchen's brow, initially indifferent. He found himself intrigued by the mention of numerous poems. Engaging with poetry, much like reading, has the power to quell the malevolence within him. Perhaps this opportunity could even facilitate his breakthrough to the third realm. With this thought, he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, I extend my thanks to Uncle Qin. Ha ha. Young lad, do your best. Xian Qianming laughed heartily as he departed the courtyard. Outside, Chun Fan trembled upon hearing his laughter. He could hardly believe it. How long had it been since the sovereign had laughed so heartily? Now, it was because of a mere youth. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Whether or not this individual was the third prince of Dian, or whether he lacked the ability to cultivate. The mere fact that Xian Qianming held such regard for Shang Guanshan was enough for him to seek favor and align himself with power. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Before this, he had merely been a minor commander in the army. Upon receiving orders, he had just returned from military service, where many had expressed their sympathy for him. Compared to serving in the army, overseeing a hostage from an enemy nation was no enviable task. The environment was harsh, and the responsibilities were plentiful. Although situated in the imperial capital, advancing further was a challenge. Should the hostage escape, he would bear the blame, and any misstep would result in punishment. Despite his dissatisfaction, military orders were absolute, and he had no choice but to comply. To his astonishment, upon arrival, he found himself not in a grim dungeon, but rather in the grand estate of the Grand Princess. The hostage he was to oversee was far from ordinary. Most strikingly, he had caught the sovereign's attention. It was simply astonishing. Chapter 12. Your sword has flaws. Uncle Qin is not merely a businessman, is he? Shang Wanchen asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. Xianing Xue was taken aback and inquired, why do you say that? I observe that Uncle Qin possesses an air characteristic of those in power. That may be attributed to my father still serving in the court. Xianing Xue casually offered an excuse, silently admiring his perceptiveness. Oh, I see. Shang Wanchen nodded and resumed his reading, which caused a spark of annoyance in Xianing Xue. Books, books, books. Her vision was filled with them. Unable to contain her frustration, she thought, you might as well be with your books. Pouting slightly, she turned away and muttered, I shall go prepare lunch then. Shang Wanchen responded lightly, finding amusement in her reaction. Just before she could walk too far, he added, by the way, your swordsmanship has too many flaws. You need to practice more. Xianing Xue paused, her expression brightening, and her previous discontent vanished in an instant. Though her swordplay had its shortcomings, it was not easily perceived by the average individual, and for someone to discern them indicated a high level of mastery in the sword arts. Young master, you are indeed no ordinary person. This marks the first occasion on which she has personally divulged her thoughts since discovering that Su Chun is not an ordinary individual. Although she refrains from articulating it directly or demonstrating any overt power, the mere utterance of these words fills Xianing Xue with immense joy. If she previously harbored doubts, she is now nearly unequivocally convinced of Su Chen's exceptional nature. I shall ensure that you reveal everything to me, Xianing Xue silently resolves within her heart. Compared to her former existence, she finds greater satisfaction in her current life. Perhaps it is due to her high status, having been showered with adulation since childhood, with every desire effortlessly fulfilled, rendering her life rather mundane. The present experience, akin to unraveling a mystery, instills in her a profound sense of accomplishment. After perusing a book for a while, Shang Wanchen felt considerably lighter. Since becoming the master of the heavenly evil sword, he has been able to introspect. At this moment, under his scrutiny, he discovers that the malevolent energy within him has been entirely suppressed to his dantian, and its quantity has significantly diminished. Half a year ago, upon initially ascending to the role of swordmaster, he was elated to witness his rapidly increasing cultivation, nearly shouting with joy to those around him, I can cultivate. However, he later realized that his body grew increasingly heavy and fatigued, feeling an overall discomfort. Upon introspection, he discovered the presence of malevolent energy within him. This energy, a shade of dark gray, clung to various parts of his body, incessantly eroding his vitality and beginning to affect his mental clarity. In that moment, panic set in, prompting him to seek solutions far and wide, ultimately leading him to delve into literature. Since then, he has approached his cultivation growth with a calm demeanor, for he has come to understand that no matter how formidable one's cultivation may be, one must possess the vitality to sustain it. The body is of paramount importance. Thereafter, he devoted himself to reading daily, nurturing both body and spirit, and indulging in healthful teas. Although this world lacks goji berries, it offers even more potent alternatives. Presently, the malevolent energy throughout his body has been nearly eradicated, with only a remnant stubbornly lingering in his dantian. Nonetheless, this is not a significant concern, as long as it does not spread. Reflecting on the process of becoming the master of the heavenly evil sword, Shang Wanchen finds it replete with drama. On that fateful day, he ventured alone to the riverbank, where he observed an abundance of fish and felt a sudden urge to fish. After hours of waiting without a single catch, just as he prepared to abandon his endeavor, he felt a tug on his line. His heart leaped with joy, and he jerked the rod sharply, only to witness a dark object soaring toward him. Initially mistaking it for a black fish, he soon realized, upon its landing at his feet and inflicting a wound upon his leg, that it was a pitch-black sword. Having unwittingly recognized it as his own, the sword then entwined itself around him. The books in this courtyard cannot sustain him for long. Attending the poetry gathering is not entirely out of the question. Recalling his thoughts, Shang Wanchen began contemplating the prospect of attending the poetry event. Yet, as he is a hostage, he is uncertain whether he can even leave the courtyard. Would he be able to venture there? Even if he could, he would likely need to disguise himself. Otherwise, recognition could lead to unnecessary commotion and complications. Meanwhile, the outside world awaits, eager to see how De Xian will respond to De Yan's provocations. Will they prepare for war? Should one simply eliminate the third prince of the Great Yin or issue a frenzied declaration? Yet, a day has passed, and aside from some murmurs among the populace, there has been no response from the Great Xian. It is as if they are entirely oblivious to the situation. This has left many astonished. Historically, the Great Xian has been formidable. They should not have remained silent in the face of such indignity. However, the reality before them has left them perplexed. Why has the Great Xian not reacted? Could it be that they are so composed in the face of such humiliation? Not only outsiders, but even those of the Great Yin are taken aback. They had presumed that, even if the Great Xian would not launch a full-scale offensive, there would surely be some minor disturbances. Yet, there has been no response whatsoever. Frankly, if the Great Xian had reacted, they might have felt a sense of relief. But now, the lack of response has led to rampant speculation. In truth, Xian Qianming is elated after his encounter with Shang Wanchen. He is convinced that the latter conceals many secrets and is far from the incompetent fool portrayed by the Great Yin. If circumstances allowed, he would eagerly proclaim to the world his gratitude to the Great Yin for delivering a genius into his hands, thus striking a severe blow to their pride. Yet, he restrained himself. The situation is still unresolved, and it would be unwise to make any premature declarations. He needs to ascertain further details before devising his plans. Upon returning to the palace, Xian Qianming immediately summoned his trusted aide. Old Mo, arrange for a condemned prisoner. Inform him that 3 days hence, at the poetry gathering on Qinghe Street, he is to kill a man. If he succeeds, I shall grant him a pardon, sparing him from execution. You shall accompany him throughout, ensuring that the prisoner does not truly kill the target. If necessary, intervene at the right moment. He then tossed a token, saying, the target will carry this token. Ensure he does not mistake it. Any unnecessary casualties will be met with the harshest consequences. Old Gong displayed a look of confusion but did not inquire further. He respectfully accepted the token. As you command. After bowing, he withdrew. Xian Qianming sat alone in his position, a glimmer of intent flickering in his eyes. Let me see what you truly possess. This is merely a test. Should Shang Wanchen exhibit no remarkable qualities at the moment of his demise, it would be disappointing, and he would lose interest. However, if the boy reveals something extraordinary, it would affirm Xian Yingshue's assertions, making him worthy of alliance and cultivation. Should that time come, it would be inconsequential for him to secure the boy's identity as one of the Great Xian or to shield him from external pressures, as long as he is present. No one would dare speak against it. Suchen, I hope you do not let me down. Xian Qianming looked forward to the possibility of seeing the young man again in 3 days. Su Wu, we have been adversaries all our lives. This time, who will triumph remains uncertain. Chapter 13. I am a man of integrity. Shang Wanchen was unaware that an assassin would be sent after him at the Qinghe Street poetry gathering. For the next 3 days, he went about his life as usual. Rising early, he immersed himself in his books. After a time, his maid, Xiaoxue, brought forth fragrant dishes and lovingly fed him. Each moment of indulgence made him reminisce about the time she first became his maid. Do not even mention the preparation of fragrant dishes. It would suffice if he did not end up creating an unidentifiable mass. Who could fathom the emotions he experienced upon witnessing the meal he produced, which bore an uncanny resemblance to excrement? His vision darkened in that moment. Yet, the young lady insisted he taste her creation. Faced with her eager expression, Shang Wanchen could not bring himself to utter the words. It resembles excrement. He feared it would undermine her self-esteem. Thus, with gritted teeth, he took a bite, only to spend the next 3 days in utter distress. The taste was not merely reminiscent of excrement. It was indistinguishable. Of course, it is not that he had ever tasted excrement, but one could argue that the experience was akin to having done so. The same shape, the same scent. From that point onward, whenever she requested him to sample her culinary creations, Shang Wanchen would unhesitatingly retort, it resembles excrement. Consequently, Xian Yingxue fell into a period of melancholy, ultimately resolving to change and diligently practice her skills. As Shang Wanchen refused to partake, his household servants bore the brunt of her culinary experiments. No one escaped the fate of tasting her dishes. Shang Wanchen felt quite helpless. Although his household was not large, it housed over 20 servants. Since they began sampling Xian Yingshue's dishes, their numbers had dwindled. As a cultivator, he could scarcely endure it, and the ordinary servants fared even worse. After several meals, one by one, they lost half their vitality. Reluctantly, Shang Wanchen provided them with a sum to seek medical treatment and enjoy their twilight years. Within a fortnight, only he and Xian Yingxue remained in the residence. Fortunately, her persistent training bore fruit, although the appearance of her dishes still left much to be desired. The flavor had improved significantly. As of now, Xianingshua's culinary skills had progressed remarkably. If one were to inquire why a princess would engage in such endeavors, she would surely respond, to never concede defeat. Indeed, initially, her feelings for Shangwan Chun were devoid of any special attachment, propelled solely by her indomitable spirit. It is true that her culinary prowess had seen considerable advancement. A timely compliment from Shangwan Chun could elevate her mood for an entire day, if it's delicious. Indulge yourself, open wide, she would say, expertly guiding the spoon to his lips. Shangwan Chun swallowed it whole, mumbling, "At this rate, I shall become a useless person." He feared becoming reliant on this sensation. Would that not render him a dependent? As an ambitious youth, it was best to embrace dependence sooner rather than later. The earlier one starts, the sooner one can relish the benefits. After breakfast, Xianingshua practiced her swordsmanship while Shangwan Chun continued his reading, the two forming an unspoken understanding, each respecting the other's space. After a while, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." As he spoke, Shangwan Chun's gaze turned toward the entrance, where Chun Fan entered, arms laden with a multitude of books, grinning widely. "Hey, third prince, I noticed your fondness for reading, so I specifically gathered a plethora of books for you." His face radiated joy. For reasons unknown, Shangwan Chun felt a peculiar undertone in Chun Fan's smile. These books were indeed the result of Chun Fan's considerable effort. Since the moment Xian Qianming departed from the courtyard with a hearty laugh, he began to harbor intentions of currying favor with Shangwan Chun. After much contemplation, he could only recall that Shangwan favored literature. To this end, he devoted considerable effort. "The third prince, I have gone to great lengths to procure this for you. I assure you it will meet your satisfaction." As he spoke, Chun Fan incessantly exchanged knowing glances with Su Chun. Shangwan Chun, increasingly perplexed, set aside his book and casually picked up one of the volumes brought by Chun Fan. There was no title, and the cover was entirely unadorned. He gently opened it, scrutinizing its contents. As he read, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. The text boldly proclaimed. The two, unable to restrain their passions, tumbled from the bedside, swiftly shedding their garments. What followed was a series of unspeakable scenes that even someone of Shangwan Chun's extensive experience in the realm of literature found astonishingly explicit. He could only sigh and wonder at the audacity of practitioners of the arcane arts. Observing his engrossment, Chun Fan chuckled to himself, convinced he had chosen wisely. Xianingshua, having halted her sword practice, regarded the two with a similarly strange expression. Chun Fan's grin always gave her an impression of something unsavory. Could it be that the book contained lewd material? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting her to approach them. Ahem. Sensing Xianingshua's gaze and footsteps, Su Chun coughed, swiftly closing the book and adopting a serious demeanor. "Chen Daoyu, I believe you have misunderstood me. As a gentleman of integrity, how could I possibly indulge in such literature? It is an affront to a scholar's vision. Please take it away." Chun Fan's smile faltered, momentarily rendered speechless. He had clearly seen Shangwan Chun engrossed in the reading. How could he turn so quickly? At that moment, he caught a meaningful glance from Shangwan Chun, and, glancing sideways, he quickly comprehended the situation. He hastily apologized. "Third prince, it is entirely my fault for presuming to present something you might not appreciate. I shall remove it at once." With that, he prepared to leave with the books. Just then, he heard a faint voice. "We shall be departing tomorrow. Remember to discreetly place it in my room." Chun Fan halted mid-step, a grin blooming on his face, his heart swelling with joy. He softly replied, "Third prince, rest assured," and then strode out of the courtyard with purpose. "What were you discussing just now?" Xianingshua inquired, curiosity piqued as she approached Shangwan Chun. "Oh, nothing of consequence. Merely asking Chen Daoyu to return those books," Shangwan Chun replied nonchalantly. "What was written within?" Xianingshua asked, intrigued. "You, a young lady, should refrain from such reading. It may not be suitable for your delicate sensibilities," Su Chun subtly suggested. Xianingshua immediately grasped the implication, confirming her suspicions, and frowned. It is utterly incomprehensible that such a person would present such literature to a gentleman. Ah, he meant well, and besides, as a man of virtue, I would not cast a glance at those books even if they lay before me, Shangwan Chun asserted, thumping his chest. Xianingshua regarded him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, asking, "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely," he affirmed. "Then who do you suppose the books I saw in your room earlier belonged to?" "Ah, this is certainly not mine." Shang Wanchun was taken aback, realizing that his secret stash had been discovered. He could not possibly admit to it, otherwise his reputation would be utterly tarnished. Chapter 14. The poetry gathering on Qinghe Street. If it is not yours, could it possibly belong to me? Young master, it is unwise to cultivate the habit of deceit. Xianing Xue regarded him with a knowing glance. Shang Wanchun whistled and averted his gaze. He was well aware of what Xianing Xue was insinuating, not merely regarding those books, but also concerning himself. Sometimes, the truth is not of paramount importance, is it? After all, there is more than one person who spins tales. Shang Wanchun replied, just as he refrained from probing into Xianing Xue's identity. Is the truth significant? Certainly, it holds weight. Yet, at times, it may not matter at all. At least, life at present is rather carefree. On occasion, his feigned ignorance is not born of true folly, but rather a desire to avoid confrontation. Xianing Xue was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by his response. Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. Was she not also engaging in deception? Some truths will reveal themselves in due course. Excessive insistence may lead to unfavorable outcomes. Little Snow has learned a lesson. She bowed slightly. Young master, are you to venture to Qinghe Street tomorrow? It would be a pleasant diversion, and I have yet to experience the cultural richness of Dexian. However, Shang Wanchun cast her a sidelong glance and replied helplessly. I am currently in the position of a hostage. Would Dexian allow me to roam freely in the imperial capital? Why not inquire with the esteemed official outside? Xianing Xue smiled. Since Dexian has entrusted him with your care, they must certainly be aware of your ability to venture out. Indeed. Shang Wanchun nodded and called towards the door. General Chun, might I be permitted to wander outside tomorrow? Upon hearing, Chun Fan immediately responded. The third prince is free to roam as he pleases. It is of no consequence. Nonsense. If the emperor himself approves, who could possibly hinder him? He would actually prefer for Shang Wanchun to go out. Otherwise, how could he discreetly place those books in his chamber? Well then, that settles it. Shang Wanchun breathed a sigh of relief, yet a peculiar feeling lingered within him. In Dexian, he seemed to find more freedom than in Dian. As a prince, life appeared comfortable, yet it was fraught with rules and constraints. Young master, I fear I cannot accompany you tomorrow. I must return home, Xianing Xue said apologetically. It was not that she was unable to go, but rather that she needed to adopt a different identity. The reason being her concern that Shang Wanchun might attract trouble. Attending as the Long Princess could serve to deter certain individuals. Very well, I shall have Chun Daoyu accompany me. He is more familiar with the surroundings. Shang Wanchun nodded, not insisting further. The following morning, after completing his reading and enjoying the breakfast prepared by Xianing Xue, Su Chen began his preparations. Meanwhile, Xianing Xue departed. The poetry gathering was scheduled for the evening, so there was no rush. Once Xianing Xue had left, Chun Fan bounced into the courtyard, clutching a pile of books. Approaching the door, he knocked and exclaimed excitedly, Third Prince, I collected several rare editions yesterday. Even I, a seasoned connoisseur, could hardly contain my excitement upon seeing them. Oh. Within the confines of his room, Shang Wanchun felt a flicker of curiosity as he opened the door and reached for the book in the hands of the departing figure. Upon inspection, he found it indeed more thrilling than the previous day's readings. However, he could not claim that it overwhelmed him. At least, his sensations were not particularly heightened. This realm, in this regard, paled in comparison to the world of his past life. Yet, there was little else to occupy his time here apart from cultivation. And indulging in such literature was a welcome distraction. Most importantly, even this type of reading managed to temper the malevolent energy within him. If it proved effective, it was certainly worth keeping. Silently, Shang Wanchun accepted the book, placing it in the corner of his room, then reconsidered its safety and ultimately tucked it beneath his bed. It was not fear of theft that prompted this action, but rather concern over the discovery of his interest in such texts, which might tarnish his reputation as a scholar. Once he had secured the book, he called out to Chen Fan, who was about to leave. General Chen, I plan to attend the poetry gathering at Qinghe Street later. Would you be so kind as to accompany me? Chen Fan paused, his movements stiffening as he turned with a forced smile. Since it is the third prince's request, it shall be no trouble at all. He hesitated, aware that the attendees would predominantly be the progeny of influential figures, making it easy to offend someone. Yet, as Shang Wanchun was acknowledged by the sovereign, attending was not optional. I sense that you might be reluctant, my friend Chen. If you prefer not to go, it is perfectly acceptable, Shang Wanchun stated, not wishing to impose, but rather hoping for the comfort of a companion in this unfamiliar setting. Chen Fan, however, was quick to dismiss this notion, shaking his head vigorously. Your Highness, you have misunderstood me entirely. I harbor no desire to decline. In fact, I dream of attending. He indeed wished to go, aside from the potential for offense, as a man of humble origins. He had never had the privilege to attend the poetry gatherings on Qinghe Street, nor did he feel deserving of such an invitation. Chen Fan had long been curious about the revelry showcased by the sons and daughters of the elite and the prodigies at these gatherings. Accompanying Shangguan Chen offered him a rare opportunity to broaden his horizons. Then I am grateful to you, General Chen. After a session of disguising themselves, the afternoon had arrived. Before stepping out, Shangguan Chen managed to glance at a few pages of the book once more. Meanwhile, far on the fringes of the Dashuan dynasty, a black-clad woman, her expression impassive, sheathed her long sword after dispatching a band of marauders. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the vast expanse, fixating upon the imperial capital. In the next moment, her form transformed into a streak of light, melding into the obsidian blade in her grasp. The sword sliced through the air with a subtle arc, cleaving the void before vanishing without a trace. The Qinghe Street Poetry Gathering is an annual assembly of young cultivators in the Dashuan imperial capital, a leisurely diversion for practitioners amidst their rigorous training. On this day, the talented scions of prominent families engage in poetry, music, and dance, as well as forging friendships. Over the years, the Qinghe Street Gathering has evolved into an essential destination for the gifted within the Dashuan realm. A poet of merit earns significant renown, after all. A genius who excels in arts and literature is far more appealing than one who possesses only martial prowess. Alongside cultivation, cultural refinement must be honored, and the Qinghe Street Poetry Gathering presents an opportunity to cultivate one's reputation. Is this year's Qinghe Street Poetry Gathering about to commence? Indeed, it is happening tonight. One wonders who will once again ascend to prominence. I still recall the son of the town's South King, Huang Feng, who captivated all with his line, "In the mist." The fairy shadow is dreamlike, while the purple lightning and thunder shatter the vast expanse, thereby overshadowing his peers and achieving great renown. The son of General Wang Tao, also impressed with his verse. The silver glow of the moonlight bathes the sky, while the dragon's chant resonates over the starry sea. I yearn to witness this grand event at Qinghe Street in person, but alas, those who can attend the gathering are either prodigies or individuals of noble lineage. One can only wait to see what dazzling verse will emerge tonight. As he strolls along the street, Shangguan Chen can hear the murmurs of the crowd discussing the Qinghe Street Poetry Gathering. This event is even more captivating than he had anticipated. However, it stands to reason. The world lacks the entertainment of previous lives, and cultivation can be monotonous. Some practitioners may find themselves stuck at a certain realm for months, years, or even decades. In their leisure, the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting have become a means for cultivators to divert their attention. Most view these pursuits as a form of mental cultivation, and often, a single line of poetry, a painting, or even a melody can lead to breakthroughs from long-standing stagnation. He merely hopes that there will be ample poetry within the Qinghe Palace. Otherwise, there may not be enough to satisfy his curiosity. Chapter 15. Breakthrough to the Third Realm Su Xiaoyu. It is rumored that this Qinghe Street Poetry Gathering is larger than previous editions, attracting not only the talents from the Great Xian realm, but also many from foreign lands. Along the way, Chen Fan quietly informed Shangguan Chen, altering the title of the third prince to Su Xiaoyu in order to conceal Shangguan Chen's identity. Foreign talents as well. Shangguan Chen expressed his surprise. Chen Fan, anticipating his inquiries, explained, the ongoing conflict between our nations does not hinder the exchange among cultivators. Some maintain a neutral stance. Besides, this is a time of ceasefire, and certain cultivators from the Great Yin will also participate. Shangguan Chen nodded, reassured that with his altered appearance, even cultivators from the Great Yin would not recognize him. Furthermore, it is said that this gathering features several prominent contenders for the top prize, not only possessing exceptional cultivation talent, but also remarkable poetic skills. What is their level of cultivation? Shangguan Chen inquired as they walked. One is merely 17, yet has reached the 5th level of qi condensation, and another, at 18, has achieved the 8th level. Of course, among the younger generation of the Great Xian, the Crown Princess boasts the highest talent, attaining the 9th level of qi condensation by the age of 17. Chen Fan responded. 17, and at the 9th level of qi condensation? Shangguan Chen was taken aback. Such cultivation indeed marks a formidable talent. Even in the Great Yin, his brother, considered a genius, only reached the 8th level at 17. While the Great Xian's crown princess has already attained the 9th. He assessed his own cultivation, feeling that he was nearing the threshold of the 3rd realm. It is likely that within a couple of days, he will achieve a breakthrough. If fortune favors him, it may even occur tonight. Chen Fan's descriptions indeed characterize prodigies. Yet, Shang Wanchen remains unperturbed. In terms of cultivation, he surpasses them, and when it comes to poetry, he is exceedingly exceptional. After all, there exists a poetic heritage that has been passed down through millennia from another world. Any random piece selected from this treasure trove represents an unattainable pinnacle for ordinary individuals. As dusk approached, the vicinity of Qinghe Street in the northern part of the imperial capital became increasingly crowded. Qinghe Street, named for its proximity to the clear water river, was adorned with numerous boats floating upon its surface. Flanking the street stood towering pavilions, with countless lanterns suspended within, and renowned poems and paintings displayed throughout, creating an extraordinary ambience. At this moment, people continued to arrive in a steady stream. The newcomers were all elegantly attired, reveling in their nobility. Observing the splendid garments of those around him, Shang Wanchen could not help but furrow his brow. It was not out of disdain, but rather because he and Chen Fan were the only two in plain attire, instantly drawing attention amidst the crowd. Who is this person? Did he simply throw on any clothes and come here? Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be an ordinary individual, likely here to partake in the spectacle. He would not be allowed entry into Qinghe Street. From my observation, this person did not exude the aura of a high-ranking official or noble, appearing to be just an ordinary man. It was hardly surprising, as such individuals often visited each year. Indeed, Shang Wanchen's attire was indistinguishable from that of common folk, leading many around to assume he was merely a spectator. The official responsible for verifying entry qualifications, upon seeing him, frowned and coldly remarked, "Young man, this place is not for ordinary people. If you have no business here, I suggest you leave promptly." Shang Wanchen frowned, about to respond, when Chen Fan, unable to contain himself, exclaimed angrily, "Have you lost your sight? Who said one must be extravagantly dressed to enter? What is the use of superficial grandeur? Our young master simply looks down upon such trivialities." Upon hearing this, many gazes around them turned icy. This person certainly had an audacious tongue. If he could not enter Qinghe, it would be one matter, but should he gain entry, I would be intrigued to witness what he meant by superficial grandeur. Humph. This individual is quite arrogant. If he manages to enter Qinghe Street, I shall be eager to challenge him. The youth was unfamiliar to me, and I suspected he was no formidable character. His words would likely bring him trouble soon enough. Shang Wanchen felt somewhat exasperated, as Chen Fan had unwittingly attracted a host of enmity for him. However, it was not a significant concern. With a stern expression, he extended the token given to him by Xian Qianming. Upon seeing it, the man's expression shifted dramatically, and he respectfully returned the token, awkwardly smiling, "My apologies. Esteemed young master, I was disrespectful earlier. You may enter Qinghe Street. To avoid unnecessary complications, I kindly request you wear this token visibly at your waist." "Very well." Shang Wanchen replied with a faint nod, casually fastening the token to his waist, and he and Chen Fan strode confidently inside. Those around them were taken aback, astonished that he could indeed gain entry. Who was this person? He truly managed to enter? This was quite an eye-opener. I had never encountered this man before. I had presumed he was merely boasting. Some disbelieving souls approached the official, inquiring, "Sir, may I ask about the background of that youth from earlier?" In an instant, many ears perked up, eager to hear the answer. A solemn expression flickered across the man's face as he remarked, "I am unaware of this person's identity. However, that token is from within the palace." From the palace? The surrounding crowd collectively gasped, incredulous at the notion that the seemingly ordinary boy might be of royal descent. When did the esteemed members of the Great Xian dynasty don such humble attire? Moreover, why did they have no recollection of this youth? Upon entering Qinghe Street, the throngs of people noticeably diminished. "Su Xiaoyu," Chen Fan inquired, "the poetry gathering will not commence for another hour. Should we not find a place to sit?" With a sweeping glance, Shang Wanchen asked, "Where is Qinghe Palace?" His intentions were clear. He preferred to peruse the poetry before attending to the gathering, which he deemed secondary. "Qinghe Palace, you say?" Chen Fan paused momentarily, then smiled. "That is indeed a splendid destination." In truth, he was more inclined to visit the riverside, where singers and dancers would perform, providing a much more delightful spectacle prior to the poetry event. Alas, this third prince had a penchant for scholarly pursuits. There was no choice but to acquiesce. He gestured in a direction, and Shang Wanchen promptly set off. After a few paces, he suddenly turned back, saying, "General Chen, if you find yourself at leisure, feel free to explore elsewhere. There is no need to feel obliged to accompany me." It was evident to him that Chun Fan preferred other diversions, and he had no intention of imposing his company. "Really?" Chun Fan's expression brightened, ready to depart, only to hesitate and reconsider. "Perhaps I shall accompany you after all." Truly unnecessary. "Very well." Observing Chun Fan vanish in a flash, Shang Wanchen wore an odd expression. His performance was not without merit. After a few minutes of walking, Shang Wanchen finally beheld the sign of Qinghe Palace. The pavilion was expansive, with even the columns at the entrance engraved with verses. The number of visitors was greater than he had anticipated. Upon noticing his plain attire, the onlookers expressed mild surprise. Yet no one spoke further. Merely entering this place signified his status. Perhaps he was another nobleman, intentionally presenting himself in such a manner to see if anyone would dare offend him. Such peculiar habits were rife within the imperial city, rendering them accustomed to the spectacle. As he stepped into Qinghe Palace, he was immediately greeted by an array of poetry collections, their abundance illuminating his interest. Just as he was about to peruse them, Shang Wanchen sensed a surge of energy inexplicably entering his body. Has it arrived already? His expression shifted as he glanced toward a certain point in the air. His cultivation was already on the brink of a breakthrough, and this influx of energy propelled him past that threshold, entering the third realm of spirit assimilation. The first realm, Qi refinement, hones the physique. The second realm, Qi condensation, refines one's breath and clears the meridians. The third realm, spirit assimilation, allows one to assimilate spirit energy and wield spiritual power. It can be said that achieving spirit assimilation marks the initial entry into the realm of cultivators, with the preceding realms serving as preparation. Shang Wanchen could feel the surrounding spiritual energy being gradually absorbed into his body, though the process was slow. It was an experience he had never sensed before. Assimilating spirit energy into his body transformed it into spiritual power, which was then stored within his dantian. However, his dantian was shrouded in malevolent energy. Shang Wanchen initially thought this would pose a significant challenge, but upon introspection, he discovered that the sinister energy did not interfere with his spiritual power, indicating a state of relative harmony. The predicament, however, lay in the fact that although his cultivation had advanced, the malevolent energy had also increased considerably. Consequently, he began to diligently peruse the nearby collections of poetry. Chapter 16. The Princess's Gaze. After spending over half an hour, Shang Wanchen had skimmed through the poetry collections. The quality varied significantly. Some were commendable, while others fell short. Yet, even the finest verses could not compare to the timeless phrases of his past life. The sole advantage was that the malevolent energy within him had diminished somewhat. He subsequently embarked on a second and third reading. By the time he completed the third round, more than an hour had elapsed, and the malevolent energy had notably lessened. Many around him had begun to notice this peculiar individual, while most people gravitated towards the more renowned works. He had read through all the poetry collections in the Qinghe Palace, and not just once but thrice. Shang Wanchen paid no heed to the curious gazes directed at him. With a sense of ease, he exited the Qinghe Palace and made his way towards the center of Qinghe Street. Having broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm, he had become more attuned to his surroundings. Through his heightened perception, he noted that the majority of passers-by were at the early stages of the Qi condensation realm, with few in the mid-stage, and almost none at the late stages of the 7th, 8th, or 9th levels. In a generation where those aged 17 or 18 with a cultivation level above the 6th stage of Qi condensation were deemed geniuses, his prowess was indeed unparalleled. Within the Great Flame realm, the highest cultivation level reached the 5th stage, and with his current 3rd stage, he could already be considered a formidable force. A slight smile played on Shang Wanchen's lips, although his cultivation was only at the 3rd stage. If he were to wield the celestial evil sword in conjunction with his current mastery of the sword arts, even cultivators of the 5th stage would not stand a chance against him. Yet, he understood that should he truly unleash this power, he would be courting death, as it was not something he could fully control at present. Rather, it was a trump card to be reserved for dire situations. He pondered the highest cultivation level within the Great Profound realm, suspecting that it might surpass that of the Great Flame realm significantly. Nevertheless, with his current strength, he felt confident in his ability to safeguard himself. Bravo! That was splendid. As he contemplated, Shang Wanchen heard a familiar voice nearby. He glanced around and quickly spotted Chen Fan, who was animatedly gesturing amidst a throng of excited onlookers. The crowd surrounding him was exuberant, their cheers resounding in the air. Shangguan Qin's expression turned curious as he shifted his steps, soon finding himself within the crowd, drawn towards the focal point of their attention. Before him, a group of dancers clad in sheer, diaphanous garments, adorned with pale purple bodices that unveiled much of their midriff, gracefully showcased their art. Their long skirts swayed to reveal glimpses of their elegant thighs, and as melodious songs filled the air, they danced gracefully in the open square. Occasionally, they would cast flirtatious glances and strike enticing poses, eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Shangguan Qin watched with keen interest. These women were indeed skilled. Their dance, a blend of elegance and subtle allure, effortlessly captivated the gaze of the majority of the men present. Even the women could not help but steal glances. Brother Chen appears to be in high spirits, remarked Shangguan Qin with a chuckle. Chen Fan's smile faltered as he turned to see that it was indeed Shangguan Qin's voice. Feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head and said, "Forgive me, young Master Su. It's my first time here, and I've never encountered such elegance before. What I've seen in the past was all utterly mundane, lacking any sense of beauty, just common. Had it not been for accompanying Shangguan Qin this time, I would have remained oblivious to how splendidly these individuals dine." Now he thought he might find it hard to enjoy the performances at Qinghua Tower again. Their beauty, grace, and dance all were incomparable. "Ha ha. I understand, Shangguan Qin said, patting him on the shoulder, revealing an expression that men instinctively comprehend. "Alas, we are merely workers. We cannot compare to someone like young Master Su, who is accustomed to feasting on delicacies." Chen Fan sighed, unable to fathom the divine life Shangguan Qin, the third prince of Dian, led. Shangguan Qin's lips twitched, while he was indeed the third prince of Dian. Apart from possessing a bit more wealth and power than the average person, there was little difference in his life, far from the extravagant indulgence one might imagine. "Look, that is Zhou Xiang's son, Zhou Tianyi." Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. "Zhou Tianyi, he is a genius. I wonder what poetry he will compose this year. He missed last year, but we finally get to see him now." Although most present were the offspring of dignitaries, there was still a hierarchy among them. Zhou Tianyi, being the offspring of the esteemed prime minister of the Great Xian, commanded great attention the moment he appeared. "Is Zhou Tianyi truly remarkable?" Shangguan Qin inquired, his gaze drawn to a proud-looking youth clad in a white long robe, who walked slowly, surrounded by admirers, like the moon encircled by stars. "Zhou Tianyi is indeed exceptional. At merely 17, he has already reached the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. He is also a prodigy in poetry, having claimed the title of poetry champion 2 years ago." "I see," Shangguan Qin nodded, his heart remaining undisturbed. Soon, another exclamation echoed. "The son of King Chu, Xian Lang, has also arrived." This time, without needing to ask, Chen Fan began explaining. "King Chu is the current emperor's brother, ruling over the northwest of the Great Xian. Xian Lang is another genius, having reached the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm at just 16, and is also quite accomplished in poetry." Shangguan Qin observed Xian Lang, who appeared both handsome and amiable. The 5th prince has also arrived. Upon hearing the title of prince, Shangguan Qin instinctively turned his gaze, eager to witness the demeanor of the imperial offspring of the Great Xian. The youth was strikingly handsome, donned in a bright yellow robe, with his hair tied high, holding a fan in hand, exuding an air of nobility. At that moment, he stood at the front of a lavishly adorned carriage, smiling down at the throngs below. "We have the honor of meeting His Highness, the 5th prince." The crowd bowed in unison. After exchanging formalities, Zhou Tianyi and Xian Lang appeared considerably more relaxed than the others. "The 5th prince has arrived a bit late," Zhou Tianyi remarked with a smile. "How have you been lately, Brother Xianming?" Xian Lang inquired directly, as the 5th prince, Xianming, was a few months older than him, and they shared a decent rapport. "You two rushed over so swiftly without informing me. Had I not been prepared, I might have missed this poetry gathering," Xianming said with a hint of irritation. Although he lacked natural talent in poetry and song, he held a fondness for such pursuits. Yet, the two of them persistently concealed their abilities, choosing to unveil their new works only at the poetry event. Zhou Tianyi and Xian Lang exchanged glances, each sensing the other's exasperation. It was not that they were unwilling to share, rather, it was that the 5th prince, despite his lack of poetic flair, harbored a penchant for poetry, often altering the works of others to make them his own. While some modifications could be commendable, others were utterly atrocious. Upon hearing this, the The surrounding crowd stifled their laughter. As the entire realm of Daxian was aware of the fifth prince's infamous poem titled Playful Words. The content was roughly as follows. In the quiet night, a cat leaps, shadows play and dance. Suddenly, the sound of barking is heard, and laughter fills the air. Upon hearing Chen Fan recite it, Shang Wanchen couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed somewhat mundane, yet it rolled off the tongue better than many self-proclaimed masters' works. Is it the Grand Princess? Am I seeing things? Could it truly be Her Highness the Grand Princess? Suddenly, another voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the distance, including those of Zhou Tianyi, Xianlang, and Xianming. Elder sister? She actually came? Xianming expressed his surprise. Xianning Xue, the fourth child of Xianming, was his eldest daughter. Hence the public often referred to her as the Grand Princess or the Eldest Princess. The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, and Shang Wanchun found himself pushed to the edge, pondering what was so extraordinary about the Grand Princess that could provoke such a commotion. What had she accomplished to incite such fervor among the onlookers? Chen Fan cast a peculiar glance at him, thinking to himself that others would be grateful for just a glimpse. Yet here he was, suggesting the Grand Princess serve as a maid. Upon reflection, Chen Fan felt a twinge of envy. Why should it be so? If these individuals were to discover that the Grand Princess they revered was merely Shang Wanchen's attendant, he would likely be torn to shreds. Suppressing his frustration, Chen Fan resumed his explanation. The Grand Princess is the most cherished offspring of the Emperor, possessing beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Her talents surpass those of her peers in Daxian, and she is proficient in music and dance, making her the object of many a man's dreams. Most crucially, she has not attended a poetry gathering in 2 years, so her appearance today is indeed astonishing. Yet, deep down, Chen Fan understood that the princess likely came for Shang Wanchen, which made the situation all the more intriguing. Upon hearing his words, Shang Wanchen became intrigued and leaned forward to gaze ahead. Soon, he beheld an equally opulent carriage gliding towards him, and through its window, he caught sight of a pair of enchanting eyes. Although her features remained somewhat indistinct, her beauty was undeniable, radiating an air of aristocracy, truly a captivating ice queen. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, there was a sense of familiarity in her gaze. After ruminating for a moment, he could not discern the cause of this sensation. Inside the carriage, Xianning Xue had fixated her gaze on Shang Wanchun from the very beginning. Upon noticing the group of ethereal ladies behind him, her brow furrowed, and her mood soured. Heavens! Did Her Highness just look at me? Did you all see that? Nonsense. Her Highness was clearly gazing at me. What are your identities? How could Her Highness possibly take notice of you? She was looking at me. Just a fleeting glance from Xianning Xue stirred a wave of excitement among several self-assured men below. Zhou Tianyi, Xianming, and Xianlang followed her gaze but, amidst the throngs of people, failed to discern any particularly striking individual. A sense of perplexity filled their hearts, yet they quickly dismissed it, concluding that it was merely a cursory glance. In the realm of Daxian, they believed that no one yet held the interest of Xianning Xue, a fact they were acutely aware of. Chapter 17. The lotus blooming with the sound of poetry within a certain dungeon in the imperial capital, Chief Eunuch Mo, after a period of contemplation, arrived at a particular cell. As a venerable figure who had served Emperor Xianming for decades, he could easily surmise the latter's intentions. Although the request involved finding someone to eliminate an individual, he could detect the underlying implication in Emperor Xianming's words. If the intent were truly to kill, it would not be so convoluted. A mere dispatch would suffice. This course of action was likely a test, and since it was a test, the target must not meet a fatal end. The dilemma was that he did not know who the Emperor wished to eliminate, their age, or their level of cultivation. Only that the target possessed a token. This uncertainty made it challenging to identify the individual. In Chief Eunuch Mo's estimation, if the target's cultivation were too feeble, the Emperor would not have deemed it necessary to conduct a trial. After much deliberation, he devised a plan. He concluded that it would be prudent to seek out a practitioner with a cultivation level between the 5th and 6th stages of the spirit-nurturing realm, not too high, yet not too low. Qianzheng, I recall you are to be executed next month, are you not? He inquired, casting a neutral gaze upon a man languidly sprawled in the dungeon. The man stirred slightly, but offered no reply. I wonder who granted you the audacity to lay hands upon the offspring of court officials, Chief Eunuch Mo remarked with a hint of derision. The man before him was notorious as a flower thief, responsible for the suffering of countless maidens within Daxian. While it was one thing to wield a sixth-stage cultivation in the spirit-nurturing realm, attempting to flee in the imperial capital, where masters abound, would present considerable difficulty for someone of his caliber. Speak swiftly if you have something to say, the man rasped, his voice steeped in despondency. Chief Eunuch Mo chuckled coldly. Consider yourself fortunate. A task has arisen that requires your assistance. Should you succeed, your death sentence may be commuted, and you shall be allowed to depart. Upon hearing those words, the man finally ceased to exhibit his indifferent demeanor. He promptly rose and in an instant found himself before the cell door, crafted from a peculiar material. His eyes ablaze with a fervent red as he fixated on Master Mo, inquiring with palpable excitement, "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed, it is." Master Mo replied with a faint smile, extending a hand to present a pill. "This is the 9 revolutions soul-severing pill. Should you consume it, absent the antidote within 3 days, you shall perish with blood flowing from all your orifices. However, should you successfully complete your task, you will be granted both the antidote and your freedom. Should you choose to flee, a similar fate awaits you in 3 days. Do you not trust me?" The man's brow furrowed, hesitance creeping into his demeanor. Haha, who is unaware that Qianzhong, aside from his flower-picking pursuits, excels at fleeing? Master Mo retorted with a chilling laugh. "If you refuse, it is of no consequence. Next month is your scheduled execution. This slender thread of hope is yours to grasp or discard as you wish." Qianzhong remained silent for a lengthy moment before finally lifting his gaze to ask, "Who must I kill?" He was aware he could not confront a formidable cultivator. "I do not know," Master Mo answered candidly. "You do not know?" Qianzhong paused, taken aback. "But the target will carry a unique token." "Whose command is this?" "That is not for you to know." After a brief contemplation, Qianzhong declared, "I accept." "Excellent." Master Mo's face brightened with a smile as he tossed the token to him, saying, "Take this token, proceed to Qinghe Street, and upon encountering your target, the token will reveal its significance." Lastly, he observed as Qianzhong consumed the 9 revolutions soul-severing pill, nodding in satisfaction before instructing to open the cell door. Upon returning to the royal palace, Master Mo promptly reported to Qianming, "Your Majesty, the matter has been set in motion." "Very good." Qianming replied with a subtle smile. "Ah, there is one more thing. Send someone to keep watch over the poetry gathering at Qinghe Street. If any outstanding verses emerge, have them brought to me for review." "Understood," Master Mo responded respectfully, though his mind was awash with questions. The emperor had never shown such interest in the poetry gathering at Qinghe Street before. What had prompted this change? He dared not probe further, content to follow orders. At this moment, Qinghe Street was abuzz with activity. The arrival of the Grand Princess elevated the atmosphere to an extraordinary height. The terraces on either side of the street were filled with eager spectators, although the platforms occupied by the Grand Princess and the 5th Prince remained relatively sparse. Shangguan Chun and Chun Fan found themselves on one such terrace, affording them a panoramic view of the surroundings. On the river, pleasure boats showcased dancers for the audience's amusement. It was said that the Grand Princess of Dexian possessed unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being descending to Earth. Upon witnessing her today, those rumors proved true. One could only hope for a chance to capture her attention. From a certain terrace, a man's voice rang out loudly, drawing the gaze of many. "Who is this person? How audacious! I recognize him. He seems to be Zhao Buwei, the prodigy of the Zhao family from the Dian dynasty." "Ah, so he hails from Dian. No wonder he is so insufferable. How dare he speak of our Grand Princess?" On one particular terrace, Qianming displayed a disdainful expression, coldly remarking, "People from the Dian dynasty remain as unbearable as ever." Meanwhile, Qianxue did not even cast a glance in her direction. Her gaze seemed to drift across the distant river, yet in reality, she was closely observing Shangguan Chen's every move. Although Shangguan Chun had altered his appearance, his simple attire bore no distinction from that in the courtyard. Moreover, while Chen Fan had also undergone a transformation, his individual traits were unmistakable. Zhao Buwei of the Zhao family? He seemed somewhat familiar. As Shangguan Chun gazed at the man who spoke, a sense of recognition washed over him. The man, undeterred by the mockery of the crowd, let out a hearty laugh and leaped onto the bow of a boat in the river, adopting a provocative demeanor as he proclaimed loudly, "Today, since we shall blend poetry with martial prowess, I shall take the lead. Who dares to follow?" "Humph! Who would shy away?" Zhao Buwei declared, and as his words fell, another man sprang into the bow of a different boat, locking eyes with him. "Excellent. Esteemed friend, do make sure to thoroughly vanquish him. I've long harbored disdain for this fellow." The crowd erupted in applause, lamenting their missed opportunity to showcase their own talents before the princess. On a certain terrace, witnessing this unfold, Shangwan Chen could not restrain his curiosity and inquired further. Brother Chen, are there rules governing this competition of poetry? He initially assumed that the gathering was merely a spontaneous expression of creativity, where each participant would share their own verses. However, it appeared otherwise. Hee. You are unaware of this, my friend. Though it is my first visit here, I am somewhat acquainted with the rules, Chen Fan replied, patting his chest. Have you noticed the two grand vessels upon the river? In this poetic contest, participants recite their verses one-on-one from the bows of those boats. And how is victory determined? Shangwan Chen pressed on. Everyone has differing tastes in poetry. Haha. Dear Su, you are oblivious. Within the clear water river blooms a rare lotus that unfurls in response to poetry. The more exquisite your verse, the more blossoms that appear, thus determining the quality of the poetry. Each participant has 3 chances. The victor remains, while the defeated departs, continuing until no one dares to ascend again. Ultimately, the one who prevails becomes the champion of poetry. At last, Shangwan Chen comprehended the rationale behind their chosen location. He redirected his attention to the boats. As gasps of astonishment filled the air, Zhao Buwei had summoned 100 blooming lotuses. The other contestant had barely managed 20, such a stark disparity. This fellow truly possessed some talent. Indeed, on the distant surface of the river, clusters of white lotuses blossomed. In the brief exchange between him and Chen Fan, they had already completed the first round of competition. It was evident that Zhao Buwei emerged victorious. Do not gloat, I still have 2 chances. The other man, flustered, began to recite loudly. The autumn wind sweeps away the leaves. Yellow foliage carpets the ground. Amidst the laughter of children, boundless joy is found. Upon hearing this poem, Shangwan Chen instinctively knew that this individual was destined for defeat. Although he had not heard Zhao Buwei's verse, his intuition was unwavering. Scanning the surroundings, he noted many shaking their heads in disapproval. It was over. The disparity in skill was too great. He had not anticipated that Zhao Buwei would possess such prowess, and thus he claimed the lead. The next moment, the man's boat yielded 10 more blooming lotuses, totaling only 30, a stark contrast to the 100 of his opponent. The man's face flushed crimson, fully aware that he had lost all semblance of dignity, and, without even utilizing his 3rd chance, he dejectedly disembarked. The first contest concluded with Zhao Buwei from Dian emerging victorious. The crowd from Dashuan was incensed, rushing towards the ship in droves. I refuse to believe we are inferior to these Dian folk. Step aside. I shall force him down. However, after nearly half an hour of fierce competition, not a single individual could surpass the other in poetic prowess. The sole exception was a man who had exhausted all 3 chances, blooming with 110 lotus flowers on his final attempt. Soon, Zhao Buwei recited his second poem, The Spring Breeze Turns the Willows Green. Flowers bloom abundantly on the branches, swallows return to their nests, and vitality fills the roundness of life. 150 lotus flowers blossomed, securing yet another triumph. Is there truly no one among Dashuan who is formidable? Merely a collection of inferior specimens, Zhao Buwei scoffed, his tone dripping with arrogance. As he spoke, he cast a glance toward Xianing Xue, only to find her gaze entirely elsewhere, which stirred a twinge of irritation within him. His words ignited the ire of many young disciples from Dashuan, yet they were left powerless, for they indeed fell short in skill. This Dian lad is insufferably arrogant. On a nearby terrace, the 5th Prince Xianming furrowed his brow. Had it been a Dashuan individual winning, he would have praised their prowess, but alas, it was a member of Dian, which severely tarnished the dignity of Dashuan's youth. Seeing this, Xianlang, the son of King Chu, could no longer bear it. He leapt forth towards the ship, prompting the crowd to part for him. A man who had just boarded the ship immediately stepped down to yield his spot. It's Lord Xianlang. Once Xianlang makes his move, that insufferable fool will inevitably wither. Lord Xianlang, humiliate him thoroughly. The crowd erupted in excitement at Xianlang's entrance. It is well known that the strongest poet present was Zhou Tianyi, followed closely by Xianlang. Although Xianing Xue was impressive, her strengths lay in melody and dance. With Xianlang in play, the outcome was all but assured. Standing at the bow of the ship, Xianlang coldly remarked, "You're merely prolonging your fate. Do you truly believe no one can subdue you?" Without waiting for a response, he began to recite. In the ancient temple deep in the mountains, the sound of the bell echoes far. The setting sun casts long shadows of the pines. The monk's chanting fills the ears, and all worldly troubles are forgotten. As he finished, lotus flowers continuously blossomed in the water, reaching over 180. The disparity in strength was immediately evident. Chapter 18. Lacking a touch of elegance excellent. Truly worthy of Lord Xianlang. His words crushed the competition. Ha ha. Surely Zhao Buwei can no longer hold his ground now. It is indeed Lord Xianlang. The crowd applauded, their expressions brimming with excitement. Among them were several individuals from Dian. Their brows furrowed in concern. Zhao Buwei was already their most accomplished member. If he could not prevail, then the prospects for the others were dim indeed. Zhao Buwei's smile abruptly froze, his expression grave as he pondered intently in search of a poem that could potentially surpass his opponent. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss, his expression swiftly darkening. Xianlang discerned his discomfort and unabashedly mocked him. If you lack the ability, then perhaps you should step aside. You, Zhao Buwei, infuriated, clenched and unclenched his fists, ultimately bowing his head and departing the vessel. He had intended to display grandeur, yet instead became a mere stepping stone for others. Were he in Dian, he would surely make his opponent rue the day. Well done, Brother Lang. On the terrace, Xian Ming was elated, vigorously waving his fists. Zhou Tianyi, with a slight smile, suddenly darted forward, his laughter echoing. It appears that this poetry gathering is yet another contest between us. As he spoke, he reached the bow of the ship. The audience's eyes brightened, realizing that this moment was the pinnacle of excitement. The emergence of a timeless masterpiece rested upon the duel between the two. Shang Wanqin's demeanor grew serious. Meanwhile, Xianing Shui's gaze fixed upon him, pondering, will you take action? Her purpose for being there was Shang Wanqin. This was also her first encounter with him in his true form, and upon witnessing the glimmer of astonishment in his eyes, her heart swelled with joy. Having followed Shang Wanqin for the past 6 months, she had witnessed many of his poems. Even a single line from his work surpassed the collective efforts of those present, including Zhou Tianyi. As a maid, she sensed that Shang Wanqin harbored many secrets, yet occasionally, she hoped Su Chun would achieve fame and recognition, providing the world with a small yet profound shock. Such an outcome would fill her with pride and happiness. In the clear waters of the river, Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi faced each other, their gazes ablaze, as if a silent battle had already commenced. Brother Xian, we are old acquaintances, and we are well aware of each other's strengths. There is no need for convoluted pretense. Let us settle this with a straightforward contest, shall we? Xianlang stated directly, having prepared a poem, ready to vanquish his opponent. Zhou Tianyi raised an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing his lips. As you wish. In that case, allow me to present my humble offering first. Xianlang closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to recite. The autumn wind rises, the autumn leaves turn gold. Golden hues blanket the forest pathways. The sky is high, and the clouds are sparse, geese fly south, and the years pass swiftly once more. As these lines flowed forth, an immediate hush enveloped the surroundings. Even Shang Wanqin could not help but nod slightly. This was undoubtedly superior to the verses of those preceding him. Truly, Master Xian, these lines far surpass our meager attempts. In retrospect, we were but children playing at poetry. Many began to express their admiration. Soon, the river stirred, and lotuses began to bloom, swiftly reaching 100 and continually rising. Ultimately, they blossomed into 300, leaving the crowd astonished. Zhou Tianyi, witnessing this, could not help but express his surprise. After a year, your progress is remarkable. Indeed, one cannot remain stagnant. Xianlang replied, confidence radiating from his countenance. Yet compared to me, it seems you still fall slightly short. Zhou Tianyi, exuding confidence, proclaimed loudly, the mountains and rivers are picturesque. As if one were wandering through a painting, the azure waters embrace the autumn sky. The golden breeze carries fragrant scents along the path, while red leaves dance gracefully around the light boats. The geese fly south across the vast heavens, and the years flow silently like water. The passion of ages past still lingers, as the landscape resembles a painting, dreams drifting endlessly. Boom. The venue fell silent once more. Soon, enthusiastic applause erupted. Bravo! Young Master Zhou's poetry is truly remarkable. Lord Xianlang has lost. It is not due to his weakness, but rather Zhou's exceptional prowess. It seems this year's poetry champion will undoubtedly be Zhou Tianyi. This outcome was anticipated, as a mere glance revealed the victor. Xuanlong's lips twitched. He could not deny his defeat. Before long, The lotus blossoms unfurled, over 500 in number, securing a resounding victory. Brother Xianlang, I concede, Zhou Tianyi smiled faintly, already basking in the admiration of those around him. On the terrace, Shang Wanchen shook his head slightly. While these poems were commendable, they paled in comparison to those he held in high regard. Observing his reaction, Chen Fan expressed confusion. Do you not find these poems satisfactory, Su Xiaoyu? They sound quite decent, yet they lack a certain charm. Shang Wanchen spoke not out of arrogance, but rather to convey a truth. However, his remarks were overheard by others nearby, causing brows to furrow in discontent. Who is this young man to make such audacious claims? Lacking charm? How absurd. If you are truly so skilled, why not step up and demonstrate? Let us see if you possess genuine talent or merely a sharp tongue. Ignorance is indeed glaring. Do they not recognize what young Master Zhou's verses signify? Over 500 lotus blossoms blooming is a feat rarely achieved throughout history. Shang Wanchen felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly fell silent, not anticipating that his casual remark would draw such attention. The surrounding crowd, eager for discord, raised their voices, spreading the sentiment rapidly. What? Someone dares to claim that today's poetry lacks charm? That is utterly laughable. This young man is truly arrogant. Who is this bold figure to speak so grandiosely? In mere moments, Shang Wanchen had incited the ire of many. To them, this was a grave insult, one that could not be overlooked. Should he fail to justify his words, it was unlikely they would allow him to depart unscathed. Even the two individuals on the boat sensed the commotion, their expressions filled with confusion. Brother Xianlang, did you hear what they are saying over there? Zhou Tianyi inquired. Xianlang frowned, hesitating before responding. It seems someone mentioned that today's poetry lacks a certain charm. Haha, what an intriguing character. It has been ages since I encountered someone so presumptuous. Zhou Tianyi laughed heartily, dismissing the comments entirely. If someone truly possessed such skill, he would not hesitate to call them brother. However, Shang Wanchen had no intention of proving himself. He remained unfazed by the surrounding mockery. Unexpectedly, Zhou Tianyi's voice rang out. My good fellow, since this is a poetry gathering, why not come up and give it a try? Even if you lose, consider it an opportunity to make a friend. Shang Wanchen remained unmoved. Zhou Tianyi's voice echoed once more. Could it be that you look down upon us and are unwilling to befriend us? Shang Wanchen replied, very well. One must bow their head when under a roof. This is not the great Yan. If I do not make a show of goodwill, trouble may ensue. Reluctantly, he descended the stairs, making his way towards the riverbank under the gaze of the crowd. Could he truly be daring enough to test the waters? Let him go. Since he boasts so grandly, I am curious to see what he is capable of articulating. Ah, it seems we are in for quite a spectacle. Laughter and derision rippled through the onlookers, while on the terrace, Xianing Xue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 19. The lotus blooms across the river. It appears that today's poetry gathering may not be overly tedious after all. On the boat in the river. Upon witnessing his approach, Zhou Tianyi's eyes flickered with surprise and a hint of anticipation. I have no recollection of this individual. I am unaware of his background. Xianlang furrowed his brow and remarked, perhaps he is an extraordinary person. However, if he has come merely to mock us, I shall not let him off lightly. On the terrace, Chen Fan watched as Shang Wanchen indeed made his way down, his expression shifting. Although he knew Su Chen was fond of reading, composing poetry was not merely a matter of perusing books. Furthermore, under such scrutiny, should he win, his reputation would soar. Yet his identity would also be at risk of exposure. If he lost, he would surely face scorn. What a predicament! In his anxiety, he sought Xianing Xue's gaze for assistance. However, upon looking, he was taken aback. Your Highness, what is that expression of eager anticipation on your face? Could it be that young Master Su might actually prevail? Surely not. He had just claimed that winning could be achieved with mere casual remarks. Chen Fan was filled with doubt, yet seeing Xianing Xue's demeanor, he stifled his anxiety and turned his attention below. At the foot of the tower, on the street, Shang Wanchen did not leap onto the boat as they had imagined. Instead, he strolled leisurely to the riverbank, surveying his surroundings until he spotted a small boat. With a gentle leap, he boarded and began to row, seemingly intent on reaching the larger vessel. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. They had envisioned various grand entrances for Shang Wanchen. After all, he was the one who had suggested that today's poetry lacked a certain charm. Such a person ought to make a striking impression, surely. One would expect him to leap aboard or walk upon the water. Yet he chose to row like an ordinary man. The sight was utterly comical. Ha ha, this is hilarious. This person is truly a peculiar character, rowing over. Perhaps his cultivation has not even reached the chi condensation stage? It was evident from his attire that he did not hail from a wealthy family. It remained a mystery how he managed to arrive here. I had initially harbored some hope that he might compose a remarkable poem, yet this is all it amounts to? A mere jest. Soon, everyone will be laughing heartily. Having attended so many poetry gatherings, this was indeed the first time I had seen someone approach by boat. The crowd erupted in laughter, their words laced with mockery, gazing at the figures rowing in the river. They could hardly believe that he could produce anything that would overshadow the poetry of others. It seemed the words of the De Yen royal family were indeed accurate. Chen Fan could not help but sigh. Nevertheless, what did it matter? As long as the Grand Princess and the esteemed Emperor held him in high regard. Even if he were deemed worthless, his status would remain extraordinary. Contemplating this, he cast a silent glance at Xian Xue, only to find her expression seemingly unperturbed. What he did not realize was that the more aloof Shang Wanchen appeared, the more exhilarated Xian Xue became. She relished the thrill of gradually unveiling the mystery that surrounded him. The deeper he concealed himself, the more it piqued her thirst for knowledge. One day, I shall ensure that you harbor no secrets before me. Xian Xue silently resolved, and for that purpose, she would continue her exploration and delve deeper. Meanwhile, the fifth prince of Dexian, Xian Ming, erupted into hearty laughter. How amusing. Truly delightful. There exists such an intriguing individual, unfazed by the ridicule and curious glances. Shang Wanchen paid them no heed. All those who leaped to conclusions were utterly mundane. This down-to-earth approach is rather dashing, wouldn't you agree? Shang Wanchen had intended to board one of the larger vessels, but suddenly spotted another boat positioned between the two. The three boats formed a triangular formation. However, the other vessel was occupied by the singing courtesans, who had long ceased their dance and stood at the bow, listening to the poetry recitations. As they watched, curiosity piqued when they noticed a young man rowing towards them, but to their surprise, he seemed focused not on them, but rather on their vessel. Shang Wanchen altered his course, heading toward this boat, prompting several onlookers to furrow their brows. Surely, wasn't he intending to admire those courtesans, was he? It was indeed possible. Young Master Zhou's poetry was not easily surpassed. I told you, that lad is nothing but a joke. The two young men on the other boats, Zhou Tianyi and Xian Lang, were somewhat taken aback. However, they did not believe Shang Wanchen was merely drawn to the courtesans. Rather, he genuinely sought to compete with them. Yet, on the riverside terrace, Xian Xue frowned once more. She had a nagging feeling that Shang Wanchen, following Chen Fan, was being led astray. Soon, Shang Wanchen's small boat reached the side of the larger vessel. He looked up at the crowd above, offering a slight smile, and said, "Excuse me, may I borrow this boat?" The courtesans aboard understood that those attending the poetry gathering were either affluent or noble. Even though the young man before them was dressed modestly, he was not someone they could afford to offend, and thus they dared not refuse. "Young master, please come aboard." A voice called from above. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Shang Wanchen climbed onto the ship, paying little attention to the courtesans, and made his way directly to the bow. Observing the clear lake surface, a subtle smile graced his lips. He noticed that not only the men on the surrounding boats were watching him, numerous gazes from the riverside terrace and streets were also fixed upon him. He knew that at this moment, many were likely anticipating his folly. Yet, regrettably, he would likely disappoint them. Ahem. Shang Wanchen cleared his throat, and, facing the crowd, boldly proclaimed, "What I previously articulated may have been somewhat inappropriate. I sincerely apologize to all present. It was never my intention to compete with you, however." Young Master Zhou extended his warm invitation, and it would be discourteous of me to decline. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shang Wanchen exhibited no particular arrogance. Instead, he offered a slightly contrite explanation, which significantly alleviated the anger simmering within the crowd. Consequently, their curiosity grew regarding the reasons behind his claim of lacking poetic charm and how he might persuade them. Observing him, they discerned he did not appear to be a brash individual. They were eager to see what he would articulate. Should his words hold merit, they would readily concede. The Qinghe Street Poetry Gathering had always been a platform for poetic expression. They were keen to ascertain what he would present. Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi exchanged glances, each comprehending the unspoken sentiments in the other's eyes. They remained silent, choosing instead to wait patiently. They were curious to see whether this individual truly possessed the capability to craft verses more enchanting than their own. Should he succeed, they would graciously accept defeat. However, if he fell short, they would not hesitate to express their disappointment. Among the crowd, Chun Fan discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, a wry smile playing on his lips. The stir caused by the earlier remarks had yet to subside, and he had already sensed numerous gazes directed towards him. "Oh, third prince, please spare me. Do not let your actions implicate me," he silently prayed, fully aware that he had offended many present. Even if he were to be reprimanded, he feared he would have no recourse to defend himself. Xian Yinshue's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to see how he would astonish the assembly. This was delightful, absolutely delightful. The fifth prince, Xian Ming, also shone with enthusiasm. He had cherished poetry since childhood but lacked the talent to compose, often becoming the subject of whispered mockery. He was aware of their derision, yet had chosen to conceal his awareness. Now, witnessing someone diminish those critics to insignificance resonated deeply with him. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Shang Wanchen could no longer afford to delay. Otherwise, the crowd might reach a breaking point. With this thought in mind, he took a step forward and declared, "Since there is no theme for this poetry gathering, I shall unleash my creativity freely." The first poem is titled "The Difficulty of the Journey." Golden goblets filled with clear wine, worth 10,000, jade plates laden with exquisite delicacies, worth countless coins. Pausing my cup and tossing my chopsticks, I cannot eat. Drawing my sword and gazing around, my heart is lost. Desiring to cross the yellow river, ice blocks the stream. Planning to ascend the Taiyang Mountains, snow blankets the peaks. In leisure, I dangle a line over the emerald brook. Suddenly, I dream of sailing beside the sun. With the winds and waves, there will come a time to hoist my sails and navigate the vast sea. The second poem is titled Invitation to Wine. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river descending from the heavens, rushing towards the sea, never to return? Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning as black silk, evening turned to snow? In life's triumphs, one must revel to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet be empty facing the moon. Heaven has bestowed talents upon me. Surely they are of use. Even if a fortune is spent, it shall return once more. In a mere moment, Shang Wanchun recited 2 poems. Though brief, they left everyone speechless. Around the boat he occupied, lotus flowers began to bloom, gradually spreading outward until they blanketed the entire river's surface. A glance revealed the once clear waters now obscured beneath a sea of pristine white. Stunned and astonished, they found themselves at a loss for words. No one anticipated that Shang Wanchun would deliver such a breathtaking revelation. Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi gazed at the blooming lotus flowers across the river, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chun Fan was rendered speechless, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Xian Yingxue, filled with excitement, sprang to her feet, only to quickly realize the impropriety of her action and return to her seat, though her heart raced uncontrollably. The fifth prince, Xian Ming, was astonished, his gaze toward Shang Wanchun transforming into one of reverence, as if he were a celestial being. Behind Shang Wanchun, the previously silent courtesans were equally taken aback. Is this for real? This poetry? I was wrong. There truly exists someone who can eclipse our verses with mere lines. In the presence of such poetry, our own attempts seem unworthy. This individual possesses remarkable talent. I had just mocked him, but now I realize I am the true jester. After hearing his verses, I find no desire to compose my own. They seem utterly dim in comparison. I am beginning to comprehend the essence of lacking charm. If moments ago their glances at Shang Wanchun were filled with disdain, scorn, and mockery, now those same eyes reflected admiration, astonishment, and incredulity. Xian Lang and Zhou Tianyi exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. They knew they had been decisively defeated, utterly and completely. Chapter 20. Unrest, however. At that moment, Shang Wanchun slightly bowed to the assembly and said, "My household affairs are numerous, and I cannot linger here for long. I shall refrain from reciting the entire poem and will instead share a few more lines for your enjoyment." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The winds and clouds of the world emerge from our generation. Once entering the rivers and lakes, time hastens our years. The imperial ambitions are spoken of in jest, a mere fleeting indulgence in this earthly realm. With pen in hand, I inscribe the landscape, as ink splashes across the paper, coloring the heavens and the earth. The green mountains remain, while the setting sun has turned red several times. Countless matters of ancient and modern times are all entrusted to laughter and conversation. A single flute, a single sword, embodies a lifetime's worth of intentions. bearing the weight of infamy for 15 years. At night, I lie listening to the wind and rain. The iron horse and icy river invade my dreams. 30 achievements are but dust and soil, while 8,000 miles is a journey of clouds and moons. The jade skin, though it may yield white bones, is less desirable than a sword that howls through the cold waters of the E. If one is lonely, let them extinguish their karmic burdens. A lifetime of battling over 3,000 miles, a single sword once stood against 1,000,000 troops, drunkenly reclining on a beauty's knee, waking to wield a murderous sword. I seek not the precious jade of a city, but the power to slay. A continuous stream of verses flowed from his lips, as if he required no contemplation. Each line resonated with depths they could scarcely articulate. Even more astonishingly, the lotus flowers upon the river began to ascend, gradually forming a bridge that extended towards Shangwanshan. Such a phenomenon left the onlookers in awe and astonishment. Their perceptions of Shangwanshan had entirely transformed. The modestly dressed youth now radiated an aura of brilliance, rendering them unable to gaze directly upon him. This is simply unimaginable. The line "a single flute, a single sword" embodies a lifetime's worth of intentions. Bearing the weight of infamy for 15 years is exquisitely pinned. In that line, 30 achievements are but dust and soil, while 8,000 miles is a journey of clouds and moons is equally remarkable. In truth, I am particularly fond of the line "a lifetime of battling over 3,000 miles, a single sword once stood against 1,000,000 troops." It is simply magnificent. Long have I pondered the adage that sometimes the waves may break, yet one may hoist their sails to traverse the vast seas. Truly a remarkable sentiment. Who is this individual that seems almost too extraordinary to be real? At this moment, I can only bow in reverence, utterly incredulous. It is simply beyond belief. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing such absurdity, I would never have accepted it as truth. I am truly in awe. May this esteemed brother accept my humble homage. In retrospect, it is clear that young Master Zhou's defeat is quite justifiable. This year's poetic champion has undeniably earned the title, leaving everyone in astonishment, wholly captivated and filled with veneration. Merely the latter lines of his verses have rendered them utterly defeated, not to mention the two preceding ones. Chen Fan, from a distance, gasped in amazement, feeling a deeper admiration for Guanxing. Xian Yingshue's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she softly repeated the verses he had spoken. Xian Lang, filled with excitement, paced back and forth, seemingly contemplating how to transform these lines into his own. After casting a profound glance at Guanxing, Xian Lang bowed and said, "Your words today are truly astonishing. I am humbled." Zhou Tianyi, albeit with a wry smile, remarked, "Today has dealt me a staggering blow. I never anticipated such a complete defeat." In light of their attitudes, Guanxing returned a friendly smile, stating, "There is no need for false modesty. Your poetic talents are formidable as well. I merely had a stroke of luck." He spoke the truth. It was indeed luck. Had he not recalled those lines, he would have faced embarrassment today. However, the two remained unconvinced, believing him to be merely modest. There is no need for humility. Losing is losing, and we can accept it. Your demeanor only makes us appear petty, Xian Lang replied with a smile. Zhou Tianyi added, "Neither of us is one to shy away from defeat. Hearing such timeless verses today is already a delightful surprise. Unless fate intervenes, you shall surely gain renown throughout the imperial capital by tomorrow." Guanxing felt a sense of resignation. This was indeed beyond his expectations, yet since it had come to this, he would let things unfold naturally. "May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Xian Lang suddenly remembered to ask. Zhou Tianyi cast a curious glance as well. They could ascertain that this was indeed their first encounter with Guanxing and were filled with immense curiosity about this unfamiliar gentleman. After a brief silence, Guanxing, recognizing their sincerity, felt it inappropriate to deceive them, especially since he had altered his appearance. He replied candidly, "Su Chen." As for why he refrained from using the name Guanxing, it was because he believed that, based on their demeanor and manner of speech, they were worthy of his acquaintance. Using a false name would be inappropriate. As anticipated, upon hearing the name Su Chen, both furrowed their brows. "Su Chen," Xian Lang mused, scrutinizing Guanxing closely, yet finding nothing amiss. Zhou Tianyi, however, boldly stated, "It seems to me that the third prince of the great Yan, who became the crown prince of our esteemed state, bears this name." "Indeed," Xian Lang nodded. "I have seen the portrait of the third prince of Great Yan, and he does not resemble you. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence of names." Indeed, the world is vast, and it is not surprising that there are not merely thousands, but perhaps tens of thousands of individuals bearing the same name. Zhou Tianyi nodded slightly, acknowledging Su's formidable prowess. With just a few lines of poetry, he had left them utterly bewildered. The two continued to lavish praise upon one another, inadvertently causing Shang Wanchun to feel somewhat embarrassed. Who is that man? Why has he gone toward Lord Xianlang and the others? Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed from a distance, capturing the attention of the three aboard the vessel. They turned their gazes in unison, momentarily stunned to see a man racing toward them with remarkable speed. He wielded a curved dagger, and his eyes glinted with ferocity. This is bad. Xuanlong's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the individual. It is the notorious flower thief, Qian Zheng. What? Zhou Tianyi gasped in astonishment, incredulity flooding his voice. Wasn't he imprisoned in a dungeon? How could he possibly be here? Both men were momentarily dazed, too bewildered to probe into how he had appeared. They could distinctly sense the murderous intent radiating from him. Qian Zheng was a 6th-level nascent spirit cultivator, far beyond the capabilities of their qi condensation realm. Run! Xianling bellowed, casting a glance at Zhou Tianyi. Understanding the urgency, Zhou Tianyi swiftly hoisted Shang Wanchun, and together they leaped toward the opposite bank. They had seen Shang Wanchun rowing toward them and had surmised he might lack cultivation, thus offering him passage. Fortunately, while they had been reciting poetry, their boat had been gliding along, granting them a moment's respite. Yet, even so, their speed could not compare to that of their pursuer. Shang Wanchun appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly taken aback by the two men's decision to assist him. He directed his gaze toward the man on the riverbank, and upon meeting his fierce stare, he realized that the man was indeed targeting him. The notorious flower thief, Qian Zheng? Why has he fixated on me without provocation? Upon reaching the shore, he promptly addressed his companions. Esteemed friends, the adversary is exceedingly powerful. If you choose to take me along, it is likely that none of us will escape. The best course of action is to flee separately, but fret not. Although my cultivation is inferior to yours, I am not entirely defenseless. The surroundings are filled with alleys, and if we scatter, he may not be able to pursue us effectively. Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi hesitated momentarily, but Shang Wanchun urged them urgently. Hurry! There is no time to lose. With a resolute determination, the two men gritted their teeth and dashed off in divergent directions, while still reminding Shang Wanchun, Su, you must flee as well. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Once they had departed, Shang Wanchun surveyed his surroundings and randomly slipped into a narrow alley. This sudden turn of events left everyone else on the other side momentarily stunned. It was only after the three figures had vanished from sight that realization dawned upon them. Was that individual truly the flower thief, Qian Zheng? Is this genuine? Was he not imprisoned? Given his demeanor just now, could he be intent on harming Lord Xianlang and the others? In the imperial capital. How audacious of him to act thus! Quick, we must report this to the higher authorities. Where are the guards? Why have they vanished? The entire scene descended into chaos. Cursed be this fate. Chun Fan's expression darkened, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out. Meanwhile, Xianing Xue abruptly stood up, her face etched with anxiety, determined to follow suit. At that moment, a figure blocked her path. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that I cannot allow you to pass, Grand Eunuch Imo said with a serious demeanor. Move aside. Xianing Xue's face was as cold as frost, showing no regard for the man before her, despite recognizing him as a trusted confidant of her father. Her heart was consumed by worry and urgency. Although she understood that Shang Wanchun was no ordinary individual and that he might not be in grave danger, she could not maintain her composure. Your Highness, I must insist. Grand Eunuch Imo replied resolutely, though internally he sighed, unprepared for Xianing Xue's unexpected appearance. Uncertain of whom to eliminate, he had originally intended to protect her in secret, observing how events would unfold while ensuring no harm came to her. However, her arrival had completely disrupted his plans. If she had been compliant, he could have continued with his original strategy, but it was now evident that this was no longer feasible. He could only hope for the young man's fortune, praying that Shang Wanchun would survive. Otherwise, his own life would be in jeopardy. Had he known, he would not have dispatched a cultivator of the 6th tier of the nascent spirit realm. He felt a profound admiration for Shang Wanchun, having observed him reciting poetry moments earlier. Those verses, without exaggeration, could immortalize his name throughout history. Yet, he could not fathom why the sovereign lord wished to test him. Xianing Xue's expression grew increasingly frigid. Wordlessly, she understood that no matter how she pleaded, he would not permit her passage. Simultaneously, She began to grasp the underlying reasons. Why was Qian Zheng, who had already been imprisoned, now present in the outside world? How had he entered Qinghe Street unscathed? Why was Grand Eunuch Imo here? She realized that all of this stemmed from her father's orders. Tell me why, Xian Yingshu had demanded coldly. After a moment's hesitation, Grand Eunuch Imo sighed. Your Highness, please do not blame this old servant. This is the Sovereign Lord's command, intended to test that young man. As for the reasons behind the test, I am unaware. As she had suspected, Xian Yingshu's tone grew even more frigid as she turned on her heel to leave, intent on confronting her father in the palace to inquire about his motives. With Qian Jing's appearance, chaos enveloped Qinghe Street. No one knew whether his blade would be directed at them, and one by one, they began to flee. They were filled with confusion regarding how Qian Zheng had managed to enter Qinghe Street. It was common knowledge that the perimeter was guarded, with protectors of at least the nascent spirit realm standing watch. Preventing someone like Qian Zheng from entering should have been feasible, even if they had failed. It would have caused a considerable commotion. Yet, nothing of the sort had occurred. It was as if he had materialized there out of nowhere. In a mere moment, the once crowded Qinghe Street had lost 7 or 8/10 of its inhabitants. In a narrow alley, Shang Wanchen did not conceal his prowess. He ran with all his might, which caused Qian Zheng to struggle for a considerable time to catch up with him. However, the distance between the two was gradually diminishing. Qian Zheng was somewhat astonished, for the youth before him appeared quite young, yet his speed was hardly inferior to his own. It was evident that he had entered the spirit integration realm. No wonder I was tasked with eliminating him. This young man is indeed a rare prodigy. A flicker of confusion crossed Qian Zheng's mind as he pondered why the great Xian Emperor would want this youth dead and orchestrate such a troublesome affair. Surely, there must be some unique reason behind it. Yet, regardless of the motive, he had little interest in uncovering it. He only knew that if he killed Shang Wanchen, he could escape death and attain freedom. To this end, he had to eliminate Shang Wanchen. Boy, do not run any longer. It is futile and cannot alter your fate of death. Qian Zheng began to threaten. Shang Wanchen, unfazed, replied, Fate is a fickle thing. Who can truly predict it? Your speed pales in comparison to mine. It is only a matter of time before I catch up to you. Why prolong the inevitable? If you surrender sooner, I might grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I am more than willing to introduce you to some rather brutal methods of demise. Qian Zheng's expression grew stern as he continued to close the distance to Shang Wanchen. The latter, however, chose not to respond further. After running for a while longer, he suddenly came to a halt. Seeing this, Qian Zheng assumed he had given in and ceased his struggles, a smile creeping onto his face as he envisioned the freedom that lay just ahead. Ah, you recognize the situation. Soon, I shall grant you a painless death. He soon stood not far from Shang Wanchen, a mocking expression on his face. Shang Wanchen turned to face him, his demeanor composed. Qian Zheng? The notorious flower thief? Indeed. It seems you know of my illustrious name. Qian Zheng laughed heartily, perhaps buoyed by the prospect of his impending freedom, for he was not in a rush to strike. Is it true, then, that you have defiled many virtuous maidens? Shang Wanchen's tone grew icy. Haha, defiled. I prefer the term cherished. Qian Zheng licked his lips, grinning. Do you not find the exquisite forms of those maidens irresistibly alluring? I simply cannot resist, especially their expressions of terror and their pained cries, which bring me immense delight. It seems your sins are profound. Shang Wanchen's gaze turned frigid, as if he were staring down a corpse. Qian Zheng felt uncomfortable under his gaze and furrowed his brow. Boy, what is with that look? To be so provocative when death is imminent? Life is often filled with dramatic twists. Rejoicing too soon is seldom wise. Shang Wanchen remarked calmly, a hint of mockery in his voice. You might want to take a glance behind you. Behind me? Qian Zheng frowned, undeterred by the possibility of deception, and immediately turned to look. Upon doing so, he found himself momentarily stunned. Not far behind him stood a woman clad in black, her expression as cold as ice, wielding a dark long sword, her countenance devoid of emotion as she simply regarded him, for reasons unknown. Despite sensing no aura emanating from her, Qian Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. Who are you? He inquired, furrowing his brow. The woman, however, did not respond to his inquiry. She merely gazed at him with an air of calmness. What a charade. Qian Zheng could no longer contain his frustration and, with a furious exclamation, charged directly at the woman, declaring, If you choose silence, then I shall make you my first target. With those words, he unleashed a fierce swing of his long blade, aiming to cleave her in two. Yet, the woman appeared unperturbed. in the face of the descending blade. She simply raised her hand slowly and, with a delicate flick, unleashed a beam of sword energy that shot forth with unimaginable speed. The force of it left Xianzheng astounded, his countenance shifting dramatically as he hastily attempted to alter his stance to block the oncoming strike. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed through the air. His blade was pierced, along with his very being. A torrent of blood flowed from his body, staining the street crimson. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock as he uttered, "Who are you?" With that, he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he seemed to comprehend why she had enticed him to slay the youth. This was not a bid for his freedom. It was clearly a trap, a premeditated snare for his demise. Not far away, Shang Wanchen shook his head with a cold indifference, murmuring, "One reaps what one sows." He harbored no guilt for eliminating such a person. Rather, he felt he was ridding society of a menace. At that moment, the woman in the black dress approached him, kneeling gracefully before Shang Wanchen. Her voice, though frigid, was laced with utmost respect. "Master, I apologize for the trouble." Shang Wanchen nodded slightly. The woman was the manifestation of the Tianxia sword spirit. Although lacking in cultivation, her strength was formidable. He had not intended to summon the Tianxia sword. But given the opponent's considerable prowess at the 6th level of spirit gathering, he, being at the initial stage, would not necessarily have been a match in ordinary circumstances. Throughout his journey, he had deliberately avoided crowded areas until arriving here, where he finally allowed the Tianxia sword to reveal itself. Typically, the Tianxia sword did not accompany him. It roamed the outside world, absorbing blood essence and various malevolent energies. The reason for this was the prolonged sealing of the Tianxia sword, which had expended considerable power in merging with chaotic and sinister forces to become corporeal, necessitating these energies for sustenance. It is said that the Tianxia sword, once drawn, demands blood, a truth born from this very nature. Only through the continuous consumption of blood essence and malevolent energy could the Tianxia sword evolve, grow, and maintain its strength. This was its inherent nature, beyond even the control of its master. There had been an instance when the Tianxia sword had taken the life of an innocent, resulting in Shang Wanchen feeling an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy within him, significantly heightened beyond normal levels. Henceforth, he had strictly commanded the Tianxia sword to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. If it were to kill, it must only target those steeped in grave sin. It seemed that the previous sword masters had succumbed to the lack of such restraint, leading to an uncontrollable surge of malevolent energy within them, transforming them into merciless fiends, ultimately resulting in their demise laden with infamy. Shang Wanchen felt a sense of relief. Fortunate was he for his naturally suspicious disposition, which prompted him to summon the Tianxia sword back to concealment in the void ahead of time. Otherwise, today might have witnessed an arduous battle. Fortunately, since the demon sword recognized its master, it cannot stray too far from him, allowing for timely returns. In the depths of his heart, Shang Wanchen harbored a faint suspicion. It seemed this assassin had come with premeditated intent, indicating that someone was indeed watching him. Henceforth, he would need to act with greater caution. "Very well. You may continue your endeavors. I shall summon you again if the need arises." With the immediate crisis averted, he felt that danger would not present itself in the short term. The adversary had already startled the snake in the grass and would likely conceal themselves for a while. "Yes, master." The girl in the black dress acknowledged and promptly vanished from sight, melding back into the void. Shang Wanchen stroked his chin, pondering the few individuals aware of his whereabouts. Who could be targeting him? After much contemplation, he found the greatest suspicion lay with Xiaoxiue's father. After all, it was he who had provided the token to enter Qinghe Street. Yet, what could be his motive? Was it merely due to Xiaoxiue becoming his attendant? It seemed he would need to inquire with Xiaoxiue upon his return, hoping it was not as he feared. With a soft sigh, Shang Wanchen reflected that he had indeed grown fond of Xiaoxiue during their 6 months together. To claim there were no feelings would be false. If she were not involved, that would be best. If she were, however. Chapter 22. Someone behind him. Having resolved matters here, Shang Wanchen intended to return. After merely 2 steps, he furrowed his brow. Despite only having dispatched a flower thief, he felt a new surge of malevolent energy within him, though it was but a trace. For someone with his obsessive tendencies, it caused considerable discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a book from his storage ring. Fortunately, I had prepared some reading material in advance. Thus, he began to read as he walked. Upon exiting the alley, he encountered a group of figures, at the forefront of which were Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi. Upon seeing Shang Wanchen, Their expressions brightened momentarily, only to shift into confusion. Brother Su, what a curious inclination to read at a time like this. Xianlang could not help but exclaim, realizing that this composure was something he could never emulate. I now understand why I cannot measure up to you. Zhou Tianyi also regarded him with an odd expression. How can one remain so leisurely engrossed in a book while being pursued? Is this level of calmness something only the extraordinary possess? By the way, where has Qianzheng gone? Upon noticing them, Shang Wanshan lifted his gaze and smiled. It is merely a pastime. By the way, where has Qianzheng gone? We brought people here specifically to capture him. Xianlang glanced around but saw no sign of Qianzheng. I have no knowledge of it, Shang Wanshan replied. His brow furrowed in confusion. I initially thought he was pursuing me, but he suddenly changed direction and vanished. Once I saw nothing was amiss, I took out my book to read for a while. Fled, perhaps? Zhou Tianyi pondered aloud. He likely anticipated our arrival and escaped in advance. As long as Brother Su is unharmed, Qianzheng cannot possibly flee the imperial capital, Xianlang asserted confidently, though he was unsure of how Qianzheng had escaped. He was certain the rogue could not evade capture. Then I shall take my leave for now, until we meet again by chance. Shang Wanshan smiled at the two and continued to read while walking. Their focused demeanor left the onlookers exchanging puzzled glances. Once Shang Wanshan was out of sight, Xianlang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Brother Su is truly an extraordinary individual. Indeed, Zhou Tianyi nodded in agreement, saying, Brother Su appears to possess little cultivation, yet remains composed in the face of danger, even now, calmly engrossed in his reading. Esteemed sirs, shall we continue to pursue Qianzheng? Someone inquired from behind. Absolutely. Xianlang replied immediately. If he hadn't fled swiftly, we might have already lost our lives. This matter cannot be overlooked. Indeed, we must not let him escape. And since he is a fugitive, capturing him would be a notable achievement. Search. There are guards on the perimeter. He cannot have left so quickly. He may well be hiding nearby. Moments later, a man discovered Qianzheng's lifeless body in a secluded alley, his expression turning to one of shock as he promptly alerted the others. Within the span of a single incense stick, Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi arrived with others in tow. At that moment, everyone stood in a daze, staring at Qianzheng's corpse. He is dead? How did this happen? No way. He was a cultivator at the 6th level of nascent spirit. Only a formidable expert at the 4th level of the open meridian realm could dispatch him so easily. Yet such experts do not engage lightly. And we did not sense any signs of a struggle. How did he meet his end? Xianlang's brow furrowed, utterly perplexed. Zhou Tianyi stepped closer, examining Qianzheng's body meticulously. He then noticed the dagger that had fallen to the ground, its blade marred by a significant gash, as if pierced by some force. This dagger was a spiritual weapon. Although its grade was not particularly high, it was not something that could be easily penetrated by ordinary attacks. It appeared that he had been struck through both the dagger and his body, dying instantly. The ability to achieve such a feat in such a brief moment indicated a tremendous disparity in strength, requiring at least a 2nd-level open meridian expert to accomplish. Zhou Tianyi also furrowed his brow, remarking, such strength is rare even within the imperial capital. Do you think Brother Su could be responsible for this? Xianlang instantly regretted his words. That cannot be. Shang Wanshan is of a similar age to us and could not possibly have killed Qianzheng so swiftly. Noticing the peculiar looks from the crowd, Xianlang laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. I just thought of it suddenly. Consider it nonsense. Regardless, the cause of Qianzheng's death remained a mystery, and we should take him back for further investigation, Zhou Tianyi quickly decided. However, just as they prepared to transport the body, an unexpected figure appeared before them. Almost instantaneously, they bowed, saying, We pay our respects to Lord Imo. Yet, they were filled with immense curiosity. What was Lord Imo doing here? Young Master Lang, young Master Zhou, please leave Qianzheng's body to me. You may return, Lord Imo said with a smile. The two felt a chill run down their spines, realizing the gravity of the situation. If Lord Imo was involved, it undoubtedly meant the Emperor himself was behind this. But why would the Emperor want Qianzheng's corpse? They did not comprehend, nor dare to delve deeper. They simply placed the money and the corpse down before departing. Upon exiting the narrow alley, Xianlang inquired, Brother Tianyi, why do you suppose the Emperor wished to take the body of Qianzheng? Perhaps it is to investigate the identity of his assailant, after all. That individual is not to be underestimated, Zhou Tianyi speculated. That is a possibility, Xianlang nodded. But suddenly, he struck his forehead in alarm, exclaiming, Oh no. What is the matter? Zhou Tianyi gazed at him in confusion. I forgot to ask where that brother Su resides. Xian Lang lamented. I had hoped to pay him a visit during my leisure time and seek his counsel on composing fine poetry. And now, Zhou Tianyi also realized. Unable to restrain himself as he addressed the crowd behind him, why did you not remind me earlier? The others exchanged glances. Could they admit their ignorance? They were hastily summoned and knew not of the circumstances. Never mind, never mind. Fate will bring us together in due time. This brother Su is indeed a remarkable person. Sharing a name with the third prince of Dian. Nonsense. You do not even know which Su he refers to, nor which Chun he speaks of. True enough. Meanwhile, Xianing Xue hurriedly made her way from Qinghe Street to the Imperial Palace, heading straight for the Grand Hall where Xin Qianming resided. Upon entering, she immediately began to question with an irate tone, Father, why did you send someone to assassinate him? Xin Qianming, engrossed in state affairs, smiled as he set aside his documents and replied, Shuer, are you not being a bit hasty? Since you recognize his extraordinary nature, you ought to have confidence in him. Angrily, Xianing Xue approached, stating, I do have faith in him, yet I am still incensed by your actions. You could at least have informed me beforehand. Rest assured, I dispatched eunuch Mo to protect him in secret. He is in no mortal danger. If you continue to test him in such perilous ways, I shall make a sacrifice of myself. Xianing Xue remained furious, continuing, what if something goes awry with such a dangerous method of testing? Ha ha ha, indeed. A daughter cannot remain at home. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xian Qianming's eyes as he remarked, it seems you have become rather smitten. He had not anticipated such a strong response from his daughter, realizing he may have acted a tad excessively. Not at all. Xianing Xue's face flushed, and she continued to implore, I beseech you, Father, to refrain from employing such hazardous means in the future. With that, she left with a stern countenance. Once she departed, the smile on Xian Qianming's face vanished instantly. If he truly were remarkable, I would not meddle in your affairs, but if he proves to be of little worth. An hour later, eunuch Mo entered the grand hall bearing the corpse of Qianzhang. He bowed slightly and began to explain, Your Majesty, the individual has perished, slain with a single strike, and even the spiritual artifact he carried has been destroyed. Oh, Xian Qianming did not lift his gaze, softly inquiring, who was the killer? Unknown. Eunuch Mo shook his head slightly. It is speculated that the assailant's cultivation level is no less than the second stage of the Qi opening. Unknown. Were you not witnessing it? Xian Qianming finally raised his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon him. He then huffed coldly, exuding a powerful aura that forced eunuch Mo to kneel, his complexion turning pale. Is the one who acted not below the second level of the enlightenment realm? Who did you send? The response to the sovereign was met with shock from the courtier. It was the esteemed Qianzheng Mo, Your Majesty. Qianzheng? Is he not a practitioner of the sixth level of the spirit-nurturing realm? You dispatched such a highly skilled individual to test a mere youth? And you remain oblivious to the outcome? Do you truly believe I would not be enraged? Xian Qianming's expression darkened, and, considering the years of loyalty he had received, he stifled his anger. Now he finally understood why Xianing Xue was so agitated. It was excessively unreasonable to employ a practitioner of the sixth level against a mere boy. Mo Gonggong, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowed low to the ground, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, I intended to follow and protect him. But the Long Princess insisted on going as well. For her safety, I had to intervene, which caused me to lose precious time. By the time I arrived, only Qianzhang's lifeless body remained. Furthermore, I was unaware that the opponent was a mere youth, and thus I beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness. Xian Qianming hesitated, suddenly recalling that he had indeed failed to clarify the situation. In truth, the fault lay heavier upon him. He had not anticipated this oversight. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly, very well, it seems I can only make amends in the future. With that, his tone turned cold again, after reporting, You shall receive 100 strokes of the rod. Upon hearing this, Mo Gonggong's countenance turned bitter. Ultimately, he had erred and deserved punishment. Xian Qianming continued, So, does this imply that someone assisted him? I have surveyed the surroundings and found no presence or traces of anyone above the enlightenment realm. How intriguing. Xian Qianming chuckled. It appears this individual indeed harbors significant secrets. To render a sixth-level spirit-nurturing practitioner utterly powerless and perish instantaneously, there are but two conceivable explanations. First, Shangwan Shun may have concealed his true strength, which would indicate his cultivation is at least at the spirit-nurturing realm, marking him as a prodigious talent. Second, There may lie a formidable powerhouse concealed beside Su Chun, one whose presence eludes the notice of ordinary individuals. Regardless of the scenario, they both underscore Shangguan Chen's exceptional nature. Though there were minor complications, the outcome was not overly adverse. This trial can be deemed a success. However, it is likely that Shangguan Chen will harbor resentment toward me. Fortunately, he remains unaware of my identity for now. Thus, I must endeavor to compensate in other ways during this time. By the way, has any remarkable poetry emerged today? Xian Qianming seemed to recall something and inquired. Mo Gonggong promptly produced a volume, respectfully presenting it. This humble servant has long since compiled it, for your majesty's perusal. Xian Qianming accepted the booklet and began to examine it closely. Before long, his expression shifted dramatically, and he could not help but exclaim loudly, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Repeating the word thrice sufficed to convey his current excitement. When the winds and waves rise, there will be a time to soar, hoisting the sails to navigate the vast seas. In the moments of life's triumphs, one must revel fully, lest the golden goblet stands empty before the moon. Wonderful! Such literary brilliance is truly astonishing. Having traversed 3,000 miles in battle, a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. How imposing! A man of Dexian ought to embody the essence of this poem. Drunk, I recline upon a beauty's lap. Sober, I wield a sword of slaughter. I do not seek a priceless gem, but rather the power to slay. What a remarkable lad! His excitement was palpable. For the first time he realized he had underestimated a youth. Yet, from the verses he had composed, it was evident that he was not a boy devoid of ambition. His aspirations were remarkably lofty. These lines could indeed become timeless classics. Closing the book, Xian Qianming shut his eyes, seemingly savoring the moment. After a while, he turned his gaze towards Grand Eunuch Mo. Has the young man displayed any other talents? He had not even left behind his name. I see, Xian Qianming mused. Stroking his chin, and chuckled, send out a decree to announce to the world that the third prince of Dian, Su Chun, has outshone all at the poetry gathering on Qinghe Street, creating verses that shall echo through the ages. I am exceedingly pleased and grant him the freedom to roam within the great Xian realm. Grand Eunuch Mo's heart trembled. It was only now that he realized the identity of this youth was none other than the third prince of Dian. However, had not the Dian royal family deemed the third prince to be a good-for-nothing? Could it be that he finally understood why the ruler remained indifferent when this news was released? It turned out that the ruler had long recognized the extraordinary nature of this young man. Suppressing his astonishment, he respectfully replied, "As you command." Meanwhile, as Shangguan Chen exited Qinghe Street, he encountered Chen Fan wielding a large stick. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares, momentarily frozen in place. "Third Prince, General Chen, what are you up to?" Shangguan Chen inquired. Chen Fan glanced at the stick in his hand and chuckled. "I just armed myself, intending to rescue you." "Oh." Shangguan Chen nodded slightly, continuing onward with his book. "No need for rescue. I have already emerged." Chen Fan promptly followed, curiosity bubbling within him. "Third Prince, how did you manage to escape? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. It is for your own good." Is there some hidden truth? The intricacies are beyond your comprehension. Then I shall refrain from knowing. Chen Fan replied, shaking his head, ceasing further questions. As they passed a building where numerous women solicited customers at the entrance, he asked, "Third Prince, would you care to indulge in some merriment?" "Merriment?" Shangguan Chen looked up and immediately recognized the establishment labeled Qinghua Tower, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. "If General Chen wishes to go, you may do so without me." Chen Fan felt a bit awkward. His orders were to keep a watchful eye on Shangguan Chen, and if the latter chose not to partake, he could not abandon his post, and thus had to relent. "All right, if the third prince is not going, then I shall not go either. There is nothing enjoyable there." Despite his words, Shangguan Chen could discern the unmistakable disappointment etched on his face, which amused him somewhat. Before long, the two returned to the courtyard. Upon entering, a melodious voice chimed, "Young master, you have returned." Shangguan Chen gazed at the girl whose face radiated joy, and after a moment of silence, he responded with a smile, "I have returned." Xianing Xue was indeed elated, for she knew that Shangguan Chen was safe and sound. "Young master, you should read. I will go prepare a meal for you." She smiled and turned to head towards the kitchen, but Shangguan Chen called out to her, "Wait. Does the young master have further instructions?" A flicker of confusion crossed Xian Xue's eyes. Shangguan Chen gazed intently at her, causing Xian Xue to feel a chill run down her spine. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Was the assassin who infiltrated the poetry gathering in Qinghe Street sent by your father? Xianing Xue was momentarily taken aback, her heart stirring with turmoil. Chapter 23. The First Guidance. Young master, I must speak truthfully and without concealment, Shang Wanchen said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. Initially contemplating an excuse, Xianing Xue felt a jolt of realization as she understood the implications of his words. If she claimed ignorance, he would undoubtedly be profoundly disappointed, and she would no longer be able to remain by his side. In that moment, she hesitated. After a brief interval, she took a deep breath and replied earnestly, Young master, I admit that it was indeed orchestrated by my father. I only learned of it afterward and reprimanded him severely at home. To be candid, my family is of considerable standing. My father was furious upon discovering that I had become someone else's maid. A few days ago, he personally came, and even sent someone to kill you. All as a test. I have already warned him. By the end of her confession, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, her head bowed deeply. You bear the surname Qin. Could it be that you hail from the esteemed Qin family of the imperial capital? Shang Wanchen inquired. Xianing Xue nodded, affirming, yes. The Qin family was indeed the lineage of his mother. I see, Shang Wanchen murmured, his understanding deepening. The Qin family was indeed a prominent clan in the Great Xian, having produced numerous imperial consorts and holding many high-ranking positions. Such a family would naturally disapprove of its members serving as maids, hence the test. While he grasped the rationale behind their actions, he still felt a flicker of anger. Testing is one thing, but sending an assassin at the 6th stage of the spirit refinement realm to challenge a mere adolescent is excessive. Had Xianing Xue been unaware of the situation, his ire would have been justified. He set aside his book and silently retreated to his room. It wasn't that he was devoid of anger, rather. He believed that even if he were to be angry, it should not be directed at Xianing Xue. If her father were to appear before him again without a reasonable explanation, he would not hesitate to confront him, regardless of whether he was the father of his maid. Go prepare dinner. I am famished, he instructed. Xianing Xue's expression brightened. Realizing that Shang Wanchen had forgiven her, she sweetly replied, Of course, young master. Yet, her joy was short-lived as Shang Wanchen's voice reached her once more. After you finish cooking, return to your room and reflect on your actions for 3 days. You may step out briefly while preparing the meal. Her countenance fell instantly, and with a heart heavy with despair, she responded, Understood, young master. After dinner, Shang Wanchen immersed himself in his studies. Not only had he broken through to the spirit refinement realm that day, but he had also dealt with a nefarious individual. He sensed a risk of malevolent energy accumulating within him and deemed it necessary to read more books for clarification. Having prepared for an all-nighter, he realized that his stock of books was running low, and thus he turned to the volumes provided by Qin Fan. As the night deepened, Xianing Xue noticed that the oil lamp in his room still burned brightly, stirring her curiosity. She approached the door and gently knocked. Young master, what hour is it? Why are you not asleep yet? Inside the room, Shang Wanchen was engrossed in his reading when a sudden sound startled him, causing him to hastily conceal the book in his hands. He could swear that he was merely captivated by the plot, yet others might perceive him differently, perhaps deeming him a deviant for indulging in such literature at such an hour. Clearing his throat, he remarked on his unusual vitality that evening, feeling surprisingly alert. Young master, it's getting late. You should retire for the night. You go ahead and rest. I shall follow shortly, he replied. By the way, weren't you instructed to reflect upon your actions in solitude? The following morning, after preparing breakfast, Xianing Xue glared at Shang Wanchen, who bore dark circles under his eyes. Her frustration boiling over as she demanded, Young master, didn't you say you would sleep immediately last night? What is going on now? Oh, I apologize. I lost track of time while reading, he admitted awkwardly. Although he refrained from mentioning some of the more scandalous scenes within the book, the narrative was indeed compelling, even captivating to one like him, who had perused countless web novels in his previous life. Oh, what book could be so engrossing? Xianing Xue fixed her gaze upon him, unabashedly expressing her desire to read it. No way, Shang Wanchen shook his head vigorously. Such literature is not suitable for someone your age. I am not a child. Xianing Xue's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling insulted, but she quickly grasped the implication. Why can't children read such things? Could it be? At this point, she had pieced it together, her eyes narrowing as she regarded him with a peculiar expression, her tone laced with intrigue. So, this is how you truly are, young master. Ahem, let us focus on our meal. After dining, You shall return to your contemplation, he redirected, trying to change the subject. Fine, Xianing Xue pouted slightly, acquiescing. Outside, a proclamation from the imperial palace reverberated throughout the capital, astonishing all who heard it. By decree of the Emperor of Dexian, the third prince of Dian, Su Chun, shall serve as a hostage in our realm. His exceptional performance during the Qinghe Street Poetry Competition, where he triumphed over all competitors and composed numerous timeless verses, has filled my heart with joy. Therefore, I grant the third prince of Dian, Su Chun, the liberty to travel freely within the borders of Dexian. Thus decreed. This announcement spread swiftly through the capital. What? The third prince of Dian triumphed at the Qinghe Street Poetry Competition? Wasn't he Lord Zhou Tianyi also present? How could he possibly be inferior to the third prince? Impossible. This cannot be true. It must be false news. Many within the palace had heard the proclamation, leaving no room for doubt. What kind of poetry did the third prince compose? Now I am genuinely curious. I never expected the emperor to issue such a decree. Isn't the third prince considered a wastrel? Even if he possesses some poetic talent, this seems excessive. Upon hearing the news, many found it hard to believe, especially those who had attended the poetry event, left in stunned disbelief. What? That young man is actually the third prince of Dian? No way. How did he even gain entry to the poetry competition? It was unfathomable that the third prince of Dian possessed such remarkable poetic talent. It had never been mentioned before. One could not deny that he was deserving of this honor. Although the citizens of Dexian held a certain disdain for those from Dian, they respected anyone with genuine talent, for this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Even in the realm of poetry, granting the liberty to travel freely is, for a proton, an immense privilege. Those who have yet to attend the poetry gathering began to express doubts, questioning whether such a reward was excessive, especially considering he is a prince of an enemy nation. Conversely, those who had experienced the poetry event unanimously defended Shang Wanshun. What do you truly understand? Had you encountered the poetry he composed, you would have been left utterly astounded. A group of uncouth individuals, the verses crafted by young Master Su truly merit this honor. Are you aware of the meaning behind when the great wind rises, the soaring eagle ascends to 90,000 miles, or in the exuberance of life, one must revel to the fullest, lest the golden goblet face the moon in vain? We wholeheartedly support His Majesty's decision. To those of you engaging in debate, perhaps you ought to peruse his poetry before voicing your opinions. While they argued their case, the imperial palace released all the verses penned by Shang Wanshun. From like the great eagle rising with the wind, soaring to 90,000 miles, to heaven has endowed me with talent that surely has its purpose. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return, all were included. After the crowd perused these lines, silence enveloped them. Leaving aside all else, these verses were simply breathtaking. They encapsulated a myriad of profound meanings. The line "Heaven has endowed me with talent that surely has its purpose" rekindled hope in countless disheartened souls, who cried out this phrase, laughing ecstatically towards the heavens. The line "When the great wind rises, the soaring eagle ascends" instilled unwavering faith in many, who believed that one day they would rise as depicted in the poem. The phrase "There will be times when one can break through the waves" granted courage to many enduring a low tide in life. The line "A single sword can traverse 3,000 miles" inspired countless cultivators with dreams, hoping that one day they too might stand against 1,000,000 troops. Within less than half an hour, public opinion in the capital regarding Shang Wanshun shifted dramatically. They unanimously agreed that Xian Yuanming's decision was sound. Many even expressed regret that such talent, if cultivated, could perhaps lead to a figure whose name would echo through history. Meanwhile, in another estate, Xianlang, Xianming, and Zhou Tianyi exchanged incredulous glances, remaining silent for quite some time. Unable to contain himself, Xianlang finally inquired, "Have you all heard the news from the palace?" Both nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is astonishing." Zhou Tianyi, still somewhat stunned, remarked, "At first, I merely thought he shared a name with the third prince of Dian. I never anticipated it to be him. What truly surprises me is that my father not only refrained from holding him accountable for attending the poetry gathering, but has also permitted him to roam freely within the great Xian realm." Xuanming's expression grew serious, his confusion evident. This brother Su truly is an extraordinary man, Xianling praised. Unperturbed by honor or disgrace, he remains composed and possesses exceptional talent. I once believed that all princes of Dian were haughty. This third prince, however, exudes an agreeable aura, reminiscent of a learned scholar. Reflecting on Su Qin's demeanor and conduct that day, Zhou Tianyi remarked, I believe this individual is worth befriending. What do you think? Since my father holds him in such high regard, he is undoubtedly worthy of our acquaintance. Xianming concurred with a nod. I have always wished to seek counsel from Brother Su, yet I am unaware of his current whereabouts. Xianlang furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed. Few are those who know the residents of Shangguanshan. Everything was arranged and taken over by the emperor. And all they knew was that they were both in the imperial capital. But let us not dwell on that. I composed several new poems last night. Would you, Brother Lang and Tian Yi, care to offer your insights? Upon mentioning his poetry, Xianming's countenance brightened with excitement. Last night, after returning home, he hastily modified Shangguanshan's poems, transforming them into his own. The more he gazed upon them, the more he felt a sense of pride, which is precisely why he had summoned the two for their appraisal. Upon hearing this, Xianlang and Zhou Tian Yi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they feigned an intent to depart. Noticing this, Xianming's demeanor instantly hardened, and he coldly retorted, "Do you not trust me?" "That is not the case." Xianlang let out an awkward chuckle but resisted the urge to flee, resolutely deciding to stay for at least a moment. Should the poetry prove unsatisfactory, he would make his escape. Zhou Tianyi shared a similar sentiment, unwilling to offend Xianming, thus straightening his posture and adopting a serious expression. Satisfied with their presence, Xianming began to recite. A big dog rises from its den, barking fiercely for 200 miles. Xianlang could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Although Zhou Tianyi remained silent, his face flushed crimson, revealing the struggle he faced to suppress his amusement. "Brother Lang, what is so amusing? Is my poem not commendable?" Xianming frowned slightly, convinced of the merit in his verse. The dog-like beast he kept would indeed bark loudly every morning, albeit not quite to such an exaggerated extent. "Nay, I merely believe this poem to be exceptional." Xianlang, recalling some sorrowful events, managed to suppress his laughter. "That is reassuring." Xianming's eyes sparkled with delight as he continued. "In times of urgency, one may find oneself pulling at their trousers." But ha ha ha. Xianlang could no longer hold back. He doubled over, one hand clutching his belly while the other pounded the floor, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Zhou Tianyi, too, succumbed to the humor, his face growing even redder. Xianming paused, puzzled. Is my poem truly lacking? Quite the contrary, it is simply magnificent. I find myself in humble admiration, Brother Lang. Xianlang wiped away the tears from his laughter, unable to resist complimenting. The fifth prince possesses astonishing talent. Zhou Tianyi, in a moment of disingenuousness, echoed the sentiment. Then, Xianlang sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Miss Lin from the 100 Flowers Pavilion has invited me for wine tasting. Minggu, I must take my leave for now. I shall return for more of your poetry another time." He feared that if he continued listening, he would collapse in laughter. Zhou Tianyi also rose, stating, "My father has indicated that it is time to return for dinner. Fifth Prince, I apologize, but I must defer my listening until next time." With that, the two hastily departed, leaving Xianming shouting, "Hey, come back. I have not finished reciting my poetry." Unfazed, the duo exited the grand hall without a backward glance. Outside, Xianlang could not help but muse. I wonder what expression Brother Su would wear upon hearing his poems transformed in such a manner. I believe it must be quite extraordinary. At this moment, Shangguanshan was still unaware of his burgeoning fame in the capital of the great Xian Empire. After finishing breakfast, he resumed his reading, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he neared the conclusion of the books in his room. His status as a hostage imposed numerous restrictions, leaving him uncertain about his next steps. In the courtyard, Xianing Xue was practicing her swordplay as usual when she suddenly heard a clear voice beside her. "Your right hand is too low. Raise it a bit. Your left foot stride is excessively wide. Shorten it." Initially taken aback, she turned to look at Shangguanshan, only to find his gaze still fixed on his book. Taking a deep breath, she began to practice according to his instructions. The technique she was honing was known as the Qing Shuang sword technique. After days of arduous training, she felt it was still lacking. However, after receiving guidance from Shangguanshan today, she experienced a revelation akin to seeing the light through the clouds. Just a few adjustments to her movements significantly enhanced the power of her swordplay. This marked the first time Shangguanshan had offered her guidance, and it was also the first occasion she had directly sensed his extraordinary prowess. Merely with a glance, he could discern the root of her issues and propose methods for improvement. His mastery of the sword path likely reached an unimaginable level. Under such circumstances, Xianing Xue could not possibly believe that Shangwan Chun possessed no cultivation, even if she could not sense it. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord," she said, offering a slight bow. It was but a trivial matter, Shangwan Chun replied nonchalantly. It was not that he wished to reveal himself, but rather that he could no longer bear to watch her struggle. Without his intervention, she might take an interminable time to make progress. In truth, Xianing Xue's advancement could be considered that of a genuine genius. However, in Shangwan Chen's eyes, it was still too slow. Chapter 24. Does your grace's legs ache? Soon, news of Shangwan Chen began to spread from the imperial capital to other regions. While many were astonished by his poetic talent, a considerable number expressed dissatisfaction with the decision made by Qianming regarding his status. They commenced a search for any possible scandals surrounding Shangwan Chen. Yet, after extensive investigation, they discovered that the third prince of the Great Yin truly had no scandals to speak of. Most of his time was spent sequestered within his estate, and he had never harmed the citizens of the Great Xian, nor committed any heinous acts. The only blemish on his record was his title as a prince of the Great Yin. At the borders of the Great Xian, after enduring rigorous scrutiny, the inhabitants of Taiping Street finally entered the territory of the Great Xian. Despite being archrivals, the two nations did not prohibit trade. Troops were stationed along the border of both realms. Those from the Great Xian wishing to enter the Great Yin, or vice versa, faced multiple layers of inspection, especially cultivators, who were the main focus of scrutiny to prevent infiltration and avoid unnecessary complications. Ordinary individuals underwent basic identity checks, and if they belonged to prominent families from other nations, they were typically reported and closely monitored. The individual from Taiping Street, despite having ancestral ties to nobility, was now merely a commoner. Although he experienced some checks upon entering the Great Xian, they did not pose significant difficulties. "Fellow villagers," he addressed them, "the Great Xian is uncharted territory for us, and the unfamiliarity breeds uncertainty. To avert any unforeseen events, I shall scout ahead while you wait here." In the midst of the crowd, a young man stepped forward and addressed the assembly with a loud voice. His name was Heyun, a mere 20 years of age, and he was among the first in Taiping Street to heed Su Chen's call for transformation and renewal. Emerging from a past of despondency, he underwent a profound metamorphosis. It could be said that a conviction had always resided within him, yet he had succumbed to the negative influences of those around him, leading to self-destructive behavior. However, since the day Shangwan Chen appeared in Taiping Street, the ember of hope within him began to flicker to life. As Shangwan Chen continued his visits to Taiping Street, that flicker grew into a blazing flame, igniting both his spirit and body, consequently making him a fervent follower of Shangwan Chen. Heyun had also become one of the leaders among the people of Taiping Street. When he spoke, the crowd resonated with agreement. Subsequently, Heyun ventured alone into the nearest city. While contemplating how to glean information about Shangwan Chen, he overheard a conversation nearby. Upon catching mentions of Su Chun and the third prince of the Great Yin, he paused his steps and listened intently. "Have you heard? The third prince sent as a hostage by the Great Yin has been granted permission by the emperor to move freely within the Great Xian after his remarkable performance at the poetry gathering on Qinghe Street. Is that true? What poems did he compose to warrant such a decree from the emperor? Humph, no matter how exquisite his poetry, he remains a man of the Great Yin. Allowing him unrestricted movement within the Great Xian poses significant risks. Indeed, he is still one of theirs. What if he conspires with the Great Yin to steal the secrets of our Great Xian? The consequences would be dire. Regardless, we must find a way to petition the emperor to revoke this decree." Upon hearing the discussions around him, Heyun felt a tumult of excitement and concern. He was exhilarated to learn that Shangwan Chen was not only safe within the Great Xian, but had also shown brilliantly at a poetry event, prompting the emperor to personally allow him free passage. Yet, he was troubled by the apparent discontent among the populace regarding this decree, stemming from Shangwan Chen's identity. If dissent were minimal, it might not pose a problem, but if opposition grew, even the emperor would need to reconsider the implications. "We must take action." Resolute in his decision, Heyun swiftly departed the city, racing back to his comrades. A short while later, he returned and immediately summoned the crowd. "Fellow villagers, we are in grave trouble." His urgent tone sent a ripple of anxiety through the crowd, causing them to fear something dire had occurred. "What has happened? Has the third prince encountered trouble? Why the urgency?" He steadied himself before addressing the assembly. "I just heard in the city that the third prince has excelled at the poetry gathering on Qinghe Street, and the Great Xian Emperor has specifically permitted him to travel freely within our realm. Isn't that good news? Yes, indeed. The third prince is safe and no longer under house arrest. This is extraordinary news. Why the alarm? Could there be more to this? Amidst a flurry of anxious inquiries from the crowd, each face bore a palpable expression of urgency. He promptly elucidated, although the Grand Xian Emperor has issued a decree. The citizens of Grand Xian appear discontented with the third prince's affiliation with the Dian royal family and are actively seeking to petition the emperor to retract his command. What? How shall we proceed? Another interjected. Hiyun, what can we do to assist His Highness the third prince? It would be a travesty for him to be confined once more after finally being released. Indeed, the third prince has shown us great favor. We have already faced defeat in Dian. What more can we do now? Their anxiety was palpable, as this was the only favorable news they had received in quite some time, yet it was accompanied by a substantial risk. After a moment of contemplation, Hiyun spoke again. From what I have gathered, the citizens of Grand Xian are concerned that the third prince may conspire with the Dian royal family, posing a threat to Grand Xian. However, the third prince has confided in us that he shares no affection for the Dian royal family. Even his own mother was slain by the Grand Yin Emperor. If we can assure the citizens that His Highness poses no danger and will not conspire with Dian, we may be able to resolve this predicament. Are you suggesting we should widely publicize this matter? Someone exclaimed. Precisely. Since we have already encountered failure in Dian, let us take another chance in Grand Xian. Excellent. For the sake of His Highness the third prince, we shall make another attempt. They all resolved with determination, raising their fists in encouragement. Brother Yun, there is a woman over there who has been watching us intently. It feels rather unsettling. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the crowd. Yun and the others turned to see a figure in a black dress. The woman wore an expression devoid of emotion, her right hand holding a long black sword, quietly observing them. For reasons unknown, a chill of trepidation washed over them, yet they sensed no malice. Summoning his courage, Yun stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed lady, if we have inadvertently disturbed you, please accept our apologies. It was unintentional. The woman offered no response, merely altering her grip on the sword before slowly departing. Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at his arms, where the hair stood on end. Fortunately, the woman bore no ill intent, or they might have met their demise. He turned back to the group, saying, All right, let us commence. Meanwhile, in the Grand Xian capital, within the courtyard of Xianingshua, Shang Wanchen set down the book he had been reading, contemplatively gazing into the distance. The Tianxia sword was his life weapon. Its spirit could relay its observations back to him, and with a mere thought, he could summon the sword's spirit to return. He never anticipated that a casual act of kindness would lead them to leave their homeland for his sake, even traversing various realms. A faint smile graced Shang Wanchen's lips as he communicated a thought to the spirit of the Tianxia sword, instructing it to protect that group when necessary. Young master, what are you mumbling about? Xianingshua inquired, having overheard his murmur but not comprehending the context. Nothing of consequence, merely a phrase from my reading. Shang Wanchen smiled and said, Xiao Xue, my back feels somewhat uncomfortable after sitting for a long time. Could you please massage my shoulders? Certainly, young master. Xianingshua replied with a sweet smile. She gracefully moved to his side and began to knead his shoulders. However, she could not help but think to herself, aside from my father and mother, you are the only one who can make this princess massage your shoulders. Indeed, Xiao Xue's technique had improved considerably. Leaning back in his chair, Shang Wanchen closed his eyes and savored the moment, the delicate warmth radiating from the gentle touch of the young girl as hands left a lasting impression on him, soft, slender, and tender. Xianingshua also relished this sensation, realizing that she occasionally entertained impure thoughts. In contrast, Shang Wanchen appeared entirely indifferent and devoid of desire, which made her question her own state of mind. As she continued to massage, her thoughts began to wander, and after a moment, she inexplicably asked, Young master, are your legs sore? Would you like me to massage them? Yes, Shang Wanchen replied, placing the book over his face and extending his legs. After sitting for a while, a massage would be beneficial. Xianingshua felt a stirring in her heart as she slowly approached his side, gently kneeling down to begin massaging his legs. Initially, it felt pleasant to Shang Wanchen, but gradually, he sensed something amiss. Xianingshua's hands began to venture higher, reaching his thighs and slowly inching towards the inner thigh. Suddenly, Shang Wanchen opened his eyes wide, realizing that if she continued, it would lead to trouble. Xianingshua felt an immense tension within her, her face flushed with an unusual hue, and her small hands began to tremble slightly. Almost there, she thought, her heart racing with excitement. Yet, just as she was on the verge of success. A powerful hand seized her wrist, preventing her from advancing further. It was the first time she felt Shangguanshen's strength so profoundly, causing her to panic slightly. Forcing a smile, she asked, "Young master, what is the matter?" Shangguanshen gazed at her with a meaningful look and softly replied, "That's enough. If you go any higher, it will lead to complications." "What kind of complications?" Xianing Xue feigned ignorance, tilting her head with a curious expression. "A grave matter that could be quite perilous." "How perilous?" "I don't know. You've read so many books and still don't know? One cannot read everything. The world is vast, and it is natural to be unaware of many things. But isn't this common knowledge? Knowing it and still asking me?" Chapter 25. The winds have changed. The third prince of Dian feels a profound sense of alienation from the Dian royal family. The mother of the third prince, Su Chen, was murdered by the Dian emperor, and he has harbored resentment for a long time. The royal family has consistently treated the third prince poorly, and he has long contemplated severing ties with them. The Dian emperor despises the third prince above all else. It is unclear when such sentiments began to circulate throughout the realms of Dashuan, but they have spread like wildfire. For the public, such gossip about prominent figures has always piqued their interest, leading to an astonishingly rapid dissemination of these rumors. By afternoon, the news had already reached the imperial capital of Dashuan. Is it true? Does the third prince of the Great Yin feel no sense of belonging to the royal family? Furthermore, has the Great Yin Emperor even gone so far as to execute the mother of the third prince? Such news is indeed monumental. If this is true, it is conceivable that the third prince harbors resentment towards the emperor. It has long been rumored that the third prince is notably frugal. With his expenditures in the capital being far less than those of his royal siblings, it now appears that this frugality stems from the emperor's refusal to provide for him. It is no wonder that the emperor would strive to cultivate him into a genius only to send him away. Nevertheless, the poetry composed by the third prince is truly remarkable, exhibiting profound talent. If the reports are indeed accurate, then I find no fault in the emperor's decree. Indeed, given that the third prince feels little connection to the Great Yin royal family, he might very well become an ally of our Great Xian. Within a single day, the public opinion regarding Shangguanshen and the attitude towards the decree issued by Xian Qianming has shifted dramatically. The sentiments have now entirely aligned in one direction, with dissenting voices nearly extinguished. At this moment, the Grand Hall of the Great Xian Imperial Palace is engulfed in a state of impasse. Nearly half of the civil and military officials kneel on the ground, unified in their singular goal, to retract the decree regarding Shangguanshen. In their view, allowing a prince from a rival nation to roam freely within their territory poses a grave threat. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of their state. Xian Qianming understands their concerns for the nation's welfare, yet the decree has been issued and cannot be rescinded. He contemplates how to articulate an explanation that might pacify them for the time being. Thus, the atmosphere thickens with silence. However, it isn't long before a voice resounds from outside the hall. "Report, Your Majesty." It has been widely circulated that the third prince of Great Yin feels no allegiance to the royal family and harbors animosity towards the emperor. The people's sentiments have completely shifted. Upon hearing this, the hall erupts in a cacophony of astonishment. What? The third prince bears resentment towards the emperor? Is this true or false? When was this news disseminated? What is its authenticity? Has the third prince been forsaken by the Great Yin royal family? The ministers engage in fervent discussion, while those still kneeling appear visibly uncomfortable. Their primary concern was that granting Shangguanshen freedom of movement could lead to collusion with the Great Yin royal family. However, if he indeed harbors resentment towards the emperor, then their worries become moot. Xian Qianming furrows his brow, taken aback by the source of this news. Yet, his brow soon relaxes, regardless of its origin. A solution to the current predicament seems feasible, since the ministers are in disagreement regarding the matter. He proposes a course of action. I shall assign someone to monitor the third prince of Great Yin continuously. Once we ascertain any grievances he holds against the Great Yin, we will then allow him the freedom to move about independently. The ministers recognize this as perhaps the most prudent approach and respond in unison. We shall faithfully obey your command, Your Majesty. Very well, the court is dismissed. Upon entering the rear hall, Xian Qianming immediately summons eunuch Mo, instructing him, investigate the source of this information and its intent. Also, promptly informed Chen Fan to arrange for a change of residence. Now, Shangguanshen has entered the sight of many. Should he continue to reside within the princess's courtyard, the risk of discovery by those with ulterior motives could inevitably lead to adverse repercussions. Indeed, Master Imo nodded respectfully and promptly exited the grand hall. The situation grows ever more intriguing, Suchen. I eagerly await your decision. Xin Qiming smirked slightly. Withdrawing a piece of parchment that prominently detailed all of Su Qin's accomplishments from childhood to the present. From these accounts, he discerned numerous insights, such as the nature of Su Qin's relationship with Su Wu, his perspective on the Great Yin, and the transformations that began occurring 6 months prior. 6 months ago, Su Qin led a relatively ordinary life, with his greatest passion being fishing. Subsequently, his primary interest shifted to reading, as he became almost inseparable from books. At that time, Su Qin was not one to instigate trouble, nor did he involve himself in the affairs of others, meticulously avoiding all dangers and complications. However, after that period, although he remained cautious, his engagement in various matters increased significantly. Everything began to change 6 months ago, but what exactly transpired during that time remains a mystery to all. Xin Qiming reviewed the details multiple times without uncovering any flaws, which only intensified his fascination with Shangguanqin. He pondered whether this might be a fortuitous opportunity for the Great Xian, anticipating further developments. Meanwhile, news had also reached the Great Yin. Within a grand hall of the Great Yin Palace, Su Wu slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair, his face contorted with rage. This ungrateful wretch. He truly infuriates me. He indeed harbored disdain for Su Qin and had abandoned him, yet the notion of others speaking of it was altogether different. The rumors circulating in the outside world were utterly humiliating. What perplexed him was how the incident regarding Su Qin's mother had leaked. All those involved had been dealt with to prevent such scandals from surfacing. The second prince, standing below, dared not breathe a word until Su Wu had released some of his fury. Father, I believe the great Xian emperor is indeed foolish. To go to such lengths for a worthless individual, it must be a deliberate attempt to provoke us. If we react in anger, we only play into their hands. After all, that wretch has merely penned a few poems, yet they make such a spectacle of it, solely to vex me. He is nothing but a talentless fool. Yet the great Xian treats him as a treasure. It is simply laughable. Su Wu smirked coldly, stating, should this child remain, that fellow will undoubtedly devise more means to provoke me in the future. Jinner, you must immediately dispatch assassins to stealthily infiltrate the great Xian and ascertain Su Qin's whereabouts. If necessary, eliminate him. Father, must it truly come to that? Su Jin felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he too might one day be cast aside. Su Wu, noticing his son's apprehension, reassured him with a smile. Jinner, do not overthink it. You are not like him. That ungrateful wretch is the consequence of my drunken folly, and I never intended to keep him. My royal bloodline shall not be tainted by his existence. In other words, he is a stain upon the great Yin royal family. Should I one day descend into the underworld, I would have no face to present to my ancestors. You, however, are different. You are the offspring of me and Yufei. Born of a noble family, your lineage far surpassing that of the rebellious son. Moreover, you are the most favored child of the emperor, and you are well aware of how he regards you. Forgive me, father, it was merely my own overthinking, Su Jin pondered, realizing the truth in these words, which brought him solace. Furthermore, he held no affection for the brother who frequently opposed him. Previously, he had been constrained by certain reasons from eliminating him, but now, those concerns had vanished. Thus, Jin immediately set about making arrangements. Su Chun, you are truly my admirable son. To shine in the great Xian, one must consider my approval. A fierce glint flashed in Su Wu's eyes as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Xiaoxua, your audacity has certainly grown of late, remarked Shangguan Chun with a hint of exasperation. Not at all, responded Xianing Xue, pouting and huffing. It is the young master who is overthinking. Am I truly overthinking? Shangguan Chun replied, momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. I believe you have grown quite bold. I have not. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, Chen Fan's anxious voice echoed from outside the courtyard. The door swung open, and Chen Fan rushed in, visibly flustered. Upon seeing his demeanor, Shangguan Chen inquired curiously, what has happened? Xianing Xue's gaze turned inquisitive as well. Third Prince, you may not yet be aware, but you have become quite renowned in the great Xian. Chen Fan exclaimed hurriedly. What is the matter? Shangguan Chen asked, intrigued. This very morning, an edict from the palace declared that the emperor, having read your poetry, was greatly pleased and has permitted you to travel freely within the great Xian. Chen Fan relayed the news rapidly. This revelation momentarily stunned Shangguan Chen. He had not intended to reveal his identity, yet the emperor had done so for him. It was indeed a curious turn of events. He found himself uncertain of the emperor's intentions. Was he truly here as a hostage? It seemed increasingly peculiar. He felt as if he had strayed far from the path of a mere hostage. A wry smile tugged at his lips, and he pondered. Should I feel joy or sorrow? With his identity as a poet exposed, his words and actions would inevitably come under scrutiny, which would only serve to complicate matters. Congratulations, young master, Xian Yingxue exclaimed, her delight evident. Shang Wanchen shot her an annoyed glance and retorted, mind your words. Additionally, third prince, I have just received word from eunuch Imo in the palace, instructing me to escort you to a different residence, Chen Fan revealed. Why is that? Shang Wanchen queried, perplexed. Xian Yingxue, having guessed the reason, chose to remain silent. Chen Fan, realizing he could not disclose that it was the princess's domain, quickly altered his explanation. Third prince, your reputation has soared, and countless eyes are now upon you. It is safer to change your residence at this time. Indeed, Shang Wanchen nodded. I have stayed here long enough. Exposure may become an issue. In truth, he was simply considering that he had nearly exhausted the books available here and was ready for a new place to reside. Chapter 26. Where did the fourth sister go? Coincidentally, I possess a manor not far from here, where you both may reside, Chen Fan remarked. Currently, the populace of Dixian harbors no objections to Shang Wanchen's freedom of movement within the realm. However, should they discover that he is residing within the princess's quarters, it would likely incite not only the common folk, but also the noble families to take action. This would undoubtedly lead to a considerable amount of trouble. Shang Wanchen, however, held no objections. For him, it mattered little where he stayed, as long as there were books. Even a prison cell would suffice. Are there books available in the courtyard? Shang Wanchen inquired. Chen Fan, thumping his chest with confidence, replied, naturally, there are. Then that is settled, let us depart. With no belongings to carry, they could leave directly. Although Xian Yingxue was reluctant to see him leave the courtyard, she understood the urgency of the situation and refrained from voicing her concerns. Moments later, the trio arrived at another courtyard, situated 50 li away. This courtyard was significantly smaller and less appealing than the previous one, prompting Xian Yingxue to frown in discontent. Chen Fan appeared somewhat embarrassed. As a grown man, he had not maintained the place well, and it had been some time since he last visited. Yet, Shang Wanchen remained unfazed, even offering praise. It is far removed from the bustling city, with fresh air. Indeed, it is a splendid place for reading. In recent days, unbeknownst to him, the Tianxia sword had further elevated his cultivation, now reaching the second level of spirit gathering. Consequently, he had accumulated a considerable amount of malevolent energy. In truth, this malevolent energy posed no threat to his physical well-being. He merely preferred to keep it suppressed at a minimal level. Only in this manner could he feel at ease. Otherwise, he sensed a discomfort throughout his being. Chen Fan, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched his head and chuckled. Your Highness, you flatter me. It is merely a dilapidated place. Financial constraints do not permit better accommodations. His funds had been spent on indulgences, and he typically resided in a military camp. Acquiring this courtyard had been a result of his frugality. Xian Yingxue, filled with curiosity, could not help but ask, Sir, do you not feel a sense of loss? Typically, one would experience a disparity when suddenly transitioning from a superior environment to an inferior one. It is easier to move from frugality to luxury than the reverse. Just as she had experienced a significant adjustment when she left the comforts of the royal palace for the vastness of Diyan. It took her quite some time to adapt. However, Shang Wanchen seemed untouched by such feelings, which piqued her interest. Do I feel a sense of loss? Shang Wanchen gently shook his head and replied nonchalantly, not at all. For me, it matters little where I reside. There is no distinction, as long as there are books. As for feelings of disparity, he had experienced them once, but that was in a past life. Back then, he had come from a humble background, having to toil in menial jobs and reside in dilapidated housing amid dire conditions. Later, he attended a classmate's birthday celebration, which marked his first encounter with such a stark contrast. In a five-star hotel, surrounded by luxury cars, the value of the gifts received far exceeded anything he could earn in a lifetime. And what of his own circumstances? From childhood to adulthood, he had rarely celebrated a proper birthday. Even when he did, it merely involved purchasing a cake and inviting a few friends for a modest gathering at home. As for birthday gifts, he had never encountered such a notion. It was only upon moving to the city that he discovered the existence of birthday gifts. At that time, to claim there was no sense of disparity would be disingenuous. He pondered more than once why such a significant gap existed. even grappling with existential doubts at times. However, he later came to terms with the understanding that everyone has their own life and path. Regardless of the outcome, one must simply strive to be their best self. The lives of others may evoke envy, yet one's own existence may possess its own brilliance, for each individual is unique. Since then, whether amidst towering skyscrapers or dilapidated old houses, indulging in gourmet delicacies or simple fare, adorned in fine garments or clothed in rags, he learned to approach all with equanimity. Observing Shangguan Chen's calm demeanor, Xian Yingxue felt a twinge of sympathy. As a prince, achieving such composure must have come at a cost, and having experienced hardships herself, she could empathize with his struggles. She realized that she had been rather self-indulgent. In comparison to Shangguan Chen, she felt vastly inferior. After a brief moment of tidying up, Shangguan Chen assessed the minimal work required, merely some weeding and dusting. With that, he began his task. This startled Chen Fan, who hurriedly interjected, "Third prince, you cannot do this yourself. It suffices to summon a couple of servants for such trivialities." Shangguan Chen slowly shook his head, continuing to pull weeds. This was the first time Xian Yingxue witnessed him in such a manner, leading to a newfound perception of him. She crouched down beside him and said, "My lord, I will assist you." Despite having spent 6 months by Shangguan Chen's side, she had never engaged in weeding. Today marked her inaugural experience. Chen Fan was further taken aback. Feeling a shiver run through him, the esteemed princess was, astonishingly, pulling weeds like a commoner? Madness indeed. At that moment, he held immense admiration for Shangguan Chen, wondering what charm he possessed that could compel a princess to partake in such menial labor. In comparison, he felt utterly inept. Of course, Chen Fan did not remain idle. He began weeding with greater speed, recognizing that allowing 2 individuals of such noble status to toil in the dirt was a profound disrespect. "Report, Your Majesty. We have thoroughly investigated. The individuals spreading rumors about the third prince within the Great Xian realm are the same group responsible for the previous scandal in the imperial capital." In a grand hall of the Great Yin Palace, a man knelt respectfully, meticulously detailing the progress of the recent investigations. "Who are they?" Su Wu's expression turned sharp, his gaze penetrating as he focused on him. "It is the descendants of the traitors from Taiping Street." "Descendants of traitors? Excellent. It seems we have been too lenient with them. A traitor is a traitor. Their vile nature is unchangeable. Let us eliminate all those from Taiping Street." Su Wu had not anticipated that it was indeed those individuals behind the scheme, which caused him to regard them with newfound respect. "Your Majesty, Taiping Street is now deserted." The man replied helplessly. "Deserted? Those cunning descendants of traitors truly believe that fleeing to the Great Xian will spare them from consequences?" Su Wu let out a cold snort and declared, "Send 2 assassins to eliminate them all and display their severed heads on the border walls. Such treasonous individuals must face severe judgment." The man hesitated, contemplating whether to speak further. Su Wu glanced at him, his expression unyielding. "Speak. It appears that those from Taiping Street have a close relationship with the third prince." "The third prince again? What a remarkable son I have." Su Wu scoffed, his fists involuntarily clenching. Su Chen seemed determined to challenge his limits at every turn. His disdain for Su Chen had now reached its zenith. "Very well. Let him accompany those people to their graves. I have no son like him." He had never regarded Su Chen with any respect, always viewing him as a blemish. Allowing him to remain in this world was a calamity in itself. It would be better to eliminate him. "Yes, Your Majesty." The man bowed respectfully and quickly departed the hall. Meanwhile, within a palace in the Grand Xian capital, the respectful elder Mo reported, "Your Majesty, we have identified those spreading such rumors within our borders." "Oh, who are they?" Xian Qianming inquired, his curiosity piqued. "They are from the Great Yin dynasty." "The Great Yin dynasty?" Xian Qianming frowned. "How could they act in such a manner?" "To be precise, they are descendants of traitors from the Great Yin. Investigations reveal that the third prince seems to have shown them favor. They can be regarded as his followers," Elder Mo explained with deference. "Descendants of traitors? How intriguing, indeed." Xian Qianming chuckled. "Since they are the offspring of traitors and followers of that young man, as long as they do not infringe upon the bottom line of Grand Xian, let them be." The situation grows ever more fascinating. A glimmer of something unusual flickered in Xian Qianming's gaze. "By the way, allow the soldiers at the border to relax a little over the next few days. There is no need for such strictness. If I can receive this information, Su will undoubtedly obtain it as well. Given my understanding of him, he will surely be furious and will send assassins. I plan to turn the tables." He intended to deliberately allow the enemy's assassins to infiltrate, and it was certain they would target Su Qian and the descendants of the traitors. He wished to observe how Su Qian would respond to such a crisis, and whether those descendants could survive. No matter how one conceals themselves, the truth will eventually be revealed. He found himself increasingly amused by this unfolding drama. Elder Mo discerned his intentions and could not help but sigh, acknowledging that the emperor truly missed no opportunity for a trial. Yet, he too found himself intrigued by the young man. "I shall attend to this immediately," Elder Mo replied, preparing to take his leave. "Your efforts are appreciated." Xin Qianming nodded, signaling him to depart. No sooner had Elder Mo left than a man approached swiftly. He bore a resemblance to Xin Qianming, but was far more composed than the fifth prince. "Why does my eldest son, the crown prince, visit me today?" Xin Qianming remarked, surprised. His son was usually preoccupied with state affairs and seldom came to see him, making this visit quite unusual. "Father, I have heard that my younger sister has returned. Yet why have I not seen her for several days?" Xian Yi expressed his confusion. Xianing Xue was his full-blooded sister, and they had shared a close bond since childhood. When she expressed her desire to depart for the Great Yin half a year ago, he vehemently opposed her decision, but ultimately, he could not persuade her and yielded. Throughout the past 6 months, he had been incessantly concerned for his sister's safety. Now, upon learning of her return, he promptly made his way to her chamber, only to find her absence. Days passed without a glimpse of her, and he had only heard rumors of her attending a poetry gathering. Subsequently, she vanished once more, which struck him as quite peculiar. "Ha ha," Xin Qianming chuckled. "Your sister, now a fine princess, has chosen to serve as someone else's maid." What? Chapter 27. Hard to believe. Xian Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. His sister, the esteemed princess of the great Xian, had taken up the role of a maid for another? Had this been spoken by anyone else, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet, the source of this revelation was none other than his father. Despite his incredulity, he could not help but acknowledge the possibility of its truth. Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, he gazed earnestly at Xin Qianming and inquired, "Father, is this truly the case? Do you think I, as the sovereign of this realm, would utter falsehoods?" Xin Qianming replied, casting a mild glance in his direction. Xian Yi immediately lowered his head, hastily clarifying, "I did not mean it in that way. It is simply beyond belief." "Do not blame yourself," Xin Qianming remarked. "My own feelings upon discovering this were not dissimilar to yours now. Father, may I inquire as to who this person is?" Xian Yi's curiosity began to pique. Who could possess the influence to placate even his father? Could it be a reclusive master, an esteemed artist, an ancient ancestor, or perhaps an otherworldly immortal? Xin Qianming regarded him with an odd expression before slowly stating, "You have indeed heard of this individual." "Heard of them?" Xian Yi furrowed his brow, ruminating in vain for several moments, failing to discern who could compel his sister to serve as a maid. "Forgive my ignorance, but I cannot fathom who it could be. It is not someone familiar to you. The individual in question is the third prince of the Great Yin," Xin Qianming declared as he picked up a memorial to scrutinize. Xian Yi stood there, seemingly petrified, lost in disbelief. "The third prince of the Great Yin? The very hostage sent to our great Xian? My heavens, this is madness. Absolute madness." His face bore an expression of utter incredulity. How could a prince, sent from an enemy nation and incapable of cultivation, command his own sister to serve him as a maid? What merit did he possess? Surely he could have chosen any 2 maidens for the task. What need was there for a princess? He felt as though the world had gone mad, and Xin Qianming, too, had lost his senses to make such a decision. Was this not a disgrace to the royal family? If word spread, what would become of the royal dignity, the honor of the great Xian? It was utterly baffling. "Father, forgive my candor, but I cannot endorse your decision," Xian Yi declared emphatically, fixing an earnest gaze upon him. Xian Qianming's expression was peculiar as he said, "This is not my decision. It is your sister's own choice." What? Xian Yi was momentarily bewildered. He knew his sister, who had grown up alongside him, all too well. Over the years, she had dismissed countless outstanding suitors, scarcely sparing them a glance. The thought of her willingly becoming a maid was utterly absurd. His immediate reaction was that his sister had been beguiled or perhaps ensnared by some sorcery. Otherwise, such a decision was inconceivable. Yet even so, he could not fathom why his father had shown no sign of reaction, allowing this to unfold. Was the dignity of the royal family truly of no concern? However, even if that were the case, why didn't you intervene? Why should I intervene? Xin Qianming asked with curiosity. Xian Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon replied, "For the sake of our family's honor." Besides, he is a prince of an enemy nation. Allowing a princess to serve as his maid is an outrageous affair. How could we allow such a thing? He found it utterly unacceptable. If you are angry, you should inquire about it with Shuer herself. After a brief pause, Qianming continued, how about this? Tomorrow, I shall send someone to summon her, and you can ask her directly. Then I shall take my leave. Upon exiting the grand hall, Qianming struck his fist against a nearby pillar, producing a dull thud. He found it intolerable, too outrageous to bear, and he couldn't help but question whether his father had lost his wits. A prince from an enemy nation composed a few poems, and suddenly he was granted free rein and allowed to have his fourth sister as a maid. When did poetry become so esteemed? There must be an underlying reason he was unaware of. It seemed necessary to investigate the background of this Su Chun. That night, Shangwan Chun, as was his custom, read some books. To his surprise, the books in this courtyard were remarkably proper. He had anticipated something far less decorous. Young master, dinner is ready. A sweet voice came from the kitchen as Qianming Xue entered the small pavilion, carrying the dishes she had prepared. After placing them on the stone table before Shangwan Chun, she looked at him expectantly. How does my new dish taste? Delicious, Shangwan Chun replied, setting aside his book and picking up his chopsticks to take a taste. His eyes brightened instantly. Excellent. Your culinary skills have improved. Receiving the compliment, Qianming Xue beamed with joy, her face radiating happiness. If Qianming had witnessed this scene, he might have thought he was seeing a ghost. In his memory, his sister resembled a tomboy. When had she ever displayed such a delicate demeanor? Then you should eat more. Of course, the two settled into a comfortable silence, one savoring the food while the other watched him eat. After a moment, a series of knocks interrupted the tranquility. It was Chen Fan, knocking on the courtyard door. Miss Qin, you have received a letter from home. A letter from home? Qianming Xue paused, realizing it was likely news from the palace. She turned to Shangwan Chen and asked, young master, may I go and take a look? Of course, Shangwan Chen nodded. If there is something concerning your family, you should attend to it. Thank you, young master. Qianming Xue nodded, rising to leave the courtyard. As she opened the courtyard gate and received a letter, she immediately began to scrutinize its contents. Upon finishing, a flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. Had her royal brother learned of her circumstances? The letter indeed summoned her back to the palace, stating that Qianming had pressing matters to discuss with her. Qianming Xue was aware that this secret could not be concealed for long. An explanation would be inevitable. However, she felt no panic, especially since her father had already consented, which alleviated her concerns. What troubled her was the possibility of her brother taking action against Shangwan Chen. Given his temperament, he would undoubtedly probe the situation, and she needed to devise a strategy. Turning to Shangwan Chen, she smiled and said, young master, there has been a minor issue at home, and I must return tomorrow. I will prepare breakfast for you in the morning. Since she had to leave the next day, it would be wise to rest early tonight. All right, Shangwan Chen replied, choosing not to read further and instead retiring early to bed, determined to avoid disturbing her slumber with light. The following morning, he awoke to a steaming breakfast, accompanied by a note. Picking up the paper, he read the elegant handwriting. Young master, I should return shortly. Breakfast is ready for you, so remember to eat. Also, don't forget to think of me. From your maid, Xiao Xue. This girl, he mused, shaking his head lightly as he sat down to eat. Indeed, Qianming Xue's culinary skills had improved remarkably. He couldn't help but wonder where he would find such delectable food if she were to leave. She had spoiled his palate. This was unacceptable. If Xiao Xue were to depart, it would significantly hinder his studies. Chapter 28. He is an extraordinary talent in the Grand Hall of the Dexian Palace, where Qianming resided. Qianming arrived early and awaited patiently. Qianming continued to review various memorials, occasionally inquiring, have you been neglecting your training lately? Not at all, Qianming replied respectfully. What is your current level of cultivation? I have reached the third stage of spirit gathering. Not bad, Qianming praised succinctly. But the conversation quickly waned. Only Qianming understood that his father was not entirely pleased with his progress. At 21, reaching the third stage was commendable. Yet it fell short of Qianming's expectations. Among their siblings, only Qianming Xue excelled, nearing a breakthrough into the spirit-gathering realm at 17. This was likely why Qianming favored her. Qianming was also filled with curiosity about his father, who had never revealed his level of cultivation yet emanated a formidable aura. He suspected that very few people in the palace were aware of Qianming's true capabilities. Father, when will fourth sister arrive? After waiting for some time without seeing anyone, Xian Yi could not help but inquire. Qianming slightly raised his gaze and replied, "Is she not here already?" Just as he spoke, a clear, cold voice resonated from a distance in the hall. "Father, royal brother, Shuer has arrived." Xian Yi's expression shifted, a smile breaking across his face as he hurried forward. "Fourth sister, how have you fared into Yin these past 6 months?" Royal brother has been quite worried. "Your concern is greatly appreciated, dear brother. I am safe and sound here, and have returned safely now." Xian Shue performed a slight bow. However, Xian Yi furrowed his brow and gently tapped her head, remarking in exasperation, "How have you become so distant after being away for just half a year?" "Oh dear, brother. We are in front of father." Xian Shue lightly jumped back, unable to resist touching her head, casting a pitiful glance at him. "Haha. You two siblings may converse freely without worrying about father." Qianming laughed heartily, encouraging them to be at ease. Yet, Xian Yi's expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke in a low voice. "Fourth sister, tell me honestly, have you become someone else's maid?" Xian Shue had anticipated his question and was mentally prepared. With poise, she replied, "Indeed." "Humph. Fourth sister, you truly are foolish. You are the princess of our Grand Xian. How can you stoop to being someone else's maid? Moreover, that person is a prince of Dian. Do you not realize that Dian and we are sworn enemies? Why would you demean yourself in such a manner? Does the status of a princess mean less than that of a maid? Where do you place the dignity of our Grand Xian?" Xian Yi's expression was filled with indignation, his tone imbued with a sense of frustration over his sister's choices. Not far away, Qianming's eyes flickered with curiosity, wondering how Xian Shue would respond to such accusations. In the face of these reproaches, Xian Shue merely smiled faintly and said, "Brother, have you considered why I have done this? Everything I do is for the sake of Grand Xian." "For Grand Xian? You choose to serve a prince of an enemy nation as a maid for the sake of Grand Xian? You would forsake our dignity for this. This is not for Grand Xian. You are on a path to ruin it." Though Xian Yi rarely chastised his sister, he could not yield in this matter. Family ties were indeed precious, but the affairs of the nation held even greater weight. Yes, he is a prince of Dian, but have you truly come to know him? Though he is labeled a waste, he is far from it. Our Grand Xian may appear peaceful on the surface, but we face both internal and external strife. If we do not strategize early, we will inevitably face the demise of our nation. I am 80% certain that Su Chun is a peerless genius. If we can bring him to serve Grand Xian, it would be of immense benefit to us. Xian Shue showed no sign of retreat, her expression resolute as she engaged in a spirited defense. Xian Yi found himself at a loss for words. He knew well the predicament facing Grand Xian, much of which stemmed from the situation with Dian. They had endured for so many years and were beginning to tire. In a few more years, conflict may erupt anew. Yet, this was not a reason for him to concede. He acknowledged the truth of her statements. But he could not accept one point, that she labeled the other as a genius. Fourth sister speaks rightly. Grand Xian does face certain challenges. But do you possess evidence to support your claim that he is a peerless genius? Without evidence, it remains mere hearsay. As for whether his heart lies with Dian, how can you know? Enough. At this moment, Qianming spoke. Both of you siblings possess stubborn temperaments. It is best to keep matters succinct and avoid discord. As for Su Chen's allegiance to the Great Yin, it likely does not exist. Xian Shue was not entirely mistaken in her observations. Indeed, the current Great Xian lacks prodigious talents, particularly those of extraordinary caliber. A singular genius, if nurtured, could safeguard a dynasty for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. The gravest threat to Great Xian does not stem from neighboring nations but from an impending menace from beyond. Upon hearing Qianming's words, Xian Yi hastily revised his stance. Since father declares that his heart does not lie with the Great Yin, let us not dwell on this matter. You assert he is a paragon of talent. On what grounds do you draw this conclusion? Xian Shue was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond. Xian Yi smiled, continuing, "You see, even you cannot articulate a defense. How can you assert he is a prodigy? Perhaps he is merely the inept individual described by the Great Yin royal family." In truth, Qianming harbored a desire for her to present a compelling argument. Perhaps stirred by Xian Yi's disparagement of Su Chen, Xian Shue could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "He merely offers a few pointers, yet my swordsmanship has improved significantly. Is this claim genuine? Does he possess such capability?" Both Qianming and Xian Yi inquired simultaneously. However, their tones diverged. Qianming's held a hint of excitement. while Xian Yi's was laden with skepticism. Compared to Xian Yi, Xian Qianming had a deeper understanding of Su Chun, and after several probing encounters, he too began to believe Xian Yingshua's assertion of Su Chen's genius. Indeed, it is true, Xian Yingxue affirmed with confidence. Since fourth sister asserts so, then very well. If, in a fortnight's time, you can defeat me under his guidance, I shall acknowledge him and refrain from contesting your status as his attendant. However, should you fail, you must distance yourself from him and return to your duties as a princess. Xian Yi gazed deeply at her, smiling. Dare you accept this challenge? He could not bear the thought of his sister serving as another's attendant, nor did he wish to bring shame upon the royal family or great Xian. Yet, should the individual in question be a genius who could serve the interests of great Xian, the situation would indeed be different. How can this be possible? Xian Yingxue exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Her current cultivation was merely at the 9th level of qi condensation, still a step away from spirit gathering, while Xian Yi had already reached the 3rd level of spirit gathering. To defeat him in half a month was an absurd notion. She feared not that Su Chun would fail. After all, genius does not guarantee rapid enhancement of combat prowess, but rather the thought of being separated from him. Father, you see how unreasonable brother's proposal is. Please persuade him. Seeing Xian Yi unmoved, Xian Yingxue turned her pleading gaze toward Xian Qianming. Haha, Xian Qianming laughed heartily. Yet he did not show favoritism. Instead, he remarked, I believe your brother's viewpoint holds merit. If you cannot achieve this, it would be best for you to fulfill your role as a princess. Xian Yingxue fell silent, refraining from further protest. She understood that once her father had spoken, there was no room for negotiation. After a long pause, she finally whispered, Schwerer understands. With that, she departed the grand hall without a backward glance. Chapter 29, Young Master. Please teach me swordsmanship. Xian Yingxue found herself at a loss, barely aware of how she exited the grand hall. It felt as though her very soul had been extracted. She did not wish to comply with her elder brother's demands, yet she found herself cornered. There was no room for rebuttal against Xian Qianming's words. Should she truly be defeated, he would undoubtedly prevent her from returning. What to do? Xian Yingxue's heart was a tempest of confusion, torn between her desire to remain by Su Chen's side and the imperative to obey her father as command. The thought of jeopardizing Su Chen's safety was unbearable. Inside the grand hall, Xian Yi, wearing a beaming smile, addressed Xian Qianming. Father, do you not think that individual is merely putting on an act? An act? Xian Qianming shot him a peculiar glance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You would do well to mind your own affairs. Do not assume victory is assured. Should you falter, I shall be most curious to see how you extricate yourself from that predicament. Does father truly believe I will lose? Or does he think that person can facilitate a miraculous transformation for fourth sister? Xian Yi furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his inquiry. Could it be that father genuinely considers that individual a peerless genius? Whether that is true or not shall be determined by time. Xian Qianming replied nonchalantly. Now, return. Do not become complacent in the coming days. Remain vigilant. Though Xian Yi felt a sense of indignation, he dared not voice it further. With a respectful bow, he took his leave. Once outside the grand hall, his gaze turned icy. Fourth sister and father hold you in such high regard. I shall see if you are indeed worthy of it. Upon returning to her courtyard, Xian Yingxue's spirits remained low. Back already? In the courtyard, Shang Wanchen set down his books and observed her approach. Xian Yingxue replied softly. Instantly sensing something was amiss, Shang Wanchen rose and approached her, tilting his head as he gazed into her eyes. What has transpired? You seem quite downcast. It's nothing. Xian Yingxue forced a smile. Shang Wanchen's expression hardened, and he spoke sternly. Is it so? Are you now dismissing my words? Xian Yingxue lifted her gaze to meet his, but after a moment, her eyes drifted elsewhere. The longer she looked, the more her heart ached at the thought of her impending departure. Young master, will you teach me swordsmanship? She raised her head, her eyes shimmering with hope. I am merely a scholar. How could I possibly teach you? Shang Wanchen shook his head, gently declining her request. Oh, she murmured, her voice tinged with visible disappointment. Moments later, tears began to spill down her cheeks. What is the matter? Shang Wanchen was taken aback, bewildered by her sudden tears. This had never happened before. Speak the truth to me. What has truly occurred? He grasped Xian Yingxue's shoulders and looked earnestly into her eyes. It's just my brother knows I serve as your maid, and he is furious. He pressured me in front of father to engage in a duel with him in half a month, and if I lose, I must return home and may not come back here. Xian Yingxue buried herself in Shangguan Chen's embrace, her face a portrait of grievance. If outsiders were to witness her in such a vulnerable state, they would surely be taken aback. The typically aloof and indifferent princess had collapsed into the arms of a man, weeping heartily, all because of this predicament. It was at this moment that Shangguan Chen came to a realization. Before he could utter a word, Xian Yingxue continued, I apologize, my lord. I deceived you. I actually possessed the cultivation of the 6th level of the qi condensation realm. In truth, she still had not spoken the whole truth. Although it was rare for someone of 17 to reach the 6th level of qi condensation, it was still acceptable. However, claiming to be at the 9th level would undoubtedly reveal her true identity. The 6th level of qi condensation, you say? Shangguan Chen was not particularly surprised, as he had long suspected that Xian Yingxue was concealing her true abilities. In a prominent family like the Qin clan, such cultivation was not extraordinary. From recent events, he could also infer that Xian Yingxue's status within the Qin family was likely considerable. Otherwise, they would not have sent someone to test him. What is your brother's cultivation level? He inquired. 1st level of the spirit nurturing realm, Xian Yingxue replied. Ah, the 1st level of spirit nurturing, Shangguan Chen mused, stroking his chin. This poses quite a challenge. One at the 6th level of qi condensation and another at the 1st level of spirit nurturing. There's a significant gap between you two. He had initially not intended to teach Xian Yingxue, yet if she were to leave, it would also trouble him greatly. To be frank, with your 6th level of qi condensation, it would be quite difficult to defeat your brother, who is at the 1st level of spirit nurturing, Shangguan Chen stated candidly. Xian Yingxue lifted her head, her gaze filled with disappointment. Is there truly no way? Not necessarily, Shangguan Chen replied with a smile. His casual words ignited a flicker of hope within Xian Yingxue. My lord, what should I do? With your current level of cultivation, if you wish to surpass him in half a month, there is but one method. What method? She inquired eagerly. To enter the realm of momentum, Shangguan Chen said with a faint smile, continuing, coming from a prestigious family, you must be aware that beyond mere cultivation, the sword path is divided into realms such as sword momentum, sword intent, sword soul, and sword heart. Crossing into the realm of sword momentum signifies that you have truly entered the domain of swordsmanship. At this level, all your sword techniques will be enhanced by momentum, exponentially increasing their power. Only in this manner can you hope to surpass your brother, provided that he has not yet reached the realm of momentum. He has not reached it, but that realm is not easily attained, Xian Yingxue remarked, furrowing her brows, a persistent sorrow lingering in her eyes. There was a method indeed, yet the path to achieving it remained arduous. Generally speaking, it is not an easy feat. Shangguan Chen chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, exuding confidence. However, if I were to personally guide you, it may still be possible. Really? Xian Yingxue paused, staring at him in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. Such a claim was something even her father would not dare to make. Yet, his confidence was palpable. To what level had his swordsmanship ascended? Xian Yingxue found it difficult to fathom, although she had always sensed that Shangguan Chen was extraordinary. This surpassed her imagination. How many secrets do you hold? What kind of person are you? What is the extent of your cultivation? She pondered deeply within her heart. Yet, what filled her with joy was the thought that if this were truly achievable, she could remain by his side. With this in mind, Xian Yingxue could not help but break into a radiant smile. Her voice choked with emotion as she said, My lord, you are truly wonderful. It is nothing, he replied modestly. Shangguan Chen waved his hand gently and said, It is merely that I have grown accustomed to your care. I did not wish to lose a capable maidservant. I knew you could not bear to part with me. Now, enough idle chatter. Come quickly and practice. All right. I shall be there at once. Chapter 30. Instruction in the courtyard. The sword, a weapon of precision, demands a fierce spirit. Your movements are incorrect. Your power is lacking. Draw your legs back. Do not fidget. Cease your playful demeanor and focus on your swordplay. Tuck in your rear. It is too elevated. With a resounding slap upon her backside, the crisp sound echoed through the courtyard. Yet, at that moment, Shangguan Chen was wholly absorbed in his teaching, oblivious to all else. Xian Yingxue's face flushed crimson, and her body began to tremble. Biting her red lip, she looked at Su Chen with tear-filled eyes and softly said, You are too harsh. My lord, do not bring that up. Do you still wish to defeat your elder brother? Shangguan Chen frowned and continued his rigorous instruction. His hands-on teaching left Xian Yingxue flustered, her mind in a whirl. Time flew by swiftly, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Nothing significant transpired in the imperial capital. Everything remained remarkably tranquil. Only 3 young men persistently sought the whereabouts of Shangwanshun. In a narrow alley of the capital, Xian Lang, Xian Ming, and Zhou Tianyi gathered, all appearing rather disheartened. Brother Xianming, how could you, a 5th prince, not even know where Su Xiong resides? Xian Lang could not help but voice his frustration. Indeed, Zhou Tianyi agreed, after searching for 5 days. We have not only failed to locate Su Daoyu, but have not even caught a glimpse of him. Oh, do you think I do not wish to know where he is? Xian Ming replied, growing anxious. Very few people in the capital are aware of Su Xiong's whereabouts. My father has never made it public, and even the people I send out have been sent back. Tell me, how is it that the emperor has decreed Su Xiong may move freely into Xian, yet we cannot find a trace of him? Is he truly confined to his home, never stepping outside? Xian Lang voiced his doubts, continuing, as a prince, living extravagantly is quite normal, is it not? Seeking pleasure is only to be expected. Yet we have scoured every establishment in the capital, and still, no sign of him. Do you not find that peculiar? In my view, this Prince Su is likely not the kind of prince we imagine, Zhou Tianyi sighed. A person capable of such poetry could not possibly be so mundane. Xian Ming nodded vigorously in agreement. In recent days, they had found Shangwanshun to be quite an intriguing individual, contrary to the external rumors. He was humble, possessed extraordinary poetic talent, and with the emperor's endorsement, his house arrest had been lifted. The 3 unanimously felt that Shangwanshun was someone worth befriending. However, after 5 days of searching, they had yet to discover where he resided. Shall we continue our search? Xian Lang glanced at the others. Yes, why would we not? Zhou Tianyi clenched his teeth, resolved to continue. If you seek him, then I shall join you, Xian Ming declared, ready to follow suit. Very well. The first 5 days were dedicated to posture. Now we shall practice sword techniques. In the courtyard, Shangwanshun held a book, addressing the obediently seated Xian Yingxue before him. After 5 days of diligent practice, the demeanor of Xian Yingxue, now wielding her sword, has undergone a remarkable transformation. At first glance, she exudes an extraordinary aura. The concept of force, as its name suggests, refers to momentum. Different sword techniques possess distinct forces. For instance, the frost sword technique embodies a chilling essence. The whirlwind sword technique conveys a tempestuous vigor, while the blazing sun sword technique radiates searing heat. The swordplay of those who comprehend this force starkly contrasts with that of those who do not. When wielded correctly, the power amplifies exponentially, conversely. A misapplication can result in self-harm or, in severe cases, lead one astray into madness. Xian Yingxue listened intently, her focus sharper than ever before. The rigorous training imparted by Shangwanshun revealed his stern nature. He would often strike her palm or require her to maintain certain stances for hours on end, withholding meals if she did not meet his standards. This intensity abruptly shifted her attention from her previous distractions with Su Chun to her practice. Now, any trace of her former frivolity had vanished. Master, with only 10 days remaining, can I truly grasp the force? Xian Yingxue expressed her concerns. As long as you heed my guidance, it is undoubtedly achievable, Shangwanshun replied confidently. After the explanation, Shangwanshun prompted her to demonstrate her swordplay while he observed closely, offering occasional corrections and guidance on her mistakes. In just a few short hours, Xian Yingxue felt a significant enhancement in her technique, which also bolstered her overall strength. Igniting her excitement, she perceived him as almost divine, possessing an unparalleled understanding of the art. Meanwhile, not far from the imperial capital, a group had gathered in a forest outside a small town. Ha ha ha, our plan has finally succeeded. Heian laughed heartily, feeling a rare sense of pride. Their failed schemes in Dian had miraculously thrived in Dashuan. Through their relentless dissemination of information, public opposition to allowing Su Chen freedom within the realm had significantly diminished. I suppose we have successfully aided the 3rd prince. Heian continued, astonished at the prospect of contributing to the 3rd prince's endeavors. Now, he should be able to move freely within Dashuan. The crowd erupted in laughter. However, amidst their revelry, an ominous threat emerged. You from Taiping Street, your lives are forfeit. A gravelly voice echoed from an unknown source, startling the crowd. Before they could grasp the situation, a figure clad in a black robe and a mask suddenly lunged from the forest. A nascent spirit realm expert. Heian gasped, his expression shifting to one of terror. He turned to the others, shouting, "Everyone, run." Such a formidable foe was beyond their capacity to confront. Just as they contemplated escape, the assailant, a trained assassin from Dian, prepared to execute his grim task of annihilating everyone in Taiping Street. Yet, just as he was about to strike, a pitch-black sword unexpectedly pierced through him with astonishing speed. The man's pupils constricted instantaneously as blood gushed forth from his chest, collapsing onto the ground. The sudden scene left the people of Taiping Street, including He Yun, frozen in shock. Glancing at the long sword, a flicker of recognition ignited in He Yun's mind. It was the very sword wielded by the woman in the black dress he had encountered that day. Regaining his composure, he hastily knelt, exclaiming, "I am He Yun. I am grateful for your salvation, esteemed one." The elders and children of Taiping Street, witnessing this, also knelt in unison, voicing their thanks. "We are indebted to your grace." Yet, there was no response. The obsidian sword, having absorbed the lifeblood of the fallen man, vanished without a trace. Chapter 31. The trio in search of a person. At the same moment, Shangwan Shun, who was instructing Xianing Xue, felt a stirring within. Assassins, perhaps? It seems my father can no longer restrain himself from attempting to take my life. A glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes as he immediately summoned the spirit of the Tianxie sword, instructing it to return and conceal itself around the courtyard. Truth be told, although he held no affection for the great Yan, and felt little familial bond towards Su Wu, it was undeniable that he had spent over a decade in that place. To claim he felt no attachment at all would be disingenuous. Regardless of the external narratives, he had already resolved in his heart, should Su Wu conduct himself in a proper and honest manner, he would refrain from any action, honoring the meager ties of those years. However, disappointment ensued. Su Wu had dispatched assassins, and Shangwan Shin suspected these weren't simply tasked with eliminating the people of Taiping Street. Undoubtedly, other assassins were en route to him. Since you have shown such callousness, do not blame me for my retaliation. At this moment, the bond of father and son had completely dissipated in his heart, as had any regard for his siblings, all of whom were cut from the same cloth. They mirrored Su Wu's disposition from childhood. No one had esteemed him, and he had no desire to associate with them. In stark contrast, the great Xian, an enemy nation, treated him with more respect, and the disparity grew ever more pronounced through comparison. He had yet to commit any grievous act. He had merely shared a few verses, and already they could not restrain themselves from sending assassins to kill him. What would happen if he truly acted? My lord, I believe I have sufficiently mastered this sword technique. Xianing Xue sheathed her sword, gazing at the dazed Shangwan Shun with curiosity. My lord? Yes, Shangwan Shun replied, snapping back to attention with a slight smile. If you have nearly perfected this technique, let us practice another. Understood, Xianing Xue nodded obediently, promptly resuming her practice. Be mindful of your timing, adjust your stance. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Xianing Xue had diligently refined all the sword techniques she knew under Su Chen's guidance, enhancing their potency. Yet, she still had not grasped the essence necessary to enter the realm of sword momentum. With only 5 days remaining, the anxiety on her face was palpable. My lord, only 5 days remain. Is it truly possible? Fear began to creep in. These past few days had been so wonderful, and she was reluctant to depart. Shangwan Shun, however, remained untroubled, casually stating, Do not fret. I assure you, if I say you can achieve it, then you shall. Am I truly foolish, my lord? Xianing Xue could not restrain herself from uttering this question, her eyes filled with disappointment. Shangwan Shun, feeling somewhat helpless, reached out to gently rub her cheek, offering comfort. Do not think like that. You are quite intelligent. This is not an easy matter, and were it anyone else, they would fare worse than you. But my lord is certainly more capable than I. Xianing Xue felt the sting of this comparison. Could Shangwan Shin truly claim to be in the same league? If it were not for the Tianxie sword, perhaps he would not surpass her at all. Yet he could not fathom why the sword had chosen him. This innate weapon, born of heaven and earth, not only possessed its own spirit, but also had specific criteria for selecting its master. He could never grasp what qualities he possessed that aligned with those standards. Reality often unfolds in a dramatically ironic fashion. I am different, Shangwan Shin replied. In what way? Xianing Xue looked at him with a hint of confusion. You will understand in due time. Shangwan Shin provided a vague reply rather than a direct answer. In the future. Then, Xianing Xue nodded slightly. What should I do next? Feel, he instructed. Feel. Indeed, feel. Sense the currents around you. The wind has its own momentum, and water has its own flow. What you must do is calm your mind and attune yourself to these forces, linking them with your sword, Shangwan Shin elucidated. Is that so? Xianing Xue comprehended. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Chun Fan, who had been dozing off, was roused by the sound of conversation. Damn it. It's been 10 days, 10 whole days. We have scoured the majority of the imperial capital and still have no news of Brother Su. Where could he possibly be? Has he already left the imperial capital? Surely not. Even if he intended to depart, there would be some trace of him, wouldn't he there? I suspect he is merely hiding somewhere we have yet to uncover. Why do these voices sound so familiar? Chun Fan suddenly became alert. The sound seemed oddly recognizable. Yet this place was rather remote within the imperial capital, making it unlikely for them to be present. However, in the next moment, he turned and found himself locked in a gaze with 3 others. General Chun, 5th Prince, Young Master Lang, Young Master Zhou, they exclaimed in unison. Chun Fan's heart raced, overwhelmed by disbelief. It truly was the 3 of them. This was troubling. Instantly, he grew tense. For within the courtyard were the Grand Princess and the 3rd Prince of De Yin. If they were to be discovered, it would spell disaster. Cold sweat began to bead on his back. Why is General Chen here? Shouldn't you be in the military camp? Xian Lang inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Zhou Tiany's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Xian Ming was positively ecstatic. Chun Fan's mind raced, and he quickly scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. I was granted a 2-day leave from above, so I came here after enjoying a drink with a few ladies from the brothel last night. I woke up this morning and found myself here, completely unaware of where I was. Is that true? Xian Lang's gaze was filled with skepticism. Xian Ming held up a picture, placing it before him. General Chun, have you ever seen the man depicted in this image? Chun Fan focused intently on the picture, momentarily rendered speechless. The man depicted on the screen is none other than Su Chun in disguise. At this moment, he felt an unexpected sense of calm, shaking his head with utmost composure, saying, I have never seen him. Truly never? Zhou Tiany inquired, refusing to relent. Indeed not. Chun Fan continued to shake his head. It seems there are inhabitants in this courtyard. Xian Lang, realizing that further inquiries would yield no results, shifted his focus to the surrounding area. I am unaware of who resides within. Chun Fan continued to feign ignorance. Shall we enter to ascertain? Xian Ming boldly approached and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came a voice from within, instantly capturing the attention of the 3 men, as it bore a striking resemblance to the voice of the individual they were searching for. However, they did not allow themselves to become overly excited, for they had encountered numerous voices of similar nature in recent days. We are here in search of someone and wish to enter for inquiries, Zhou Tiany announced loudly. Yet, Xian Lang, unable to contain his impatience, pushed the door open. What followed was a moment of silence. Inside the courtyard, Shang Wanqin was deeply engaged in conversation with Xianing Xue, their bodies positioned closely, as if they were on the verge of embarking on something unspeakable. Upon seeing the 3 intruders, Shang Wanqin's expression shifted to one of peculiarity, mirrored by Xianing Xue, both gazing at them with a penetrating stare. This left the 3 men in a rather awkward predicament, as they had unwittingly interrupted what appeared to be a significant moment. Xian Lang offered an awkward smile, discreetly taking the image from Xian Ming's hand, and calmly inquired, Might you have seen the man depicted in this portrait? I do not recognize him, nor have I ever seen him. Shang Wanqin promptly shook his head. Since the 3 had failed to identify him, he had no desire to complicate matters further. As for Xianing Xue, her appearance was also concealed by disguise. Forgive the intrusion. Please, continue, Zhou Tiany quickly urged, pulling the others away and closing the door behind them. Another misjudgment. Alas, where could Brother Su have gone? The 3 departed in a state of despondency, scarcely glancing at Chun Fan again. Chun Fan, feeling a sense of relief, realized he could no longer remain in such a conspicuous location and needed to find a place to conceal himself. Very well, let us proceed. Shang Wanqin soon regained his composure. Indeed, my lord, Xian Yingshu echoed, undeterred by the earlier interruption, resuming her earnest endeavor to attune herself to the surrounding energy. In the final days, Shang Wanqin spoke little, allowing Xian Yingshu to delve into her solitary contemplation. He occupied himself with reading, occasionally sipping tea, seemingly indifferent to her training. Yet in truth, he observed her closely. With only 1 day remaining before the deadline, Shang Wanqin set aside his book, recognizing the urgency of aiding her. Time was running short. In reality, Xianing Xue had already grasped the essence of her enlightenment. With just 3 more days, she could achieve success. Yet, only a day remained. Shang Wanqin quietly shifted his stance, silently approaching Xianing Xue, who was deep in meditation. Gently, he extended his finger, and with a deliberate touch, he He pressed it against her forehead. In that fleeting moment, Xian Xue felt as if a beam of light had pierced through the darkness, instantly illuminating her mind, bringing forth a multitude of insights. Everything seemed remarkably simplified. She perceived the unending momentum of the sword, grasping the essence of sword intent. With a flick of his finger, Su Chun returned to the pavilion, poured himself a pot of tea, and began to meticulously peruse a book. This should pose no problem, he mused inwardly. When the heavenly evil sword acknowledged its master, it significantly advanced his swordsmanship, propelling him into the realm of sword momentum. After half a year of diligent cultivation, he had ascended to the realm of sword intent. At this level, he could be regarded as a master of swordsmanship. Such individuals were scarce throughout the entirety of the Great Yin and Great Xian, with most being at least in their 40s. He alone, at 17, had reached this pinnacle, unmatched by any from the surrounding nations. Previously, he had imparted his understanding of swordsmanship to Xian Xue, though she could only perceive a fraction of it. It was a rare opportunity that would undoubtedly assist her in entering the realm of sword momentum. A day later, Xian Xue awakened from her epiphany, her face aglow with delight. She immediately turned her gaze to Su Chun, who was engrossed in his book, exclaiming, "Young master, I did it. I have comprehended the sword momentum." What she did not mention was that her cultivation had also broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm. Having originally been at the 9th level of qi condensation, she was but a step away from spirit nurturing. And this newfound understanding of sword momentum had allowed her to leap over that threshold and achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 32. My pillar of support understanding is all that matters. Su Chen remarked with an appreciative smile. With this, you should be able to defeat your brother, correct? Indeed. This time, I will surely bring him down. Xian Xue confidently declared, her fists pumping with determination, her previous despondency nowhere to be seen. Isn't it about time for your appointment? Su Chen inquired. Yes, Xian Xue nodded. Then you should hurry. You wouldn't want to keep them waiting. He teased, pinching her cheek playfully. Xian Xue, feeling a touch wronged, touched her face and pouted, "Young master, if you keep pinching me, I might become ugly." Nonsense, Su Chun retorted, pinching her again, adding, "How could a mere pinch make one ugly? But I must admit, the sensation is quite pleasant." "You are incorrigible," she blushed, realizing how peculiar she was acting in Su Chen's presence, completely devoid of her usual demeanor. It felt as though she were enchanted, unable to extricate herself from this state. She constantly reflected on how she had not been like this before. In the company of others, she had never felt such intensity. "All right, I will take my leave now." Xian Xue extricated herself from his grasp and swiftly made her way toward the entrance. It was not that she disliked his company. She simply could not afford to delay any longer, fearing she might lose track of time in her moment of distraction. "Go on," Su Chen nodded, watching her depart. Once Xian Xue had left, the smile on his face instantly vanished, and his gaze hardened. He directed his eyes toward a certain spot in the courtyard, sneering. "Since you have arrived, come forth. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the third prince. Your intellect is commendable." As a laugh echoed through the courtyard, a figure clad in black unexpectedly appeared. To his astonishment, he realized this man was a death warrior, a steward from his residence during the time of the Great Yin, whom he had always presumed to be an ordinary individual. Little did he know that this person had been trained as an assassin by the Great Yin. "It seems my father has long harbored intentions to end my life. Your assumption is correct. The Emperor has indeed wished for your demise for quite some time. Thus, I have remained concealed by your side, awaiting orders to take your life," the man stated without reservation, regarding Su Chun as already deceased, which rendered him rather at ease. Having spent over a decade in Su Chen's household, he was acutely aware of Su Chen's capabilities. Su Wu had stationed him there with the intention of surveillance. Over the years, he found no evidence of Su Chen cultivating his abilities. Everything appeared quite ordinary, save for a touch of cleverness. "Ah, I once thought there was some semblance of paternal affection, but it seems I was merely a thorn in his side, all because of my mother's humble origins." Su Chun gazed deeply at him. The man displayed no signs of concealment. Finding a place to sit casually, he chuckled, "In light of our long-standing association, it is no trouble to inform you that the Emperor indeed looks down upon your mother's background. To speak plainly, your mother met her end at my hands." Though the command came from the Emperor. "Very well," Su Chun replied, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips as he fixated on the man, as if gazing upon a corpse. Disturbed by Su Chen's stare, the man frowned. "What? Does the third prince intend to kill me with that look?" "Ha ha ha, third prince. You are as powerless as a newborn chick. How could you possibly harm me? Yet I can understand your rage, for the murderer of your mother stands before you. And such indignation is entirely natural. Alas, sometimes, anger requires strength. Without it, one is merely a jester. And how do you know you won't perish here? Su Chun suppressed his fury, maintaining an impassive expression. Is your reliance on the one outside? The man inquired with a smile. Unfortunately for you, he has already been lured away and will not return anytime soon. Is that so? What if I claim that my support does not originate from him? Su Chun retorted with a scornful laugh. Not from him? The man scrutinized Su Chun closely before erupting into hearty laughter. Surely, you do not intend to suggest that your strength lies within yourself? How laughable. Do you even comprehend my cultivation level? To be frank, I am at the second level of the spirit-nurturing realm, a being you cannot hope to rival. Third Prince, I know you have long been troubled by your inability to cultivate, but worry not. Soon enough, you shall witness the might of a spirit-nurturing expert. Second level of the spirit-nurturing realm? Su Chen's gaze turned peculiar, his cold laughter resonating. Then I have indeed overestimated you. With such feeble abilities, I need not even summon the heavenly evil sword. Everyone believes you to be a prince devoid of cultivation. A mere chi-refining practitioner could easily claim your life. Sending a spirit-nurturing practitioner to confront me is already a great concession. Such audacity. The man could no longer contain himself, and an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth. Pressing towards Su Chun, I had previously believed the third prince to be an astute individual, but today he has completely shattered my perception. I have never encountered such audacity in an ordinary person. Perhaps it is the title of prince that emboldens you. Yet you are a prince of mere pretense. I once thought you were clever, but upon our meeting today, it appears you are nothing remarkable. Su Chun returned the sentiment, his footsteps shifting as he advanced towards the man. With each step he took, an aura emanated from him, growing ever stronger. From the chi refinement realm to the condensing chi realm, and then to the spirit gathering realm. In just a few strides, his presence transcended that of an ordinary individual and ascended to the spirit gathering realm. Such an astonishing scene left the man utterly astounded. Unable to suppress his shock, what is happening? How can you possess the aura of the spirit gathering realm? This is impossible. Panic set in, erasing his previous composure. Nothing is impossible, Su Chun replied calmly, his tone neither sorrowful nor joyful. You all believe I am an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Yet you are unaware that the so-called genius second prince appears as a mere child to me. The name of the third prince of Diyin? In my eyes, it is insignificant. I had already anticipated that he would send someone to kill me. After today, the bond between myself and Diyin shall be irrevocably severed. So, you have been pretending all along. The man gasped, looking at him as if he had seen a specter, his astonishment beyond expression. A 17-year-old youth capable of enduring for over a decade. Such fortitude and cunning are truly astonishing. I must leave. I must swiftly inform the emperor. This thought immediately crossed the man's mind, for he understood that facing Su Chun, who was also in the spirit-gathering realm, his chances of victory had plummeted to near zero. He could hardly believe that someone who could endure for so many years would have no contingency plans. His sole thought now was to flee. However, his intentions were laid bare before Su Chun, who casually beckoned, causing a wooden sword, used by Xianing Xue for practice, to soar into his hand. Old Yin, you have resided in my estate for over a decade. Today, let me grant you a dignified demise. I shall sever your limbs and crush every bone in your body to atone for my mother. Before the man could react, Su Chun had already thrust the sword forward. In an instant, a vast sword intent cascaded forth, enveloping the man in a fierce radiance. The sword light was like shadows, and the brilliance struck like thunder, arriving in the blink of an eye. The entire courtyard was suffused with an indescribable ambience, making it difficult to approach. The man wished to flee but found himself ensnared in an inexplicable realm, unable to escape, forced to watch as the blade approached. Though he too was in the second level of the spirit-gathering realm, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of Su Chun. No, this is impossible. This cannot be happening. After a piercing scream, the man's limbs shattered, his bones reduced to powder, and he fell completely into oblivion. Su Chun casually returned the wooden sword, which now bore countless cracks. Under the influence of the sword's intent, the confrontation with this man was undeniably a crushing victory, a development he had anticipated. Chapter 33. The third prince is not simple. Shang Chun maintained a serene expression. This marked the first time in 17 years that he offered a gesture of reciprocity to his father. The life of this assassin represented his stance. The world knew him as the useless third prince, yet it was the one who laughed last who truly emerged as the victor. Withdrawing his aura, he returned to the pavilion and resumed his reading. The heavenly evil sword, concealed within the void, departed once more, its destination unknown. The courtyard reverted to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The youth, cradling a cup of tea in his left hand and a book in his right, sat quietly in the pavilion. Resembling an ordinary scholar, his expression one of deep concentration. At times, it was not that he did not wish to act, but rather that he could not. Since becoming the master of the heavenly evil sword, even without wielding it, any act of killing would increase the malevolent energy within him. This was the reason Shangguan Chun consistently restrained himself. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to immerse himself in his books. Third Prince, are you well? At that moment, a voice filled with urgency echoed from outside the courtyard. The gate swung open in an instant, and Chun Fan, in a state of distress, began to search frantically for Su Chun's figure. Should anything unfortunate befall Su Chun and Xianing Xue, he feared he would not escape unscathed. I am here. What is it, General Chun? Shangguan Chun set his book aside, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan turned around and, upon seeing him unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. However, his heart soon sank again as he noticed the absence of Xianing Xue. Chun Fan endeavored to maintain his composure, yet a slight tremor betrayed his anxiety. Third Prince, you are safe, but what of that young lady, Xian? She had matters at home and has returned. That is good. That is good, Chun Fan exclaimed, patting his chest in relief, his tense heart finally easing. Third Prince, have you encountered any peculiar individuals? Peculiar individuals? What do you mean? Shangguan Chun feigned ignorance, a look of confusion adorning his face. Alas, I feel ashamed to admit. I heard strange noises outside, and then caught sight of a suspicious figure in black. Without a second thought, I pursued them, only to realize after a considerable while that it might have been a ruse to divert me. Fearing for your safety, I hurried back, thankful that no disaster ensued. Chun Fan now felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had his negligence endangered their lives, it would surely lead to dire consequences for his entire family. I see. Then it is indeed prudent to exercise caution, Shangguan Chun replied, his countenance grave. Since you are unharmed, I shall return to my post outside. General Chun, you need not remain outside. There are plenty of rooms within the courtyard. You may choose any to rest in. Shangguan Chun expressed his confusion as to why. With accommodations available, one would prefer to dwell in a makeshift shelter outside. Chun Fan's expression faltered. He awkwardly replied, let it be, let it be. I am accustomed to staying outside. It was not that he was unwilling to rest, but rather that it was unfeasible. If it were only him, it would be one matter, but the issue lay with the presence of the princess. Every day, witnessing the tender exchanges between the two, it is not merely jealousy and envy that arise, but a sense of overwhelming frustration that threatens to explode within him. More critically, residing here poses the risk of inadvertently witnessing their intimate gestures, which would be utterly intolerable. He fears that the princess might very well pluck out his eyes in response. The dangers of living in this place are far too great. He dares not remain, as he hopes to enjoy a few more years of life, relishing moments with those widows instead. Sighing in resignation, Shangguan Chun found himself perplexed by his own inclinations. Your Highness, please continue your reading. I shall take my leave. With that, Chun Fan stepped outside. Just then, Shangguan Chun called out to him once more, General Chun, if you have a moment, could you assist me in clearing that pile of refuse over there? Refuse? Chun Fan halted his steps and, with a broad smile, replied, a trivial matter, of course. He followed Shangguan Chun's gesture to a nearby spot. Very well. Chun Fan strode forward, soon noticing what appeared to be a dark patch on the ground. Before he could approach, a sharp metallic scent reached his nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow, and a sudden chill ran through him, an indescribable sensation taking hold. As he drew nearer, his pupils constricted in horror. This was no refuse, it was a corpse. Indeed, what lay before him was unmistakably a lifeless body, starkly evident in its attire as that of the individual he had just been pursuing. This person had not merely passed through this courtyard. He had met his demise here. Moreover, the state of his death was gruesome, with limbs severed and bones shattered, an unimaginable fate. Even he could not fathom such brutality. Chun Fan's expression stiffened, and he managed a strained smile as he inquired, Your Highness, How did this person meet his end? Gazing at the seemingly harmless scholar, who exuded an air of innocence, he found it difficult to reconcile his suspicions. I do not know, Shangguanshan shrugged nonchalantly. I only just discovered it myself. I did not witness the circumstances of his death. Is that so? Chen Fan's smile grew increasingly forced. How could he trust such claims? A cultivator with at least the strength of the spirit-nurturing realm could not have silently perished in a courtyard devoid of strong individuals, especially in such a brutal manner. Who would believe it? Observing Shangguanshan's calm demeanor, he sensed that this was not the behavior of an ordinary person. Even if he were a prince, this marked the first time he perceived Su Chen as extraordinary, not in other aspects, but in terms of strength. Previously, he had never regarded Su Chen as particularly powerful, yet today, his understanding was irrevocably altered. Although Su Chen had not overtly demonstrated his prowess, his instincts conveyed otherwise. This third prince of Dian was not the inept individual portrayed by the royal family. He was a figure of immense terror. At least, that was Chun Fan's conviction. Taking a deep breath, he gradually quelled the shock within him and focused his gaze on the corpse, silently bending down to clear it away. For a cultivator, handling such matters was a simple task, merely requiring it to be completely erased. With swift efficiency, Chen Fan accomplished the grim task of obliterating all traces of the body. Your Highness, everything has been taken care of. I shall take my leave now, Chen Fan said cautiously, lacking his former composure. Shangguanshan could discern the change in his tone and chuckled lightly. General Chun, have you perhaps misunderstood? I did not slay that individual. How could a mere scholar like myself, who lacks the strength to even harm a chicken, possibly defeat such a formidable opponent? I witnessed him fall from the sky and meet his demise. The injuries he sustained were indeed from the fall. Shangguanshan spoke with a straight face, as if he had truly witnessed the event. Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. What on earth was he saying? A cultivator at the spirit-nurturing realm fell from the sky and died. Might as well claim that fish drown in water. Such an absurdity was beyond his belief. His lips twitched as he feigned enlightenment, exclaiming, "So that is the case. How careless of him to plummet from the heavens and meet such a gruesome fate. Truly tragic indeed. Yes, why would he attempt to fly? Look where it got him, poor soul, left without anyone to retrieve his body in a desolate place." Shangguanshan sighed, his expression tinged with mock regret, though inwardly he could hardly contain his amusement at Chen Fan's serious demeanor. The ability to walk on air was not something a spirit-nurturing cultivator could achieve. If he fell to his death, he had only himself to blame. Chen Fan nodded vigorously, deciding to indulge Shangguanshan in his ruse. With this new perspective, his earlier unease dissipated, returning him to his previous state of mirth. Very well. Your Highness, I shall seek some amusement outside, he declared with a grin. Go ahead, Shangguanshan replied with a slight nod, returning to his reading. Chen Fan feared that if he continued speaking, he might burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Xian Yingshui had returned to the palace, where Xian Yi awaited her in the martial arts arena. Two other figures occupied seats below, Xian Qianming and Qin Hongji. Aside from them, there was no one else present. My dear, why have the siblings suddenly chosen to spar? Qin Hongji inquired, curious about the situation, having come upon hearing from Xian Qianming. Ha ha, Xian Qianming chuckled, explaining. It seems that after he learned of Schwerer serving another, the two made a wager. Oh, Qin Hongji's eyes lit up with interest. What was the wager? If Schwerer can defeat E in half a month, she may continue to remain by Su Chen's side. If she cannot, she must return. So it is. Qin Hongji said, her expression brightening. She had been rather displeased with Xian Yingshui's actions, but since Xian Qianming had not voiced any objection, she felt it inappropriate to argue. If this could result in Xian Yingshui returning properly, it would be most fortunate. Do not hold back in your match. Your sister has been spoiled, and a little adversity would do her good, she advised Xian Yi as he stood by the arena. Xian Yi bowed slightly. Rest assured, mother. I shall ensure that little Shui returns properly. Xian Qianming remained silent, sipping his tea with a peculiar expression. Do you not have faith in me? Upon witnessing his expression, Qin Hongji could not help but inquire. The outcome remains undecided, the victor yet to be determined. Xian Qianming offered a faint smile, for he harbored high hopes for the young lad. One could only wish he would not be disappointed. Xian Yi furrowed his brow, despite the words spoken. He could clearly discern the underlying implication in Xian Qianming's tone, which left him feeling somewhat irritable. The third prince of the Deyin dynasty, you say? I shall shatter your rumors and prove you to be a true waste. He could not fathom how a mere 17-year-old could elevate Xian Yingshua's abilities to the point of defeating him in just half a month. Chapter 34. All his accomplishments. After a while, Xian Yingxue had yet to arrive. Unable to contain himself, Xian Yi remarked, "Could it be that Xiao Shui is having second thoughts? After all this time, you still do not know her character?" Qianming responded calmly. "As long as she is committed to a course of action, she will not go back on her word. Just be patient." "You are right, my husband," Qin Hongji chuckled. "Ear is still too impatient." Xian Yi fell silent, resuming his weight. Moments later, a voice rang out. "Father, mother, elder brother, I apologize for my tardiness." Xian Yingxue, clad in a flowing light red gown and sporting a high ponytail, arrived swiftly at the arena, wielding a 3-foot-long sword. She stood tall, her demeanor serious as she fixed her gaze on Xian Yi. Qianming's eyes sparkled. While others may not perceive the change in Xian Yingxue, he, however, noticed it immediately. How intriguing. A smile graced his lips. It seemed that Xiao Shui had undergone a transformation. "You have taken your time, haven't you? Elder brother was beginning to think you might back out," Xian Yi teased, raising an eyebrow with a light chuckle. "Humph, elder brother should be careful." "Do not be defeated by me," Xian Yingxue retorted without a hint of deference. "Ha ha ha." After a time apart, Xiao Shui's confidence has certainly grown. Xian Yi dismissed her words, firmly believing in his own victory. "Now that you have arrived, let us commence." Xian Yi unsheathed his sword, his aura erupting in an instant. The energy of the spirit-nurturing realm surged toward Xian Yingxue. Yet, Xian Yingxue merely smiled lightly, releasing her own aura in response. Although it still paled in comparison to Xian Yi's, the gap had considerably narrowed. Spirit-nurturing realm. "Xiao Shui, you have broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm?" Xian Yi's expression faltered, astonishment evident on his face. "Excellent." Qianming bellowed with laughter, rising to his feet in praise. "Xiao Shui, you are truly my most cherished child. Breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm at the tender age of 17. Your future is limitless." Xian Yingxue had always exhibited remarkable intelligence and talent, and now achieving this breakthrough was a source of immense pride for the Daxian dynasty. Qin Hongji too felt a surge of excitement and pride within her. Conversely, the more accomplished Xian Yingxue became, the more vehemently she opposed the notion of serving as a maid to the third prince of Dian, a sentiment fueled by her disdain for the young man. All of this was thanks to the young master. Were it not for him, I would not have attained the spirit-nurturing realm so swiftly. Without hesitation, Xian Yingxue attributed her success entirely to Su Chen. The purpose is quite simple, to alter both Xian Yi's and her mother's perception of Su Chen. Indeed, had it not been for Su Chen, she would not have achieved a breakthrough into the spirit-nurturing realm so early. "The young master? Are you referring to the third prince of the Great Yin?" Xian Yi regained her composure, her brows furrowing in disbelief. "This is impossible. He cannot possess such abilities." Indeed, was Shui attempting to elevate his status? "How could a mere youth enable you to ascend to the spirit-nurturing realm?" Qin Hongji echoed her son's sentiments. However, Qianming remained undeterred by their remarks. Smiling as he addressed Xian Yingxue, "Is what Shueter says the truth?" "It is indeed true," Xian Yingxue affirmed with a nod. "Very well." Qianming settled back down, his anticipation for the impending contest growing. "Little Shui, even if you have broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm, there remains a gap between us. If you believe this alone will allow you to triumph over your elder brother, you are mistaken." Xian Yi shook his head slowly, intending to dishearten her. To his surprise, Xian Yingxue remained unfazed, raising the sword in her hand. "I never considered that merely breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm would be sufficient to conquer my elder brother. My reliance lies in my sword." "Then let me see if your sword is truly sharp. Elder brother, prepare yourself." With that, Xian Yingxue swung her sword, and in an instant, a formidable sword aura enveloped the arena. Under the influence of this sword aura, the power of her swordsmanship multiplied several times over. Xian Yi felt as if he were a fragile boat tossed upon a tempest, overwhelmed by the force of the storm. The sword aura exerted such pressure that he struggled to breathe, let alone execute his own sword techniques. This was the stark contrast between comprehending sword aura and not. In that moment, the sword in Xian Yingxue's hand radiated astonishing might. Xian Yi stood frozen, his right hand gripping the sword, staring in awe at Xian Yingxue, who appeared ethereal as a celestial being. He could scarcely believe that she had grasped the sword aura, although his cultivation was 2 levels higher than hers. Under the enhancement of the sword aura, he was no match for Xian Yingxue. The outcome of this battle was already evident. Xian Qianming leapt to his feet, equally astonished as he gazed upon the scene, momentarily lost in thought. Qin Hongji was equally entranced. Sword aura. This is sword aura. Upon regaining his senses, Xian Qianming could not help but exclaim. Shuer has actually comprehended the sword aura. At just 17 years of age, not only has she broken through to the spirit-nurturing realm, but she has also entered the realm of sword aura. She is indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius. He was elated, and his gaze towards Xianing Xue was filled with satisfaction. Elder brother, do you concede? Xianing Xue flashed a mischievous smile. Xian Yi sighed in resignation. I admit defeat. Then, with a hint of confusion, he pondered aloud. Is this truly the result of his teachings? He found it hard to believe his cultivation was one matter. But even the sword aura? Yet if not for him, how could Xianing Xue have comprehended the sword aura in such a short time? This question intrigued not only him, but also Xian Qianming and Qin Hongji. Upon mentioning Su Chun, Xianing Xue displayed a glimmer of admiration and unhesitatingly remarked, of course. It is under the guidance of the young master that I have been able to comprehend the sword intent in such a brief period. Xian Yi, however, remained somewhat incredulous. Are you truly not deceiving us? If I were to deceive you, may the heavens strike me down, Xian Yingxue declared, causing the expressions of the three to shift dramatically. It is well known that certain words should not be uttered lightly, particularly those that invoke divine retribution. Once they observed the calmness of their surroundings, they exhaled in relief. The absence of any response affirmed the veracity of her claims. Xian Yi opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was genuinely convinced. I shall honor my promise and will no longer concern myself with your role as his maid. But what? Xianing Xue inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Could you possibly inquire if he requires assistance with any chores? Xian Yi rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. Foolishness. Xianing Xue had yet to respond when Xian Qianming interjected. You are the crown prince of Dexian. How could you stoop to such servitude? But fourth sister, I feel somewhat wronged, Xian Yi protested. Shuer has no objections. As she will eventually marry, Xian Qianming laughed heartily. What is Father Emperor saying? Xian Yingxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The capabilities he displayed indicated that we had indeed underestimated him. If the opportunity arises, it would not be unthinkable to have him as the consort of our Dexian. Xian Qianming's satisfaction with Su Qin grew ever stronger. Even Qin Hongji, after this incident, found her aversion to Su Qin significantly diminished. This world tends to be rather lenient towards geniuses. Had Su Qin truly been a worthless prince, he would have perished countless times by now. It appears that Dian has squandered a treasure, Qin Hongji chuckled. If Su Wu were to learn of this, he would probably be so furious that he could not rise from his bed for days. Xian Qianming increasingly wished to witness such a scene. Not only would it enable Shuer to make remarkable advancements in her skills, but rewards should also be bestowed. I will summon him to the palace tomorrow. That would be splendid. I am quite curious about this young man as well. Chapter 35. He killed the Death Warrior's Father Emperor. Since the third prince of Deyin has enabled Shui to grasp the sword intent within a mere half-month, does that not imply that his mastery of the sword path is even more profound? Xian Yi suddenly pondered this question. A sword path realm surpassing sword intent is indeed sword will. Achieving this state would qualify one as a master of the sword path. Throughout Dexian, there are only 5 sword path masters, and the youngest among them is already 50 years of age. Although this may be considered young for cultivators, it pales in comparison to Su Qin's mere 17 years. Furthermore, even they might not be able to help another comprehend sword intent within such a short span. Otherwise, the number of cultivators who grasp sword intent would not be so scarce. Xian Qianming also came to this realization, his expression revealing astonishment. Indeed, only those who transcend the realm of sword intent could achieve such a feat. Shuer, have you ever witnessed his swordsmanship? Xian Yingxue contemplated briefly before gently shaking her head. I have not, as the young master seldom reveals his hand. How deeply concealed he remains, Xian Qianming chuckled. Qin Hongji remarked, Shuer, remaining by his side will allow you to observe more closely. I will, Xian Yingxue nodded, feeling a sense of relief as it appeared they had accepted her presence, and there was no immediate need for her to part from Su Chun. Report. General Chun requests an audience. At that moment, the voice of Master Mo echoed from outside the training grounds, startling all 4. Xian Yi was unaware that Chun Fan was in the imperial capital and assumed there was an issue at the borders, his expression shifting slightly. Xian Qianming and Xian Yingxue exchanged surprised glances. Logically, Chen Fan should have been safeguarding Su Chun. Could it be that something had gone awry there? In line with the concerns of Qin Hongji and Xian Yi, she could not help but inquire, "Husband, is there urgent news from the military?" "No." Xianming gently shook his head, explaining, "I had already instructed General Chun to return and protect the third prince of Dian." Upon hearing this, the worry on Xian Yi and Qin Hongji's faces dissipated. Yet, Xianing Xue began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Seeing him will clarify everything, Xianming stated calmly. "Summon him." Soon, Chen Fan appeared before the four. He had not anticipated that besides Xianming, the empress, the crown prince, and the eldest princess would also be present. Not daring to be complacent, he hastily bowed. "I pay my respects to your majesty, your highness, and the esteemed princess. Let us dispense with unnecessary formalities." "General Chen has urgent matters to report?" Xianming inquired, with the others watching him with curiosity. Chen Fan hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. After all, he had intended to meet only the monarch, not realizing there would be so many others present. Sensing his reluctance, Xianming smiled reassuringly. "Do not hesitate. We are all family here." Taking a deep breath, Chen Fan finally spoke. "Today, it appears there were assassins from Dian near the third prince's residence." Was he injured?" Xianing Xue immediately inquired with visible concern, her beautiful eyes anxiously fixed on Chen Fan. "Assassins? I did not expect that Su Wu would act so swiftly." A flicker of interest sparked in Xianming's eyes. He was not surprised, but rather intrigued to see how the young man would react if he were aware of the threat. "What was the outcome?" Xian Yi asked. "To the esteemed princess. He was unharmed." Chen Fan responded to Xianing Xue before continuing. "I was stationed outside when I suddenly sensed someone moving stealthily towards the courtyard. Without a moment's thought, I pursued. However, after a considerable chase, I realized I had fallen for a diversion. Upon recognizing the ruse, I hastily returned to the courtyard." "And then?" Xianing Xue pressed eagerly. Xian Yi frowned. "General Chun, you were too careless to have been ensnared by their scheme." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Fan was relieved that Xianming did not reprimand him. Instead, he smiled. "No one is infallible." What ultimately transpired with that assassin? Under the focused gaze of the four, Chen Fan felt a weight of pressure as he solemnly continued. "Upon my return, I sought to ascertain whether the third prince had sustained any injuries, only to find him seated in the pavilion, quietly reading." "Oh, it appears that the assassin did not enter the premises," Xian Yi analyzed. "Your Highness, you are mistaken," Chen Fan replied with a slow shake of his head. Intrigued, Xianming remarked, "So, the assassin is still inside? Could it be that he is here to secretly contact the third prince of the Great Yin?" Qin Hongji's tone turned grave as she offered her conjecture. This statement was immediately countered by Xianing Xue. "Mother, he would never do such a thing." Sensing the potential for an argument, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Chen Fan's forehead. He understood that he could no longer withhold the truth, and thus revealed everything at once. The assassin is indeed in the courtyard. However, he is already dead, and in a gruesome manner, his limbs severed, bones shattered, his body resembling that of a mere husk. The most critical detail is that I initially did not discover this. It was the third prince who instructed me to dispose of the trash just as I was about to leave. I had assumed it was merely ordinary refuse. Even now, when Chen Fan recalls that scene, he cannot help but feel a sense of shock. After hearing his words, the four fell into a deep silence. After a long pause, Xian Yi finally inquired, "What was the cultivation level of the assassin?" "At least in the spirit-gathering realm," Chen Fan answered truthfully. Qin Hongji then asked, "How long did it take from the moment you left until your return?" "Approximately less than a quarter of an hour," Chen Fan contemplated, estimating the duration. The surroundings lapsed into another silence. Even Xianing Xue, who had regarded Su Chun as extraordinary, found it difficult to comprehend the situation. In less than a quarter of an hour, a practitioner in the spirit-gathering realm had met with such a brutal end. This suggested that the one who struck was far more powerful than the assassin. Yet, the thought that Su Chun might have comprehended sword intent made it seem plausible. A remarkable individual. A genius. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Xian Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before today, he had looked down upon Su Chun, considering him merely a waste of a prince from an enemy nation, as declared by the imperial court. However, everything that transpired today shattered his preconceived notions. The third prince of the Great Yin likely possessed unparalleled talent among the younger generation of the Great Xian, and as for the Great Yin, that was another matter altogether. His specific cultivation level and potential remained unknown. What Su Chen had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Qin Hongji's eyes glimmered with intrigue. From her initial discontent regarding her daughter being in his company, she now even entertained the notion of having him as a son-in-law. This is the strength of a gentleman. Xian Yingshu mused, feeling both joy and regret. If only she had remained by his side today, perhaps she would have witnessed his prowess firsthand. Contemplating this, she cast a lingering gaze at Xian Yi, causing him to shudder under her scrutiny. Ha ha ha, this prince has indeed guessed correctly. The third prince of the great Yan has been concealing his capabilities, Xian Qianming exclaimed with a broad smile, praising. He possesses remarkable composure and an extraordinary temperament. When it's time to act, he does so decisively. When it's not, he refrains from interference. This young man increasingly captivates my expectations. By the way, did you inquire how that person met his demise? Chun Fan's lips twitched. He had not intended to discuss this matter, but given that Xian Qianming had asked, he could only respond with the truth. I inquired, and he responded that the deceased warrior had fallen from the heavens. The very utterance of this statement brought a smile to his lips, eliciting laughter from all present. Hilarity ensued, with Xian Yi bursting into hearty laughter. How amusing, truly delightful. This esteemed prince of the great Yin is indeed a peculiar character, a powerful practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm plummeting from the skies. What an extraordinary height that must entail. And in such a lamentable state, no less. With a chuckle, he remarked on the absurdity of such claims. Xian Yingshu could scarcely contain her laughter. Qin Hongji wore an odd expression, finding this youth quite entertaining. Nonsense, Xian Qianming chided lightly, declaring, such an evident falsehood. Where could a practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm meet their demise from a fall, unless from a precipice of 10,000 meters? One must understand that upon entering the spirit-nurturing realm, a practitioner's internal energy circulates, granting them the ability to employ this energy as a protective barrier against formidable impacts. Furthermore, their physical form is sufficiently honed from prior training. Even a fall from several thousand meters would not prove fatal, though injuries could certainly occur. To sustain injuries as described by Chun Fan would require a descent from at least 10,000 meters. The question remains, how could one ascend to such heights? Thus, Su Chen's assertions are entirely fabricated. Any practitioner could discern the inherent absurdities therein. Once the matter was reported, Chun Fan took his leave. Xian Yi, no longer vexed regarding Xian Yingshu, patted her shoulder and, with a playful glint in his eye, remarked, "Little sister, this individual is a rare genius, far superior to those who previously fancied themselves your suitors. You should seize this opportunity." Xian Yingshu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Such nonsense." Heh, Xian Yi shrugged, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. This was the nature of their relationship. His prior sternness was merely a result of momentary frustration. Now, he yearned to meet his future brother-in-law and, if possible, seek his counsel on comprehending the essence of swordsmanship. Seeing that Xian Yingshu had already grasped it, he felt a pang of envy. Of course, his words were not uttered lightly. All present could perceive Xian Yingshu's evident infatuation. Otherwise, who would willingly serve as a maid and become so enraptured? Were it not for that, he would not have suggested she seize such a chance. Xian Yi had long recognized his sister's discerning taste. Ordinary talents rarely captured her attention. Now, with clarity restored, he realized that had Su Chun not been exceptional, Xian Yingshu would not have chosen to serve him. With this matter resolved, the potential for a brother-in-law of immense promise filled him with a sense of exhilaration. And he slyly remarked to Xian Yingshu, "Little Snow, when you have the chance, do introduce me to your brother-in-law." "Shut your mouth." Xian Yingshu's face grew increasingly flushed as she retorted angrily, shaking her fist as if to strike him. The two playfully distanced themselves from the martial stage. Xian Qianming and the others could only shake their heads in exasperation, catching a distant call. "Father, mother, my brother, and I are heading back now." Chapter 36. Each harboring their thoughts, Xian Qianming, somewhat bemused, reflected, "In my youth, I did not share such camaraderie with my brothers. Ah, that is all thanks to your excellent guidance, my husband." Qin Hongji spoke with gentle words. Fully aware of the immense efforts that Xian Qianming had invested to achieve his current state, it was precisely due to his youthful experiences that he cherished family bonds so deeply. Consequently, he resolved to suppress the prevailing corrupt practices, defying the notion that royal life is devoid of familial affection. "Alas, I have 8 elder brothers and 4 younger siblings, all of whom have perished or been maimed in the treacherous currents of power struggles. Now, only the 3rd brother, the 6th brother, and the 11th younger sibling remain alive. Qianming sighed, as if transported back to the carefree days of his youth. Once, their brotherly relationship was remarkably close, but gradually it grew distant, ultimately leading to estrangement. Fortunately, the bonds among the younger generation appear to be relatively strong. May they endure. Indeed, my husband has instilled in them the importance of serving both the nation and the family. It matters not who ascends to the throne. As long as the familial ties remain intact, we shall be one family. The world perceives a monarch as a figure of immense authority, exalted above the masses, possessing both power and prestige, yet they remain oblivious to the pressures that accompany such a role. A king is, in essence, merely a larger ant. Those who occupy his position must contemplate far more, perceive a broader scope, and bear a heavier burden of responsibility. Should the nation fall, countless lives would be uprooted. Some would perish on the battlefield, others from famine, or be consumed by the demons of war. The peace of the realm is but an illusion, a fleeting respite bought at the cost of many lives. The forces across the borders are growing stronger. I fear calamity may strike within the next decade. Qianming's expression grew grave. Qin Hongji understood his unspoken concerns and shared his anxiety. How do the other nations fare? They likely face collapse even swifter than our Daxian. Though Daxian stands as the mightiest in this southern wilderness, it can barely endure for another 10 years. The fates of the other nations are all too predictable. Were it not for Daxian bearing the brunt of the conflict, the other nations might have already crumbled. This explains why my husband has not unleashed his full strength against the Dian. Qin Hongji pondered. I must also express gratitude to Su Wu for sending such a prodigious talent our way. Mention of Su Chun visibly lifted Qianming's spirits. Various signs indicate that Su Chun has been concealing his true abilities. His potential is undoubtedly considerable, and if he can flourish, he might very well alleviate this crisis. If he indeed achieves this, then it would not be unjust for Shuer to serve as his maid. By the way, Hongji, what reason should I give if I summon him tomorrow? Qianming suddenly contemplated this dilemma. I cannot simply state that I wish to summon him for having taught my daughter. Surely, Xianing Xue would be driven to madness. Qin Hongji furrowed her brow, unable to devise a solution. It appears this matter requires careful deliberation. Qianming sighed softly, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. My lord, as Shuer remains by his side. There is no need to rush. When the time is ripe, opportunities will present themselves, Qin Hongji reassured him. Qianming nodded, casting her a glance. When a sudden inspiration struck him. Hongji, do you think it possible that Su Qin's mother might be from our Daxian? The likelihood of this possibility seems exceedingly slim. Qin Hongji was not inclined to strike at him. The likelihood of that was rather slim. Haha, Hongji, I genuinely believe this matter holds some potential. Qianming remarked. According to my sources, Su Chun's biological mother was a maidservant, who was subsequently murdered by Su Wu. I recall that 20 years ago, due to the chaos of war and famine in Liju, many commoners were displaced. In their struggle for survival, numerous families sold off their household members, many of whom ended up in the Great Yan. Furthermore, the Great Yan ceded 13 prefectures. Now, those 13 prefectures belong to our Great Xian. If his mother hailed from one of those regions, would she not also be considered one of us? It indeed appears plausible. Upon reflection, Qin Hongji realized there might be a glimmer of opportunity. If Su Qin's mother were indeed a person of Great Xian, would not that be a cause for celebration? With this thought, Qianming promptly called out to the distance. Old Mo, swiftly assist me in investigating the background of the Great Yan's third prince's mother, specifically, which family she belonged to. Yes, your majesty. A respectful voice echoed from afar, then fell silent. If she truly is of Great Xian, this shall serve as grounds to summon him. Report. Your majesty, the two assassins dispatched have lost contact. In the solemn hall of the Great Yan Imperial Palace, an urgent voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this news, Su Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and he shot forth, seizing the neck of the man below him. His demeanor icy as he demanded, I care not whether they are alive or dead. I simply wish to know if their mission was accomplished. The man, gasping for air and turning crimson, struggled to speak, but could not. Observing this, Su Wu released his grip, coldly commanding, Speak. Cough, cough. The man cleared his throat, not daring to be remiss. According to our informants within the Great Xian, those individuals on Taiping Street are all well. They continue to operate. And no news of the third prince's demise has circulated within the imperial capital. Useless. All of you are worthless. Su Wu fumed. The assassins dispatched were all of the spirit-nurturing realm, and yet they could not even handle a mere group of inept individuals. What use are they to me? He was seething with rage, having anticipated the task to be easily accomplished, only to discover not only had it failed utterly, but he had also lost 2 spirit-nurturing cultivators. Father, please temper your anger. At that moment, Su Jian rushed in. Father, logically speaking, they should not have had any chance of failure. Not to mention the imperial capital, those on Taiping Street are far removed from it, yet they too have faltered. From what I observe, they must have colluded with the great Xian court, with the latter laying in wait for them. Su Jian analyzed. Xianming is resolute in opposing me. Su Wu grasped the situation. The other party was deliberately attempting to vex him. To go to such lengths over a worthless individual. Xianming was doing this on purpose, aiming to provoke his ire. And that rebellious son truly believes he can remain unscathed in Great Xian, a useless one. He shall not escape death once he has outlived his usefulness. Father, if that is the case, I have a plan. Su Jian's eyes glimmered with a new idea. Speak. Since father disapproves of the third brother and does not recognize his identity, why not declare to the world the revocation of his status as a prince? After all, he is now devoid of any value. Thus, he would no longer be a prince of Great Yan. How would Great Xian respond then? With a mischievous smile, Su Jian continued, having ceased to be the crown prince of Diyan and being rendered a waste incapable of cultivation, he holds no value for Xian. When the time comes, countless individuals will desire his demise. Su Wu's eyes brightened, filled with admiration as he gazed at Su Jian. Indeed, Jianer, your wisdom is commendable. If that is the case, I shall heed your counsel. It must be said, Su Jian's scheme was rather insidious. Should Su Chen truly be a worthless prince, it is likely that once Diyan announces such to the world, he would meet his end in Xian the very next day. After all, a prince stripped of his symbolic significance bears no distinction from an ordinary person. Retaining him would only subject Xian to ridicule. Chapter 37. Breakthrough in cultivation. In a small pavilion within the courtyard, after finishing a book, Shang Wanchen carefully assessed his current cultivation level, realizing that he had unknowingly ascended to the 3rd level of Nalang. At this rate, it would not take long, perhaps a month or 2, before he could enter the 4th realm of Tong Qiao. From the initial struggle of being unable to focus on reading, succumbing to drowsiness, to compelling himself to read under the dire notion of mortality, he had now developed a fondness for books. He relished the tranquility, the gentle breeze accompanying his reading, which not only refined his character, but also healed his soul, washing away the malevolent energy within him. Although reading was beneficial, he pondered how he might suppress the malevolent energy within him if he did not seek new literature. A slight furrow appeared on Shang Wanchen's brow. He had an inkling that methods to suppress or even eradicate the malevolent energy were not limited to the one he had discovered. Yet for now, it was the only one he had found. Well, it is what it is. I shall accept my fate and let things unfold naturally. His disposition was such that he did not force what he could not obtain, valuing the principle of going with the flow. Setting the book aside, he casually glanced at the wooden sword he had tossed on the ground. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Wanchun rose, picked up the sword, and noticed it bore some cracks. Considering it a shame to discard it when he had nothing else to do, he held the sword firmly and made his way to the center of the courtyard. With a swift motion, he began to dance with the sword. Immersed in reading all day, he had neglected his swordsmanship. A smile graced his lips as he wielded the sword in fluid movements. One after another, sword techniques unfolded from him. While the Diyan royal family deemed him a waste, they were oblivious to the fact that, aside from his low affinity for spiritual energy, his comprehension was far from lacking. Since becoming the master of the heavenly evil sword and witnessing his cultivation rise, he had perused all the texts within the Diyan palace, many of which contained martial arts techniques. Unbeknownst to him, he had absorbed a considerable amount of martial skills. As for the cultivation methods, to be honest, he had yet to practice any. Unfortunately, his low affinity for spiritual energy rendered it challenging to discover suitable techniques. Should he practice a method incorrectly, it could jeopardize his entire life. Thus, he preferred to refrain from cultivating rather than gamble with his future. His singular goal was to create a cultivation method tailored to himself. Only in this way could he find the most fitting path. The path ahead is destined to be arduous, yet with unwavering patience. Shang Wanchen firmly believes that as long as he immerses himself in a plethora of books and gains extensive knowledge, he will inevitably succeed in creating his own martial arts. Undoubtedly, This unique journey is one that only he can undertake. Crafting a technique tailored to oneself is no simple feat. It may take decades, even centuries. For someone like him, who refrains from practicing any established techniques yet aspires to innovate, it is a thought that most would scarcely dare to entertain. For ordinary individuals simply cannot afford such an endeavor. However, he is different. He possesses the heavenly evil sword, which continually nourishes him, enhancing his cultivation and providing him with a significant advantage. This advancement not only prolongs his lifespan, but also grants him more time to pursue his ambitions. In this world, the categorization of martial arts is quite straightforward, reminiscent of the fantastical novels he read in his past life. The most fundamental classification is the heavenly and earthly levels, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Above the heavenly techniques lies the semi-saint arts, followed by the saint arts, and so forth. Techniques created by cultivators below the semi-saint level can only reach the heavenly tier at best. The semi-saint arts already carry a hint of sacred power during their execution, making them exceedingly formidable, while the saint arts, when manifested, exude an even more potent and overwhelming sacred energy. As the Prince of the Great Yan, Shangguan Chun has perused all the martial arts contained within the Imperial Library. Most of the techniques he has mastered are at the heavenly tier, yet lamentably, even within the vast archives of the Great Yin Palace, such techniques are scarce. He persistently wields his sword, executing one sword technique after another, the air around him occasionally resonating with the sound of piercing blades. Gradually, he becomes entranced by the practice. Outside the courtyard, Chun Fan senses the commotion within, his heart racing with trepidation. Could it be another assassination attempt? This is merely speculative, and he dares not venture inside to investigate. Ever since learning of Su Chen's capability to deal with nascent spirit realm cultivators, his concerns about the events inside have lessened. He waits in silence for a while. Yet the intensity of the commotion only escalates, eventually revealing glimpses of sword light. The potency of this energy could very well rival his own. Chen Fan's expression grows serious. As a minor commander in the army, his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the nascent spirit realm, which is no small feat, however. The power emanating from the courtyard stirs a sense of alarm within him. His curiosity is piqued. He wonders what transpires within. After a moment's hesitation, he gathers his courage and approaches, gently opening the courtyard door. The instant he swings the door open, he stands frozen, as if turned to stone. Meanwhile, Xianing Xue has just returned, her spirits soaring as she skips along. Her disguised appearance frees her from the scrutiny of a princess's every move. The thought of being able to remain by Su Chen's side in the future fills her with immense joy. The playful banter about making Su Chen the Grand Yen Prince consort elicits a silly grin, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she envisions that scenario. Just the thought sends waves of exhilaration through her. In this moment, she feels less like a lofty princess and more like an ordinary woman in love. All she desires now is to see Su Chen again. Having not laid eyes on him for half a day, her longing only intensifies. Soon, she found herself outside the courtyard, still lost in her daydreams, when she noticed a figure standing motionless at the entrance. After a brief moment of surprise, she recognized him as General Chun. "Why are you standing at the door?" As the words left her lips, Xianing Xue was momentarily taken aback, sensing the commotion emanating from within the courtyard. Yet, Chun Fan remained at the entrance, utterly unresponsive. Could it be that he is practicing his swordsmanship? This thought instantly flickered through her mind, and excitement surged within her as she hurried towards him. She had never witnessed Su Chen practicing swordplay, and her curiosity was overwhelming. Arriving swiftly at the entrance, Xianing Xue appeared inside from the unobstructed side beside Chen Fan, and instantly, she too was rendered speechless, standing rooted in place, unable to regain her composure. Within the courtyard, the figure of Su Chen moved with an ethereal grace, the long sword in his hand dancing continuously, resembling a living painting. As he moved, an indescribable aura flowed throughout the courtyard, captivating anyone who beheld it. His sword technique possessed a unique beauty intertwined with an imposing might. Su Chen's movements were as fluid as flowing water, with countless sword shadows flickering incessantly, the sword energy stirring the air and whipping up gusts of wind. In the sunlight, his silhouette appeared as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, transcendent and extraordinary. He was completely absorbed in his practice, oblivious to the passage of time and everything around him, with only the sword in his hand occupying his thoughts. The two at the entrance stood in a daze, utterly at a loss to articulate their emotions in that moment. The image of the youth dancing with his sword was indelibly etched in their minds. After a long while, Chen Fan finally regained his senses, his expression a complex mixture of feelings, as Su Chen's simple display of swordsmanship left him feeling ashamed. It was a level of mastery that he realized he might never attain in his lifetime. Now, he understood why that assassin had met such a gruesome fate. Faced with someone like Su Chen, even a cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm would likely meet a bitter end. Was this truly the so-called waste of the Dian royal family? Chen Fan's expression was one of incredulity. He could only think that the members of the Dian royal family were fools. If this was considered a waste, then how many truly capable individuals remained in the world? Not to mention in Dian, even in Daiyuan, Su Chen's strength would rank among the very top. Today had truly opened his eyes. He had always believed that the disparity in power between cultivators of similar levels would not be significant, but after witnessing Su Chen's performance, he now understood that even with comparable cultivation, the gap in strength could be as vast as a chasm. What was even more difficult for Chen Fan to fathom was that Su Chen typically immersed himself in books, and this was the first time he had seen him wielding a sword in the courtyard. With so little training time, his power was astonishing, surpassing even those past geniuses whose talents were renowned. It was simply unbelievable, unfathomable. At some point, Xianing Xue also found her senses returning. Her gaze was filled with admiration. Like Chen Fan, this was her first time witnessing Su Chen's sword dance, and it was deeply engraved in her mind. So, the young master's mastery of the sword was truly this formidable. A radiant expression adorned Xianing Xue's face, her heart racing uncontrollably. In her eyes, Su Chen was akin to a celestial being, transcendent and unparalleled, every bit of youthful exuberance on full display. Each of his movements struck a chord within her heart. His sword was exquisite. Not only was Shang Wanchen captivated by the dance of his sword, but so too were the two observers, entranced by the spectacle. Xianing Xue compared him to the self-proclaimed prodigies she had encountered in the past, ultimately concluding that those individuals were unworthy even to carry Su Chen's shoes. At an indeterminate moment, a faint sound resonated, marking the breaking of the wooden sword in Shang Wanchen's hand, unable to withstand the enhancement of spiritual energy. In the next instant, the sword shattered with a resounding bang, transforming into countless wooden splinters that danced through the air like falling raindrops. The overwhelming sword intent dissipated abruptly at that moment. Shang Wanchen returned to his senses, gazing vacantly at the floating wood shavings, having just experienced a remarkable state of being. Within this state, he felt his comprehension of the sword path deepen significantly. Regrettably, he sighed softly. Such a state is elusive and cannot be sought at will. Had the wooden sword endured a while longer, his mastery of the sword path might have advanced considerably. Discarding his distractions, he then noticed the two figures standing at the entrance. Discovered? Perhaps I was too engrossed. There was nothing to conceal. Shang Wanchun smiled naturally. For him, revealing this was of little consequence. Only the heavenly evil sword remained of utmost importance, a secret not easily divulged. He returned to the gazebo, resuming his reading as if nothing had occurred, then raised an eyebrow and called out to the entrance, "What are you two still standing there for?" Xianing Xue, brimming with excitement, dashed over. Chen Fan approached with a complex expression. Moments later, within the gazebo, Xianing Xue gazed at Shang Wanchun with wide, adoring eyes and could not help but ask, "Young master, you are so impressive. Why have you kept this from me until now?" Coughing awkwardly, Shang Wanchun replied, "I wasn't hiding it from you. I was testing you." "Testing me?" Xianing Xue was taken aback, then pouted, feeling aggrieved. "So, you never trusted me?" Shang Wanchun closed his mouth, realizing that his words had only worsened the situation. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced his confusion. "Third Prince, with your talent and strength, you could thrive in Dian. Why take the risk of coming to Dashuan?" This was a point he could not comprehend. "Dian?" Shang Wanchen scoffed coldly. "You all believe I am the third prince of Dian, yet little do you know that identity is but a fade. The person who claims me as his son has never regarded me as such. I am merely a tool to him. Should I possess talent, I am kept. If not, I am discarded. My only lingering affection for Dian stems from having lived there for over a decade. From the moment they dispatched assassins to kill me, I severed all ties with Dian. For me, life in Dashuan is far more liberating than in Dian." These were his heartfelt words, a reflection of his true stance. Chapter 38, A Young Girl's Awakening. Chen Fan fell silent. If what Su Chen said was true, then remaining in Dian was indeed unnecessary. With his talent and strength, he could find a place anywhere. Chen Fan even felt a sense of relief, grateful that Dian had cast aside Su Chen, effectively removing a formidable adversary from Dashuan. The third prince, since you are enjoying your stay in the Daxian, feel free to extend your visit. We assure you that our Daxian will not be like the Dian. He chuckled heartily, patting his chest. Shangwan Chun nodded in agreement, stating that Daxian was indeed a splendid place. However, he lamented that his current identity created a barrier between him and the people of Daxian. By the way, General Chen, I had a loyal group of followers back into Yin, and they have now arrived within the borders of Daxian, likely situated to the southwest of the imperial capital. Please keep an eye on them, and if possible, assist in providing for them. Shangwan Chun had been quite concerned about their living conditions lately. Although the heavenly evil sword could protect them from harm, they were still strangers in an unfamiliar land, lacking any foundation in Daxian. Without assistance, their lives could become exceedingly challenging. Rest assured, third prince, I will take care of it. Chen Fan responded without hesitation. After witnessing Su Chen's prowess earlier, he no longer worried about Su Chen's safety. In fact, given Su Chen's strength, even if he attempted to flee, Chen Fan would be unable to stop him. Yet, the fact that Su Chun had not left indicated that he had no intention of escaping. Chen Fan had long since become accustomed to the surroundings. He would not dare to venture out for leisure, but now, not only was he relieved of concerns regarding Su Chen's safety, he had a task to fulfill, allowing him to roam freely. As for fears of punishment, the princess had voiced no objections, so there was no cause for worry. I shall attend to my duties, Chen Fan said, flashing a broad smile, his heart brimming with joy. Shangwan Chun had already discerned his thoughts and replied with a grin, I appreciate your assistance, General Chun. With that, Chen Fan departed, leaving only Shangwan Chun and Xianing Xue in the courtyard. Xianing Xue gazed at him intently, making Shangwan Chun feel somewhat uneasy. He then spoke with a serious tone. What are you staring at? Your master is tired and in need of a shoulder rub. Of course, Xianing Xue replied sweetly, promptly beginning to massage his shoulders with practiced skill. Shangwan Chun closed his eyes slightly, savoring the moment. Master, you are truly impressive. In what way? Impressive in every aspect. Is the pressure to your liking? Quite satisfactory. An unexpected silence enveloped them as Xianing Xue continued to knead his shoulders, her gaze wandering to his profile. Her eyes filled with a dreamy expression. Having spent half a year beside Su Chun, she had begun to uncover some of his secrets. Yet, Xianing Xue sensed that what he had revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The commands she had overheard from Su Chen that day, concerning another party, remained a mystery to her. If such a small revelation could evoke awe, what would the full extent of his abilities reveal? The more she pondered, the more enigmatic Su Chen seemed, a riddle difficult to decipher. Despite his formidable talent and strength, he was engrossed in books. If he devoted all his reading time to cultivation, how far would his prowess ascend? Reflecting on his cultivation, Xianing Xue realized that she was still unaware of Su Chen's precise level of mastery. What he had displayed in the courtyard was merely a glimpse into his swordsmanship. She hesitated to inquire, fearing it might disrupt the serene atmosphere. Just as today, she trusted that when the time was right, she would come to know. For now, all she could do was remain by his side. Gazing at the profile of Shangwan Chun, Xianing Xue found herself momentarily entranced, her movements slowing considerably. Gradually, she could no longer resist. After a slight gulp, she instinctively leaned closer to his face. Then, she pressed a delicate kiss upon his right cheek. Sensing the unusual occurrence, Shangwan Chun jolted awake from his brief slumber. Xianing Xue, realizing her impulsive action, felt her face flush crimson, rendering her utterly flustered. I did not mean to, my lord. She hastily explained, her words tumbling over one another. It dawned on Shangwan Chun what had just transpired. He had been stolen a kiss by his own maid. What a peculiar situation this was, marking the first time in his life that he had ever experienced such an occurrence. A tumult of emotions swirled within him, and he hardly registered what Xianing Xue was saying. Did you just kiss me? He inquired, turning back to her. Xianing Xue, now more embarrassed than ever, averted her gaze. Speaking in a frantic whisper, my lord, it was an accident. She was bewildered by her own reaction. Typically fearless, she was now overwhelmed with trepidation. You, Shangwan Chun began to utter, but before he could finish, Xianing Xue covered her face and dashed into her room, closing the door behind her. He was left bewildered, merely wishing to inquire why her hands had stilled. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Xian Yingxue locked herself in her room, leaning against the door to regain her composure. Her cheeks burned with the intensity of her blush. This was the first time she had ever initiated a kiss with a man. In the past, such an act would have been unimaginable. She had always believed that no man could stir her heart, yet upon encountering Su Chun, she realized her previous convictions were mistaken. When one encounters someone they truly admire, how can they remain indifferent? Indifference had merely stemmed from her disinterest in previous suitors. Oh, Xian Yingxue, how could you not restrain yourself? She lamented, pondering the image she might now project in Su Chen's eyes. Would he perceive her as a frivolous woman? Ah, how vexing. The mere thought of it filled her with regret, and she flung herself onto the bed, burying her head beneath the covers. She resolved to take a nap, believing that perhaps, upon waking, all would be forgotten and tranquility would return. Meanwhile, Shangguan Chun touched his cheek, where the lingering scent of her kiss remained. The softness of her lips, though fleeting, had stirred something within him. No, women will only hinder my studies, he chastised himself, quickly suppressing his feelings. How terrifying women could be, to steal a kiss from an innocent young man. In a bid to distract himself, Shangguan Chun hastily retrieved several unread books, poring over their pages with great diligence. Unbeknownst to them, as the young woman clung tightly to the young man, an undeniable impulse surged between them, perhaps guided by fate or primal desire. Their lips inched closer together. What kind of literature is this? Shangguan Chun exclaimed, unable to suppress an expletive. Wasn't this invitation to wrongdoing? Upon glancing at the title, Chronicles of a Young Hero's Romantic Encounters, I found myself rendered speechless. Casually casting it aside, I sought out another book instead. The following morning, a commanding voice echoed throughout the grand palace of the Dynasty dynasty, reverberating through the entire imperial capital and leaving countless citizens in a state of astonishment and disbelief. The decree was succinct yet powerful. The Emperor of Dian had proclaimed that, effective immediately, the third prince would be stripped of his royal status and relegated to the status of a commoner, severing all ties with the royal family. Chapter 39, Treason and Betrayal. In the wake of this proclamation, a more detailed announcement followed. The third prince, Su Chen, was accused of treason and collusion with enemies of the state, crimes deemed worthy of execution. As a member of the royal lineage, his transgressions were considered unforgivable. Consequently, he was to be demoted to the rank of a civilian, stripped of all rights within the Dian dynasty. Furthermore, a bounty was placed on his head. Anyone who could slay him and return him to the imperial capital would be granted a promotion and reward. For cultivators, the Dian dynasty promised resources for 3 years of training. With this announcement, city guards swiftly began posting notices throughout the realm. In an instant, the entire capital was ablaze with fervor. The populace was astonished, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Crowds surged towards every location where the proclamations were displayed. How could this be? Had the third prince truly betrayed his country? Was he so indifferent to the plight of countless citizens of Dian? How could he still be referred to as the third prince when he was now merely an ordinary man? It was utterly unexpected that Su Chan would commit treason. Such a despicable act. He was nothing but a talentless waste. Previously, his royal status had silenced dissent, but now, the Daxian was indeed blind to have sought the allegiance of such a worthless prince. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Chen possesses no cultivation. And now that the royal edict has been issued, would any valiant souls join me in entering Daxian to eliminate this traitor? If successful, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. It is easier said than done. Everyone knows the perilous nature of Daxian, and Su Chen is likely still within the capital. To venture into Daxian with the intent to kill, one must first escape its confines. For ordinary folk, this is exceedingly difficult. Yet many moderately skilled cultivators may find it feasible. It must be acknowledged that the conditions set forth by the Dian royal family are undeniably enticing. The resources required for a cultivator's 3 years of training are sufficient to incite countless practitioners to take risks. After all, the majority of cultivation resources are controlled by sects and powerful families, with royal families holding a lesser share. Ordinary cultivators must either diligently train, which is an arduous process that may take years to yield even the slightest advancement, or they must compete for resources in treacherous external domains, or resort to desperate measures. Engaging in acts of murder and robbery, the sects maintain an elevated status, rarely involving themselves in worldly matters, looming like insurmountable mountains. For any talented individual, the preferred path is undoubtedly entry into a sect, with only a scant few choosing to remain within the dynasty. Take Xianing Xue, for instance. She has received numerous invitations from various factions, all of which she has declined, preferring to stay within Daxian. Thus, the conditions proposed by De Yin are sufficient to drive many cultivators to madness. However, they found it difficult to comprehend why the Great Yin would expend such significant resources merely to eliminate an ordinary prince. Was it solely due to treason? They could not grasp the underlying reasons and had not pondered deeply on the matter. Within the imperial palace of Great Yin, upon hearing the news, various ministers hastened to the Grand Hall, seeking a more detailed explanation. The majority were opposed to incurring such substantial costs to eliminate a prince who was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, this action could easily provoke Great Xian, inviting unnecessary troubles. In the imperial palace of Great Yin, within the Great Yin Hall, Su Wu awaited the arrival of the ministers with an air of calm assurance. Unlike previous occasions, today he exuded a formidable presence, seemingly intentional. Soon, the ministers arrived one after another. Their initial fervor for confrontation dissipated upon witnessing Su Wu's demeanor. Once all the ministers had gathered, one ventured to inquire, "Your Majesty, is it true that the third prince has committed treason and colluded with the enemy? Is it indeed excessive to expend such great resources to eliminate him? Will this action not incite discontent from Great Xian?" The ministers, no longer aggressive, merely voiced their concerns. In response to their inquiries, Su Wu slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "Have you heard any unfavorable news from Great Xian regarding that ungrateful wretch?" The ministers exchanged glances. Indeed, there had been none. Not only that, but the ruler of Great Xian had even permitted Su Chun to move freely within their territory. Everyone knew the character of Xian Qianming. He would not act lightly. If the ungrateful wretch had not committed treason, why would the ruler of an enemy nation treat a prince so favorably? Merely because he composed a few decent poems? Su Wu let out a cold laugh. Initially, he considered this strategy clever, but upon reflection, it was not a strategy at all. It was a blatant truth. Indeed, the ruler of Great Xian was exceedingly astute, unlikely to engage in meaningless endeavors, and would never nurture a foe. The most probable reason for his actions was that the third prince had already become a pawn of Great Xian. Some ministers appeared grave, while others wore expressions of doubt. But why would the ruler of Great Xian desire such a worthless prince? Although the third prince had achieved little and possessed scant talent, he was privy to many secrets of our Great Yin. This, it seemed, was the reason for his allure. As for why such great resources were being expended to eliminate him, Su Wu's expression hardened. "This ungrateful wretch has committed a grave sin of treason and has brought disgrace upon our Great Yin. Allowing him to remain in Great Xian would be a humiliation for us. In these times of unrest along the borders, with most efforts directed there, Great Xian is no exception. Even if we eliminate this ungrateful wretch, they would not go to such lengths for a worthless individual. He may believe that joining Great Xian will ensure his safety, yet, unbeknownst to him, he is merely a pawn in their eyes." Su Wu's words resonated with the ministers, who nodded in agreement. They were not opposed to his decree. They merely sought to understand the rationale. With the reasons clarified and every point sound, they found no justification for their dissent. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the news continued to spread and ferment, some well-meaning individuals pointed out that after Su Qin's arrival in Great Xian, he had not only avoided imprisonment, but was also permitted by the ruler to roam freely within their realm. The signs unequivocally indicate that Su Chun has betrayed his nation. In an instant, the populace was stirred into a fervor, unleashing a torrent of curses. As a prince, his treachery and collusion with the enemy is simply abhorrent. Su Chun deserves the most severe of punishments. A traitor to the realm. How could I have once believed him to be a virtuous prince? Lacking any talent for cultivation is one thing, but to turn against his own country? This third prince is utterly despicable. Throughout the Great Yin, the air is thick with invective. The shift in public sentiment often catches one off guard. Previously, Su Chun had performed many good deeds, earning widespread acclaim in the Great Yin with numerous supporters. However, upon the revelation of his inability to cultivate, those supporters vanished like shadows. The news spread relentlessly, reaching far and wide. In less than 3 days, it infiltrated the Great Xian. What? The third prince of the Great Yin has defected to our Great Xian? Wasn't it said that he could not cultivate? What use is he to us now? It seems the Great Yin is seething with humiliation. Ha ha ha, how delightful. This third prince of the Great Yin is indeed astute, and it serves those in Great Yin right. Their outrage brings me joy. In stark contrast to the citizens of the Great Yin, the people of Great Xian felt a wave of exhilaration upon hearing this news. They were indifferent to whether Su Chun had truly become one of their own, as they too believed him to be incapable of cultivation. Yet, anything that displeased the people of Great Yin brought them joy. Many even praised Su Chun for making the right choice. And even those who had previously harbored discontent towards him found their resentment diminished. Outside a certain city, there existed a group of weary travelers. Many among them wore tattered clothing, appeared haggard, and bore unhealthy complexions. He-Yun sat alone upon a stone, his face etched with worry. They had been in Great Xian for over half a month, and after receiving Su Chin's assistance, their previously dire situation, wherein they lacked food and clothing, had markedly improved. They began to seek work and earn money, gradually finding their footing, believing that their circumstances would continue to improve. Yet, they had not anticipated Su Chin's predicament. The few days prior to their arrival in Great Xian had been tolerable, but as time wore on, their meager resources dwindled to near exhaustion. As the leader of the group, He-Yun had considered earning some money, but in this unfamiliar land, devoid of connections or understanding of local customs, they found themselves outmatched in any endeavor. For several days, they had subsisted on wild fruits from the mountains. If this continued, they would surely starve. Observing the gaunt figures of his companions, He-Yun felt a pang of compassion and asked, "Do you all regret your choice?" "No regrets." To his surprise, despite their weakened state, their voices rang out robustly. Each pair of eyes shone with unwavering resolve. He-Yun felt a swell of pride and turned to an elderly man, inquiring, "Old Master Huang, why do you not regret?" Old Master Huang, a frail figure with white hair, stooped and emaciated, leaned upon a cane. As if a mere gust of wind could topple him, he revealed a smile and said without hesitation, "Were it not for the third prince, my frail bones would have long since perished, and you would not have rekindled your fighting spirit. He has bestowed upon us the grace of rebirth." As the eldest among the assembly, he had personally experienced the transformation from noble lineage to a descendant of criminals. Day and night, he contemplated the restoration of his family's honor, yet the loss of fighting spirit among his kin left him both anxious and enraged. This turmoil had nearly caused him to succumb to despair on several occasions, and had it not been for Su Chun's timely assistance, he might have already become a mere pile of bones. He-Yun nodded thoughtfully and turned to a middle-aged man, inquiring, "Chinda, do you not harbor regrets?" The man replied with a smile, "I was once assaulted in the imperial capital and nearly lost my life. Were it not for the third prince's timely intervention and care, I would have surely perished. The third prince has given me a second chance at life." He-Yun continued to nod, finally directing his gaze towards a young boy, asking, "Xiao Feng, why do you have no regrets?" The boy tilted his head in thought and cheerfully responded, "I have never enjoyed fine food or worn beautiful clothes. Others have only regarded me with disdain. Yet the third prince is different. He not only accepted me, but also provided me with delicious food and lovely garments. Indeed, were it not for Su Chun, most of them would have already met their end, and they would not be alive today. Having lived this long was already a blessing, and all they could do now was seek ways to repay Su Chun's kindness. Thus, they had long prepared themselves for the possibility of death." Chapter 40. Half a Great Xian man brother He-Yun, trouble is afoot. A distant voice filled with urgency caught their attention. He-Yun instantly leaped down from the rock and swiftly approached a boy who was panting from running, asking gravely, "What has happened?" The boy patted his chest and hurriedly said, "News is spreading across the major cities that the third prince has betrayed the country. He has defected to the Great Xian. And what?" He-Yun's heart jolted, his tone becoming slightly urgent. "And the Yin royal family has issued an announcement calling for the assassination of the third prince." The revelation of the third prince's betrayal left the crowd in shock, exchanging incredulous glances. A glimmer of excitement flashed in He-Yun's eyes as he asked, "Is the source of this news credible?" "It is being said everywhere. It should be true," the boy replied, albeit uncertainly. "Good. Excellent." He-Yun burst into laughter, suddenly turning to the crowd with exuberance, exclaiming, "Villagers, our opportunity has arrived." Everyone was momentarily stunned, until someone pondered aloud, "Are you suggesting that we join the Great Xian?" "Indeed," He-Yun replied eagerly, nodding. "We are the offspring of criminals, with little hope of rising into Yin, as the royal family would never allow us to do so. Now that the third prince has defected from the Yin, we have no further need to identify as the Yin citizens. From this day forth, we shall also be Great Xian people. We are, after all, the criminals of the Yin, which makes us valuable assets to the Great Xian. Truly, if an ordinary person expressed a desire to defect to the Great Xian, they might be met with suspicion of ulterior motives or espionage. However, for those who were already marked as criminals of the Yin, the situation was entirely different. The crowd was taken aback. Indeed, they were once the condemned of the Great Yin, and departing from it was their wisest choice. Now, even the third prince they had followed had sought refuge in the Great Xian, so naturally, they could follow in his footsteps. With a newfound purpose, everyone invigorated their spirits. Although they understood that joining the Great Xian was not a straightforward endeavor, at the very least, they had established a short-term goal to strive for. As for their long-term ambition, it was undoubtedly to repay the kindness of Su Chun. At this moment, the citizens of the imperial capital had yet to receive any news. Shangguan Shun was quite troubled. Ever since yesterday, the girl, Shui, had been avoiding him. As a result, she had skipped breakfast and hunger gnawed at him, making it difficult to concentrate on his reading. Arriving at Xianing Xue's door, he gently knocked and called out, "Shui, have you overslept today?" Xianing Xue, however, had not slept at all. She had tossed and turned throughout the night, her heart still heavy with anxiety. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, she became so embarrassed that she buried her head under the quilt, only emerging for air when she felt suffocated. Shui, noticing the lack of response from within, Shangguan Shen frowned and continued, "If you don't speak, I will have to come in forcibly." "No." Hearing this, Xianing Xue gasped in panic, her voice flustered. She genuinely feared that Su Chun might barge in, so she hurriedly abandoned her shyness, leaping from the bed to begin fixing her appearance. After tossing and turning all night, her makeup and hair were in disarray. Upon receiving a response, Shangguan Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Xianing Xue would remain inside indefinitely. Moments later, she finally opened the door. Her head bowed, hands nervously gripping the hem of her clothes. She dared not look him in the eye. "What is the matter? Are you afraid to look at me?" Shangguan Shun smiled slightly, having long since put yesterday's events behind him. No. Xianing Xue hesitated before lifting her head, initially expecting some reaction from Su Chun. To her surprise, he seemed to have forgotten about the previous day's events. For some reason, she felt a wave of anger rather than embarrassment, as if she were the only one concerned. "Humph." Xianing Xue tilted her head and let out a cold huff, leaving Shangguan Shen utterly perplexed. Were women's moods truly so fickle? "Well, I'm hungry, Shui. You go make something," Shangguan Shen began, but before he could finish, he was met with defiance. Raising an eyebrow, he said nothing further and simply pulled Xianing Xue closer. "Ah!" Xianing Xue let out a soft cry, and before she could react, Shangguan Shen had her tucked under his arm, leading her toward the small pavilion. As she felt her body brushing against him, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly murmured, "My lord, I." Ignoring her, Shangguan Shen sat down on the stone bench, causing Xianing Xue's position to shift, ultimately resulting in her reclining on his lap. Realizing the implications of her position, Xianing Xue's face turned so red it seemed it could bleed. In a flurry of movement, she attempted to escape from his lap, but Shangguan Shen was not inclined to grant her wish. With his left hand firmly holding her down, his right hand moved instinctively toward her rear. Smack! A crisp sound resonated, and Xianing Xue ceased her struggles entirely, her expression blank. Throughout her life, apart from her mother giving her a spanking, no one else had ever laid a hand on her, not even her father. This was her first experience of being spanked by a man, leaving her emotions in turmoil. Excitement mingled with embarrassment and a touch of grievance. However, Shangguan Shen did not dwell on this. Feigning anger, he exclaimed, "How dare you? Are you my maid or am I yours? How can a maid dare to contradict her master?" With that, he delivered a few more slaps. The blows left Xianing Xue numb, her temper extinguished, and she pleaded with a woeful expression, "Please stop, please stop. I know I was wrong." "Then will you go prepare dinner?" he asked. Yes, she replied eagerly. "Very well, I forgive you." Shangguan Shen smiled and released her. With a look of grievance, Xianing Xue cast him a lingering glance before hastening to the kitchen. Upon entering, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably, unable to calm down. That wicked man, always bullying me. Though she complained, a sweet smile graced her face. Is it true that Su Chen's mother is indeed one of our Dexian people? In the grand palace of Dexian, Xian Qianming's gaze shifted, a hint of surprise evident as he inquired of Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo nodded slightly, affirming, "Absolutely true." He then presented a dossier. "This contains the information regarding his birth mother. Please peruse it, Your Majesty." Xian Qianming accepted it and began to read intently. Shangwan Ro, the legitimate daughter of the prominent Shangwan family of Li Prefecture, went missing during the turmoil of war and later, for unknown reasons, entered the Diyin Imperial Palace as a maid. The head of the Shangwan family has searched for her for many years without success. He had not expected her to be of the Shangwan lineage. Xian Qianming pondered, realizing that the Shangwan family was once a noble clan, later fallen into decline and retreating to their ancestral home in Li Prefecture. It was understandable that they could not locate Shangwan Ro. Had it not been for the spies embedded within the Diyin Imperial Palace, even he might have remained unaware. Excellent. Xian Qianming chuckled, his spirits lifting. If Su Qin's mother were indeed from Dexian, it would make matters much simpler, as he would then be considered partially Dexian. Oldemo, make a trip to Li Prefecture and summon the elder of the Shangwan family to the capital. Just tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Xian Qianming smiled faintly, already anticipating the forthcoming meeting. As you command, Uncle Emo replied with a bow, gradually retreating. What splendid performances will unfold next? Chapter 41. A finding the third prince has been demoted to commoner? Severed ties with the Diyin imperial family? In a city several hundred miles from the capital, Chun Fan listened to the surrounding discussions, his expression perplexed. Is there something wrong with the minds of those in the Diyin imperial family? How can they forsake such an extraordinary genius prince for the sake of the second prince? What can that second prince possibly compare to the third prince? Not even a hair's breadth. Ever since witnessing Su Chun practicing swordplay in the courtyard, he had been utterly captivated. Forget the so-called second prince. Even the talented individuals from the sects could not hold a candle to him. To cast aside such a peerless prodigy, allowing him to slip into the hands of Dexian, was that not tantamount to handing over a treasure? Heh, a group of foolish swine. If only you knew how extraordinary the third prince is, you would surely regret your words. Chun Fan chuckled coldly, reveling in their misfortune. The citizens of Dian may curse now, but when they weep and beg for Su Qin's return in the future, the scene will undoubtedly be most delightful. He is not a Dian native. Upon hearing this news, he felt not only shock but also joy. Through their time together, he could discern that Su Qin's character was not malevolent. If Dian did not demote him to a commoner, Chun Fan would have been concerned about what to do next. Now, however, there was no need for such worries. The pressing concern was how to persuade Su Chun to join the Dashuan. Recollecting his thoughts, he furrowed his brow once more. Since receiving Su Chin's commission, he had contacted a friend in the military and learned that the individuals Su Chin spoke of should be within this area. After searching for some time, he had yet to find them. According to the information, these individuals were not from affluent families, and after half a month, they must be struggling immensely. Realizing this, he began to search the city for those who appeared frail and destitute, focusing particularly on the beggars on the streets. After a considerable time without success, just as he was about to head to the next city, he suddenly spotted a furtive figure. It was a youth, dressed modestly, stealthily making his way out of the city. Chun Fan, intrigued, followed without a second thought. Soon, he discovered that the youth had arrived at a mountain outside the city, where dozens of people had gathered. He surmised that these individuals were the targets he had been seeking. Indeed, the youth spoke up, Brother Yin. No one from Dashuan has criticized the third prince, though there are many mocking Dian. Even though they spoke the same language, the distinct accent revealed their identity. Chun Fan's expression brightened, and he immediately stepped forward, inquiring, Are you all from Taiping Street in the imperial capital of Dian? His sudden appearance startled the people from Taiping Street, who regarded him with caution. He Yun's expression turned grave as he approached the group, cautiously asking, May I ask who this esteemed gentleman is? It seems you are the ones. Chun Fan, having nearly confirmed his suspicions, spoke plainly. I am a minor officer in the Dashuan army, but I am not here to apprehend you. Rather, I come to assist you. Assist us? He-Yun was momentarily taken aback, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What cause would a general have to help us, being strangers? The crowd behind him regarded Chun Fan with equal intrigue. Are you aware of the third prince of Dian? Chun Fan smiled. The third prince? Indeed. It is he who sent me to find you and ensure your well-being, Chun Fan affirmed. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, emotions swelling within them, with many beginning to weep profusely. It was the third prince once again. Each time they found hope in despair, it was due to the third prince. The third prince had not forgotten about them. Oh, third prince, how can we ever repay this kindness? They lamented. We are willing to brave fire and water for the third prince. The third prince has treated us with kindness, repeatedly rescuing us from peril and granting us new lives. The lives of the elderly and young in the Taiping army are devoted to serving the third prince. Had it not been for him, we would surely have perished by now. From this day forth, even if the third prince were to send us to our deaths, we would do so without hesitation. Each individual spoke with unwavering conviction. Su Chen's numerous acts of assistance and his care had long since engraved themselves in their hearts. This debt of gratitude could only be repaid with their lives. Chen Fan stood nearby, astonished, rendered speechless by the scene before him. He had not anticipated that these people would go to such lengths for Su Chen. This was no ordinary loyalty. They had entrusted their very lives to him. He could scarcely fathom what Su Chen had done to inspire such devotion, yet he understood that this was a testament to Su Chen's charisma. A person capable of eliciting such willingness to sacrifice among so many must possess some extraordinary quality. This realization only deepened his belief that Su Chen was someone worthy of profound friendship. Regaining his composure, he found himself somewhat admiring these individuals. To place one's life in another's hands requires immense courage. Chen Fan believed he could never achieve such a level of trust, though it might also be true that no one had yet inspired him to that extent. Let us depart. I shall escort you back to the imperial capital. As for your circumstances, I will report them to His Majesty. With the third prince's presence, I trust it will not be difficult for you to join the Dexian. Thank you, General. The people of Taiping Street exclaimed in unison. Chen Fan felt a bit embarrassed and waved his hand, saying, if you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards your third prince. Were it not for him, I would not have come. The general is being modest. Without your assistance, we might have starved. He said, bowing to him. They would remember those who helped them. Chen Fan opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately let out a resigned smile, saying, it seems the third prince has a remarkable group of subordinates. Young master, Saya. In the capital, within Chen Fan's courtyard, Xianing Xue diligently fed Shang Wanchen with a spoon. Shang Wanchen, engrossed in his reading, skillfully opened his mouth, relishing the treat. Delightful. Your desserts are becoming increasingly exquisite, he praised. Xianing Xue beamed with joy, sweetly encouraging. Since they are delicious, young master should eat more. Come, However, this time, Shang Wanchen did not open his mouth but instead fell into deep thought. Observing this, Xianing Xue tilted her head and inquired, young master, what troubles you? Are you pondering something? Nothing, Shang Wanchen replied, snapping back to reality with a faint smile as he resumed opening his mouth. Yet, a chill crept into his heart. Just moments ago, the sword spirit had relayed news that numerous cultivators from various regions were entering the borders of Dexian, and the Daiyin royal family had officially severed ties with him. A cold chuckle escaped Shang Wanchen's lips as he mused. Although he had anticipated this outcome, its arrival still brought a tinge of disappointment. That man had never regarded him as his son, nor had there ever been a shred of familial affection. Chapter 42. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness, since you are heartless. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Shang Wanchen has completely relinquished his illusions. From this moment forth, he shall have no further ties with the great Yin, and to them, he will merely be an indifferent passerby. It must be said that once he let go entirely, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Even the food in his mouth tasted all the sweeter. Xiao Xue increased the dosage. All right. Xianing Xue cheerfully scooped a generous spoonful, filling Shang Wanchen's mouth to the brim. Simultaneously, Shang Wanchen conveyed a command to his sword spirit. Kill. Any cultivator who dared to target him must be eliminated without exception. He would not sit idly by nor wait for them to come for him. Since he had been marked, it was better to strike first. Let them all become nourishment for the heavenly evil sword, serving as stepping stones for his ascent to greatness. Meanwhile, in a mountain range at the border of the Great Xian, a woman in a black dress stood coldly upon a massive rock, her expression impassive. Not far ahead, a stream of cultivators approached. Many were astounded by her beauty, pausing as they passed, their gazes often laced with greed and desire. Yet, her icy demeanor and posture deterred them from coming too close. Under the edict of the Great Yin, those who first sought to harm Su Chen were far from virtuous. They had long made a living through violence and plunder. Such a beautiful yet seemingly fragile woman was precisely what they coveted. Not only for wealth, but also for their baser desires. As the crowd grew, their courage swelled. Gradually, some could no longer restrain themselves. One stepped forward with a lewd grin, saying, "Little girl, are you lost? Fear not, Big Brother knows the way. Would you care to accompany me?" Another leered. Such a stunning young lady is indeed rare. Today seems like an opportune moment for some indulgence. Everyone, since our intentions align, let us not linger any longer. Fewer people makes for more fun. With that, they urged one another, and many surged forward to attack the woman in black. At that moment, it appeared as though the black-dressed woman had received some command. She slowly raised her sword and, with a gentle flourish, unleashed an overwhelming wave of malevolent energy. This dark energy surged forth, seemingly with a mind of its own, rushing towards the surrounding assailants. What in the world is this? Heaven, it's malevolent energy. Malevolent energy. Run. Quick, flee. This woman is no ordinary foe. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me, my lord. It's over. I've struck iron. The malevolent energy clung to them like a persistent curse, effortlessly entwining around their bodies, seeping into their mouths and nostrils, voraciously devouring them from within. Demonic arts. This must be demonic arts. She is a devil. Countless anguished cries erupted, chilling the air. And even those who had unknowingly approached could not escape their fate. In an instant, dozens of cultivators met their demise, without exception. Their corpses transformed into an endless stream of sanguinescence, all absorbed into the heavenly evil sword. The woman in black remained expressionless, continuing her relentless pursuit of the fleeing cultivators. Since Su Chen's command has been received, there is no need for restraint. Suddenly, as Shangwan Chun was indulging in dessert, his complexion shifted dramatically, and a trickle of fresh blood escaped the corner of his mouth. This unexpected event left Xian Yingxue somewhat flustered. Young master, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Or did something go awry with the delicacies I prepared? Seeing him cough up blood, Xian Yingshue's heart raced, and she hurriedly set down her spoon. Taking out a tissue to gently wipe his lips, her face visibly etched with concern and compassion. Shang Wanchen gently shook his head and replied, "It is not your fault. The food is delicious, and there is no need for guilt. If one were to speak of the cause, it is merely that I have not read enough." Moments ago, the Tianqia's sword had absorbed a significant amount of blood energy, and when it returned to him, the malevolent energy surged within, overwhelming him momentarily, resulting in a bout of reverse blood rising in his throat. Of course, there was a silver lining. His cultivation level had ascended once more, reaching the 4th stage of the spirit-gathering realm. At his age, such an achievement was sufficient to outshine many talented disciples of various sections. Not read enough. Xian Yingshue's expression was one of confusion, both pained and amused as she inquired, "Are you jesting with me? How can one cough up blood from reading too little? Then why am I not affected?" "You do not understand," Shang Wanchun replied, shaking his head. "I possess a unique constitution. It is entirely normal for me to cough up blood from not reading. If it were more severe, it could even lead to death." "Huh, young master. What a humorous remark. Such a constitution cannot possibly exist." Xian Yingxue chuckled lightly, noticing his spirited demeanor and strong words, which alleviated her worries significantly. However, regarding his claim about death from not reading, she merely thought he was joking to lighten her mood. After all, throughout history, there has never been a constitution that leads to death from lack of reading. That notion is utterly absurd. Shang Wanchen understood her skepticism and felt a sense of helplessness. Often, when he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. Yet, it was perhaps better that she did not believe him. The implications were far graver than mere death. A moment's negligence could transform him into a bloodthirsty demon. "Xiao Shui, quickly, go to my room and bring me several more books." Shang Wanchen felt the need to read more to calm his nerves. Having just taken so many lives, the malevolent energy was once again restless and needed to be suppressed. "Little malevolence, be subdued. Let it be known who truly commands this body." Xian Yingxue obediently complied, promptly retrieving several books from his room and handing them over. However, she soon noticed a peculiar expression on Shang Wanchen's face. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that they were rather inappropriate books, instantly flushing with embarrassment. "I'll go fetch some different ones." "No need," Shang Wanchen said, reaching out to stop her, shaking his head. "What book isn't a book? It matters not to glance at them." Xian Yingxue had no choice but to relent, feigning indifference as she began to massage his shoulders. Yet her eyes continuously darted towards the book in his hands. Amused by her reaction, Shang Wanchen asked, "If you wish to see, you may join me. It is nothing to worry about. I have no desire to look at such books." Xian Yingxue hurriedly turned her head, her face flushed to the roots of her neck. "Really not interested?" "Not at all. What a pity, for this book is rather intriguing. Even if it is intriguing, I shan't look." "Very well. I shall cease the jest and dedicate myself to my studies. Indeed, allow me to massage your shoulders." It appears that a silent understanding has been reached between the two. As they refrained from further speech, Shangwan Shun immerses himself in his book, while Xian Yingxue stands behind him, attending to his shoulders, basking in the serene beauty of life. Chapter 43. I have my own resolutions. The following day, the winds of Dian swept into the imperial capital of Dashuan. The news of Su Qin's disownment by the Dian royal family spread like wildfire throughout the capital overnight. The ministers were taken aback, while the populace deemed Su Qin's decision as judicious. Nevertheless, the atmosphere within the capital had grown decidedly restless. Father, a grave matter has arisen. In a certain palace within the imperial court, Xianming, occupied with state affairs, was suddenly interrupted by an urgent voice. He furrowed his brow slightly and looked up to see the newcomer, reproaching him. Did I not advise you to conduct yourself with greater composure as the crown prince? Do not allow every incident to provoke such alarm. Father, it is true that I was hasty, yet this is indeed a significant event, Xianyi exclaimed, hastening to the palace upon hearing the news of Su Qin's demotion to commoner status. What matter is it? Xianming inquired, setting aside the memorial he was reviewing. Su Qin, that third prince of Dian. He has become an ordinary person, Xianyi declared with fervor. Xianming paused, momentarily taken aback, and pressed for clarification. He has become an ordinary person? Indeed. Just yesterday, Dian issued an edict proclaiming him a traitor, demoting him to commoner status, severing all ties with the royal family. Moreover, they declared that anyone who could slay him would be rewarded with 3 years' worth of resources for cultivation. Wait, let me process this. Xianming appeared momentarily bewildered, while Xianyi, filled with excitement, paced restlessly. After a brief moment, a louder exclamation erupted. Is this truly the case? This startled Xianyi, nearly causing him to stumble. He looked at his father with a peculiar expression, unable to restrain himself. Father, you just admonished me against overreacting. Nonsense. This situation is entirely different. Xianming glared at him. Xianyi was again bewildered. How is it different? You know nothing. Xianming elucidated. Su Qin possesses extraordinary talent. Of this I am nearly certain, and he harbors secrets unknown to us. In summary, he is a prodigious genius. Such a talent. Not only would neighboring nations seek to court him, but even sects would expend great resources to attract him. Were he an ordinary person, it would suffice to offer some incentives. However, he is a prince of Dian, which complicates matters. I have long desired for him to become one of us in Dashuan, not merely in title, but in spirit, to wholeheartedly embrace our realm. For this, I have been devising strategies. Now, that wretched Su Wupafu has inadvertently severed his ties, effectively delivering Su Qin to us. My initial confidence in retaining him was merely 60%, but now it has surged to 80%. Dashuan is on the verge of gaining an unparalleled genius. The very thought of it filled Xianming with unbridled excitement, which explained his earlier fervor. This is indeed a divine boon for Dashuan. Xianyi, now comprehending the situation, also harbored hopes for Su Qin's allegiance to Dashuan. Since witnessing his sister grasp the essence of swordsmanship under his guidance in less than half a month, he has been incessantly yearning to meet Su Qin. Hastened to General Chun Fan and informed Su Qin that the emperor summons him. I have pressing matters to discuss. Yes, father. After Xianyi departed, a glint of brilliance flickered in Xianming's eyes. It seems today's court will not be tranquil. He tidied himself briefly and proceeded toward the Grand Shen Hall. At this moment in the Grand Shen Hall, the officials had long awaited his arrival, many drawn by rumors circulating in the outside world. We pay our respects to your majesty. Upon Xianming's appearance, all the officials bowed in reverence. Rise, gentlemen. Speak forth any matters of importance you wish to address today. No sooner had he uttered these words than a voice arose among the crowd. Your majesty, it is widely rumored that the third prince of Dian is no longer a member of the Dian royal family. Should we not eliminate him? If we permit him to remain in our Grand Xian, would it not become a source of shame for us? Xianming frowned and replied coldly. If we were to kill him, would that not fulfill Su Wu's desires? The ministers fell silent, but another spoke up. Your majesty, Dian's actions are excessively brazen and utterly disregardful of propriety. We should teach them a lesson. However, with unrest simmering along the borders of various nations, we lack the strength to launch an offensive against Dian. Let this matter rest. Your majesty, what should we do about Su Qin? Now that he is merely an ordinary person, maintain the status quo. Your majesty, are we perhaps being too lenient with that lad? I shall make the decisions myself. Regardless of the minister's opinions, Xianming provided his answers. The officials subtly sensed the underlying implications and discerned Xianming's stance. They were merely offering suggestions. The ultimate decisions rested solely with him. As long as the nation's existence was not at stake, they would refrain from further comment once Qianming made a choice. Naturally, they were not blind to the fact that Qianming had frequently shown favoritism towards Su Chun. It was precisely because they recognized this that they felt perplexed. What could possibly render the third prince of Dian so extraordinary as to warrant such protection from the emperor? Indeed, it seemed they had yet to lay eyes on the youth. With the tumult in the court concluded, in another residence within the palace, a young man stood before a few calligraphic scrolls hanging in the hall, burning incense and reciting incantations. Su brother, your poetry lingers in my memory. I had hoped to seek your guidance to create such magnificent verses myself. Yet, after days of searching in vain for your presence, I find myself compelled to beseech you for inspiration in this manner. Beneath his feet lay a multitude of crumpled papers, each inscribed with his attempts to mimic the poetry of Su Chun, though he found them all unsatisfactory, discarding them in frustration. He had little interest in martial training, preferring instead the elegance of literary pursuits. Just then, an explosive sound erupted from outside the manor. Brother Ming, something has happened. Moments later, two young boys rushed in, and upon seeing the scattered papers, they paused in astonishment, quickly breaking into knowing smiles that only men might understand. Clearly, they had misconstrued the situation. Qianming, there are significant events unfolding outside, yet you remain remarkably energetic. Is it not too much for His Highness the Fifth Prince? Will your body be able to withstand it? Xianlang and Zhou Tianyi expressed their concern for his well-being. However, Qianming appeared utterly perplexed, mistakenly believing they were referring to his obsession with poetry. He shook his head dismissively, stating, "It's nothing. It doesn't bother me. I could continue this for several days and nights at least." Xianling gasped, looking at him as if he were a creature of the extraordinary. Zhou Tianyi's lips twitched, unable to bear the sight of his face. This was indeed rather excessive. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, you must exercise some restraint, or your body truly cannot endure this. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight, they cautioned. If you continue like this, you might exhaust your vital essence and perish. As long-standing friends, they felt compelled to gently and tactfully remind him for the sake of his dignity. Qianming grew increasingly bewildered. Could writing poetry truly lead to such a depletion of vital essence? As he inadvertently glanced down, he noticed the crumpled papers scattered on the floor, and it suddenly dawned on him, eliciting a wave of embarrassment that caused dark lines to appear on his forehead. He immediately pushed the two out, muttering, "Get out. Get out. Wait, even if you've been exposed, it shouldn't be to this extent, should it, Mingge?" Qianling implored, visibly anxious. Zhou Tianyi also appeared puzzled. Your Highness the Fifth Prince, this is not an uncommon matter. It is hardly significant enough to provoke such anger, is it? What do you two take me for? Qianming released his grip and bent down to pick up a crumpled piece of paper, revealing its contents, which startled both of them. Fortunately, it contained nothing but a few poems, albeit of rather poor quality. "Ah, so this is how it is. We misunderstood," Qianlang admitted, feeling awkward, while Zhou Tianyi scanned the surroundings, pretending to be oblivious to the recent events. "All right, you mentioned something significant occurring. What exactly is this momentous event?" Qianming finally recalled the matter at hand. Qianlang twirled his eyes, speaking with an air of mystery. "Qianming, you would never guess what this major event is." "Indeed. This matter is quite unexpected," Zhou Tianyi chimed in, wearing a similarly enigmatic expression. "Enough with the preamble. Speak quickly." Qianming's curiosity had been piqued, and he lacked the patience to guess slowly. Fine, I shall tell you," Qianling relented, revealing, "Brother Su is no longer a member of the Dian royal family. In fact, one could say he is no longer a Dian person." Qianming was taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he asked with a strange expression, "You are not jesting, are you?" "Absolutely true. No exaggeration whatsoever. Shall we continue our search then? Let's go." Meanwhile, upon learning of Su Chen's whereabouts, Qianyi promptly set off, arriving at the courtyard within a quarter of an hour. Approaching the door, he was about to knock when he overheard voices from within. "Is the young master comfortable?" "Quite so. If you find it comfortable, then continue." "Good. The pressure should be gentle, and the pace should not be too swift." Young master, is it delicious?" "Not bad, soft, glutinous, and sweet, with a generous portion." Qianyi furrowed his brow. The combination of comfort, pace, and taste was difficult not to misconstrue. He patiently approached and knocked on the door, which was immediately met with a response from within. "Who is it?" "I am Qianyi, the crown prince of Dexian," he declared, revealing his identity. In the courtyard, Shang Wanshun exchanged a glance with Xian Yingxue, both feeling perplexed. What could possibly bring the crown prince of Dexian here? Please come in, they replied. Upon receiving the invitation, Xian Yi pushed the door open and was struck by the scene before him. Xian Yingxue was gently massaging Su Chen's shoulders, while simultaneously feeding him snacks with her other hand. It was not without a hint of impulse that he considered pushing Xian Yingxue aside to take her place, motivated solely by the desire to comprehend the essence of the sword. Haha, seeing is believing. Prince Su is truly a remarkable figure. Xian Yi laughed heartily, striding forward and casually selecting a spot opposite Shang Wanshun to sit down. Just as the rumors suggested, Prince Su had a penchant for reading, undoubtedly brimming with knowledge. Your Highness flatters me, Shang Wanshun replied, shaking his head, setting aside his book, and regarding him with curiosity. I have had no prior acquaintance with your Highness. What brings you here today? Naturally, I come bearing important matters, Xian Yi replied with a faint smile. Are you aware of the rumors circulating in the outside world? The fact that I have been relegated to a commoner by the Deyin royal family? I have heard whispers regarding this, Shang Wanshun surmised, realizing that Xian Yi had come for this very reason, though he was not particularly surprised. However, behind him, Xian Yingxue's mouth fell slightly agape, her heart racing with shock. Has the young master truly been demoted to a commoner? Does this not imply he is no longer a member of the Deyin royal family? After her initial astonishment, a wave of secret delight washed over her. Yet soon, confusion took hold. For the past few days, she had been in the courtyard with Su Chun, rarely venturing outside, and she was unaware of the happenings in the world beyond. How then did Su Chun come to know of such matters? She was certain that he too had not stepped outside in recent days. Xian Yingxue pondered. How could it be that Su Chun possessed knowledge of these events without having left the premises? The young master certainly harbors many secrets. Her curiosity about him deepened, for even the revelations he shared were but fragments of a greater whole. The Deyin royal family is blind to such brilliance. Allowing a talent like Prince Su to languish in obscurity, it is indeed a grave foolishness, Xian Yi expressed with indignation, his tone laden with dissatisfaction regarding Su Chen's treatment. This left Shang Wanshun somewhat astonished. I am merely a scholar. How does your Highness discern whether I am a genius or a fool? Xian Yi felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back as he covertly glanced at Xian Yingxue, who was already betraying her ire in her eyes. If he could not clarify the situation, her identity might be exposed. Fortunately, his mind was agile enough to respond quickly. Prince Su, you jest. Here in the capital of Dexian, we are privy to most matters. This lady beside you must be Miss Qin from the Qin family, correct? The Qin family is related to our royal family. We are naturally aware of what transpires within. Ah, I see, Shang Wanshun understood, continuing his inquiry. Your Highness must have more than just this to discuss today? Indeed, Xian Yi nodded, his expression finally turning serious. I have come to request your presence at the palace. To the palace? Shang Wanshun felt a twinge of curiosity. Is this the will of the emperor? Indeed, it is my father's intent. He has matters of importance to discuss with you, Xian Yi candidly acknowledged. As the meaning of the imperial summons was clear, I had no reason to decline. Being in the presence of the great Xian, it was only proper to heed the call of the sovereign. Shall Prince Su accompany me? That would be agreeable, I replied. Young master, I wish to go as well, Xian Yingxue finally spoke up. However, Shang Wanshun gently shook his head and remarked, I am not visiting the palace for leisure. What purpose do you have in joining? Remain here and await my return. Pouting slightly, Xian Yingxue expressed her disappointment. Very well, but do return swiftly. Xian Yi cast a peculiar glance at his sister, only to be met with her fierce glare. Moments later, Xian Yi and Shang Wanshun departed the courtyard, heading towards the palace. Along the way, the duo undoubtedly attracted numerous gazes, primarily due to Xian Yi's presence. Shang Wanshun soon felt regretful about accompanying him. Is that not His Highness, the Crown Prince? Is he returning to the palace? And who is the youth by his side? I recognize him. I saw him at the city gates. It appears he is the third prince of the Great Yin. The murmurs among the crowd grew, with many expressing curiosity, especially as it was the first encounter for most with Shang Wanshun, a figure who had sparked much discussion. Chapter 45. Maternal lineage. Xian Lang, Xian Ming, and Zhou Tianyi emerged from the palace and soon spotted Xian Yi in the distance. Before they could greet him, they overheard the surrounding chatter. The three were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Is that Su Chen, the third prince of the Great Yin? No way. It dawned on them that they had not erred in their previous search. Rather, they had been outsmarted by Su Chen. Xian Lang, with a bemused expression, sighed. No wonder Su brother could lead us in circles. I found it peculiar that General Chun would be present there. It seems Su brother had employed a disguise at the poetry gathering, Zhou Tianyi added, coming to the same realization. Xianming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged. What are we waiting for? Let us pursue. Regrettably, as they noticed the crowd around them swelling, Xian Yi and Su Chen quickened their pace. And by the time the trio attempted to follow, the two had vanished from sight. The palace was vast, and without a clear target, finding someone proved challenging. What shall we do? We've lost them, Xian Lang lamented, raising his hands in resignation. Why is it so difficult to make an acquaintance? Zhou Tianyi contemplated the palace in the distance, pondering, I wonder where His Highness intends to take Su brother. In that case, let us wait at his residence and see what unfolds, Xian Ming suggested, fanning himself with a glint of determination in his eyes. It appears we have no other choice. Upon entering the palace, Xian Yi led Shangwan Chun directly to the grand hall where Xian Qianming resided. It was only upon entering the hall that Shangwan Chun began to ponder the true purpose of the great Xian sovereign's summons. He could only surmise that it was related to his demotion to a commoner. Your Majesty, Prince Su has arrived. In the grand and magnificent hall, a profound voice resonated. Shangwan Chun began to scrutinize the middle-aged man before him, stern, exuding an imposing aura and enigmatic. This was his initial impression of Xian Qianming. Su Chun, is it? Xian Qianming inquired with a smile as he regarded Shangwan Chun. I have met the emperor, Shangwan Chun replied, slightly bowing to express his respect. Do you know why I have summoned you? Xian Qianming's demeanor toward Shangwan Chun was rather gentle, not solely due to the presence of Xianing Xue, nor merely because he was an extraordinary talent, but primarily because this genius had the potential to become a significant figure in the Daxian realm. Xian Yi stood quietly by, listening intently and curious about the reason behind his father's summons of Su Chun. It likely relates to my demotion to a commoner in Diyin, Shangwan Chun pondered, albeit uncertain. This was the only conclusion he could reach. Xian Qianming shook his head slightly and said, there is some connection, but that is not the primary reason. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Su Chen inquired with a respectful gesture. Ha. Xian Qianming laughed heartily, posing a question to him. Do you know the identity of your birth mother? My mother? Shangwan Chun paused, his memories of her only extending back to his early childhood. He had once sought information about her, but to no avail, knowing only that she was a palace maid. The specifics of her identity remained a mystery, as others only referred to her by her palace name. A thought suddenly struck him, stirring excitement within. Could it be that Your Majesty knows my mother's identity? Indeed, Xian Qianming nodded with a smile. I implore you to share. Your Majesty. Shangwan Chun bowed once more, his previously tranquil heart now in turmoil. Having long abandoned hope regarding the royal family of the Yin, he had prepared himself for a life of solitude. To his astonishment, a turning point had emerged. If he could learn of his mother's identity, perhaps he might also discover other family members. The family of your mother is none other than the Shangwan clan of Li Prefecture in Daxian, Xian Qianming revealed directly. Observing Shangwan Chin's reaction closely. Li Prefecture? The Shangwan clan? My mother is indeed of Daxian? Shangwan Chin's head shot up, a jolt coursing through him. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. Throughout his life, Su Wu had never favored him. Shangwan Chun had thought it merely due to his low affinity for spiritual power. But now he realized it was likely more profound. The fact that his mother hailed from Daxian was probably one of the reasons. No wonder he sought to kill my mother. A surge of murderous intent flickered within Shangwan Chun, and his gaze sharpened. Father, Prince Su's mother is one of our Daxian people? Xian Yi, too, was taken aback, now comprehending the reason behind his father's summons. Indeed, after careful investigation by my emissaries, it can be almost conclusively determined that Su Chen's birth mother is Shangwan Rou, the daughter of the head of the Shangwan clan in Li Prefecture. Upon concluding his remarks, Xian Qianming turned his gaze toward Shangwan Chun and stated, I suspect that Su Wu's desire to harm you may stem from the fact that your mother is of our great Xian lineage. The Shangwan family, once a pillar of the imperial capital, has unfortunately fallen into decline in recent years, prompting their return to their ancestral land in Li Prefecture. Thank you for the information. Your Majesty, Shangwan Chun replied, his mind in turmoil. Although his body remained present, his thoughts had already drifted away. He longed to immediately journey to Li Prefecture, to behold his mother's ancestral home and reconnect with his kin. Contemplating these matters, he felt unable to linger a moment longer and prepared to take his leave. Xian Qianming, perceiving his intent, chuckled softly, do not be in haste to depart for Li Prefecture just yet. I have already dispatched someone to inform the elder Shangwan of your arrival. He shall visit the imperial capital, and it would be prudent for you to meet your maternal grandfather before setting off together." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qin's restless heart found some solace. He inclined his head in gratitude, but remained somewhat perplexed. "Your Majesty, what motivates you to extend such assistance towards me?" Xian Xianming regarded him with an enigmatic smile. "Su Wu is blind to true talent, dismissing even someone as gifted as you. Now that it has come to light that you possess half of our great Xian bloodline, and that the great Yin has severed ties with you, it is clear that you are indeed one of us. As a prodigy, it is only natural that we would extend our support. After all, geniuses are a rare treasure, particularly those willing to remain within the court." This, after all, was his objective. He needed the talent that was Su Chun. Shangwan Chun inhaled deeply. Although he recognized the ulterior motives behind the emperor's assistance, those motives posed no detriment to him. "Your Majesty speaks wisely. The great Yin has forsaken me. Not only that, they have even sought to take my life. My bond with great Yin has been irrevocably severed. Since my mother is of the great Xian, I shall henceforth embrace my identity as a citizen of great Xian." With a hearty laugh, Xian Xianming exclaimed, "Excellent. You shall be grateful for the decision made today. Our great Xian is not like the blind great Yin. They will undoubtedly regret their choices." He could already envision Su Wu's expression upon discovering that Su Chun, a peerless genius, had allied himself with great Xian. "Su Chun, now that you are no longer of the great Yin royal lineage, do you wish to change your surname?" "Indeed," Shangwan Qin affirmed, his gaze resolute. "Since they have chosen to disown me, I see no reason to retain their name." In truth, he had never felt a strong connection to his name. If a change were possible, he would welcome it. Moreover, having been known as Shangwan Chun in his previous life, and with his mother's family bearing the same name, it felt fitting. Thus, he would be further distanced from great Yin. "Splendid," Xian Qianming noted with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. "When Elder Shangwan arrives in the imperial capital and the two of you are reunited, you may then return to the Shangwan family to reclaim your heritage. At that point, you shall fully belong to our great Xian. Although my status may differ greatly from that of a prince of great Yin, I harbor no grievances. The title of the third prince of great Yin is merely a constraint to me. I have not derived any substantial benefit from it, merely an additional label." Shangwan Qin exhibited a remarkable nonchalance. Those unaware of his status as the third prince of Dian would regard him as merely that, while those in the know understood that he wielded little real power and was merely a figurehead. Nevertheless, he carried himself with a sense of ease. Xian Qianming couldn't help but regard him with increased admiration and said with a smile, "The reason I summoned you today pertains to this matter. You may return for now. Once Lord Shangwan arrives, I shall have someone inform you. Here, please escort Su Qin back." "Thank you." Shangwan Chun performed another bow before following Xian Yi out of the grand hall. Xian Qianming watched their retreating figures, his spirits lifted. Events were unfolding even more smoothly than he had anticipated, undeniably aided by Su Wu's contributions. Achoo! In the imperial capital of Dian, Su Wu sneezed. Feeling an inexplicable sense of agitation, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, yet it gnawed at him incessantly. "Come here," he called out impatiently. Immediately, a sharp-voiced man stepped forward. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" "Investigate any developments regarding the assassins sent after Su Qin. I've had a foreboding feeling these past couple of days." "Understood." The intuition of cultivators is often remarkably accurate, and Su Wu suspected something may have gone awry. Moments later, the man returned, immediately kneeling upon entering the hall. Without uttering a word, Su Wu had already surmised the news was grim. "Speak." "Reporting to your Majesty, we have received news from the borders. It is said that nearly 80% of the cultivators sent to assassinate Su Chun have perished." "What, 80% dead?" Su Wu's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt from his seat, seizing the man's throat and coldly demanding, "Surely, you jest?" Among those cultivators were several at the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm, and even a few at the chi-opening realm. How could he claim that 80% had perished? "Your Majesty, the information is absolutely reliable." The man, his face turning crimson, struggled to explain. "Witnesses have seen their demise. All that remains are their bones." Dexian. The only conclusion Su Wu could draw was that Dexian had intervened. Otherwise, such a massacre would be inconceivable. Xian Qianming, in his efforts to protect a useless individual, had gone to such lengths. "Good. Excellent." Su Wu laughed in anger, resolutely declaring, "Immediately issue a decree to increase the cultivation resources for 3 years to 5. Whoever kills Su Chun shall be rewarded with sufficient incentive." there would surely be brave souls willing to act. He could not believe that Dexian could dispatch so many formidable warriors. In due time, even within Dexian, numerous rogue cultivators would be drawn to the prospect. Chapter 46. Can reading also cultivate? Prince Su, or perhaps I should call you Lord Shangwan in advance. Upon exiting the royal palace, Xian Yi clearly displayed his excitement. Shangwan Shen smiled. His impression of Xian Yi was quite favorable. In fact, the people of Dexian generally exhibited a more amiable demeanor. Even the princes and princesses, who lacked the arrogance and difficulty of interaction often found in Dian. This difference likely stemmed from the contrasting national circumstances and the educational policies of their respective rulers. In Dexian, he felt far more at ease than during his time in Dian. Although he understood that his worth was the reason for such treatment, he had once been a prince of Dian, and yet they still exhibited a remarkable degree of tolerance. From this, one can discern the vast disparity between the Great Yin and the Great Xian, not only in terms of national strength, but also in various other aspects. Should the Shangwan family be willing to accept me, then becoming a member of their esteemed lineage would not be out of the question. However, if the Shangwan clan is as decayed as I fear, then I would not mind standing alone. If the Crown Prince prefers, he may address me as such. Shangwan Shun felt somewhat disoriented. To be candid, he had yet to fully comprehend the news that had just been revealed to him. The information he had long sought for years had unexpectedly come to light. He could not help but acknowledge the profound kindness bestowed upon him. Even when he was still a prince of the Great Yin, he could not uncover such truths, and should he attempt to do so now, it would be even more futile. Ha ha ha. Let us wait until you formally rejoin the Shangwan family to address you as such, my dear brother Su. Please, do not call me Crown Prince anymore. Xian Yi, with an air of familiarity, directly placed his arm around Shangwan Shun's shoulders and chuckled. I am but a few years your senior. If you do not mind, refer to me as Brother Yi. Brother Yi, Shangwan Shun replied with a hint of reluctance. To be honest, he found himself quite unaccustomed to this dynamic. It was not the title that felt strange, but rather the atmosphere itself. In the Great Yin, his siblings scarcely spared him a glance, let alone engaged with him. Their relationship was akin to that of strangers. Yet here in the Great Xian, Xian Yi, though not of his blood, held the esteemed title of Crown Prince while still addressing him as a brother. The more he compared, the more pronounced the chasm became. It was only natural for the Great Yin to be outmatched by the Great Xian. The people of the latter were generally imbued with a greater sense of humanity. Such nations often foster a more profound sense of patriotism among their populace. Ha ha ha, splendid. My dear brother Su, you truly are a person of character. Xian Yi laughed heartily and posed the question he had long wished to ask. I have heard that you, dear brother Su, spend your days engrossed in reading. Even during your time in the Great Yin, rarely diverting from your books. Is literature truly so captivating? Is it not a waste of talent to devote oneself to reading without dedicating time to cultivation? What he truly wished to inquire was how Shangwan Shun could achieve such strength while seemingly neglecting his training in favor of reading. Shangwan Shun's expression turned peculiar. While his passion for reading was not a secret, few had ever asked him about it. After a moment's reflection, he elucidated, Brother Yi, you may not be aware. But as the saying goes, within books like Golden Houses and Beautiful Maidens, reading cultivates one's character, purifies the soul, enhances one's refinement, broadens knowledge, and elevates one's demeanor. Some attain enlightenment through mountains and rivers, while others find it within the tumult of the world. Why should one not also seek wisdom through the pages of books? The martial techniques we practice are derived from texts. By immersing oneself in literature, one can deepen their understanding of combat skills. Witness the wisdom of the ancients and contemporaries alike, and enrich oneself. What joy is there not to be found in such pursuits? Astounded, Xian Yi found himself utterly captivated by Shangwan Chen's words. He had never contemplated the myriad truths that could spring from the act of reading, yet upon reflection, he realized the validity of this perspective. Shangwan Chen's insights on literature had reshaped his understanding. Xian Yi had never been particularly fond of reading in his youth. When Xian Xianming had insisted they study under a tutor, he had merely muddled through. He always believed that reading was not the endeavor of cultivators. Rather, cultivators should strive diligently in their training. However, today, the words of Su Chun enlightened him profoundly. Listening to Su's discourse was akin to a refreshing revelation, evoking a multitude of reflections. Why not come to my residence for a few cups? Xian Yi suggested, eager to continue their conversation. Yet, Shangwan Shun was reluctant. He feared that indulging too much might lead to complications. Additionally, He preferred not to have Xianyi escort him home, as their previous encounter had drawn the attention of everyone on the street. Seizing the opportunity, he politely declined. Perhaps another day, Brother E. Please, do not trouble yourself. I wish to stroll alone and calm my thoughts. Xianyi intended to insist on accompanying him, but reconsidered, recognizing that Shangwan Shun had just learned of his mother's family, and his emotions were indeed stirred. Very well, we shall drink together another time, he acquiesced. With a smile, Shangwan Shun bid him farewell and turned towards the palace, leaving Xianyi with a smile of admiration. This Su brother is truly remarkable. Despite being younger than I, he possesses a maturity that is rare among his peers, embodying a genuine spirit. It was only after Su Chen's figure vanished from sight that he turned back toward his residence. Upon returning to his abode, Xianyi paused for a moment, contemplating, before making his way to the study. Truth be told, he had entered this study only a handful of times over the years. However, inspired by Su Chen's words, he felt a newfound curiosity. Within books lie treasures and beauty. How splendid. Today, let me embrace the identity of a scholar. Initially, he felt restless, unable to focus, but as he recalled Su Chen's insights, he persevered in his reading. Gradually, as tranquility enveloped him, he began to discern the allure of the text. Meanwhile, the household staff observed with intrigue, for it was rare for the crown prince to enter the study. And when he did, he seldom remained for long. Yet today, he had been inside for a full quarter of an hour without emerging. Could it be that the crown prince was undergoing a transformation? Outside Chen Fan's courtyard, Xian Lang and his companions stealthily approached. They had conspired en route, unanimously deciding that since Su Chen had kept secrets from them for so long, they would surprise him in return. Resolutely, they entered the courtyard to conceal themselves, awaiting Su Chen's return to give him a fright. Xian Lang tiptoed to the courtyard entrance and gently pushed the door. Inside, Xian Yingxue sat in a small pavilion, resting her chin on her hands, lost in thought about when Su Chen would return. Suddenly, a soft sound from the door interrupted her musings. Is that my lord returning? Her face lit up with joy as she hurriedly tidied herself and moved to the door, her heart brimming with anticipation. Soon, with a creak, the door slowly opened. Xian Yingxue greeted the sight with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with expectation. However, the next moment, familiar voices echoed. Su brother is indeed amusing. Last time he led us in circles, but this time we shall await him here in the courtyard to deliver a grand surprise. Brother Su surely did not anticipate our presence here waiting for him. Why have I not seen General Chen today? I must have a serious conversation with him. Xian Yingshue's smile abruptly froze on her face, as visible ire began to rise upon her countenance. Chapter 47. You are our elder brother. Oh, are there still others inside? Upon catching sight of Xian Yingxue, Xian Lang was momentarily taken aback. The two behind him, Zhou Tianyi and Xian Ming, also halted their steps. I recall you are the maidservant of Brother Su, am I correct? Xian Ming inquired. Zhou Tianyi reassured her, do not worry, young lady, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to surprise Brother Su. Indeed, indeed. Please remain calm. We would never harm you, Xian Lang added with a smile. It was precisely because she was Brother Su's maid that they were extending such courtesy. Had it been anyone else, their demeanor would have been quite different. A vein throbbed angrily on Xian Yingshue's forehead. Although she wore a smile, it exuded an unsettling chill. Brother Xian Ming, why do I sense something eerie about Brother Su's maid? Xian Lang could not suppress a shiver. Xian Ming nodded gravely, replying, you are not mistaken. I share the same sentiment. How could one serving Brother Su be an ordinary individual? Zhou Tianyi, however, felt undeterred. He stepped forward, displaying what he believed to be a charming smile, and gently said, rest assured, young lady, we are not villains. Do you see the young man to your left? He is the heir of the Prince of Chu, Xian Lang. Zhou Tianyi pointed to Xian Lang, who immediately puffed out his chest. Next, he gestured towards Xian Ming, stating, this is His Highness, the fifth prince, Xian Ming. Xian Ming flicked his fan and raised his chin proudly. Finally, he indicated himself, saying, as for me, I am Zhou Tianyi, son of the Chancellor. We are all close friends of Brother Su, and we came specifically to wait for him after our previous visit did not allow for a proper conversation. Let us step outside and wait patiently. Xian Yingxue inhaled deeply and turned to continue towards the pavilion. Xian Lang and the others stood frozen in place, feeling a strange familiarity in her voice, yet not pondering it further. Miss, could you perhaps show us some leniency? We truly mean no harm. Zhou Tianyi called out urgently. Xian Ming feigned composure, stating, you are aware of our identities. You should understand the consequences of offending us. Should Brother Su learn of this, it would not bode well for you. Indeed, you are merely a maidservant. Do not stray from your path, Xianlang concurred. Xian Yingxue halted her steps, clenching her delicate fists. What do you mean, merely a maidservant? I am, after all, the Grand Princess of Dexian. The condescension of these men only fueled her indignation, and she could not help but retort, Xiao Ming, Xiao Lang, and Tianyi, do you three perhaps have a penchant for punishment? What? Xian Lang's eyes widened in shock. Xian Ming ceased fanning himself, and Zhou Tianyi furrowed his brow. A sense of foreboding enveloped them all. Just moments ago, they felt the voice was familiar. Now, hearing those words made it unmistakably so. Could it be that voice resembles that of our elder sister? The three exchanged solemn glances, each bearing a grave expression. Impossible, it cannot be. Xianming shook his head repeatedly, as if he had encountered a ghost. Xianlang took a few steps back, feeling a sense of unease. How could his elder sister possibly be Su Chen's maid? This was utterly impossible. Zhou Tianyi gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xian Yingxue, having decided to reveal the truth, smiled at the three of them, saying, It seems that during our time apart, your courage has grown considerably. Elder sister. This is just a misunderstanding, Xianling said, cold sweat dripping down his face. Xuanming's legs trembled slightly, perplexed. Elder sister, how did you end up as a maid here? Your Highness, such a jest is far too grand, Zhou Tianyi exclaimed, nearly bowing in reverence. The three of them had not escaped her discipline during their childhood and were instinctively filled with trepidation towards Xian Yingxue. They could hardly believe that the tempestuous princess who often chastised them could possibly be Su Chen's maid. They had initially thought Su Chen was only adept at poetry, never realizing he could quietly win over Xian Yingxue as well. This was truly remarkable. Furthermore, it was evident that the emperor must be aware of this arrangement. The fact that he had not punished Su Chen only added to the gravity of the situation. Today, even the crown prince treated him with utmost respect, which was utterly absurd. Their admiration for Su Chen skyrocketed, and they resolved to befriend him, if only to gain protection from this fierce princess. Once they acknowledged Su Chen as their elder brother, would Xian Yingxue dare to bully them? Absolutely not. Humph, where I am is my business. If you reveal my identity, you know the consequences, Xian Yingxue felt compelled to remind them. The three quickly shook their heads in unison, assuring her, Elder sister, your highness, rest assured. We will not breathe a word. All right, come sit down, she said, only intending to frighten them, not to cause any real harm. Truth be told, while they had been unfazed moments ago, even the invitation to sit made them hesitant. Yet, they dared not defy her and approached cautiously, feeling uncomfortable even while seated. Especially when they saw Xian Yingxue pouring tea for them, which left them utterly astonished. Elder sister, we can handle it ourselves, Xianling said, feeling a bit uneasy. Reaching out for the teapot but promptly obeyed when he received a stern glare. As for Xianming and Zhou Tianyi, they had quickly adopted a composed demeanor, focusing on their own thoughts. They could only hope that Su Chen would return soon. After enduring a half-hour of anxious waiting, Su Chen finally appeared at the entrance. Oh, we have guests today? He said with surprise, quickly realizing that they had discovered his true identity upon seeing Xianlang and the others. Young master, you have returned. Xian Yingxue's eyes lit up as she hurried towards him, her face brimming with joy. The sight of her expression sent shivers down the spines of the three, leaving them convinced that the world had truly gone mad. The fifth prince, young Master Lang, young Master Zhou, it has been some time. Yet you all remain as remarkable as ever. Su Chen greeted them with a smile. Su brother, you have concealed your true self from us so well. In Xuanlong's eyes lingered a trace of melancholy, not solely due to Su Chen's concealment of his true identity, but rather because his return was belated, leaving them in a state of restlessness for far too long. Xuanming's gaze was filled with admiration as he could not help but exclaim, Brother Su, I have unequivocally decided to regard you as my elder brother. Zhou Tianyi, however, was less forthright than the other two, merely smiling and adding, Brother Su, you have truly earned our respect. Shangguan Qin's expression displayed a hint of peculiarity, while he could grasp Xuanlong's sentiments. He found the fifth prince's eagerness to acknowledge him as an older brother rather baffling. After all, he was a royal prince, and he, an ordinary individual. Was it truly necessary? He interpreted Zhou Tianyi's words as mere flattery following their previous poetry gathering. Shangguan Qin shook his head. You possess distinguished status, while I am but an ordinary person. Why would you wish to regard me as your elder brother? Ah, Brother Su, you are mistaken. You are a dragon among men. and we hold you in the highest esteem. For one such as you, I, Xian Lang, am more than willing to recognize you as my elder brother. Indeed, Brother Su's talent is unparalleled in this age. To acknowledge you as our elder brother would be no loss for us. Surely, you do not harbor disdain for us? What a jest! If one could make that discerning tigress willingly serve as a maid without any qualms, then the standard for ordinary must be exceedingly high. Shangwan Shun felt increasingly perplexed. Could it be that these three had lost their wits? Was it truly just a few verses of poetry that warranted such an honor? Young master, there must be a reason for their desire to recognize you as their elder brother. I perceive their sincerity. Perhaps you should acquiesce to their request? Suggested Xian Yingxue softly from the side. Suddenly, Shangwan Shun recalled the words spoken by his brother, Xian Yi. His actions were not a secret within the royal family. Could this be the underlying reason? After a brief silence, observing the eager expressions of the three, Shangwan Shun resignedly replied, "Very well." Instantly, their faces illuminated with satisfaction. Shangwan Shun felt a mix of helplessness. It was quite remarkable how joyously they embraced the prospect of being subordinate. In Lih province, after 2 days of travel, Grand Eunuch Mo finally arrived from the imperial capital. The province, once ravaged by war over a decade ago, still bore the scars of conflict and had yet to fully recover. Numerous areas were marked by the remnants of battle, with the provincial capital suffering the most significant impact. The streets were strewn with the ruins of devastated homes, and even the city walls were riddled with gaping wounds. Yet, compared to the immediate aftermath of the war, the situation had improved considerably. Since his last visit to handle post-war affairs roughly 7 years ago, Grand Eunuch Mo had not returned. As he gazed upon the somewhat unfamiliar city, he briefly oriented himself before making his way towards a specific location within the city, guided by the memories of his past. Chapter 48. She has a child. The Shangwan family had once been a force to be reckoned with, their reputation resounding far and wide. Even in their decline, their influence remained palpable. However, after the Shangwan family relocated from the imperial capital back to their ancestral home in Lih province, they gradually faded from the public eye. In Lih province, the Shangwan family remained an imposing presence that could not be overlooked. In Grand Eunuch Mo's recollection, the Shangwan family seemed to have dwindled in numbers, which was one of the reasons for their return to their ancestral land. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, Grand Eunuch Mo arrived at the entrance of an enormous residence. The estate is situated at the heart of the provincial capital, exuding both grandeur and a profound sense of history. The main gate is adorned with a gilded plaque inscribed with the character Shangwan, a gift from the late emperor. Upon seeing this plaque, the steward, Master Mo, felt a surge of reverence. The Shangwan family has long been known for its loyalty and valor, serving as distinguished contributors to the great Xian dynasty. Even the emperor must show deference to the venerable elder of the Shangwan clan, and Master Mo does not dare to take liberties. Hey, brother. Grandfather says you are practicing incorrectly. Hee, just look at how striking my posture is. When grandfather and father see this, they will surely spank you. Little sister, you mustn't tell on me. As the estate's gate remains ajar, Master Mo steps inside and soon spots 2 children, around 7 or 8 years of age, frolicking in the courtyard. He is somewhat astonished, sighing softly. Years have passed, and those 2 little ones I once knew have grown so much. Who are you? The 2 children regard him with a mix of caution and curiosity. One is a boy and the other a girl. Both possess lustrous black hair, round faces with a hint of baby fat. The boy has short hair while the girl sports 2 tiny pigtails. The boy squints, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl as he scrutinizes Master Mo. Haha, I am an old acquaintance of your grandfather's. Master Mo chuckles heartily before inquiring, where is your grandfather now? Grandfather, we have a guest. The boy shouts back into the house. Soon, a hearty laugh resounds. I wondered who might be visiting. What a rare guest. Has the emperor sent for me? The voice, though tinged with age, resonates with vitality and strength. Master Mo's arrival indeed carries weighty matters. He gazes towards the source of the voice, where a robust, white-haired elder approaches with a steady stride, exuding an extraordinary presence. Years have passed, yet the head of the Shangwan family remains as impressive as ever. Master Mo exclaims in admiration, acknowledging that in terms of strength, he may not surpass his counterpart. With a smile, Shangwan Hong first casts a playful glare at the children and feigns irritation. You do not even know to invite our guest to sit. What have I taught you? The boy makes a face and tugs at his sister, darting away. Grandfather, we are going to play. Shangwan Hong chuckles helplessly and turns to Master Mo. Do not take offense, Master Mo. These children have been spoiled by me since they were young and can be quite mischievous. Haha, I find these two to be exceptionally clever. Master Imo responds with evident appreciation. Amused, Shangwan Hong invites him further. Master Imo, please come inside. The two enter the estate, and once seated, Shangwan Hong, curiosity sparkling in his eyes, asks, "It has been many years since you last visited Li Prefecture. What brings you here today?" "Indeed, I come bearing significant news." Master Imo nods. "This matter has been personally entrusted to me by the Emperor." "Oh." Shangwan Hong's curiosity deepens, yet he adds, "Master Imo, let me make it clear beforehand. If it involves my return from retirement, please refrain from mentioning it. The Emperor granted me leave to return to my homeland long ago. The head of the Shangwan family is overly concerned. The Emperor is fully aware of the current circumstances surrounding the Shangwan family and would never allow you to return to the forefront of affairs." Master Imo let out a slight sigh. The loyalty and valor of the Shangwan clan is not merely a matter of words. Once, the Shangwan family was prosperous, a prominent lineage comprising hundreds of clansmen. To quell the unrest at the borders of the Great Xian, many from the Shangwan family ventured forth, nearly all of whom perished in the endeavor, including several sons of Shangwan Hong. The losses were grievous, causing Shangwan Hong to age overnight, his hair turning white. In a bid to preserve his family line, he made the decision to retire to his hometown, relinquishing all official positions, and relocated his entire family from the imperial capital to their ancestral land in Li Prefecture. Subsequently, chaos erupted in Li Prefecture, and a sudden battle ensued. Naturally, as the foremost clan of Li Prefecture, the Shangwan family could not shy away from their responsibility to protect the common folk. The outcome was tragic, with many clan members falling in battle, including Shangwan Hong's last two sons, one of whom died and the other was left severely injured. Their only daughter also went missing amidst the turmoil. Now, the Shangwan family consists of just 4 members: Shangwan Hong, his third son Shangwan Feng, and Shangwan Feng's 2 children, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao. To compensate the Shangwan family, Emperor Qianming not only granted them a substantial piece of land in the imperial capital, but also bestowed upon them a marquis title and posthumously conferred the official positions of their fallen kin. Additionally, he promised that a princess or a county princess would marry into the Shangwan family, and that all descendants of the Shangwan lineage would be granted unconditional admission to the Great Xian Academy. The Great Xian Academy serves as a nurturing ground for the younger generation of cultivators, a sacred sanctuary for young practitioners throughout the realm. Only a select few gain entry. Apart from the royal family, various noble clans hold limited exemptions from examinations, while others must face the arduous challenge of entrance tests, which are notoriously difficult. Given these circumstances, why does the Emperor seek my presence? Shangwan Hong felt a sense of bewilderment. Logically, the Shangwan family had fallen into decline, their numbers dwindled, rendering them of little consequence. The Emperor has requested that I invite you back to the imperial capital, Master Imo remarked with a smile. Shangwan Hong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it truly not to summon me back into service?" Master Imo shook his head. "No." "Then, what could be the reason for the Emperor's summons?" Shangwan Hong pressed. "If my memory serves me correctly, did not the head of the Shangwan family have a daughter who went missing during that conflict many years ago?" Master Imo asked. "Roa?" Shangwan Hong's expression turned grave, his heart racing as he stood abruptly, his voice tinged with excitement. "Does the Emperor have news of her?" "Indeed," Master Imo nodded, then sighed. "Alas, Shangwan Ro is deceased." Boom. This declaration struck Shangwan Hong like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily bereft of thought, the world around him fading into silence. He slumped helplessly back into his seat, tears tracing down his aged face. He had anticipated this outcome, but was still overwhelmed with sorrow upon hearing the truth. Master Imo, taken aback by the impact of this revelation on him, noticed the change in Shangwan Hong's demeanor and anxiously said, "Old Master Shangwan, do not despair. Though your daughter is no longer with us, her son still lives." "Her son?" The gaze of Shangwan Hong instantly regained its brilliance. He abruptly lifted his head, fixating intently on Grandpa Imo, his eyes reflecting both excitement and trepidation. "Is what you say truly the case?" Chapter 49. Overcome with joy and tears, hope rekindled within Shangwan Hong's heart. Although the demise of Shangwan Ro had deeply saddened him, the revelation that he still had a grandson alive in this world brought an undeniable glimmer of joy. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and exhilaration. In response to his inquiry, Grandpa Imo nodded affirmatively. "It is indeed true. His Majesty has instructed me to invite you back to the palace specifically because of this matter. Your grandson resides within the capital. Indeed, it is truly real. Ha. Shangwan Hong was overwhelmed with joy, bursting into laughter, his strength returning as he leapt from his seat, walking and laughing exuberantly within the grand hall. His voice resonated throughout the entire Shangwan residence. What's wrong with grandfather? Why is he so happy? I don't know. Perhaps he's encountered some delightful news. The two children playing in the courtyard mused, yet they soon returned to their merriment. In another room, upon hearing Shangwan Hong's laughter, a middle-aged man leaning on a cane gradually emerged, a look of confusion crossing his face as he made his way to the grand hall. Wonderful. Simply marvelous. Shangwan Hong remained enveloped in his excitement, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, his smile unwavering. Father, what brings such joy? The middle-aged man inquired, curiosity piqued. Just as he posed the question, he noticed Grandpa Mo standing nearby, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he hastily clasped his hands in greeting. I did not expect to see you here, Grandpa Mo. As the right-hand man of the emperor, many ministers showed respect to Grandpa Mo. Grandpa Mo replied with a smile. General Wu Wei, you still appear to be as formidable as ever. You're too kind, Grandpa Mo. Shangwan Feng replied with a bitter smile. I am but a broken man now. That sentiment is misplaced. Your achievements are indelible. Regardless, you remain a revered general of the great Xian dynasty. Fenger, your sister has passed away. Shangwan Hong hesitated, but ultimately delivered the news. She is dead? Shangwan Feng's pupils constricted, leaving him frozen in place. The bond among the siblings had been exceptionally strong. And now, nearly all had perished, leaving only the hope of the missing sister. However, now even that hope had been extinguished. Father, is this truly so? Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, and Shangwan Hong's eyes reddened once more. Two robust men, unafraid of the battlefield and stoic in the face of injury, now found themselves weeping openly. Only a few of us remain in the Shangwan family. This news has been confirmed by His Majesty. Shangwan Hong wiped his tears away. Father, with elder brother deceased, second brother gone, and now even sister 4, our once grand Shangwan family has been reduced to just as few. Shangwan Feng choked out. As a broken man, how can I lead the Shangwan family back to greatness or restore our ancestral glory? Father, I am weary. Fenger, do not speak in such a manner. This burden is not yours alone to bear. As long as this old body of mine still draws breath, I will not allow the Shangwan family to perish. Do not engage in any foolishness. There will surely be a turning point. Shangwan Hong was deeply concerned that his son might succumb to despair, aware that finding Shangwan Ro had long been his son's obsession. With his daughter now deceased, he feared that Shangwan Feng might entertain thoughts of self-destruction. Even the ever-composed Uncle Mo appeared visibly affected. Indeed, the once vast family now consisted of only a few remaining members, creating a palpable sense of desolation. However, Uncle Mo brought forth good news. Your sister had a son who still lives. Shangwan Hong continued. A son of my sister? Shangwan Feng's dim eyes seemed to flicker with a glimmer of hope. He lifted his gaze, earnestly regarding Shangwan Hong, and asked, is this truly the case? Absolutely. This matter is indeed true, Uncle Mo confirmed. He elaborated. I have come at the behest of His Majesty to invite the head of the Shangwan family to the imperial capital, where your nephew resides. Father, I wish to accompany you. Shangwan Feng's hope reignited, his eyes shining brightly. Yet, Shangwan Hong shook his head, saying, that is not permissible. Why? Shangwan Feng asked, perplexed. Your health is compromised, and the journey to the capital is long and arduous. Moreover, Liner and Yaoer require supervision. You must remain at home and await my return. But, there are no buts, Fenger. You are no longer a child. You have been to battle numerous times. It is time to exercise prudence. Shangwan Feng wanted to argue further, but ultimately held his tongue. Shangwan Hong was right. Given his current physical condition, he would merely be a burden. Seeing that Shangwan Feng had ceased his objections, Shangwan Hong turned to Uncle Mo and inquired, Uncle Mo, when shall we depart? If the head of the Shangwan family is prepared, we can leave at once. Very well, let us proceed. The sooner, the better. He felt an eagerness to meet his grandson. Elder brother, do you spend your days solely in study? In the courtyard, Xian Lang and the others were incredulous. Having sat there for over an hour, Shangwan Chun was engrossed in his books, while Xian Yingxue alternated between massaging his shoulders and feeding him, leaving the three of them with mixed feelings. The disparity was stark. They could only endure Xian Yingxue's relentless teasing, while Su Chen enjoyed such meticulous care. At times, They even questioned whether the Xianing Xue before them was indeed the same person. Such a transformation was utterly bewildering. Moreover, they held immense respect for Su Chun, who dedicated himself solely to reading, showing no inclination towards other activities. If they were in his position, even half an hour of reading would have driven them to distraction. Indeed, elder brother, reading is so tedious, indulging in merriment and revelry, enjoying wine and song. That is what we should be doing, Xian Ming exclaimed flamboyantly. Zhou Tianyi wished to voice his thoughts, but was met with Xianing Xue's murderous glare, prompting him to promptly silence himself. You three, lacking in knowledge, should not drag my young master into your mischief. He has no interest in such frivolities, Xian Xue retorted, unable to contain her disdain. The trio flinched, refraining from rebuttal. Given her fierce loyalty, further comments would only invite trouble. Shang Wanshun took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, "Books are truly wonderful. Would you care to join me in exploring one?" The three, though slightly skeptical, could not help but ponder the efficacy of reading, especially considering how obedient Xianing Xue was to him. I would like a copy." Xian Lang raised his hand, and Shang Wanshun casually handed him a book. "I want one too," Xian Ming chimed in, unwilling to be outdone, and Shang Wanshun continued to pass books around. Before Zhou Tianyi could express his desire, a book was already placed before him. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the courtyard, for individuals quietly immersed in their books, while a young girl silently observed one of them. The atmosphere grew serene, punctuated only by the sound of pages turning. Chapter 50. Tangled thoughts. Xianing Xue found the scene before her profoundly discordant. In her eyes, her two younger brothers and Zhou Tianyi had always been unruly companions, often indulging in mischief. Yet today, they were all absorbed in reading, a sight that would surely astonish her father if he were to witness it. In reality, the trio could only maintain their focus for a short while. However, with their earlier declarations and Xianing Xue's watchful gaze, they begrudgingly endured the experience. As time passed, they realized they could indeed continue reading. Was it already afternoon? Within the palace, in the princess residence, Xian Yi stretched lazily, realizing that an entire morning had slipped by unnoticed. He had not anticipated such a lengthy engagement with a book. Su Laoti's words had proved true. Books were indeed a remarkable treasure. Xian Yi discovered that reading brought him an unparalleled sense of tranquility, dissolving the usual restlessness that plagued him. Reading could indeed cleanse the soul. "Oh, I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation." He was taken aback to find that he had unknowingly advanced to the 4th level of the spirit convergence realm, having been stuck at this stage for some time without progress. To his surprise, he had finally succeeded today. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the book beside him and began to comprehend something profound. Su Laoti had mentioned that reading could purify the heart. His previous impatience in cultivation had made him restless. Now, by calming his mind and relaxing his spirit, he had achieved unexpected results. "Very well, I shall continue reading then." Outside the study, as several hours passed, the curiosity of the household servants intensified due to Xian Yi's prolonged absence. Was the crown prince truly engrossed in reading? Half a day had gone by. How peculiar. Perhaps the crown prince had developed an unusual interest in literature today. As evening approached, Shang Wanshun finally set down his book, stretched, and noticed the three who had fallen asleep beside him. He couldn't help but shake his head with a gentle smile. "Xiao Shui, please go prepare dinner and make a few extra portions." "Certainly, young master," Xianing Xue replied and headed to the kitchen. Shang Wanshun did not rush to awaken them. Evening was an opportune time for fishing. He took out his homemade fishing rod and began to fish in the small pond of the courtyard. However, despite his fondness for fishing, he had seldom been successful. It remained uncertain whether the fish bore a grudge against him, as even his bait seemed to go untouched. After fishing for a while without any success, he pondered whether his complicated emotions were to blame. He nearly considered jumping into the water to catch the fish directly, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary to engage in a struggle with mere fish. He stowed away his fishing rod and glanced towards the small pavilion, noticing that the three were still asleep. It was already past noon. Had dawn truly arrived? Was this oppressive darkness a result of his reading-induced stupor? The trio groggily awakened, their stomachs audibly protesting hunger. Just then, Xianing Xue brought forth a meal, prompting their eyes to widen in astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed her culinary skills, and the aroma wafting from the dishes was undeniably enticing. Xian Lang swallowed hard, astonished that his fiery elder sister could actually cook. Xian Ming was left in a state of disbelief, questioning whether he was still dreaming. Zhou Tianyi pinched his own cheek, attempting to rouse himself from this surreal moment. Why are you still dawdling? Eat. Shang Guanqing shot them an odd look, as if they were still in a daze. Young master, come try my new dishes. Xianing Xue began to serve food to Su Chun. The three of them were momentarily dumbfounded, gazing in utter disbelief. Shang Guanqing felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, akin to a man living off the generosity of others, and reached for the spoon from Xianing Xue's hand, stating, I'll manage this myself. Xianing Xue pouted, visibly displeased, and shot a fierce glare at the three. They all shivered in response. Let's eat, let us eat. Haha, just in time as I'm starving. Anything made by my elder brother must be exquisite. They each took a tentative bite, and their eyes widened in shock. After exchanging incredulous glances, they could hardly believe their taste buds. The dishes crafted by the tempestuous princess were unexpectedly delicious. This was madness, pure madness. In just a day, their astonishment within this courtyard had reached absurd proportions. Xianing Xue's transformation was something they still struggled to comprehend. After hastily finishing their meal, the trio bid their farewells, only daring to voice their thoughts once they were outside the courtyard. Do you think our elder sister has gone mad? Xian Lang remarked, still haunted by the overwhelming pressure he felt within the courtyard, where one had to tread carefully and remain ever observant. I think there is a possibility. Xian Ming replied gravely, nodding. I suspect that our elder sister has been possessed. Possessed? Zhou Tianyi contemplated this for a moment before also nodding. It does seem plausible. How on earth did he manage it? To tame that monstrous mother dragon so effortlessly. Sigh, I always thought I was quite skilled at charming the ladies. But compared to him, I feel utterly diminutive. My confidence has been severely shaken. He is a monster. How could we possibly compare? It's utterly terrifying. The following morning, Shang Guanqing rose early. Instead of reading, he practiced swordplay in the courtyard. Ever since he learned about his mother's family, his mind had been in turmoil, rendering him unable to settle down. He could hardly concentrate on his reading, often drifting into a daze. As time inexorably passed, the anticipation of his grandfather's imminent arrival intensified his restlessness. The courtyard was suffused with the essence of the sword, as Shang Guanqing wielded his blade with fervor, his chaotic movements still conveying a sense of artistry that captivated Xianing Xue. Shang Guanqing felt a growing unease. He was oblivious to the current state of the Shangguan family, the number of its members, or whether they would accept him, especially given that his father was the emperor of the Great Yin. The more he pondered these thoughts, the more agitated he became, leading to a disarray in his swordplay and a disruption of the profound essence he had previously exuded. Xianing Xue sensed the anomaly and felt a tremor in her heart, perceiving the danger that lay ahead. Young master, calm your mind, she cried out, prompting Shang Guanqing to gradually halt his sword movements. Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure. He had indeed sensed his own disturbance, and her urgent call snapped him back to reality. After standing still for a moment, he turned to Xianing Xue and smiled, saying, Xiao Xue, I am fine. I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention. Relieved, Xianing Xue exhaled softly. Yet she was puzzled by Shang Guanqing's distraction since his visit to the imperial palace the previous day, as if he were burdened by numerous concerns. What had transpired during his time at the palace? Chapter 51. Great matters may yet be achieved. Xianing Xue yearned to inquire but refrained. Her eyes filled with worry as she gazed at him. Fortunately, Shang Guanqing soon regained his equilibrium. He assessed his cultivation and realized he was not far from reaching the 5th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. It seemed the Tianxia's sword had indulged considerably in the past few days. Since I am here, I shall find peace within myself. Neither expecting too much nor succumbing to anxiety, that is my current course of action. He recognized that he had been overthinking matters. Whether good or ill was beyond his control. An excessive contemplation could adversely affect his life. Retrieving the wooden sword from his grasp, he turned to Xianing Xue with a gentle smile and said, Xiao Xue, it has been some days since I have seen you dance with a sword. Let us see it. With that, he tossed the sword toward her. Xianing Xue caught it deftly and replied with a radiant smile, If young master wishes to see, then I shall perform. Shang Guanqing returned to the small pavilion to sit quietly, preparing to appreciate her display. Xianing Xue, with sword in hand, gracefully moved to the center of the spacious courtyard. After casting a brief smile at Shang Guanqing, she began to dance. This time, she did not employ martial techniques, but simply engaged in the art of sword dancing, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Her movements were delicate, her form enchanting. The long skirt billowed in the breeze, and her dark tresses shimmered under the sunlight. This was both a dance of the sword and a dance with the sword. Shang Guanqing's eyes sparkled, It was the first time he beheld her in such a manner, and upon reflection, it was only natural given her noble lineage. "Bravo!" he applauded, exclaiming, "It is no wonder you are my Xiaoxue. Even your sword dance is exquisite." Hearing the words "my Xiaoxue," Xiaoningsue felt a surge of joy within, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She remained silent, but danced with even greater dedication. As the performance concluded, Shangguanshen's spirits had notably lifted. "Young master, how did I fare in my dance?" Xiaoningsue set down her wooden sword, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she smiled at him. "Indeed, it is quite good," Shangguanshen replied earnestly, nodding. "Hee," Xiaoningsue beamed, her heart filled with joy. "As long as the young master is pleased. Let's prepare a meal then." "All right." As noon approached, Qin Fan stepped into the courtyard with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Third Prince, I have accomplished the task you assigned." "So soon?" Shangguanshen was somewhat surprised and curiously inquired. "Where have you arranged them?" "In a manor to the west of the imperial capital." "Very well," Shangguanshen nodded, acknowledging Qin Fan's efficiency. "Hee, Third Prince, I must say, you really should venture out for some leisure. Don't you find it tedious to remain in the courtyard reading all day?" Qin Fan teased. Having taken the rare opportunity to visit various establishments and converse with a few widows, finding it quite enjoyable, Shangguanshen immediately discerned his intentions and smiled. "To view a beauty as one would a skeleton leaves me devoid of desire. To view a skeleton as a beauty instills me with no fear. Without desire and fear, great matters can be accomplished." Qin Fan was momentarily stunned, feeling as though he had encountered profound wisdom, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "To see women as skeletons, truly. The Third Prince, your words enlighten me as if I were hearing the truths of the universe," he said with newfound respect. At that moment, Xiaoningsue emerged, surprised. "General Chun has returned? What were you discussing?" "Skeletons," Qin Fan blurted out. Shangguanshen's expression changed instantly, hastily covering his mouth and laughing. It's nothing." Xiaoningsue tilted her head, sensing something was amiss. Qin Fan, regaining his composure, felt a wave of regret, nearly revealing that the princess was akin to a skeleton. "Would General Qin care to sit and share a meal with us?" Xiaoningsue inquired. Qin Fan quickly shook his head. "No need to trouble Miss Shuel. I just finished eating." He had no intention of intruding upon their intimate dining experience, fearing it would be remembered by the princess. With that, he clasped his hands in a salute to Shangguanshen, saying, "Third Prince, enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." "Are you truly not having even a little?" No. Upon exiting the gate, Qin Fan found himself pondering, to see women as skeletons. Almost as if compelled by fate, he arrived outside the Qingshui Pavilion, a place he frequented. Is that not Lord Qin? Just yesterday you left, and today you wish to indulge again? Please come in." The madam outside the establishment brightened at the sight of Qin Fan and immediately approached. Without waiting for a response, she took his hand and led him inside. Lost in thought over Shangguanshen's words, he did not resist, allowing her to pull him along. The madam, seasoned in her craft, understood the urgency of the situation. Noticing Qin Fan's silence, she assumed his acquiescence and swiftly ushered him into a room. "Lord Qin, I know your preferences well. I will arrange for a girl named Xiaotsui to come right away. Please wait a moment." With that, she exited the room, and shortly thereafter, a voluptuous woman named Xiaotsui entered, promptly seating herself beside Qin Fan and beginning to flirt with him. Qin Fan was abruptly pulled from his reverie by her actions. He turned to gaze at the once beloved Xiaotsui, who now appeared as if she were a mere skeleton. Her twisting figure resembled a pile of bones in motion. He chuckled, for in this world, bones were not a rare sight, especially for a cultivator like him who had witnessed the battlefield. He had seen far too many to feel any fear of ordinary bones. However, the sight of this skeletal figure twisting was simply too amusing to resist. With a curious expression, Xiaotsui coyly inquired, "Did Grandfather Qin have a humorous thought? Are you certain you wish to hear?" Qin Fan replied, regarding her with an odd expression. If Grandfather Qin was willing to share, then Xiaotsui would be eager to listen, continuing to sway her body. "Have you ever seen a skeleton posing seductively?" Qin Fan said, suppressing his laughter. "A skeleton posing seductively? Grandfather Qin, you truly have a knack for humor. How could a skeleton pose?" Xiaotsui giggled, covering her mouth. "Indeed, ordinarily, they would not," Qin Fan said, nodding seriously. "But at this moment, I see one." Now, Xiaotsui's expression shifted, and a hint of apprehension crossed her face. Forcing a smile, she asked, "Where is this skeleton you speak of? Why have I not seen it?" Rising to his feet, Qin Fan fixed her with a steady gaze, devoid of his previous impatience. His eyes were clear, and he earnestly stated, "You are the skeleton in my eyes." With that, he burst into laughter and strode out of the room. Xiao Chui, left in shock, heard him call back, "Viewing a beauty as a skeleton leaves me devoid of desire. Viewing a skeleton as a beauty leaves me unafraid, with neither desire nor fear." Great accomplishments can be achieved. As Chun Fan exited the Qinghua building, his resolve remained unshaken. The women before him had transformed into mere bones in his perception. He raised his head and sincerely exclaimed, "Third Prince, I have attained enlightenment. From this day forth, I shall abandon my vices and dedicate myself to cultivation. If others can break through the fourth realm, why can't I?" 10 years prior, he had not been this way. Though his talent was not exceptional, it was by no means lacking. Breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm at the age of 28 was considered standard, with the potential to advance to the channeling realm. Yet, as the years passed, many peers of similar aptitude surpassed him, while he remained trapped in the fifth layer of the spirit-nurturing realm. His heart filled with anxiety and resentment. Ultimately, he surrendered completely, choosing to pursue joy without restraint, succumbing to a life of indulgence. He lost his former vigor. Truthfully, when he guessed that Su Chun had slain the assassin and displayed his swordsmanship, he felt envy. Envy for the youthful Su Chun, who possessed what he had always yearned for. While contemplating that a prince should indulge more than himself, Su Chun instead devoted himself to reading. After several attempts to gauge Su Chun's interest, he remained indifferent until that fateful day when a single remark struck deep within Chen Fan's heart, rekindling his desire for cultivation. He began to comprehend, albeit slightly, why Su Chun was so formidable. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, his casual words had inspired Chen Fan to redirect his focus back to his training. At that moment, he truly did not contemplate deeply. He merely wished to dissuade Chen Fan from further urging him to venture into those indulgent places. Chapter 52. The kill was too swift. After the Great Yin increased the reward to 5 years, numerous loose cultivators and those from familial factions headed towards the borders of the Great Xian. A large influx of cultivators entered the Great Xian, but the realm was not entirely oblivious. Within a palace of the Great Xian imperial city, Xian Qianming listened to his subordinate's report, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in his eyes. Has Su Wu grown so impatient? How much does he desire to eliminate this son of his? Your Majesty, Su Chun is merely an ordinary person. Why does the Great Yin monarch take such drastic measures? A man below expressed his confusion. Haha, he likely believes that I am deliberately protecting Su Chun to vex him. Anything I shield will surely not be easily let go. Especially when that individual is his own son, Xian Qianming replied with a faint smile, though inwardly he scoffed. Su Wu probably remains unaware that the assassins he dispatched were not sent by him to kill, but rather were vanquished by Su Chun himself. If he were to discover this, Su Wu would surely descend into madness. The son he had always deemed a waste was, in truth, a rare genius, and more importantly, he had unwittingly gifted this genius to the Great Xian. Have all the orders been given? Spare none of those loose cultivators and familial cultivators entering from the Great Yin, and ensure that those loose cultivators within the Great Xian are also accounted for, Xian Qianming commanded, his gaze turning sharp. Your Majesty, I fail to understand. Does Su Chun truly warrant such extensive effort on our part? The man's inquiry echoed the doubts of countless others within the Great Xian. As he represented the ministers in voicing this concern, Xian Qianming regarded him with a measured glance and replied, You need only understand that he is indeed worthy of such actions from the Great Xian. As for the specific reasons, it will not be long before you comprehend them. Now, go and execute your duties. Understood, Your Majesty. The man accepted the command and departed. Yet, Xian Qianming remained contemplative, staring at the message he held, which read, Since the Great Yin issued its proclamation, thousands of cultivators have entered our Great Xian within mere days, yet the furthest have only penetrated 200 miles. With nearly 80% of them mysteriously perishing within 3 days, their deaths gruesome, reduced to mere bones. As if their very flesh and blood had been consumed by some fiendish entity. Fiends? Xian Qianming's expression grew grave. Recalling the recent incidents of bandits meeting their demise across various locales, their ends similarly depicted in the message. Could it be that fiends have infiltrated our Great Xian? But why do these fiends target only bandits and those cultivators entering the Great Xian? Xian Qianming furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The mysterious deaths of the bandits began concurrently with Su Chun's arrival in the Great Xian. The slain cultivators had also come with the intent to kill him. The coincidence was too striking. His gaze sharpened as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. Is this the ultimate card you have concealed? You are capable of slaying even those in the Qi transformation realm. Su Wu, you truly have bestowed upon the great Xian a fortuitous opportunity. Such strength, should the great Xian acquire it, would indeed be a blessing. The likes of Su Wu are far too short-sighted in the realm of governance. You fall significantly short of me. In the courtyard, Shangguan Qin's cultivation quietly advanced to the 5th level of spirit gathering. He initially believed it would take several more days to achieve a breakthrough, yet unexpectedly, it arrived with remarkable swiftness. Upon careful contemplation, he discerned that the sword spirit seemed to have accelerated its rate of slaughter, though the reason eluded him. Xianing Xue, bring me the books. I am about to commence my studies. He instructed Xianing Xue, who appeared momentarily taken aback. They had yet to finish their meal, and now he suddenly wished to study? However, recalling the sight of Su Chen spitting blood previously, she dared not to be negligent. Setting aside her tasks, she hurried to search for the books. In a certain location within the Great Xian boundary, a figure clad in black moved with remarkable speed, her sword rising and falling, transforming one cultivator after another into mere sustenance beneath her hand. Monstrous fiend, I wish to depart. I refuse to partake in this task. My lord, I implore you. Spare our lives. We shall never dare again. The cultivators fleeing in all directions were paralyzed with terror, their faces etched with dread. In the brief span of moments, hundreds had perished beneath the blade of the woman. The scene was akin to a hellish nightmare. In that moment, they were consumed by immense regret, lamenting their decision to hunt Su Chen, for had they not done so, they would not have encountered this female demon. Yet the sword spirit remained undeterred by their pleas, continuing her relentless assault while hastening her pace. The impetus for this urgency stemmed from her realization that someone was encroaching upon her prey. Such an affront could not be tolerated. However, Shangguan Qin had not issued any commands permitting her to eliminate those vying for her quarry. Unable to kill, she resolved to act with greater speed. Otherwise, she would find herself deprived of nourishment. It was this very circumstance that led Shangguan Qin to sense an even swifter enhancement in his cultivation. Within the courtyard, feeling the rapid increase in both his cultivation and the ominous energy, Shangguan Qin felt a twinge of alarm. He swiftly conveyed a thought to the sword spirit, inquiring about the cause. What? Someone is stealing your prey? You cannot take it out on me so ruthlessly. You say you are too hungry? If you don't eat, you might lose control? Then continue your slaughter. After receiving the sword spirit's message, Shangguan Qin pondered for a moment before personally retrieving a considerable number of books to place before himself, muttering, "Kill away. I refuse to believe that so many books cannot contain you. Bring forth your wicked energy." Just as Xianing Xue emerged from the kitchen with their lunch, she was taken aback by the mountain of books before Su Chen. My lord, are you insane? You intend to read all of these? If one does not exert themselves today, they shall be buried in the grass tomorrow. 2 days later, the surge of ominous energy finally began to wane. Shangguan Qin, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes and feeling fatigued, closed the books in his hands, speaking in a weakened tone, Xiao Shui, I am going to sleep for a while. Call me if anything arises. Very well, my lord, do rest, Xianing Xue replied, her eyes filled with concern. Over these 2 days, she had urged Shangguan Qin on multiple occasions to avoid overexerting himself, reminding him that the books could be read leisurely, yet he would not heed her advice. Xianing Xue could not fathom his unwavering determination, but remembering his words that failure to study could lead to demise, she refrained from further admonishment, though her worry was inescapable. Shangguan Qin was indeed exhausted, having gone nearly 2 days and nights without sleep. His level of cultivation could not sustain such an extended period of wakefulness. Nevertheless, the 2 days of study had yielded fruitful results. The malevolent aura has been subdued to a remarkably low level, and my cultivation has also seen significant advancement, drawing me closer to the 6th layer of the spirit-gathering realm. More importantly, the members of the Shangguan family should be arriving shortly. I must muster my spirits to leave a favorable impression. Otherwise, with dark circles under my eyes, they might wonder what I have been up to. Within the palace, as Xianming was attending to state affairs in the grand hall, he suddenly heard a voice. Your Majesty, I have returned with the head of the Shangguan family. Xianming immediately rose from his seat, his expression brimming with excitement. Excellent. Quickly summoned Su Chen to the palace. Chapter 53. An inability to contain excitement. Xianming's gaze fell upon the entrance of the hall, where 2 figures were hastily approaching. The leading figure, eunuch Imo, bowed respectfully before gradually retreating to inform Su Chen. Xian Qianming nodded and turned his attention to another elderly figure approaching. Old Master Shangguan pays his respects to your majesty. Shangguan Hong knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his tone tinged with emotion. Old Master, please rise. Although you have relinquished your official duties, your contributions to the Great Xian are indelible. I have always stated that there is no need for formalities in my presence. Xian Qianming personally stepped forward to assist him. Your Majesty, that is not appropriate. The principles of sovereign and subject must be observed, Shangguan Hong replied sternly, shaking his head. You, my friend, are far too rigid. Xian Qianming smiled with resignation before inquiring. How have you been lately, old master? Recently, I find myself with little to do, but those two little rascals are quite mischievous. Making it rather challenging, Shangguan Hong replied with a wry smile. The old master, having fought countless battles, leaving behind a glorious legacy and having made tremendous contributions to the Great Xian, now finds solace in retirement, teaching his grandchildren. A fortunate turn of events indeed. Xian Qianming returned to his seat, gesturing for Shangguan Hong to join him. Shangguan Hong accepted the invitation and took a seat, though he seemed hesitant to speak. Noticing this, Xian Qianming chuckled. Old master, are you perhaps inquiring about the well-being of your grandson? Your Majesty's insight is as sharp as ever, Shangguan Hong responded, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. My daughter went missing over a decade ago, and now I have learned of her tragic fate. The news of her death has left me heartbroken, yet I am overwhelmed to discover that she left behind a son. With a pleading look, he implored Xian Qianming. Might I ask your Majesty to reveal how my wayward daughter met her end, where she perished, and at the hands of whom? Xian Qianming fell silent. Not from reluctance, but from weighing whether this elderly man could bear the truth. Sensing the hesitation, Shangguan Hong inhaled deeply, his tone earnest. Your Majesty, please speak freely. I can endure it. Very well, then, Xian Qianming sighed. According to the information I have received, your daughter, Shangguan Rou, was abducted during the chaos of war and was offered as a concubine to the Emperor of the Great Yin, Su Wu. For reasons unknown, she was not chosen and found herself serving as a maid in the imperial palace. Subsequently, in a moment of drunken indiscretion, Su Wu took her life after she bore him a son. He ceased to speak, for tears streamed down Shangguan Hong's face. It is all my fault. All my fault. Shangguan Hong's aged face was lined with sorrow, overwhelmed by an unending tide of heartache and guilt. That fateful day, chaos erupted as the armies of Dian surged forth. The Shangguan family, along with several prominent clans of Lizhou, rallied to protect the common folk, nearly emptying their ranks. Among them was his daughter, Shangguan Rou. With the reinforcements from Dashuan yet to arrive and faced with an overwhelming disparity in numbers, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his son and daughter were gradually consumed by the enemy forces. Later, when the Dashuan troops finally arrived and the turmoil subsided, his sons had slain thousands of foes but suffered one death and one injury, while his daughter remained missing. If he had only been a tad more selfish, had he firmly refused their call to arms, might the outcome have been different? Elder Shangguan, this is not your fault, Xian Qianming said, visibly moved. Had the reinforcements arrived sooner, perhaps the situation would have changed. Shangguan Hong was engulfed in self-reproach. How could he, as the sovereign, not feel the weight of his own guilt? He had never anticipated that Dian would launch a sudden attack, catching him utterly off guard, though he later retaliated tenfold. The brutality of that battle was staggering. Among the 10 prominent families of Lizhou, 5 were annihilated, 3 rapidly declined, and 2 faced severe depopulation. Countless lives of the Lizhou populace were lost. Were it not for the current peculiar circumstances, with limited forces available and interference from 2 other nations, Dian would have already fallen to his might. Your Majesty, Master Mo mentioned that my grandson is in the imperial capital. Does this mean my grandson is the recently rumored 3rd Prince of Dian? Shangguan Hong wiped away his tears and gazed at Xian Qianming, his eyes reflecting both hope and fury. Indeed, Xian Qianming confirmed with a nod. Dian. Su Wu. Shangguan Hong clenched his fists, his face flushed with rage, his chest heaving violently. The affairs of Su Chun and Dashuan had long reverberated through both nations. Though he resided in Lizhou, he had heard of Su Chun. Initially, upon learning that Dian had sent a hostage, he paid little heed. However, when Xian Qianming announced that Su Chun could freely traverse Dashuan, he found it curious that a prince of Dian would receive such privilege. Subsequently, when news from Dian declared that Su Chun had severed ties with the imperial family, he was taken aback, wondering what Su Chun had done to provoke such a decree from the Dian sovereign. Now, knowing that Su Chun was his own grandson, his fury knew no bounds. The brigands of Dian have harmed my daughter, slain my kin, and slaughtered my people. This is a blood feud. Shangwan Hong's eyes glinted with bloodshot wrath, his words laced with indignation, yearning to march upon Dian at once. Amidst his fury, his heart ached even more. Unable to fathom the tribulations his grandson must endure over there. Elder, do not let your anger harm your health, Xianming swiftly interjected, noticing his distress. I know, yet this pent-up frustration within me cannot be contained. Shangwan Hong's expression was one of deep sorrow, his emotions profoundly complex. Master Imo has already gone to inform Su Chun. He should arrive shortly. Old master, please take a seat and calm your emotions. I trust you do not wish to leave a poor impression on your grandson. Indeed, your majesty is correct. I have lost my composure. Shangwan Hong took a deep breath and sat down once more. At this moment, he was consumed by anxiety. Young master, there is someone from the palace looking for you. Shangwan Chun had just drifted into slumber when he was startled awake by a frantic knock at the door. With bleary eyes, he descended from his bed and opened the door to find the figure of Xianming. Young master, someone is seeking your presence, Xianming said, tilting her head and giggling. Who is it? Shangwan Chun rubbed his eyes and inquired. From the other side, a voice called out, Young Master Su, my surname is Mo. You may call me Master Mo. Shangwan Chin's expression shifted, and a realization dawned upon him. Is he here to summon me to the palace? Indeed. Master Mo replied with a smile. His Majesty has sent me to inform you that the head of the Shangwan family has arrived and is waiting for you in the royal palace. Arrived already? Shangwan Chin's breath caught in his throat, his heartbeat quickening instantly. His mind became fully alert, and he hurriedly adjusted his attire before swiftly exiting the room. He barely paused for Master Mo, exclaiming, Master Mo, let us be off. Xianming was taken aback. The Shangwan family? Did they not journey to Liang? Why have they returned so suddenly? And why must they see the young master? Your Highness, young Master Su's mother is Shangwan Ro of the Shangwan family, Master Mo. Aware of her identity, remarked. Xianming stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. The young master's mother is indeed from the Shangwan family? Given that he had been disassociated from the Dian royal family, did this not imply that he was now considered one of the Xian? Your Highness, I must take my leave, Master Mo said with a bow, preparing to depart. Wait, I shall accompany you, Xianming called out, though she halted after taking only a few steps. Never mind, I shall wait for him here. With a hint of helplessness, Master Mo bowed once more and exited the courtyard. As he walked swiftly through the streets, Shangwan Chin paid no heed to the whispers and curious glances from those around him. His focus was solely on the royal palace. It felt as though everything else had faded into insignificance. All he yearned for was to reunite with his long-missed family. Amidst his excitement, the anxiety that had long since dissipated resurfaced within him. A sudden fear gripped him, the fear of not being accepted. Everything will be fine, he reassured himself repeatedly, and his heartbeat quickened once more. This was, without a doubt, the first time he had felt such exhilaration since his mother's passing. Chapter 54. A willing return to ancestry. Sharing similar sentiments with Shangwan Chin was Shangwan Hong, seated within the palace hall. As time passed, he too began to fidget restlessly. Shifting in his seat, Xianming smiled faintly, understanding his feelings. Old master, there is no need for anxiety. I have met that boy. He is a commendable young man. The Shangwan family has truly found a treasure. To receive such praise from His Majesty is indeed a relief. Shangwan Hong sighed with relief. His concern stemmed from this matter. Although Su Chun possessed the bloodline of the Shangwan family, he also bore the lineage of the Su family, and the two clans were sworn enemies. He feared that Xianming would disapprove. However, observing Xianming's demeanor, it seemed he held no disdain. Rather, he expressed commendation, alleviating much of Su Chen's anxiety. Meanwhile, Shangwan Chun moved swiftly, yet it took him nearly half an hour to traverse the distance from his residence to the imperial palace. Upon gazing at the majestic palace before him, an inexplicable urge to retreat surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he aimed to calm his tumultuous emotions. Just then, Steward Mo caught up to him, saying, Young Master Su, please follow me. I shall escort you to the Grand Hall. All right. Moments later, outside the Grand Hall, Shangwan Chin halted once more. Steward Mo turned back to him with a smile, inquiring, Are you feeling nervous, young Master Su? Indeed, Shangwan Chin nodded slightly and replied, I need to take a deep breath. Very well. Steward Mo acknowledged with a nod. After several breaths, Shangwan Chin finally lifted his foot to continue. Your Majesty. Head of the Shangwan family, Su Chun has arrived, boomed Steward Mo's distinctive voice in the vastness of the hall. Shangwan Hong immediately rose, eagerly gazing toward the entrance. Xian Qianming also stood, a smile gracing his face as he looked toward the door. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, somewhat disorganized, conveying the tension of the approaching individuals. Following closely were Steward Mo and a young man. As soon as he entered the grand hall, Shangwan Chen's gaze fixated on an elderly man nearby. The elder, robust in stature with a mane of white hair, bore the marks of time on his bronze skin. His figure remained upright, and despite his age, it was evident that his vitality still thrived, the aura of a battlefield warrior unmistakably palpable. Merely by looking at him, Shangwan Chen could sense an overwhelming presence. The moment he beheld the elder, he was momentarily taken aback. The elder's visage bore a striking resemblance to his mother's, resembling her features by about 50 to 60%. For reasons unknown, just one glance was enough for Shangwan Chen to ascertain that the elder before him was indeed his maternal grandfather. The ineffable bond of bloodline stirred within him. To be honest, at that moment, his nervousness dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of yearning. Feelings of unexpressed grievances surged within him. Shangwan Hong experienced a similar sentiment. Upon witnessing Shangwan Chen's countenance, he felt as though struck by lightning, unable to suppress his tears. He looked just like her, as if carved from the same mold. Shangwan Chen's appearance bore at least 80% similarity to that of his deceased daughter. This was his grandson, his own flesh and blood. Come, dear child. Let grandfather have a good look at you. Shangwan Hong beckoned, his tone a blend of excitement and nervousness. Shangwan Chen remained silent, slowly approaching. Indeed, there can be no mistake. You are my grandson, Shangwan Hong remarked, his expression softening as tears welled in his eyes. Grandfather, Shangwan Chen also felt his eyes moisten. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Shangwan Hong embraced him, overwhelmed with joy and weeping once more. My dear child, you must have suffered greatly. Not at all, Shangwan Chen replied, stifling his tears and shaking his head with effort. To speak candidly, he was not one to shed tears easily. For someone with the intellect of an adult, he would never reveal a vulnerable side unless overwhelmed by profound emotion. Speaking with his grandfather, he began recounting the trials he had endured over the years. Shangwan Hong wiped the corners of his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. How have you come this far? Shangwan Chen murmured to himself before gradually unfolding his story. It was a childhood marked by ostracism. It was witnessing his mother perish before his eyes while feeling utterly powerless. It was enduring solitary existence. It was navigating through the peculiar gazes of others and the mocking voices of many. It was surviving abandonment and evading the pursuit of his father, the emperor. His words flowed with a calmness that bordered on nonchalance. Yet those present could acutely sense the hardship he had faced, stirring their sympathy for his youthful plight and inciting anger towards the royal family of Dian. Simultaneously, they admired his ability to maintain dignity amidst such adversity. Su Wu is unfit to be a father, Shangwan Hong exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The mere thought of his grandson suffering such treatment ignited a rapid surge of indignation within him. Su Wu had indeed overstepped his bounds. Xian Qianming, who had remained silent until now, furrowed his brow. It was no wonder that Su Chan felt no sense of belonging to Dian. Yet, this could be advantageous for Dashuan. If Dian rejects you, then return to the Shangwan family. For there is no better fate than to be a part of Dashuan rather than endure the dismal confines of Dian. From this moment forth, the Shangwan family will be your home. My ties with Dian are severed. Su Wu murdered my mother and has repeatedly sent assassins after me. Our enmity is irreconcilable, and I shall avenge my mother. Shangwan Chen declared coldly. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Su Wu for his relentless cruelty. Those who take lives are often met with the same fate, and one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Child, the matter of vengeance should not fall upon your shoulders. Though I am but an old man, I am not feeble. It is not yet time for the younger generation to take action. Shangwan Hong placed a reassuring hand on Shangwan Chen's shoulder, his words imbued with a commanding presence. The old grievances and new animosities between them and the Dian royal family had long been irreparably damaged. Fear not, dear child, with your grandfather by your side. You shall no longer suffer. Even if the heavens were to fall, I would shield you. Shangwan Hong's words moved Shangwan Chen deeply. In the 17 years of his life, apart from his mother, this was only the second instance he had heard such sentiments. This was family, a tangible connection, blood thicker than water, unlike Su Wu, who sought to bring about his demise. Though it was their first meeting, Shang Wanshun felt an unprecedented warmth envelop him. "Thank you, grandfather," he said, his voice thick with emotion as he bowed his head, fearful of revealing his fragile side. "It appears your recognition of each other has been successfully achieved," Xian Qianming observed with satisfaction, smiling as he addressed Shang Wanshun. "If that is the case, are you willing to return to the Shangwan family and embrace your ancestral roots?" This was a monumental decision. To agree meant fully relinquishing his identity as a citizen of Dian to become a person of Dashuan. Shang Wanhong looked at Shang Wanshun with apprehension, anxious that he might refuse. Shang Wanshun smiled faintly, displaying no hesitation. "Your Majesty, grandfather, I have already expressed that my relationship with Dian is akin to fire and water. It is more accurate to say that I have long yearned to relinquish my identity as a member of Dian and return to the Shangwan family, which is my true desire." "Excellent. Splendid," Shang Wanhong exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Xian Qianming also breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze filled with admiration. He had feared that Su Chun might refuse. That would have required expending considerable effort to facilitate this matter. Shang Wanchen's immediate agreement was the most favorable outcome. "At last, our Shangwan family has gained another member." Shang Wanhong felt an overwhelming sense of gratification, as if he could envision the day when the Shangwan family would once again flourish. Shang Wanchen, however, found this statement somewhat perplexing. After all, it was merely the addition of one person. Why such fervor? Yet before he could inquire further, Shang Wanhong spoke again. "Chen'er, we shall return to Lizhou tomorrow, so you may acknowledge your ancestry. How does that sound? Tomorrow?" Shang Wanchen pondered for a moment. It seemed feasible, and he nodded in agreement. "As you wish, grandfather." "Very well." Xian Qianming clapped his hands in approval, wishing fervently that Su Chan could acknowledge his ancestry at that very instant. However, he also understood that one must not overreach. Having reached this stage, they were not far from success. Shang Wanshun felt a weight lift from his heart. Prior to this, he had harbored a sense of trepidation, fearing that, due to Su Wu, the Shangwan family might not accept him. Yet the outcome was far from disappointing. His grandfather not only welcomed him, but also conveyed a warmth through his words and actions that deeply moved him. Nevertheless, he could not shake off the thought of Shang Wanhong's earlier statement. "Grandfather, you seemed quite excited when you mentioned that the Shangwan family has gained another member. Is it possible that our family is not numerous?" Shang Wanchen posed this question, recalling that the esteemed eunuch had once mentioned that the Shangwan family was once prominent. Even if they had fallen into decline, surely there must still be dozens of members in the clan? Upon hearing this question, Shang Wanhong sighed deeply, his eyes filled with sorrow and self-reproach. Shang Wanshun, discerning the gravity of the situation, realized it was not so simple. "With your addition, Su Chun, the Shangwan family now consists of merely 5 members," Xian Qianming remarked, expressing his regret over the state of the family. In his desire to restore the Shangwan family's prosperity, he had contemplated marrying off some princesses and noblewomen. However, Shang Wanhong, due to his advanced age, was clearly unsuitable for such arrangements, and he himself was unwilling. Shang Wanfeng, though young, was burdened by health issues and other concerns, leaving him unable to voice any commitments. The youngest, Shang Wanlin, was still too immature, resulting in continued stagnation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Xian Qianming as he looked at Su Chun. Xian Yingxue, who was concerned for Su Chun, was perceptive enough to notice. Yet, given Su Chin's sensitive status, even if he wished to marry Xian Yingxue, it was likely that both the civil and military officials, as well as the common people of Dexian, would oppose the notion. However, if Su Chan were to become a member of the Shangwan family, based on the previous commitments made by the royal family, it would be entirely plausible to arrange for Xian Yingshue's marriage to him. In that case, the obstacles would be significantly reduced. However, one must not rush into this matter. If Su Chun could contribute further to the Dexian and earn some accolades, it would be even more splendid. How wonderful! Xian Qianming's gaze towards Su Chun grew increasingly radiant. Since Su Chun had successfully passed his trials, he had already begun to regard him as a potential son-in-law, which naturally tinted his perspective. There were only 5 individuals? Shang Wanchun was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, he had contemplated numbers like 80, 50, and 30, but never 5. For a family that was once immensely prominent, to have only a handful of members was a sign of severe decline. Yet, the Shangwan family consisted of merely 5. Does grandfather truly mean there are only 5? Shang Wanchen could not help but inquire once more. Indeed, there are 5, Shang Wanhong nodded, sighing. My Shangwan family has always been loyal and valiant. Yet most of our kin perished on the battlefield. Initially, there were over 30 of us when we departed from the imperial capital, but shortly after our return to Lichou, the Diyin launched a sudden attack. In our effort to protect the citizens in our homeland, my family engaged in battle. And it was during that conflict that most of the Shangwan clan fell, including one of your uncles, who died in that very struggle, while your mother also went missing amidst the chaos. Each time Shangwan Hong recounted the turmoil of war, his heart bled anew. Alas, it is also my fault for not perceiving Su Wu's maneuvers sooner, Xian Qianming remarked with a wry smile. Your Majesty, please do not say such things. Had you not promptly dispatched aid, it is likely that not a single member of the Shangwan family would have remained. Shangwan Hong's eyes burned with rage as he vehemently declared, if there is blame to be placed, let it be on that Su Wu. My Shangwan family will not rest until we have settled this. His animosity towards Su Wu had reached a boiling point. Shangwan Shun felt a jolt within, a disquieting sensation coursing through him. Although these events were not directly related to him, bearing the title of the third prince of Diyin for over a decade imbued him with a sense of guilt, as though the fate of the Shangwan family were inextricably linked to his own. This left him feeling somewhat remorseful. Yet, Shangwan Hong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Chun'er, there is no need for self-reproach. Although you were once the third prince of Diyin, this matter does not concern you, and you are now entirely detached from the Su family. Indeed, Su Chun, there is no need for excessive guilt. This is not your fault. After Xian Qianming spoke, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Shangwan Hong, asking, Old man, previously, I had granted a marquisate to the Shangwan family, which was intended for Shangwan Feng to inherit. However, he has no interest in it, and Shangwan Lin is still too young. Now that Su Qin is about to join the Shangwan family, I believe he could inherit it instead. What do you think? I have no objections, Shangwan Hong replied, smiling with great ease. The Shangwan family has little left to offer Chun'er. Thus, let him inherit the fief and marquisate in the imperial capital. Shangwan Shun was taken aback and quickly responded, Grandfather, that cannot be. Such honors were hard won by the Shangwan family at great cost, and I have contributed nothing to the family. How could I possibly deserve such a distinction? He felt overwhelmed. The gift was too grand, leaving him embarrassed yet profoundly touched. Sovereign Hong smiled and said, You have endured many grievances during your long absence from home. Now, upon your return to the Shangwan family, consider this a form of compensation from your kin, as well as a welcoming gift. Grandfather, be obedient and do not refuse any longer. Sovereign Hong's expression turned stern, casting a discontented glance at him. Xian Yanming also interjected, Su Chun, this is the heartfelt intention of the old master Shangwan. If you feel hesitant, then strive to bring glory to the Shangwan family and to Xian. Realizing he could no longer decline, Su Chun nodded gravely and clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Grandfather. Since I cannot refuse, I shall accept this. In the future, I will ensure the Shangwan family is known to the world and elevate Xian to new heights. Haha. Excellent. This is the spirit of my Shangwan family. Sovereign Hong laughed heartily, his face glowing with joy. Xian Yanming nodded in satisfaction. Su Qin, tomorrow you shall accompany the old master Shangwan back to Lichou. After you acknowledge your ancestry, I shall announce to the world that you are to be conferred the title of Marquis. Have you considered what name you desire? After a moment's contemplation, Su Qin quickly responded, I am naturally carefree, fond of freedom and the unrestrained life, wishing to roam freely across the world while protecting all beings. Let it be called Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, a life of carefree wandering indeed. Xian Yanming murmured before bursting into laughter. Very well. Let it be as you wish. You shall be known as Marquis Xiaoyao. Sovereign Hong nodded as well. To live a carefree life in this world is indeed a joy. However, true freedom requires more than mere words. It necessitates absolute strength. Otherwise, before you can truly enjoy freedom, you may find yourself in dire straits. Only with sufficient strength can one afford to be carefree. This also reveals Su Qin's aspirations for the future. Chapter 56. Journey to Lichou. The meeting concluded successfully, and after some pleasantries, Sovereign Hong decided to stay in the imperial palace. He initially wished to converse further with Su Chun, but recognized that Su Chun needed to return and prepare, so he did not keep him. On the way back, Su Chun wore a smile, feeling as though the very winds around him were sweet. His severance from the Diyin royal family did not dampen his spirits. Rather, his return to the Shangwan family filled him with immense joy. Upon reaching his courtyard, the smile on his face remained unwavering. Has the young master encountered a stroke of good fortune today? You seem exceptionally joyful, Xianing Shue remarked, finally seeing him return. Feigning ignorance while her curious eyes studied him intently. Indeed, there is great news, Su Chen replied with a smile, gradually settling down in the small pavilion. Today, I feel so good that I must read a couple of extra books. What good news? Xianing Shue inquired as she sat beside him, propping her chin on her hands and gazing earnestly at him. Naturally, it is good news, Su Chen said while perusing a book. Tomorrow, I must leave the imperial capital for a while. Would you like to accompany me? He turned to look at her as he spoke. Xianing Shue's heart stirred, realizing he was heading to Lizhou, though she did not reveal her understanding. Instead, she feigned confusion, asking, "Where are you going?" Lizhou. Lizhou? Isn't that quite far? It is indeed somewhat distant, but there are pressing matters to attend to. What matters could be so urgent? Little one, do not inquire too much. You will understand when we arrive. I am not a child. The young master is merely my age, yet he always speaks in a tone of admonition, as if he were my elder. Xianing Shue pouted, feeling somewhat defiant. Shang Wanshan reached out to pinch her cheek and said earnestly, "Whether I am older than you depends on various aspects. In certain circumstances, I indeed surpass you in age." He intended to imply that in his past life, he was an adult, thus, by all accounts, older than Xianing Shue. However, she seemed to ponder something else entirely. Her gaze briefly flickered down towards Shang Wanshan's lower body, and her face flushed slightly as she softly remarked, "The young master is right. In some situations, you are indeed older than I, but in other circumstances, I am older than you." Shang Wanshan was taken aback, wondering if this girl could perhaps be a reincarnated great figure. How else could she claim to be older than him? As a diligent student, a pure-hearted youth who had never experienced romantic entanglements in his previous life, he did not entertain any improper thoughts. "So, will you accompany me?" Shang Wanshan inquired once more. "Yes." Xianing Shue nodded vigorously. "Very well, then let us gather our belongings. Please remember to bring along my books," Shang Wanshan instructed. Upon hearing that she was to carry the books, Xianing Shue pouted in dismay. "Young master, are you asking me to go simply to assist you with your books? What are you thinking?" Shang Wanshan lightly tapped her head and chuckled. "Those are merely incidental. Of course, you are far more significant." "Really?" Xianing Shue's eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed," Shang Wanshan affirmed with a serious expression. "All right then, I shall go pack my things." Xianing Shue beamed, bouncing back to her room. Shang Wanshan shook his head in exasperation at the girl and resumed his reading. That evening, after dining, he chose not to continue his studies, but instead retired early to bed. The thought of assuming a new identity rendered him restless, compelling him to abandon his reading. The following morning, Shang Wanshan led Xianing Shue out of the courtyard. Outside, Chun Fan was engaged in his morning exercises, causing both Shang Wanshan and Xianing Shue to exchange surprised glances. When did General Chun undergo such a transformation? Upon noticing the two emerge, Chun Fan halted his activities and curiously asked, "Where does the third prince intend to go?" "I have business that requires me to travel a distance." Shang Wanshan replied with a smile. "General Chun seems to be in good spirits today." Haha, Chun Fan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "I must credit the third prince. Your words had a profound impact on me. From this day forth, I, Chun Fan, shall strive to cultivate, viewing women as mere bones. Ambition is commendable." Shang Wanshan felt somewhat guilty, as he himself was incapable of adhering to such a principle. "We shall take our leave now." Shortly thereafter, at a secluded spot outside the imperial city gates, Shang Wanhong had been waiting for quite some time. "Chinner, I greet you," Shang Wanshan said as he approached to pay his respects. Xianing Shue followed suit, addressing him. "Xiao Shui greets grandfather Shang Wan." Shang Wanshan, aware of her origins from the Qin family, was not surprised by her recognition of his grandfather. Shang Wanhong's gaze lingered on Xianing Shue for a moment. He was still somewhat astonished. The previous night, Xian Qiaming had specifically summoned him to convey the news that the maidservant by Su Chen's side was the eldest princess. At first, he found it hard to believe that the grand princess could be serving as a mere maid beside her own grandson. However, the matter had been personally conveyed by Xian Qianming, leaving him with no room for doubt. He was simply astonished, pondering what means his grandson had employed to earn the grand princess's willing servitude. Even more surprising was Xian Qianming's candid expression of his intention to betroth Xianing Shue to Su Chen. The royal family had previously promised to marry a princess or a county princess to the offspring of the Shangwan clan. Generally, it was more likely to be a county princess, and even if it were a princess, she would not be from the most esteemed ranks. Moreover, Xian Xue was acknowledged as the genius princess of the great Xian, possessing beauty, prestige, and talent of the highest caliber, and she was also Xian Qianming's most cherished descendant. To consider marrying her off to Su Chun revealed the lofty expectations he held for his grandson. As of now, he realized he knew very little about Su Chun. He was aware that the great Yin royal family had labeled him a genius, later denouncing him as a hopeless case incapable of cultivation. And he had heard whispers of his poetic talents. That was all. Shang Wanhong suddenly recognized that his grandson was not as simple as he appeared. Grandfather, what is so special about Xiaoxue? Shang Wanqin inquired, noticing his gaze linger on Xiaoxue for quite some time. Haha, Shang Wanhong chuckled, explaining. I had thought this girl looked somewhat familiar, and now I recall she resembles a young lady from the Qin family. I believe she is quite a good catch. Qin'er, you must seize this opportunity. Shang Wanqin felt a wave of embarrassment. The topic had shifted too abruptly. Xiao Yingxue's cheeks flushed. Already aware that Shang Wanhong had recognized her identity, she playfully responded, Grandfather Shangwan, you jest. I am still quite young. You're not so young anymore. By the time I was your age, I already had several children. Grandfather, you are quite the charmer, aren't you? Nonsense. It was merely my overwhelming charisma. Your grandmother couldn't resist. Oh, so grandmother is quite fierce, then? Indeed. A true tigress. But enough of that. Shang Wanhong sighed, quickly shaking his head. Let us not dwell on such matters. We should depart, returning home to acknowledge our roots as soon as possible. All right. Shang Wanqin nodded, and together with Xian Xue, they followed Shang Wanhong towards Lianzhou. Chapter 57. The 12 War King's Mansion. Father, where has grandfather gone? In the Shangguan family courtyard, Shang Wanlin tilted his head, his large eyes curiously fixed on Shang Wanfeng, while Shang Wanyao tugged at his clothing, shaking him incessantly. Father, has grandfather abandoned us? The soft, tender voice was utterly adorable. Shang Wanfeng sat on the steps of the courtyard, affectionately ruffling their hair, and chuckled, Your grandfather has gone on an errand. What errand? Shang Wanlin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shang Wanyao chimed in, her babyish voice asking, Grandfather has never been away for this long. Haha, he has gone to fetch someone. Who? Who? Father, is it mother returning? Shang Wanyao was filled with excitement, her small face alight with joy, and her big eyes brimming with anticipation. With a bitter smile, Shang Wanfeng felt a profound sorrow welling up within him at the mere mention of this topic. His wife had succumbed to the lingering effects of an illness stemming from a battle fought over a decade ago. She had passed away 8 years prior after giving birth to Shang Wanlin and Shang Wanyao. It is not your mother, but rather your elder brother, he said. Elder brother? Shang Wanlin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Father, do we have an elder brother? Will Yaoer have a new brother? Initially disheartened, Shang Wanyao's face brightened with anticipation upon hearing the word brother. Indeed, you have an elder brother, one who has been lost to the world. Shang Wanfeng gazed into the distance, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Once, their grand family had been vibrant, yet now it consisted of but a few. His elder brother and younger sister had both departed from this world, and every time he closed his eyes, memories of days gone by flooded back. They had trained together, fought side by side on the battlefield, laughed, and played. Those cherished moments had faded with the passage of time. Time, both swift and slow, rendered memories as vivid as yesterday yet as distant as years past. It was the most potent poison in existence. Shang Wanfeng murmured to himself, filled with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Yay, I have a brother now, Shang Wanlin exclaimed, joyfully running about the courtyard. After having played the role of the elder brother for so long, he was finally about to have an elder brother of his own. He could finally relinquish the burdens of brotherly responsibility and no longer have to keep an eye on the little rascal, Shang Wanyao. Though he himself was but a child, he felt a sense of pride. That is my brother. Shang Wanyao chimed in, her voice ringing with excitement. No, he is mine. Mine. He is absolutely mine, she cried, suddenly collapsing to the ground in tears. With a hint of exasperation, Shang Wanfeng picked her up, indulging her with affection. Two little rascals are fighting over their brother. Fear not. He belongs to both of you, so there is no need for contention. Really? Shang Wanyao stopped crying, her eyes wide with a sense of injustice as she gazed at him. Indeed, Shang Wanfeng affirmed with a nod, then turned to Shang Wanlin, adopting a serious tone. Linner, as a young man, you are destined to be a pillar of strength. How could a man bully his younger sister? Our family is already dwindling. It is your duty to cherish and protect your sister, not to mistreat her. Exactly. Shang Wanyao chimed in, shaking her tiny fists toward Shang Wanlin. Shangwan Lin stood obediently before Shangwan Feng, lowering his head as he responded, "Father, I understand." "Father, when will grandfather and the others return?" he inquired. "It should be soon," Shangwan Feng replied, casting his gaze into the distance, though uncertain. Shangwan Hong was indeed swift. As a formidable warrior of the Fifth Realm, he could traverse 4,000 miles in a single day. With the aid of his agility-enhancing techniques, he could surpass 5,000 miles. Though the distance from the state to the imperial capital was considerable, it would only require 2 days. However, due to the need to care for Shangwan Chen and Xianing Xue, his pace had somewhat slowed. At this moment, Shangwan Chen and Xianing Xue were each being carried by Shangwan Hong as he hastened their journey home, originally traveling at a normal pace. His eagerness to return and facilitate Su Chen's recognition of his heritage compelled him to quicken their journey. Thus he grasped one in each hand. To speak frankly, when Shangwan Chen first witnessed the speed of Shangwan Hong, he was taken aback. As far as he knew, the most formidable practitioners in the Great Yin were those of the Thousand-Li Walking Realm, and such individuals were exceedingly rare, seldom seen in everyday life. What does it mean to be in the Thousand-Li Walking Realm? As the name suggests, one can traverse at least 1,000 li in a single day. This realm is so named because with each advancement, one's speed significantly increases, even without the study of any movement techniques. When moving at full capacity, one can still cover at least 1,000 li daily. If complemented by powerful movement techniques, the speed becomes even more astonishing. Practitioners of this caliber possess extraordinary swiftness, often passing by unnoticed. As Shangwan Chen felt the rapid change in his surroundings, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. If only he possessed such speed, the world would be his to traverse, surely faster than driving in a past life. He never imagined that his grandfather possessed such remarkable prowess. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising, given the illustrious history of the Shangwan family. As the head of the family, such strength was to be expected. "Grandfather, are there many with your level of cultivation in the Great Xian?" Shangwan Chen suddenly inquired with curiosity. "Haha, neither many nor few," Shangwan Hong replied candidly. "Why do you say that?" Shangwan Chen asked, puzzled. "Those who have reached my level and still remain in the Great Xian are not numerous," Shangwan Hong elucidated. "Though not entirely," Shangwan Chen pondered. The implication was that most who attained the Thousand-Li Walking Realm had ventured elsewhere. He chose not to press further, believing that what was meant to be known would reveal itself in due time, while that which was not meant to be known was futile to pursue. "Young master, to my knowledge, there were once 12 war king houses in the Great Xian, each housing nearly 5 realm experts. Aside from them, only the royal family possesses such strength. There are likely many within sects and factions, but they seldom interfere with court or secular matters, making it difficult for ordinary people to catch a glimpse of them." Miss Xiao Xue is correct. The 12 war king houses were established by the 12 war kings who fought alongside the late emperor to found the Great Xian, and my Shangwan family is one of them. Alas, Shangwan Hong sighed softly, the glory of our ancestors has long since faded. The present Shangwan family merely retains a name. "I see," Shangwan Chen reflected, feeling a sense of novelty at this newfound knowledge. "How many of the 12 war king houses remain today?" he continued to inquire. 8, Shangwan Hong replied. "The Great Xian has existed for nearly 5,000 years. As time has passed, only 8 of the original 12 war king houses have preserved their legacy. 3 have lost their ancestral glory and returned to their homelands to recuperate. 2 remain in the imperial capital but have diminished in strength, while 3 continue to serve as the backbone of our Great Xian. However, even so, each war king house boasts 5 realm experts. In my Shangwan family, although we are but 5, I stand among them as a 5-realm practitioner, which is why, despite our decline, none dare to provoke us. Had it not been for our desire to protect the people of Lizhou in that battle over a decade ago, my Shangwan family could have retreated unscathed." Chapter 58. Are you my brother? Upon hearing his words, Shangwan Chen felt a profound respect. Only such a family was worthy of the name War King House. Enough of this talk, Shangwan Hong concluded the subject, resuming his journey with renewed vigor. Shangwan Chen did not press further with his inquiries. 2 days later, the trio finally arrived at Liyang. Observing the remnants of war scattered throughout, Shangwan Chen began to grasp the sheer brutality of the conflict that had transpired over a decade prior. Liyang, being adjacent to Dian, had historically been a frontline battlefield. Here, countless loyal souls were interred, and innumerable innocent civilians lost their lives upon this forsaken land. Before long, they reached the main city of Liyang, Liyang City. Although traces of battle still marred the landscape, After years of recuperation and reconstruction, the environment within the city was surprisingly pleasant. The streets bustled with life. Laughter and chatter filled the air as merchants hawked their wares and engaged in lively banter, seemingly having emerged from the shadows cast by the war. Upon entering the city, Shangwan Shen's gaze was instantly drawn to a massive stone monument standing prominently. "Are you curious?" Shangwan Hong inquired with a smile, having noticed his interest. "A little." Shangwan Shen nodded. "Follow me," Shangwan Hong beckoned, leading the way. After a brief moment, the three stood beneath the stone tablet. "Is this a monument commemorating the heroes who perished in that battle?" Xianing Xue observed astutely. Shangwan Shen looked up and read the engraved words. In the year 5344 of the Great Xian era, the Dian forces launched a sudden invasion, dispatching an army of 100,000 to besiege Liang. Their brutality resulted in the slaughter of the common folk of Liang. The 10 prominent families of Liang rallied to defend, fighting valiantly, yet many fell in the ensuing bloodbath. When reinforcements arrived, the 10 families had suffered tremendous losses. 5 perished in protecting the people of Liang, while 3 were weakened and 2 faced dwindling numbers. They paid a heavy price to safeguard their homeland and countless lives. Thus, they were the stalwarts of Liang and the heroes of the Great Xian. To commemorate their valiant deeds and ensure future generations remember their names, this monument was erected as a cautionary reminder of history and to honor the fallen heroes. After finishing the inscription, Shangwan Shen found himself lost in thought, profoundly moved. If he had previously perceived aristocratic families as arrogant and self-serving, his perspective had now undergone a complete transformation. What truly defines an aristocratic lineage? This is what it signifies. Their status was not without merit, and it was certainly tied to the sovereign's governance strategy, which represented the nation's ethos to a significant degree, protecting the common people and saving the lives of the world. Taking a deep breath, Shangwan Shen glanced back at the monument. Where the first name etched upon it was Shangwan Hai. "That is your second uncle," Shangwan Hong offered, a hint of sorrow lacing his words. Shangwan Shen could discern the melancholy in his tone. The old man stood there silently, his stature proud, gazing at the first name on the monument as if locking eyes with his lost son. Though Xianing Xue was a princess, this was her first time witnessing a monument engraved with the names of heroes so closely. At this moment, her feelings mirrored those of Shangwan Shen, both filled with deep respect. "What are your thoughts after seeing this?" Shangwan Hong finally shifted his gaze from the monument to Su Chun. "It is quite shocking," came the reply. Shangwan Shen spoke earnestly, remarking that his previous perceptions of noble families had been utterly transformed. Their heroic deeds deserve to be etched in the memories of all. Haha, if your impression has been overturned, does that not imply that the noble families of Dian are markedly different from those of Dashuan? Different? It would be more accurate to say they are vastly inferior. Shangwan Shen reminisced about the noble families he encountered in Dian, each one aloof and domineering. Rather than safeguarding the common folk, they would likely be the first to flee in times of crisis. Such families bore no comparison to those of Dashuan. While Dian may possess a few noble families akin to those of Dashuan, they are exceedingly rare. Conversely, Dashuan also has its share of families reminiscent of those in Dian, but they too are few. There exists a reason why Dian has never been able to rival Dashuan. Public sentiment and military loyalty are both lacking. This is something he has experienced firsthand. Which do you believe is superior, Dian or Dashuan? Shangwan Hong suddenly posed the question. Xianing Xue turned her gaze towards Shangwan Shen, eager to hear his response. After a moment of contemplation, Shangwan Shen replied, "Naturally, Dashuan. Dian is vastly inferior in comparison. There is no basis for comparison whatsoever." "Ha ha ha, well said." Shangwan Hong laughed heartily, then declared, "Let us return home." The citizens of Lizhou may not recognize Shangwan Shen and Xianing Xue, but they are familiar with Shangwan Hong. As the trio made their way, numerous onlookers began to identify Shangwan Hong's figure. "Is that not Lord Shangwan Hong?" "Indeed it is. It seems Lord Hong has rarely been seen out of the manor lately. Who would have thought we would encounter him on the street today? Look." It appears that 2 young individuals are accompanying Lord Shangwan Hong. Truly, who might they be to warrant Lord Hong's personal attendance? I have never seen these 2. Could they possibly be from the palace? The townsfolk buzzed with curiosity, some even following closely behind, eager to discern the identities of the young companions. By the time Shangwan Shen and the others arrived outside the Shangwan residence, they were trailed by no fewer than several hundred curious figures. Shangwan Shen could hardly fathom that a simple return home would attract such attention. "Do not mind them. They mean no harm, merely curiosity." Shang Guanhong reassured Shang Guanchen and Xianing Xue. Fenger, we have arrived. He called out robustly towards the manor. Startled, Shang Guanfeng, who was seated in the courtyard, hastily rose with the aid of his cane. The two children playing in the yard also paused, turning their gazes toward the entrance. Father, is grandfather back? Does that mean our brother has come too? Shang Guanlin exclaimed with excitement, bouncing on his feet. Here I come. Yaoer is about to have a new brother. Shang Guan Yao joyfully dashed around the courtyard. Liner, Yaoer, hurry and open the door for your grandfather. Shang Guanfeng urged with enthusiasm. Hooray! The two children swiftly raced toward the grand entrance, each taking a side, and slowly pulled it open. Liner, Yaoer, have you missed your grandfather? Shang Guanhong's voice resonated as it entered the manor. Two children hid behind the door, their large, sparkling eyes peering out with a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Their gaze first fixated on Shang Guanhong, exclaiming, We missed you. Subsequently, their eyes began to scan the surroundings, eventually settling on the youth standing behind Shang Guanhong. Their expressions conveyed both curiosity and delight. In unison, they asked, Are you our brother? Chapter 59, The Return to Ancestry Chinner. These are the children of your third uncle, Liner and Yaoer, Shang Guanhong explained with a smile to Shang Guanchen, then waved at the two little ones, Liner, Yaoer. Come over and meet your brother. Upon hearing this, the two small figures hurriedly ran over, standing obediently before Su Chun, bowing in unison as they called out, Brother. A wave of emotion washed over Shang Guanchen, leaving him momentarily dazed. In the Great Yin, he was the third prince, surrounded by numerous younger siblings. Yet for over a decade, none had ever called him brother. The exuberance of these two children was a refreshing contrast. Very well, Shang Guanchen chuckled, affectionately ruffling their hair. He then produced 2 books from his pocket, saying, I have nothing grand to gift you, so I will give you these 2 books. The two little ones appeared momentarily stunned. Shang Guanhong shot them a disapproving glance, saying, Aren't you going to properly accept the gifts from your brother? Oh, they both pouted, looking a bit aggrieved. Before departing, Shang Guanlin made a playful face at Shang Guanchen, exclaiming, Brother is a big bad guy. With that, he promptly grabbed Shang Guanyao and exclaimed, Sister, run quickly. The bad brother will make us read again. Shang Guanhong could only smile helplessly at their antics. Xianing Xue had been observing Shang Guanchen for a while. It had been a long time since she had seen him wear such a genuine, carefree smile. One that radiated warmth and joy. Father, is this the child of my little sister? Shang Guanfeng, leaning on his cane, approached the door with a look of excitement and curiosity, observing Shang Guanchen. He could immediately discern the resemblance between Shang Guanchen and Shang Guanrou, and in seeing him, it felt as though he was gazing upon his sister once more. Indeed, Fenger, this is Roer's child. Shang Guanhong explained as he stepped into the courtyard with a smile. Shang Guanfeng's expression was filled with enthusiasm as he moved forward, but upon noticing, Shang Guanchen quickly rushed to support him, saying, Third uncle, you are not in the best of health. Allow me to assist you. During their travels over the past 2 days, Shang Guanhong had shared many stories about the Shang Guan family. Shang Guanchen held deep respect for this third uncle, who had sustained injuries while protecting the people, truly embodying the essence of manhood. I apologize for the inconvenience, Shang Guanfeng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he required assistance from his nephew on their first meeting, thinking that it was not how things should have been. Third uncle, it's no trouble at all, Shang Guanchen replied with admiration. Your sacrifices for the protection of the people have led to your disability, in my eyes. That is a mark of honor and deserving of respect. Haha, my strength was indeed insufficient. Had I been stronger, I could have protected everyone, including my little sister, and avoided this fate, Shang Guanfeng said with a self-deprecating smile, adding, However, I have no regrets. Fenger, do not blame yourself, it is all in the past. Shang Guanhong said, feeling a pang of sympathy and a touch of remorse. By the way, may I ask who this young lady is? Up on the peak, Shang Guanfeng cast his gaze upon Xianing Xue and deftly shifted the topic. Third uncle, this is my maid, Xiao Xue, Shang Guanchen elucidated, simultaneously gesturing for Xianing Xue to extend her greetings. Understanding his subtle cue, Xianing Xue stepped forward and performed a slight bow, saying, Xiao Xue pays her respects to General Wu Wei. She had long wished to greet him, but refrained from disrupting the ambience between them. Oh, Miss Xiao Xue has heard of me? Shang Guanfeng inquired, a hint of surprise lacing his tone, for he had not ventured out in a considerable time, nearly forgetting his own appellation, save for the last time when Lord Mo had mentioned it. Do not underestimate Xiao Xue, my boy. She hails from a prominent family. It is not surprising that she knows of you. Shangwan Hong chuckled heartily, then proceeded toward a specific area within the estate. The Shangwan residence was expansive, replete with numerous structures, and his destination was none other than the ancestral hall of the Shangwan clan. Very well, we shall reminisce later. Chinner, accompany me to the ancestral hall to acknowledge our roots. Acknowledge our roots? Shangwan Feng furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. He was aware that Su Qin was the child of his sister, yet he possessed scant knowledge regarding other matters. The sudden mention of recognizing their ancestry struck him as curious. However, he refrained from inquiring further, trusting that all would be revealed in due time. Shangwan Qin nodded, offering an apologetic glance toward Shangwan Feng as he said, "Third uncle, I shall go ahead." "Go on, I am perfectly fine," Shangwan Feng replied, nodding in affirmation. Though his mobility was compromised, he had long accustomed himself to it. As a former General Wu Wei, he preferred not to lean on others for support. Upon arriving outside the ancestral hall with Shangwan Hong, Xian Xue stood quietly, awaiting their return. Shangwan Qun, along with Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Feng, entered the hall. The Shangwan ancestral hall was not opulent. Rather, it exuded a sense of age-old reverence. Before them stood the neatly arranged ancestral tablets, inscribed with powerful characters that emanated an extraordinary aura, as though bathed in divine light. With a look of profound reverence, Shangwan Hong stepped forward, holding 3 incense sticks, and commenced his respectful homage, uttering, "I, Shangwan Hong, the 35th head of the Shangwan family, along with my grandson, have come to perform the rite of acknowledging our ancestry. The Shangwan lineage has endured for millennia, once flourishing, yet now faces unprecedented challenges with dwindling descendants and insufficient offerings. Today, a lost progeny seeks to return to the clan, and I beseech the ancestors to grant their approval." Initially, Shangwan Shun found this ritual somewhat perplexing. However, as Shangwan Hong's words resonated, the tablets within the hall began to tremble, accompanied by an indistinct murmuring that left one slightly disoriented. Moments later, the tablets settled, and the incense in Shangwan Hong's hand ignited spontaneously. With a look of relief, Shangwan Hong inserted the incense and turned to Shangwan Chun, stating, "The self-ignition of the incense signifies the ancestors' consent. We may proceed." Shangwan Chun nodded, inhaling deeply, while Shangwan Feng patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain at ease. As Shangwan Chun slowly approached, he stood before the numerous ancestral tablets, taking 3 incense sticks in hand. After offering his respects, he earnestly declared, "I, Su Chun, having unexpectedly learned of my mother's lineage, find myself drawn to her family. Upon hearing of the illustrious deeds of the Shangwan clan, my admiration has only deepened. The noble traditions of the Shangwan family, along with the remarkable accomplishments of its members, have imparted upon me a profound sense of inspiration. The brutality of the Great Yin and the incompetence of Su Wu, who has repeatedly invaded the Great Xian and slaughtered innocent civilians, have led to the sacrifice of countless heroes. Though I am the 3rd prince of the Great Yin, I have never engaged in the oppression of the innocent. My relationship with Su Wu is fraught with animosity. He has sent assassins after me and has harmed my mother. I bear a great grudge against him and disdain sharing the same surname. Therefore, I am willing to return to my maternal surname, renounce the Su name, and adopt the Shangwan surname. From this day forth, there shall no longer be the 3rd prince of the Great Yin, Su Chun, but rather Shangwan Chun of the Great Xian. I shall lead the Shangwan family back to its former glory, reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to them, and elevate the family name to new heights. The grievances of our ancestors will surely be avenged. I humbly beseech the ancestors to grant me their approval." Upon hearing Shangwan Chen's words, Shangwan Hong displayed a face of profound satisfaction, while Shangwan Feng trembled, his expression complex. He began to comprehend why Shangwan Chen sought to acknowledge his roots. To his astonishment, he was the son of an enemy. Shangwan Feng, not lacking in understanding, surmised that his sister must have endured considerable hardships. This thought pierced his heart with pain. "Your sister is your progeny, regardless of her origins. I shall not hold it against you. Yet, as long as I draw breath, Su Wu shall face my wrath, and I will seek justice for you." This was his unwavering resolution. Chapter 60. The manifestation of ancestors. As Shangwan Chun concluded his speech, the ancestral tablets trembled once more, and the sensation of many voices echoing around them reemerged. Yet, Shangwan Chun could not discern their words, as if they were spoken yet remained elusive. Soon, that sensation dissipated entirely. Immediately after, the 3 incense sticks ignited spontaneously, and a golden light shimmered within the ancestral hall. Within that golden radiance, a thick, Somewhat aged tome began to materialize, its pages turning on their own until they reached a blank section. Shangwan Hong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Chen'er, this is the manifestation of the family genealogy. It signifies that our ancestors have preliminarily acknowledged your identity. If you inscribe your name upon it, you shall truly be a member of the Shangwan family." "Excellent." Shangwan Chen nodded, stepping forward to inscribe his name upon the page. As the characters Shangwan Chen appeared on the blank sheet, the book radiated a brilliant light, soaring upwards. Outside the Shangwan residence, many onlookers witnessed the golden glow, their expressions frozen in astonishment. After a brief moment, someone exclaimed, "That golden light is an omen of the ancestors' manifestation. What is transpiring within the Shangwan family? Could it be related to that young man we just saw? Might he also be of the Shangwan lineage? Yet, I do not recall ever seeing that youth. Could he be a long-lost descendant of the Shangwan family? It seems highly probable. Perhaps he has come to acknowledge his ancestry. If so, the Shangwan family has gained another member. This is indeed a fortuitous event." The Shangwan family, in their unwavering commitment to protect the citizens of Liuzhu, nearly faced the dire fate of annihilation. Now, with the addition of a new member to the Shangwan lineage, this is indeed a moment of great joy. Indeed, we must promptly report this to the lord of the city, urging him to host a grand banquet in Liyang City to celebrate this joyous occasion. The crowd rejoiced. For the Shangwan family holds considerable esteem in Liuzhu and is deeply cherished by the people. The news of a new member in their esteemed family fills their hearts with genuine happiness. However, before any action could be taken, 5 figures suddenly appeared outside the Shangwan residence. Lord of the city, that is the head of the Huang family. The head of the Zheng family has also arrived. And here come the heads of the Su and Zhu families. Among the 5, 3 were elderly gentlemen, while 2 were middle-aged men, representing the lord of Liyang City and the remaining 4 of the 10 great families of Liuzhu. Upon witnessing the radiant golden light, they hastened to the scene. For the prominent families, such golden light is not a novelty. It signifies the manifestation of ancestral spirits within the family shrine, typically appearing only during significant family events, be it a member's achievements, the avenging of a great grievance, or the return of a long-lost direct descendant. If it were a matter of accomplishments or vengeance, they would have been informed long ago. Thus, it can be deduced that a long-lost family member has returned. Although the Shangwan family is one of the 10 great families in Liuzhu, the disparity between them and other families is substantial. Apart from being one of the 10 great families, the Shangwan family is also one of the 8 remaining princely houses, and despite having departed from the imperial capital, they remain of significant importance. They are a true aristocratic family, no longer as powerful as in their heyday, yet still revered and admired by countless citizens of the Dexian realm. Upon their arrival, the 5 did not enter but, like the surrounding townsfolk, quietly awaited outside. Inside the residence, the ceremony of ancestral recognition had reached its conclusion. At the moment he inscribed his name, Shangwan Chen felt as though he had severed some invisible shackles, bringing him immense relief. "From this day forth, I am Shangwan Chen." A faint smile graced his lips as he bowed to Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Feng. At last, he could openly declare that his name is no longer Su Chen, but Shangwan Chen. "Haha, splendid." Shangwan Hong beamed with joy that was hard to contain. Shangwan Feng also smiled. "Little Chun, welcome to the Shangwan family." Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the Diyan Imperial Palace, a sudden voice echoed, "Report, Your Majesty. There has been a disturbance in the ancestral hall. Cracks have appeared in the ancestral tablets." "What?" Su Wu sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What is happening? Speak plainly." "Your Majesty, I too am unaware of the cause. I was merely overseeing the ancestral hall as usual when it trembled without any prior warning. Once the commotion subsided, I entered to investigate, only to discover the cracks in the ancestral tablets." "Such a thing has occurred?" Su Wu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of agitation as he continued to inquire, "Which ancestral tablet has been affected?" "Your Majesty, it is the tablet of the Flame Emperor." "My grandfather?" Su Wu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the sight of cracks appearing on his grandfather's tablet. Yan Huang, the predecessor of the current emperor and Su Wu's grandfather, was one of the few enlightened rulers of the Da Yin dynasty. While he had contemplated the possibility of other ancestral tablets bearing cracks, he never anticipated that it would be his own grandfather's tablet that was marred. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, could this matter be related to the third prince?" Suddenly interjected the man kneeling below. "Su Chen." Su Wu furrowed his brow as realization dawned upon him. It must be that ungrateful wretch who has brought shame upon the Diyan, inciting such wrath from our ancestors in the heavens that this calamity has befallen us. Those individuals truly are inept. How could a mere youth, lacking in martial prowess, prove so difficult to eliminate? Su Wu, overwhelmed with fury, directed all blame towards Su Chen. It is often the case that when one harbors animosity towards another, any misfortune that arises is readily attributed to them. This was precisely the situation with Su Wu. Upon witnessing the cracks on the ancestral tablet, his first thought was of Su Chen, that worthless prince, whose impure bloodline has sullied the royal family's reputation. He promptly made preparations to summon the other princes, declaring that they would accompany him to the ancestral hall the following day to pay homage to their forebears. If the ancestors' wrath is not appeased, it may jeopardize the fortunes of our Yan. Congratulations, young master, on your complete liberation from that identity. As Shangwan Chen exited the ancestral hall, he heard the words of congratulations from Xianing Xue. He smiled and replied, "Why is Xiao Xue so delighted at my diminished status?" "That is only natural," Xianing Xue beamed. "Though you once bore the title of third prince, you were never truly regarded as one. And holding such a name into Xin was hardly advantageous. Now that you have become part of the Shangwan family, though they may not rival the royal lineage, they are still esteemed in their own right. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events." "Indeed," Shangwan Chen chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Titles of third prince are mere illusions devoid of significance. Within the Su family, I am but a useless waste, easily discarded without a second thought, devoid of any familial affection. In contrast, the Shangwan family, though I have only recently met them, has made me feel the warmth of home and the essence of kinship, a stark contrast to my previous existence." From this moment forth, he resolved to embark on a new chapter of his life. "Thus, it is your desire to return to the Shangwan family, is it not?" Xianing Xue understood that had the Shangwan family possessed a different disposition, Su Chen would have likely chosen otherwise. "Very well, Chener. Let us step outside and greet some old friends." Chapter 61. The banquet in Liang City. Even before the heads of the prominent families from Liang arrived, Shangwan Hong sensed the significant commotion emanating from the ancestral hall. The brilliance of its aura was impossible to conceal, yet he had no intention of hiding it. The addition of another member to the Shangwan family was undoubtedly a fortuitous event, requiring no subterfuge. "All right," Shangwan Chen nodded, supporting Shangwan Feng as they proceeded. Xianing Xue obediently followed alongside. Outside the Shangwan residence, the heads of the four great families and the city lord stood solemnly, while the surrounding populace remained unusually quiet. Aware that the Shangwan family was on the verge of emerging, the heads of the four great families stood with grave expressions, standing upright at the entrance. A soft sound echoed as the grand gates of the Shangwan residence slowly swung open, accompanied by a hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! What brings you all here today?" Shangwan Hong stepped out with a radiant smile. The five individuals exchanged grins and spoke in unison. "Master Shangwan, you have such a momentous occasion within the clan and yet failed to notify us. Our ties have grown distant. Are you hiding good news from us?" remarked old Zhu. "Indeed, if it weren't for the golden light emanating from the ancestral hall, we might still be in the dark about this for quite some time. Master Shangwan, has a long-lost descendant returned home?" one asked, their excitement palpable. "It seems your daughter, Shangwan Ro, went missing during the turmoil over a decade ago. Has she returned?" Their eagerness was evident. The Shangwan family, as one of the War King's houses, was a prestigious lineage within the Dexian realm, respected by many aristocratic families. They understood that without the 12 War King houses, their current lives would be vastly different, possibly still embroiled in the depths of conflict. Given the relentless resistance of the Shangwan family during the wars of years past, witnessing their gradual decline was something many could not bear. The resurgence of the Shangwan family was a sight they longed for. Hoping to witness the War King's house rise anew and once again become a pillar of support for Dexian. In response to their inquiries, Shangwan Hong could only chuckle wryly and shake his head. "Not Shangwan Ro. Then who could it be?" questioned the Zhu family head, a hint of confusion in his voice. Before Shangwan Hong could respond, Shangwan Chen appeared, gently assisting Shangwan Feng as he emerged. "I have seen him. He is the young lad who entered with Master Shangwan," murmured the crowd. Could this newcomer truly be a member of the Shangwan family? Whispers began to circulate among the gathered populace. The heads of the four families and the city lord were taken aback. The Zhu family head scrutinized Su Chen for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. "This boy bears a striking resemblance to that young lady, Shangwan Ro. Now that you mention it, I also perceive the likeness," added the Huang family head, equally surprised. Could this lad possibly be the child of Shangwan Ro? I believe that to be the case. Master Shangwan, might you introduce him to us? With a hearty laugh, Shangwan Hong addressed the assembly. You have all guessed rightly. This is indeed Roger's son, who has now returned to our Shangwan family. Chinner, come forth and greet everyone. Certainly, grandfather, Shangwan Shun replied with a nod, stepping forward to salute the gathered elders. I am the younger generation, Shangwan Shun, honored to meet you all. Ha ha ha. Excellent. What a splendid name. The Shangwan family grows stronger. Let us celebrate. You, young man, show great promise. May you strive to bring glory to the Shangwan name. A fine-looking lad indeed, no doubt the child of Shangwan Ro. Chun, do not be deceived by our family's current size. We are far more formidable than we appear. The family heads beamed with genuine smiles. Shangwan Chun could perceive the warmth behind their expressions. The surrounding populace erupted into cheers. The Shangwan family has a successor. Wonderful. At last, the Shangwan family is no longer in decline. Young Master Shangwan, I implore you to exercise great patience in the future. Young Master Chun, do visit my home when you have the time. My son greatly admires the Shangwan family. Young Master Shangwan, have you considered marriage? My daughter is quite lovely. What are you saying? Young Master Shangwan would hardly look upon your daughter who weighs 500 pounds. How could you even utter such words? The street outside the Shangwan residence is bustling with activity. Witnessing this scene, Shangwan Shun felt a surge of emotions. This is Dexian, entirely different from Diyin. This is Li Shou, where the common folk do not despise the aristocracy, but rather embrace it. This is something that Diyin lacks, in Diyin. The mere mention of noble families sends the populace scurrying as if from venomous snakes. They are perceived as arrogant and difficult to engage with. Since arriving in Dexian, he has not witnessed any instances of nobility oppressing the common people. Such occurrences are frequent in Diyin, often causing a public uproar. The noble peers he has encountered, such as Zhou Tianyi, Xian Lang, Xian Ming, and Xian Yi, have all been quite agreeable. Perhaps there are other underlying reasons, but at least they have left a positive impression on Su Chun. They are certainly not comparable to the pampered scions of Diyin. This is why he prefers to remain at home, engrossed in books, rather than mingling with those individuals. Only through personal experience can one truly perceive the disparities. Diyin has yet to fall, entirely due to the leniency of Dexian. Today is a day of great celebration, for the Shangwan family has welcomed another member. Liang City will host a banquet, open to all citizens. All expenses will be borne by the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Liang suddenly declared loudly to those around him. No sooner had he spoken than several prominent families voiced their objections. How can such a joyous occasion be solely funded by the city lord's mansion? Conveniently, my Huang family possesses a collection of fine wines that we have long cherished. Let us contribute. The expenses cannot be entirely shouldered by the city lord's mansion. My Zhu family will cover half. If that is the case, then my Zheng family shall undertake the arrangements. Since you all are handling matters, what shall my Su family do? Have you all forgotten the Shangwan family? Though we are few in number, we are not so impoverished. Spare me. There is no reason for you to be contributing. Observing the lively banter among the esteemed families, Shangwan Chin chuckled. Harmony in the world of cultivation is indeed a rarity. Dexian is far ahead of its time. Yet he wonders what his siblings back in Diyin are currently engaged in. Are they discussing him, convinced of his inevitable demise? I am truly sorry. It appears I cannot fulfill your wishes. Not only am I thriving, but I have also gained a new family. You will see me again in due time. I wonder what expressions will grace your faces then. Will you come to know who Shangwan Chin truly is? Chapter 62. Two banquets at this moment. Within a certain palace in the imperial capital of Diyin, a gathering of several young ladies and gentlemen had assembled. They were seated at their respective places. An array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines before them, indicating that this too was a banquet. However, all those present at this gathering were princes and princesses. As the initiator of this banquet, the crown prince, who is also the grand prince of the Great Yin, sat at the head of the table. With a smile gracing his lips, he took a delicate sip of wine and remarked, "Dear brothers and sisters, how do you find this wine I present today?" As the grand prince and the crown prince, Su Tian was indeed talented, though not quite on par with the second prince, Su Jian, nonetheless. He was a prodigy in his own right. At merely 20 years of age, he had already attained the second level of spiritual enlightenment. Brother, your invitation today surely has purposes beyond merely savoring this wine? Su Jian rose, gazing at him with a slight smile. The other princes and princesses turned their attention towards Su Yun. Haha, My second brother possesses a discerning eye. Suyin laughed heartily, downing the wine in his hand, and addressed the assembly. I trust you are all aware of the matter concerning our third brother. He has most likely aligned himself with the great Xian. Our father must have conveyed this to you. That fellow has done something to provoke the ancestors' wrath, causing the ancestral shrine to tremble. And even the tablet of our royal grandfather has developed cracks. Has brother still referred to him as our third brother? Su Jian scoffed coldly. He has long been stripped of his title as the third prince and is now merely an ordinary person. How could he still be considered our brother? You speak true. Second brother. This individual has no ties with us now. Though we may be younger, we do not recognize him as our brother. The fourth prince also chimed in. After a few princes voiced their opinions, others echoed in agreement. He has brought shame upon the royal family of Great Yan. How can we be associated with him? What third prince? I have never regarded him as my royal brother. I have always found him displeasing, constantly buried in books, aloof and unsociable, a nuisance indeed. I have no desire to engage with him. It appears that everyone harbors discontent toward him. Su Yun smirked slightly and continued. But do you know why our father holds such disdain for him? And do you not secretly worry whether our father might turn against you as well? Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. To claim they felt no fear would surely be disingenuous. Su Wu's ruthlessness towards Su Chun, even seeking to eradicate him, left an unsettling feeling within them. Su Jian's gaze flickered as he inquired, could it be that elder brother knows the reason? Indeed, Su Yun nodded and smiled. We are all of extraordinary lineage. However, that fellow is the offspring of our father and a palace maid, born of a lowly bloodline. And thus he is fundamentally different from us. Yet, this is not the primary reason. The crux of the matter is that maidservant is, in fact, affiliated with Great Xian. Affiliated with Great Xian? Su Jian was taken aback. The other princes and princesses furrowed their brows, as this was the first they had heard of such a revelation. Indeed, she hails from Great Xian, reportedly belonging to a considerable family, although I cannot specify which one. Our father has never disclosed this information, and it was only through great effort that I learned of her connections. Su Yin continued. It is precisely for this reason that our father has concluded that he has joined Great Xian, which is the true motive behind his desire to eliminate him. Understanding dawned upon them, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Naturally, their disdain for Su Chen only deepened. It turns out that he possesses the bloodline of the Great Xian. No wonder I have always found him displeasing. How delightful. If I encounter him, slaying him will pose no challenge whatsoever. That fellow is indeed fortunate. Despite numerous cultivators attempting to eliminate him, they have failed. Yet, let us not dwell on him, for it is uncertain whether we shall ever cross paths again. Perhaps he may meet his demise at the hands of another on any given day. Speaking of which, are we not to pay homage to our ancestors at the ancestral hall tomorrow? Have you all prepared the offerings for the ritual? As evening descended upon the city of Liang and Lizhou, the streets were ablaze with light. The populace was filled with laughter and cheer, tables adorned every thoroughfare, as they awaited a grand feast. The return of the lost descendants of the Shangguan family to their ancestral home was a source of joy not only for the Shangguan clan, but also for Lizhou itself. Ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of the return of the Shangguan heir, we shall not return home until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Cheers. The crowd erupted in exuberance, raising their goblets high. Within the city lord's residence, the four prominent families gathered to extend their congratulations to Shangguan Hong. Such a scene overwhelmed both Shangguan Chun and Shangguan Feng, who, as if in accord, sought refuge in a secluded corner. Shangguan Chun silently withdrew a book to peruse, while Shangguan Feng gazed vacantly at the sky. Meanwhile, Xianing Xue dutifully stood behind Shangguan Chun, gently massaging his shoulders. Perhaps due to the overwhelming quiet, Shangguan Feng's gaze shifted to Shangguan Chun, and he could not help but chuckle. Little Chen knows how to enjoy himself. Shangguan Chun, feeling a tad embarrassed, changed the subject. Why does third uncle not join in the revelry? I am not adept at handling such gatherings, Shangguan Feng replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Yet, Shangguan Chen discerned that it was not a lack of skill, but rather a deeper affliction that troubled him. Was it his health that held him back? Shangguan Feng fell into silence, offering no response, for he understood that Shangguan Chun was correct. He had not always been this way. It was his physical condition that had instilled a sense of inferiority in him, rendering him reluctant to face large crowds. After all, he was once the formidable General Wu Wei, and he did not wish for others to witness his current state. Third uncle, I believe you are overthinking this. Shangguan Chun reassured him. To everyone, you are a hero. no one would look down upon you for your current condition. On the contrary, they would hold you in even greater esteem, for your appearance now symbolizes your dedication to protecting the populace. It is a mark of honor. Sighing softly, Shangwan Feng replied, I understand, but I cannot seem to overcome this hurdle. After a moment of silence, he shifted the conversation. Little Chun, I notice you spend your leisure time reading. Yet I have never seen you practice your cultivation. Do you not engage in your training? Taken aback, Shangwan Chen hesitated, wishing to assert that he was indeed cultivating. Yet the truth was that he spent his days engrossed in books. Do you believe I can cultivate simply by reading? He said somewhat sheepishly. Reading alone to cultivate? Little Chun, do you think that just because third uncle is now impaired, I have become foolish as well? What nonsense is this? Shangwan Feng retorted, his tone suddenly turning serious. From tomorrow onward, I shall personally oversee your training. Shangwan Chun was left bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. Xian Yingshu chuckled softly from the side, teasingly remarking, Young master, it seems you are at a loss for words now, aren't you? Do not mock. Shangwan Feng replied with a hint of a smile, casting her a sidelong glance. You must join in as well. Xian Yingshu exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Shangwan Chen joined in the merriment, also jesting. Now you have become quite submissive, haven't you? Hurry, they are coming. At that moment, a commotion arose not far away, causing both Shangwan Chen and Shangwan Feng to change their expressions dramatically. Before they could flee, a throng of people had already surrounded them. Brother Chen, Brother Feng, you two are being rather unruly. How can you hide away here? Come, let us share a drink. Indeed, we have searched high and low for you. Today, we must ensure you are thoroughly intoxicated. No, I am a scholar. I do not drink. Shangwan Chen immediately shook his head. I am a disabled person. My tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. Let us forego it. Shangwan Feng also attempted to decline. Yet the crowd paid them no heed, bringing the drinks to their lips. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Please, I truly cannot hold my liquor. Chapter 63. The princess's thoughts that night marked the first occasion Shangwan Chen found himself inebriated since arriving in this world. He could only return home with the support of Xian Yingshu. She wished to assist him to his chamber, but Shangwan Hong hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, you have yet to be wed. Although I do not comprehend your reasons for accompanying Chen, might this situation be somewhat inappropriate? At that moment, Shangwan Chen reeked of alcohol. His garments stained, and should he wish to rest, a change would be necessary. As the Grand Princess of Xian Yingshu held a prestigious status and was still an unmarried lady. Grandfather Shangwan, it is quite all right. I have been by his side for over 6 months now. Though I have not assisted him in bathing, it should pose no issue, she replied with her head bowed. Under the moonlight, Shangwan Hong could still discern her slightly flushed visage, clearly betraying her calm demeanor. However, he wished to express further concerns, yet Xian Yingshu interjected, Rest assured, Grandfather Shangwan. After a brief moment of silence, he ultimately nodded. Were it not for the prior disclosure from Xian Qianming regarding the intention to marry Xian Yingshu to Shangwan Chen, he would never have consented. Very well. It is an inevitable matter, the affairs of the young. I shall not meddle too much. Shangwan Hong chuckled heartily and turned to leave, the gathering still far from its conclusion. Supporting Shangwan Chen back to his chamber, Xian Yingshu promptly prepared a large wooden tub for his bath. After filling it with warm water, she quietly approached him, feeling somewhat anxious. With a slight blush, she softly inquired, Young master, you reek of alcohol, and your clothing is soiled. Allow me to assist you in cleaning up. Shangwan Chen remained silent, his eyes closed, appearing thoroughly intoxicated. If you do not speak, I shall take it as your acquiescence. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as her hands began to move. She delicately and cautiously removed his garments, akin to a thief, fearful of waking him. Her small face flushed crimson, her heart racing with heightened anticipation. Xian Yingshu felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to that of a thief, as she proceeded with her task. It was merely a bath. Yet after a silent encouragement to herself, her movements quickened significantly. Before long, she had successfully undressed Shangwan Chen, revealing his robust upper body. Xian Yingshu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was her first glimpse of Shangwan Chen's physique. Though he appeared to have neglected his training and seemed fragile, in truth, he exuded an undeniable strength. The definition of his abdominal muscles starkly contrasting with his outwardly delicate demeanor. She swallowed hard, her gaze completely captivated, and her hands could not resist the urge to explore his abdomen, a mixture of nervousness and excitement coursing through her. Finally, She made contact, the distinct texture igniting a curious exploration as her fingers glided over his skin. After a brief moment, her attention shifted to Shangwan Chen's lower half. "Young master, your trousers are also dirty. Allow me to assist you in removing them," she said, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. However, just as her fingers grazed the edge, a strong hand suddenly appeared, halting her actions with decisive firmness. Panic surged within her as she looked up to find Shangwan Chen awake, a playful smile gracing his features. "Is it pleasant to touch?" he inquired with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Young master, please let me explain," she stammered, attempting to justify her previous actions. Yet, Shangwan Chen merely regarded her with an enigmatic smile and replied, "No need for explanations. I harbor no grievances. Allow me to take over from here." "Oh," Ningxue pouted, a palpable sense of regret evident on her face. She was so close, merely a breath away from completing her task. Disheartened, she turned to leave, vowing to herself that should another opportunity arise, she would act with swiftness, without a hint of hesitation. Shangwan Chen watched her retreating figure, amusement dancing in his eyes. In truth, he had awakened the moment she began to undress him. Though he had indeed indulged in drink, his recovery was swift. Feigning intoxication was merely a ruse to deceive those around him, lest they compel him to drink further. He kept his eyes closed, curious to observe Ningxue's intentions. Taking stock of his current cultivation, he realized he was not far from reaching the 6th level of the spirit-nurturing realm, anticipating a breakthrough within a few days. Ironically, Su Wu's schemes against him had not only failed but had inadvertently become stepping stones for his ascendance. The thought of becoming a member of the Shangwan family felt surreal, and the progression of events had unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had assumed that even if the Shangwan family were to accept him, it would not occur so swiftly. He was also concerned about how the citizens of Lizhou would perceive him upon discovering that he was Su Wu's son. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere remained lively and welcoming. Lord Lu suddenly spoke, "Senior Shangwan, I recently visited the imperial capital and encountered an individual remarkably similar to young Master Shangwan." As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding chatter swiftly diminished. The head of the Huang family could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Did the lord meet someone?" "The third prince of Dian, Su Chun," Lord Lu replied slowly. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd, all gazing at him in astonishment. "Impossible! Is young Master Shangwan truly the third prince of Dian, Su Chun? What does this mean? Lord Shangwan, is this true? Could the lord have misidentified him?" A chorus of voices began to rise around them. Calmly, Shangwan Hong gently set down his wine cup. Facing the crowd's scrutiny, he spoke, "I have no intention of concealing the truth from you. What the Lord says is indeed accurate. My grandson is the third prince of Dian. However, I believe you have all heard the news. He has long been relegated to commoner status by Su Wu and bears no relation to the imperial family. As for his decision to align with the Shangwan clan at this time, it is not due to that circumstance, but rather recent revelations regarding his mother's identity from the Lord Monarch. My daughter, Shangwan Rou, would never submit to a man like Su Wu. He must have forcibly insulted my daughter and even cruelly taken her life." At this point, Shangwan Hong's eyes reddened, his lips quivering, his expression filled with rage. Not far away, Shangwan Feng, surrounded by the crowd, was momentarily taken aback before gazing at Shangwan Hong in disbelief. He suddenly rose, leaning on his cane, his own eyes bloodshot, and asked each word with intensity, "Father, did Su Wu defile and murder fourth sister?" Shangwan Hong closed his eyes, engulfed in inner turmoil. "Su Wu," Shangwan Feng roared, shouting to the heavens, "I, Shangwan Feng, will not rest until you are dead." He finally understood why Shangwan Chun had returned to reclaim his heritage, why he had been sent as a hostage, and why his royal status had been stripped away. Clearly, Su Wu had been targeting him all along. While feeling sorrow for Shangwan Chen, his hatred for Su Wu intensified. Chapter 64, Preparing the Edict. How could it be so? Su Wu is truly inhuman. Over a decade ago, Su Wu launched an attack that resulted in countless casualties among the people of Lijiang, and Miss Shangwan Rou had gone missing, only to be revealed as having been abducted. Su Wu has long been the mortal enemy of the people of Lijiang. Lord Shangwan, do not be distressed. Even if young Master Chun is originally a prince of Dian, what of it? Everyone knows that among the princes of Dian, the third prince has no notorious reputation. Indeed, this alone illustrates that young Master Chun does not belong with them. Su Wu must have known Miss Rou's identity long ago, which is why he sent young Master Chun to our Dashuan as a hostage and subsequently stripped him of his status. It is a fortunate turn that young Master Chun can return to the Shangwan family. The crowd began to voice their opinions. Though they were indignant at Su Wu, they possessed a sense of reason, understanding that these matters had no bearing on Su Chun. Moreover, he now went by Shangwan Chun and had severed ties with the Su family. He and the Shangwan clan were victims, just like them. More importantly, the Shangwan family had saved a majority of the populace over a decade ago, which was why they found themselves in this current predicament. If they were to express any dissatisfaction towards Shangwan Chun at this moment, would they not be deemed ungrateful? Such a thing they would never entertain. Lord L, wearing a face of contrition, bowed respectfully to Shangwan Hong and explained, Senior Shangwan, I beg your pardon for my earlier remarks. I meant no offense towards young Master Chun, but rather sought to clarify matters. Young Master Chun, like us, is a victim. Now that he has returned to the Shangwan family, we must unite against external adversities. Indeed, old Hong, let us not be overly agitated. We harbor no ulterior motives. We are not individuals who cannot discern right from wrong. Pay it no mind, everyone. Let us continue to drink. Shangwan Hong, having composed himself, called out to the crowd, Friends, tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Excellent. In the grand capital of Dashuan, after returning, Xian Lang, Xian Ming, and Zhou Tianyi pondered for several days, struggling to comprehend how Su Chun managed to persuade Xian Yingxue to serve as his maid. Ultimately, they attributed it to his exceptional charm, so potent that even Xian Yingxue, whom they regarded with trepidation, succumbed to it. After much deliberation, they resolved to pay another visit, hoping to glean some insights. Eldest brother, before they even approached the courtyard, Xian Lang called out. Outside, Chun Fan, who was practicing martial arts, furrowed his brow, feeling an odd familiarity in that voice. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of Xian Lang and his companions. His expression shifted abruptly, and he hurried forward with a forced smile, saying, Young Master Lang, His Highness the Fifth Prince, and young Master Zhou, what a pleasure to see you again. Xian Lang's eyes brightened upon seeing him, and he replied, Ah, it is General Chun. Last time, you played us quite the trick. What? Haha, young Master Lang. I am unaware of what you are referring to. Chun Fan feigned ignorance. Xian Ming regarded him with an odd expression, gently fanning himself. General Chun, do you still wish to keep us in the dark? General Chun, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Where is our elder brother? Is he inside? Zhou Tianyi inquired. Chun Fan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, inwardly questioning. What on earth is happening today? Do they know that the third prince resides here? And what do they mean by elder brother? May I ask whom you refer to as elder brother? Chun Fan cautiously probed. Who else could it be but Su Chun? Xian Lang replied impatiently. Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of astonishment washing over him. When did the third prince become the elder brother of these three? He is just an ordinary person now. What did it mean that they addressed him as elder brother? Chun Fan felt his suspicions gaining credibility. The Emperor of Dian had stripped Su Chun of his title, yet the Emperor of Dashuan praised him highly, the Grand Princess even serving him as a maid. And now these three referred to him as elder brother. It was confirmed. Su Chun was indeed the illegitimate son of the Emperor. Chun Fan felt a surge of excitement. He had just secured a powerful ally. Suppressing his emotions, he replied, Young Master Su has stepped out. Stepped out? Xian Ming paused, then approached the courtyard door, knocking. Elder brother. Elder brother. After calling twice with no response, he cautiously opened the door a crack and peered inside, but indeed found no sign of Su Chun. He turned to Chun Fan and inquired, Brother, do you have any idea where we are headed? Chun Fan shook his head in response. Xian Lang scrutinized him for a while before concluding that he was not lying. How peculiar. Where could brother possibly be going? Could it be the Imperial Palace? Zhou Tianyi suggested. Xian Ming nodded. It is indeed a possibility. The three immediately altered their course towards the palace. Moments later, they encountered Xian Yi, who was about to exit the palace. Brother, Your Highness. The trio halted and greeted him, to which Xian Yi smiled back. Ah, it's Little Lang, Little Ming, and Tianyi. Are you here for something urgent? The three gazed at Xian Yi's face, which bore two prominent dark circles, filled with confusion. Brother, have you been under too much stress lately? Xian Ming inquired. Cousin, you seem to look rather fatigued, Xian Lang added. Zhou Tianyi remarked, Your Highness, you mustn't overexert yourself. Your health is paramount. What are you all talking about? Xian Yi asked, his expression odd. I have merely been reading for a few days. Strangely enough, despite feeling somewhat weary, his cultivation had actually advanced, breaking through from the third to the fourth level of spirit gathering. Reading for a few days? The three exchanged glances, all reflecting the same bewilderment. Wasn't the prince notoriously averse to reading? Had he suddenly changed his ways? By the way, what are you all up to? Xian Yi inquired. We are looking for our newly recognized elder brother. Xian Lang replied without a second thought. Newly recognized elder brother? Xian Yi questioned, puzzled. How intriguing. You can actually recognize a new elder brother? Who might this person be? I am quite curious. Just as Xian Lang was about to speak, Xian Ming swiftly covered his mouth. Xian Yi's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled someone. You must be referring to Brother Chun, right? Apart from him, I cannot think of anyone else who could have earned your respect. How does your highness know? Zhou Tianyi asked, somewhat surprised. It truly is him, Xian Yi chuckled. Brother Su is indeed an extraordinary individual. I cannot envision anyone else capable of such an achievement. Are you intending to find him at the Imperial Palace? However, I have not seen him there. He should currently be in Chen Fan's courtyard. Not in the courtyard? Not in the palace? Xian Lang furrowed his brow. We just returned from the courtyard and did not see our elder brother. Not in the courtyard, nor in the palace. Xian Yi's eyes brightened as he swiftly departed from their sight, leaving the three in confusion. Meanwhile, within a grand hall, Master Emma was respectfully reporting news. Your Majesty, I have just received word from Li Prefecture that young Master Shangguan has successfully returned to the Shangguan family. And it is said that golden light has appeared at the ancestral shrine. Has it been accomplished? Xianming smiled slightly. In that case, old Mo, please prepare the decree for me. The marquisate for the Shangguan family should now be granted. Let it be proclaimed to the world tomorrow. Matters are becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 65. Retaliation. Father, has Brother Su gone to Li Prefecture? Xian Yi excitedly rushed into the hall, causing Xianming to furrow his brow slightly as he gently reprimanded. As a prince, such impulsiveness is unbecoming. Father, I am simply too excited. Xian Yi obediently replied, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. He was well aware of the royal promises made to the Shangguan family. If previously Su Chun becoming the prince consort of Dexian had only a 50% chance, now it had likely risen to 90%. This signified that he and Su Chun would soon be united as family. To be connected to such a genius would undoubtedly elevate his own status should Su Chun rise to prominence in the future. It could be said that once Su Chun flourished, he would become his most formidable ally, which was enough to elate him. The benefits of having a powerful supporter were beyond imagination. Indeed, he had gone to Lizhou and had successfully returned to the Shangguan clan. Henceforth, he should be addressed as young Master Shangguan. Xianming explained lightly. Indeed, Xian Yi exclaimed, prompting a frown from Xianming. A prince? Making such a fuss? Have you forgotten the things I taught you? Father, I am simply overwhelmed with excitement, Xian Yi replied, lowering his head meekly. By the way, father, when will my younger brother Su, no, I mean young Master Shangguan, return? You seem quite concerned about him, Xianming remarked meaningfully. Xian Yi hurried to clarify. Did you not promise to bestow the princess upon the one from the Shangguan family? Now that my fourth sister has already set her heart on him, and he has become a member of the Shangguan family, does that not make him my future brother-in-law? It is only natural for me to show concern. You certainly think ahead, Xianming smiled slightly. I do have such intentions, but the time is not yet right. As for when he will return, he shall come back once I issue the decree for him to inherit the title of Marquis. Is it the promise made to the Shangguan family? Xian Yi's eyes brightened with excitement. Splendid. As expected of father. In that case, the Shangguan family is likely to re-establish themselves in the imperial capital, perhaps even reopen the War King's residence? Indeed, Xianming nodded. Even if the Shangguan family currently has few members, the reopening of the War King's residence would serve as a significant deterrent to the outside world. Though the Shangguan family has been dormant for a long time, their prestige remains intact. All right, Master Mo, begin drafting the decree. Announce it to the world by tomorrow morning. Yes, Your Majesty. Outside the Shangguan residence, Xianxue leaned against the door, listening to the sound of water echoing from within, as if something were crawling within her heart, igniting an insatiable itch. Her mind was filled with visions of Su Chen bathing. She felt somewhat troubled, under normal circumstances. Wouldn't it be the man drooling over the woman? Why was it reversed in her case? In the past, she had intentionally made loud noises while bathing. Yet Su Chen remained utterly unresponsive, his eyes glued to his books. At times, Xianxue contemplated throwing those books away, though she merely entertained the thought, for she could tell how much Su Chen valued them. Although she did not believe his assertion that one would perish without reading, it lingered in her mind nonetheless. What a fool, she mused. Could it be that my current appearance is unappealing? She couldn't help but begin to doubt whether she was not beautiful enough. However, the issue was that even at the poetry gathering, when she reverted to her original appearance, Suchin merely glanced at her a few times before losing interest. Did he simply not like women? Xianing Xue furrowed her brow, an unsettling thought creeping into her mind. Yet, she had never observed any inclination in Shangwan Chun towards men. How vexing. This was indeed the first time Xianing Xue encountered such feelings, and it was undeniable that she was rather enchanted by it. If Shangwan Chun were like any other man, she would feel indifferent. But now, she sensed that Shangwan Chen's calm demeanor was excessively composed. Xiaoxue, it's time to rest. Stop eavesdropping outside, came Shangwan Chen's voice from within the room. Xianing Xue felt a blush of embarrassment, as though her secret had been unveiled, and softly replied, "Oh," before retreating to her room. Once she vanished from sight, Shangwan Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. To be honest, it wasn't that he lacked feelings. He was a normal man, able to endure under regular circumstances. But Xianing Xue had nearly touched him just moments ago. Had he not intervened, he might have found it difficult to resist. Studying, after all, requires tranquility, a peaceful mind. If such thoughts lingered in his head, it would be nearly impossible to concentrate. Once one experiences such desires for the first time, countless more follow. The allure of indulgence is a slippery slope. Everything can become addictive, including the pleasures of intimacy. Even now, he felt a stirring within him. No, he must read to regain his composure. He donned his clothes and exited his room, intending to seek solace in the study. The bad brother surely won't find me, she thought. Upon entering the study, Shangwan Chen heard a faint murmuring sound. Intrigued, he approached quietly and discovered a delicate little girl squatting in the corner, drawing circles, utterly oblivious to the presence behind her. Shangwan Chen felt a surge of mischief and decided to frighten her. He softly said, "Little girl, staying up late might get you caught and turned into a dried-up adult." Shangwan Yao, startled, quickly turned around and, upon seeing the figure behind her, paled in fright, nearly screaming. Quick as a flash, Shangwan Chen rushed forward, lifted her, and covered her mouth, explaining, "Don't cry, Yaoer. It's me, your big brother." With tear-filled eyes, Shangwan Yao, still frightened, looked at him more intently. Upon recognizing Shangwan Chen, she managed to stifle her impending tears. Shangwan Chen let out a silent sigh of relief, realizing he had frightened the poor girl unnecessarily. Gently patting her shoulder, he reassured her, "Yaoer, be good. I didn't mean to scare you." Seeing her emotions stabilize somewhat, he finally released his hand from her mouth. Big brother is still a bad brother. Shangwan Yao pouted, rubbing her tear-streaked cheeks with her tiny hands. All right, it's big brother's fault," Shangwan Chen said apologetically. "Why are you hiding here at this hour, Yaoer?" "Brother bullies Yaoer," she replied, her head bowed, her tone tinged with grievance. "Is Shaolin bullying you?" Shangwan Chen began to understand. "Yes," Shangwan Yao timidly affirmed, "brother always bullies me, so I wanted to hide and not let him know." Thus, with a contemplative expression, Shangwan Chen suddenly conceived an idea. Did Yaoer wish to retaliate? Indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Shangwan Yao nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Do you desire me to assist you in your vengeance, or would you prefer to exact it yourself?" Shangwan Chen continued his inquiries, tilting her head thoughtfully. Shangwan Yao softly replied, "Yaoer wishes to handle it herself." "Why, you ask?" "Because if elder brother were to help me, he would undoubtedly continue to bully me when you are not around. If I can manage to retaliate myself, it would indicate that elder brother cannot overpower me. Thus, he shall never bully me again." The mere thought of such a scenario filled Shangwan Yao with joy. "Very well." Shangwan Chen regarded her with admiration and said with a smile, "In that case, would you be willing to learn swordsmanship from me?" Yaoer is eager. Chapter 66. Introduction to Sword Techniques. However, Shangwan Yao felt a twinge of anxiety. "But can you truly teach me to best elder brother?" She had practiced some martial arts alongside Shangwan Lin under Shangwan Hong's guidance, yet she was no match for Shangwan Lin. "As long as Yaoer believes in me, that is sufficient," Shangwan Chen reassured her with a smile, taking her hand as they exited the study and made their way to the courtyard. "Yaoer, do we have any wooden swords in the residence?" Shangwan Chen inquired. "Yes." Shangwan Yao nodded and swiftly dashed towards the storage room, returning shortly with 2 wooden swords. Shangwan Chen took one of them, pausing for a moment in contemplation. On their journey to Lizhou, Shangwan Hong had explained the family's current situation. Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao were the children of Shangwan Feng, both 8 years old. Presently, one was at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while the other was at the second. Generally speaking, the optimal age for cultivation is 6. When one begins to refine their foundation and strengthen their physique, typically advancing 1 level per year, by the age of 15, one could reach the first level of condensation of qi. This is the standard for ordinary cultivators, while those with superior talent often progress even faster, achieving condensation of qi before the age of 15. As for prodigies, they typically break through to condensation of qi before 12 and reach the spirit gathering stage prior to 19. With the attainment of qi refinement, one can begin to practice some rudimentary martial techniques. After some reflection, Shangguanshun resolved to teach her a simple technique that need not be mastered perfectly. Just a basic understanding would suffice to outmaneuver a child. He looked down at Shangguan Yao and said with a smile, "Yaoer, from now on, pay close attention to your elder brother and learn from me, all right?" "Yes." Shangguan Yao nodded eagerly, her face alight with expectation. Shangguanshun lifted the wooden sword in his hand and began to demonstrate. This was a fundamental martial technique, the most commonplace form of swordsmanship, aptly named Introduction to Sword Techniques. The movements were quite simple, comprising only 4 actions: thrust, stab, slash, and block. To an ordinary cultivator, this introductory swordplay is considered rather basic and is often overlooked, as most would not pursue it unless they were entirely unacquainted with martial arts. However, in Shangguanshun's view, even the most elementary martial techniques possess their own merits. At the very least, it serves to assist beginners in swiftly mastering fundamental movements and techniques, proving to be immensely beneficial. Furthermore, even within the realm of introductory martial arts, the varying methods of learning yield disparate results, with each individual's comprehension exhibiting certain nuances. Self-study versus instruction from others, or guidance from a seasoned expert in the art of swordsmanship, results in markedly different outcomes. For a novice with limited experience, self-learning may require several days. However, with a teacher, it could potentially be accomplished in just 2 or 3 days. Yet, if one were to receive tutelage from an individual who has transcended into the realm of sword intent, even a mere child of 8 could grasp the basics in under an hour. With a greater innate understanding, one might even master it in half that time. At this moment, he gracefully wielded his sword. His movements, though simple, emanated a captivating rhythm. Even a child like Shangguan Yao could discern the essence within. For someone of his caliber, demonstrating sword techniques resembled a grand feast, irresistible to all who beheld it. Not far away, within a nearby room, Xian Yingxue caught sight of a figure dancing with a sword under the moonlight, instantly captivated. Unbeknownst to her, she had risen from her seat and slowly approached the door. Pushing it ajar, her gaze fixated upon that silhouette. His actions, so uncomplicated, ensnared her in a trance. Outside the gates of the Shangguan residence, Shangguan Feng had just concluded a banquet and, leaning on his cane, approached the door. As he pushed it open, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Was this an introductory sword technique? But what was this inexplicable aura? He was utterly astonished. As a former general of martial prowess, a frequent presence on the battlefield, he could instantly discern the exceptional quality of Su Chen's swordplay. Even the most rudimentary of introductory sword arts, under his demonstration, seemed to possess a unique essence. Could this be the manifestation of sword intent? After observing for a while, a startling hypothesis surged within Shangguan Feng's mind, one that left him in disbelief. If his memory served him correctly, the current Su Chun was merely 17 years old, yet capable of comprehending sword intent and attaining the level of a sword master. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a feat. Was this truly the so-called waste of the De Yin royal family? Clearly, he was an unparalleled genius. The De Yin royal family had been blind to such talent. Strangely, a sense of satisfaction welled within him. Anything that could discomfort the De Yin was a cause for celebration in his eyes. Was that Yao? Was little Chun instructing Yaoer in swordplay? Shangguan Feng noticed Shangguan Yao, enraptured by the display, and a smile crept upon his lips. How amusing. He chose not to venture further inside, but instead sat upon the threshold, quietly indulging in the spectacle. Shangguan Yao was mesmerized. She had never witnessed such exquisite swordsmanship. Although the movements appeared minimal and straightforward, in Su Chen's hands, each gesture resembled a work of art. Unbeknownst to her, she began to mimic Su Chen's movements. Following his lead, as she fell into rhythm, Su Chen smiled gently, continuing to demonstrate again and again. Half an hour later, Shangguan Chen sheathed his sword and turned his gaze towards Shangguan Yao, inquiring, "Have you learned it, Yaoer?" "Yes, I have." Shang Guanyao exclaimed with excitement, her cheeks flushed, evidently stirred by her elation. Very well, then demonstrate it for your big brother. Big brother, you must watch closely. Shang Guanyao imitated the adults by patting her chest, and then began to wield the considerably smaller sword in her hand. With movements of thrusting, slicing, blocking, and parrying, she executed the 4 actions with a commendable flair, displaying the early signs of a budding swordsman. Shang Guanchun nodded in approval. She had grasped 30% of the introductory swordplay. This exceeded his expectations, as he had anticipated that she would manage only a fraction of that. Yet she had surprised him delightfully. Big brother, how did I do? After retracting her sword, Shang Guanyao hopped over to Shang Guanchen, looking at him expectantly as if seeking praise. Shang Guanchen affectionately ruffled her hair and encouraged her. Not bad. You have indeed impressed me. Then big brother, can I defeat my brother now? Shang Guanyao asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Absolutely, Shang Guanchen replied, nodding. Your brother is no longer your match. You may bully him starting tomorrow. Yay. Yaoan no longer has to be bullied by her brother. Now I can bully him. Shang Guanyao joyfully dashed around the courtyard. Suddenly, with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. Shang Guanchun was startled and instinctively rushed to assist her, but Shang Guanfeng was quicker. Yaoer, I told you not to run around at night. It's time for bed, Shang Guanfeng said, brushing off the dust from her clothes and sending her off to sleep. Though reluctant, Shang Guanyao complied and walked toward her room, not forgetting to bid farewell to Shang Guanchun. Good night, big brother. Chapter 67. Insufficient understanding. This child is indeed a handful. Isn't she? Shang Guanfeng smiled at Shang Guanchun as he settled down in a nearby spot. My dear uncle, you worry too much. I find Yaoer quite endearing. Shang Guanchun chuckled lightly, joining him. Linger and Yaoer lost their mother at an early age, and your grandfather and I have indulged them somewhat. They spend their days either playing or causing mischief, which is quite trying. Shang Guanfeng gazed into the starlit distance, as though speaking to himself, recounting what seemed a commonplace occurrence. I sustained severe injuries in that battle, my strength diminished to a mere fraction, and I lost a leg. My training can only be imparted verbally now. Thus, these 2 children mostly practice under their grandfather's guidance. However, due to significant changes in our family, I feel a sense of guilt, believing that allowing them to live ordinary lives may not be such a misfortune. Hence, I have only taught them some basic martial skills and never imposed any expectations regarding their training. I have let them be. Yet, these 2 children, despite their penchant for play, have developed an unexpected interest in cultivation, and their skills have ascended to the 3rd and 2nd levels of qi refinement, with Yaoer almost on the brink of breaking through to the 3rd level. At this point, Shang Guanfeng let out a sigh. Speaking of which, regarding the future of his 2 children, he adheres to the philosophy of allowing them to make their own choices. If they harbor no interest in cultivation, then they may lead a humble and unremarkable life. He merely hopes that they will not tread the same path as he and his ancestors. Shang Guanchen remained silent. Although Shang Guanfeng spoke lightly, he could sense the profound pain of losing loved ones and the helplessness of being unable to alter their fate. At this moment, Shang Guanfeng turned his gaze towards Shang Guanchun and chuckled softly. Xiao Chun, I noticed you were instructing Yaoer in sword practice just now. Yes, Shang Guanchun nodded, feeling no need to conceal the truth. The foundational sword techniques have reached such a level that I can perceive a faint sword intent emerging. Has your swordsmanship indeed attained the Master S realm? Shang Guanfeng continued, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He already had his suspicions, but wished to hear Shang Guanchun's affirmation. Yes, Shang Guanchen nodded once more. Unlike the Diyan, the Shangguan family felt like his true home at this moment. The few remaining relatives were his genuine kin. Even revealing a few details posed no concern. Moreover, this matter was already known to several individuals, so it hardly qualified as a great secret. Indeed, you possess the demeanor befitting a son of the Shangguan family, Shang Guanfeng remarked with a calm facade, though internally he was already taken aback, struggling to maintain his composure. His voice tinged with a slight tremor. Throughout the history of the Shangguan family, none had entered the Master S realm at such a young age as he had. Even in the annals of the Dexian, few could boast the same. Very well, it is getting late. You should retire for the night, Shang Guanfeng said, gently patting Shang Guanchun's shoulder as he slowly rose to his feet. Observing this, Shang Guanchun promptly assisted him, and once he stood firm, he expressed, "Then I shall take my leave. Third uncle, do take care of yourself." "Go on," Shang Guanfeng replied. After Shang Guanchun departed, he lingered alone for a while, gazing vacantly at the distant star-studded sky. After a moment, Shang Wanhong entered through the door. Upon seeing Shang Wanfeng lost and thought alone in the courtyard, he could not help but inquire, "Fenger, at this hour, do you have something on your mind?" Shang Wanfeng regained his focus and, with a contemplative expression, asked, "Father, what do you think of Xiao Chun's progress in cultivation?" "Cultivation?" Shang Wanhong frowned slightly. "Why do you ask? Do you harbor reservations about him simply because the Diyan royal family labeled him as a waste?" His tone grew somewhat irate as he continued, "Feng, have I not taught you better than this? Even if he shows no promise in cultivation, he is still your nephew, a member of our Shangwan family. Rather than pressuring him to cultivate, I would prefer he lives a safe and peaceful life, avoiding the misfortunes that have befallen so many in our lineage." Having unexpectedly received a scolding, Shang Wanfeng felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily interjected, "Father, you misunderstand. I have never looked down upon Xiaoqun nor failed to regard him as family." "Then what is your reasoning?" Shang Wanhong's temper slightly subsided as he inquired. "Father, I believe you have never truly come to understand Xiaoqun," Shang Wanfeng replied, shaking his head gently. Shang Wanhong paused in surprise, perplexed. "You say I have never truly understood Qin'er?" As Qin'er returned to the Shangwan family, it was only natural for me to feel a sense of unfamiliarity. "Could it be that you understand him better than I do?" "Haha." Shang Wanfeng chuckled inexplicably and replied, "Father, I indeed possess a far greater understanding." Intrigued, Shang Wanhong settled on the ground and curiously inquired, "Pray tell, what is it that you comprehend that eludes my grasp?" Little Chun is not the inept individual portrayed in rumors. Though I am unaware of his true cultivation, it is undoubtedly extraordinary, Shang Wanfeng asserted with unwavering confidence. "What is the basis for your assertion?" Shang Wanhong was not one to be swayed by mere words. "I recently witnessed Little Chun demonstrating his martial skills." "Martial skills? Which martial skills?" "The entry-level sword technique." Shang Wanhong gazed at him as if he were a fool, unable to restrain himself. "Fenger, has your condition deteriorated to the point of affecting your mind?" With a furrowed brow, Shang Wanfeng retorted, "Father, must you regard me as a simpleton? I am, after all, a general of martial prowess. You can conclude that Qin'er is a genius based solely on an entry-level sword technique? Not at all. While it is indeed an entry-level sword technique, can one wield the essence of the sword with it? Is that truly the case?" Shang Wanhong abruptly rose from the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes," Shang Wanfeng affirmed gravely. "Could it be that you are mistaken?" Shang Wanhong was not disbelieving, merely daunted by the possibility. "Though my cultivation has waned, my discernment remains intact." Shang Wanhong lapsed into silence, the shock evident upon his countenance. In that instant, he recalled Xian Qiuming's peculiar attitude towards Su Chun. It seemed rather odd. If it were solely due to the Shangwan family's influence, it would not warrant such behavior. Even in the event of marrying a princess, it would not involve the eldest princess, whom he cherished most and regarded as the most gifted. From Xian Qiuming's demeanor, it was clear that Su Chun was far more complex than he initially assumed. Is Qin'er truly a genius? But why? "Father, have you considered that during the Great Yin, Little Chun was merely pretending?" Shang Wanfeng suggested. After pondering for a moment, Shang Wanhong responded, "It is highly plausible. It is likely that Su Wu has long regarded him as a thorn in his side. His actions are merely for self-preservation. Should Su Wu discover his talent, the risks would be immense. This also reflects Qin'er's meticulous nature. He must have contemplated escaping the Great Yin long ago." "I share your sentiment," Shang Wanfeng nodded, adding, "By the way, Father, just now, Little Qin was teaching Yao the sword technique. In just half an hour, Yao has already mastered 30% of the entry-level sword technique. Perhaps we should consider allowing them to formally begin their cultivation?" Shang Wanhong fell silent once more. "Father, I believe that merely restricting them is not beneficial. Their futures should be determined by themselves. While we are their elders, imposing limitations on their futures may be excessively cruel. Life is better when they decide for themselves. If they wish to cultivate, we should support their endeavors, and if they prefer a mundane and joyful existence, we should permit them to live as they choose." Shang Wanfeng could not help but express his thoughts at length, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Shang Wanhong. "Alas, so be it." Sighing, Shang Wanhong remarked, "You are right. Their lives should be determined by themselves." Shang Wanfeng smiled and replied, "Father, the Shangwan family must rise anew. Now, let us retire early." Chapter 68. A royal proclamation. That night appeared ordinary but was, in fact, quite extraordinary. Within the grand palace of Dian, princes and princesses reveled in inebriation. lost in blissful oblivion. In Liang City, the populace and various noble families were equally intoxicated, their faces adorned with smiles. Within the Shangwan residence, Shangwan Yao lay in bed, brimming with excitement as she plotted how to outsmart Shangwan Lin the following day, eager to avenge past grievances. Meanwhile, Xianing Xue also lay in her chamber. Staring at the ceiling, her thoughts a tangled web. Shangwan Shun returned to his study, gathered several books, and, upon lighting a candle in his room, delved into his reading. The Tianxia sword was still wreaking havoc along the borders of Dashuan. The southern wasteland comprised 4 nations, with Dian sharing the most extensive border with Dashuan. As news spread and cultivators from the other 2 nations joined the fray, they flocked to Dashuan. However, the outcome was grim, as most fell victim to the sword spirit of the Tianxia sword, leaving behind only a desolate expanse of bones. As for the cultivators within Dashuan who harbored ulterior motives, they were swiftly dealt with by the palace's mysterious forces. While chaos reigned outside, Shangwan Shun found tranquility. I estimate that the day after tomorrow, I shall break through to the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm, he mused, lost in thought as he perused his book. The pace of his cultivation was astonishing. He had only recently advanced to the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. It had merely been a month or 2 since his breakthrough during the poetry gathering. Another sleepless night ensued. Within the Dashuan realm, Xianyi spent some time reading in his study before succumbing to slumber there, brimming with anticipation for the morrow's news. In a grand hall of the palace, Xian Qianming lay in bed and said to his companion, Qin Hongji, the proclamation tomorrow will undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar. Although it is Shangwan Shun who is being conferred, his identity as the 3rd Prince of Dian will inevitably be uncovered, likely prompting covert agents from foreign nations to stir up trouble. Is this your way of gauging whether he can withstand such pressure? Qin Hongji pondered thoughtfully. Though he has returned to the Shangwan family, few are aware of it. If he seeks to garner public support, he has a long way to go. I cannot assist him at every turn. Without pressure, how can he grow? Xian Qianming chuckled. The good news is that the Shangwan family's reputation is substantial, which will positively influence his standing. He is not entirely isolated. Had it been another, the situation would indeed be dire. Shangwan Shen now occupied a contradictory position, embodying both the essence of Dian and Dashuan. One was the son of the Dian emperor, the other, a descendant of a great benefactor of Dashuan. The Dian emperor was detested by many in Dashuan, while the Shangwan family commanded respect. Shangwan Shun was the amalgamation of these 2 identities, fraught with contradiction. However, despite this turmoil, he now leaned more towards the Shangwan lineage. For the people of Dashuan, this alone would earn him considerable goodwill. Conversely, the name Su Chun would likely be irrevocably tarnished in Dian. However, Shangwan Shun remained unfazed. For him, the great Yin held no further ties or concerns. Their perceptions of him were of no consequence. What did it matter if they scolded or resented him? All their choices were their own, and they could blame no one else. He merely walked the path they had envisioned. As light once again enveloped the earth and all living things began to awaken, it heralded the dawn of a new day. The Emperor of Dexian proclaimed, since the founding of Dexian, the 12 war kings have fought valiantly alongside the first emperor across the lands. After years of hardship, they achieved monumental success, establishing the Dexian dynasty. To honor their foundational contributions, the first emperor specially conferred upon the 12 war kings' households the highest accolades, allowing them to bask in unparalleled glory, revered by the populace. However, as millennia passed, the 12 war kings' households, through continuous warfare and national defense, saw 4 of their ranks fade into the annals of history, leaving only 8 remaining. Among these, the families of Yang, Jiang, and Yun continue to stand as the backbone of Dexian, while the Ren and Fang families have seen their talents dwindle. The Shangwan, Dongfang, and Qin families have suffered losses in their ranks due to conflict, each now numbering fewer than a handful. The War King households are the pillars of Dexian, embodying its honor. Their decline is a sight the emperor dreads. Today, having learned of the 47th descendant of the Shangwan lineage, Shangwanchen, an exceptional youth, endowed with remarkable talent and wisdom, possessing the legacy of his ancestors, the emperor declares to the world, Shangwanchen is hereby bestowed the title of Marquis of Leisure. May he rejuvenate the Shangwan clan, restore the grandeur of his forebears, and lead his family to become the pride of Dexian, upholding the esteemed reputation of the War King households. Thus it is decreed. Early that morning, a voice resonated within the palace. Though subtle, it reverberated throughout the entire imperial capital. In that moment, the populace stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a placid lake, stirring tumultuous waves that refused to settle. Bewilderment enveloped everyone. Commoners, cultivators, prominent families, nobles, and ministers alike were all caught in a state of confusion. The Shangguan family was not an unfamiliar name to the citizens of Daxian. While few remained, the majority were well aware of their plight, for it was no secret. Everyone knew that the Shangguan family had suffered devastating losses in several battles safeguarding Daxian, leaving them with only 4 members. Yet among these 4, none matched the name Shangguan Shun as proclaimed. Who, then, was this Shangguan Shun? And how did he come to inherit a marquisate? Marquis of Leisure? Such a title was unprecedented. How could the emperor sanction such an appellation? This seemingly simple announcement was laden with perplexities, which bewildered all, leaving them questioning its authenticity. What was transpiring? Why had the emperor issued this proclamation so unexpectedly? Who was Shangguan Shun? Did he truly belong to the Shangguan family? How old was this youthful figure? Why had no one heard of him before? Was the Shangguan family poised to reclaim its standing in the imperial capital? The title of Marquis of Leisure was indeed formidable. What had transpired within the palace? What events had unfolded within the Shangguan family to precipitate such a significant occurrence? Madness enveloped the streets of the imperial capital and beyond, as echoes of similar sentiments resounded. The populace found themselves engulfed in perplexity and intrigue regarding the identity of Shangguan Shun. It is worth noting that such significant occurrences have not transpired in quite some time. The Shangguan family has remained in a state of quietude for over a decade. Though not entirely obscure, they were certainly semi-transparent. Yet today, an unusual announcement emerged. Not only the common folk, but also ministers, noble families from the palace, and members of various prominent clans, including those from the other grand royal households within the capital, began to make their way towards the palace. They sought to uncover the mystery surrounding the Shangguan family and the sudden proclamation from the emperor. A decree had stirred the entire Daxuan imperial capital into turmoil. During the morning court session, ministers arrived early at the grand hall, anxiously awaiting proceedings. At the forefront stood 5 elderly gentlemen, clad in garments of black and gold, each adorned with a distinct architectural emblem upon their chests. These were the insignias of the illustrious royal households, unmistakably indicating that these 5 were affiliated with the royal family. Their presence silenced the multitude behind them, for they represented the highest familial rank in Daxuan aside from the royal lineage. Each elder was in a meditative state, exuding an extraordinary aura. Merely their silence commanded a formidable presence. As time crept onward, the air within the hall grew increasingly tense. Soon, a deliberate cadence of footsteps approached, and Xin Qianming, with a smile gracing his lips, entered from the side and ascended to the throne. Commenced the court session, he stated gently, his expression largely unchanged. As he had anticipated the scene before him, "Gentlemen, please voice your concerns." With that, the 5 elders simultaneously opened their eyes. A rather frail elder stepped forward and spoke. "Your Majesty, I have recently learned of the new decree you have issued, and there are certain aspects that I find perplexing." "Oh, what is it that confounds you?" "Elder Yang?" Xian Qianming inquired with a smile. The Shangguan family departed the imperial capital over a decade ago to return to their ancestral land in Lizhou, only to be beset by warfare, resulting in significant casualties among their kin. Presently, only 4 remain: Brother Hong, Shangguan Feng, and his son and daughter, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Yao. This is well known throughout Daxuan. Yet, the emergence of Shangguan Shun leaves me utterly bewildered. The elder's expression was one of confusion and genuine curiosity. At this moment, the other elders began to voice their thoughts as well. Indeed, Shangguan Shun appears to have materialized from thin air, which perplexes us all. "Your Majesty, to whom does this Shangguan Shun belong? Why has there been no prior mention of him, only for him to suddenly appear now?" We naturally welcome the emergence of a capable young talent from the Shangguan family, yet we find ourselves entirely uninformed about him. In the presence of these 5 elders, those behind them remained silent, hesitant to speak. Yet, their unvoiced thoughts likely mirrored the inquiries of the 5 elders, so they patiently awaited further discourse. "I understand the doubts and concerns that dwell within your hearts," Xian Qianming continued, stating, "This Shangguan Shun is indeed not a true descendant of the original Shangguan family, but rather a scion lost to the outside world. I have confirmed with the head of the Shangguan family that he is indeed one of their own. Just yesterday, he completed the ancestral recognition ceremony without any issues." Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd fell into silence. If this were truly the case, then there was indeed no problem. Yet, their curiosity lingered regarding the boy's previous identity, and the unique qualities that merited such praise from Qian Qianming, as well as the Shangguan family's willingness to bestow this title upon him. It was known that, despite their small numbers, the Shangguan family still had Shangguan Lin, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the title would undoubtedly belong to him. For the Shangguan family to grant the title to someone newly returned to the family indicated that the individual's identity must be extraordinary. Your Majesty, to which member of the Shangguan family does this Shangguan Qin belong? Inquired an elder. Shangguan Rou, Qian Qianming replied with a slight smirk. Shangguan Rou? Is she not the daughter of Hong? It is said she vanished after the chaos of war. Could it be that she has returned? If he is indeed her offspring, then I can understand why old Hong would consent. If that were the case, then we have no further objections, thought several members, their confusion dissipating somewhat as those behind them began to grasp the situation. However, at that moment, Qian Qianming continued, Shangguan Rou has not returned. She has perished. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As for the prior identity of Shangguan Qin, Qian Qianming smiled faintly and declared, you are not unfamiliar with him. He is none other than the third prince of Dian, Su Chun. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the hall. The grandson of Shangguan Hong turned out to be the son of Su Wu? They were momentarily at a loss for words. The situation was indeed too dramatic. The Great Qian and Great Yin were almost mortal enemies, with many from the various royal houses having perished at the hands of Dian cultivators. And the casualties of war between the two nations were inevitable. Their animosity towards Great Yin was profound, especially towards those of the imperial family. Yet, their feelings towards Su Chun were complex, and this revelation only deepened their turmoil. As a descendant of the Shangguan family, it was impossible for Shangguan Rou to have willingly submitted to Su Wu. She must have been coerced, a notion they could all surmise. Moreover, Su Chun had recently been expelled from the Dian imperial family and relegated to commoner status, signifying that he no longer held any ties to Dian. However, this was merely superficial. He still bore the blood of the Dian royal lineage, which was a source of their discomfort. Ironically, the Shangguan family had made significant contributions to the Great Qian. If they were to condemn the Shangguan family, it would be unjust both logically and morally. As they pondered, they found themselves at a loss for words. The hall fell into a profound silence. Qian Qianming discerned the complex expressions on their faces. He could have chosen to withhold Su Qin's original identity from the public eye, but this matter would inevitably come to light. Rather than allowing it to become a future threat, it was better to address it openly now and eliminate the potential risk. I understand that the news you have just received stirs complex emotions within you. He is indeed the son of Su Wu, but what of it? At present, he belongs to our Great Qian, and as long as one is part of our Great Qian, they shall be treated equally. Moreover, the Shangguan family has rendered immense service to our Great Qian. This trivial matter pales in comparison to their contributions. A fact that I am sure you esteemed members of the War King's mansion are well aware of. A few of them raised their eyebrows, yet none offered a rebuttal. However, some words remained unspoken. The head of the Yang family stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully, and stated, Your Majesty, my greatest concern is whether Su Chun can be trusted. Could he not be a pawn sent by Su Wu to infiltrate our Great Qian? Upon hearing this, murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly. Indeed, what if Su Wu had orchestrated this? One must always maintain a sense of vigilance. I find this situation suspicious. It seems too coincidental. If he is indeed a spy sent to infiltrate our Great Qian, then he must be dealt with swiftly. This is undoubtedly a matter worthy of concern. Qian Qianming had contemplated this as well. To this end, he dispatched individuals to conduct extensive investigations, even employing hidden operatives who had long been concealed within the Great Yin. The ultimate conclusion reached was that Su Chun posed no threat. He was not a pawn from the Great Yin, but rather a discarded piece by Su Wu. While Qian Qianming was uncertain if there were spies from other nations within Great Qian, the likelihood seemed slim. The strength of Great Qian surpassed that of Great Yin, making it no simple task to arrange for spies to infiltrate. Yet, caution remains paramount. He smiled and reassured them. On this matter, you need not worry. Have you forgotten the proclamation issued by Su Wu? A proclamation? The crowd paused, then suddenly seemed to recall something. Indeed, Su Wu had not only expelled Su Chun from the royal family, but had also issued a bounty for his capture with generous rewards. If he were merely a pawn, such drastic measures would be unwarranted. Why had they overlooked this detail? Perhaps it was due to the tranquility that had enveloped Great Qian. Since the Great Yin had sent out their message, there had been no signs of a massive influx of cultivators. The imperial capital, in particular, remained extraordinarily peaceful. They could surmise that Qianming had taken action. Chapter 70. A breakthrough again? At this juncture, what more could they say? The major war kings' mansions had maintained amiable relations, serving as the backbone of Great Qian. While competition certainly existed, it was merely a contest among the younger generation, and tensions had not escalated to a critical point. Since the founding of Great Qian, conflicts among the prominent families had been rare. They understood that any discord would lead to casualties, and casualties would invite even greater crises. The true threats faced by Great Qian had never originated from Great Yin or the other two nations, but rather from beyond the towering walls, where countless demons lurked. Although there were conflicts with Great Yin, they remained within manageable limits. Your Majesty, we have no further objections. Since he has severed ties with Great Yin and joined the Shangwan family, he is undoubtedly one of us in Great Qian. Considering the merits of the Shangwan family, we can certainly accommodate this matter. It seems that while we may have no objections, those young ones are likely to disagree. Even if the heads of the major war king houses have no qualms, it does not imply that Shangwan Shun will pass the assessment unscathed. Qianming remained slightly pensive. The younger generation among the war king houses has always engaged in a healthy rivalry, with sparring and exchanges being a common occurrence. However, within these houses, the youth of Shangwan Qin's age have not been bestowed titles as Su Qin has. Upon learning that a boy of similar age from the Shangwan family has not only received a title, but also holds the status of the third prince of Dian, they will undoubtedly challenge Shangwan Qin. This serves as both a test and an outlet for their dissatisfaction. Should Shangwan Qin fail to impress them, they will not relent. As for the elders, as long as their lives are not endangered, they typically refrain from meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. Such competition is beneficial for their cultivation and advancement. Even Qianming would not intervene. He would merely find it amusing. The prowess of Shangwan Qin as a master of the sword is sufficient to outshine those from the other war king houses by considerable margins. Allowing them to experience some setbacks would be advantageous, but more importantly, he wished for Shangwan Qin to showcase his strength before the crowd. It would be a pity if only a select few knew of his capabilities. He could hardly wait to witness the exasperation on Su Wu's face. The mere thought of that scene brought a smile to Qianming's lips as he addressed everyone, stating, "Let the young ones resolve their own affairs. Although I have granted him a title, whether he can retain it ultimately depends on him. If there are no further matters, we shall conclude the court assembly." Even after departing the palace, the crowd felt a sense of peculiarity. Qianming's last remark appeared normal at first glance, yet it was laden with confidence in Su Qin. The issue remains that, according to the Dian royal family, Shangwan Shun is deemed a waste. This assertion comes from the royal family itself. Could it possibly be false? If he were truly a genius, the royal family would not have cast him aside, would they? Or has Shangwan Shun been concealing his true abilities? Regardless of the speculation, they found it impossible to verify anything until the day Shangwan Shun arrives at the imperial capital to receive his title. Within the palace, a verbal clash had transpired, while outside, a new storm was brewing. Goodness! Is the Shangwan family poised to return to the imperial capital? Who exactly is Shangwan Qin? Can anyone enlighten me? This news has arrived rather abruptly. The identity of Shangwan Qin and his origins remain the focal point of public discourse. How intriguing that the Shangwan family has produced another peer among us. Yet, one wonders about his true strength. The Shangwan family has remained dormant for so long. It seems only Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao belong to the younger generation, both still quite young. Shangwan Qin, however, remains an enigma. To my surprise, the first time I heard this name was associated with nobility, although it may be partly due to the limited presence of the Shangwan family. It still evokes a sense of imbalance within me, particularly if he is of a similar age to us. According to tradition, as the younger generation of the war king's mansion, we are entitled to seek guidance from him. However, I wonder about the prowess of Shangwan Qin. In a private chamber of an inn, 6 young individuals sat together, greatly intrigued by the news that had emerged from the palace that day. 5 of them were the young prodigies from the 5 great war king's mansions within the imperial capital. The 6th, a young lad, appeared markedly indifferent to the news, instead focusing intently on the delicacies laid out before him. Within moments, he had eaten to his satisfaction and, reclining in his seat, he remarked, "If you are unsatisfied, why not test his abilities? I can arrange a ring for you. Is the second prince not curious?" One of the young men inquired promptly. Xianhao chuckled softly and replied, "I shall refrain from meddling in such matters. You all know that I have never been fond of fighting. I have a penchant for fine cuisine." Unlike the others, he, as the esteemed second prince of Daxian, was aware of certain facts, even if he had not interacted with Shang Wanchen to the same extent as Xian Yi and Xian Ming. Though he lacked specific details, the proximity of his royal brother to Shang Wanchen and the latter's apparent change in demeanor suggested that he was far from ordinary. A hostage from a rival nation flourishing into Xian, coupled with the repeated praises he received from their father, hinted at something amiss. It would be unwise to underestimate him, lest one end up humiliated. Indeed, if everyone were to rely on the second prince's intervention, it would be rather dull. Another young man chuckled. In a couple of days, he will return from Li province, and then we shall see how he measures up. But do not compete with me for glory. If I were to defeat him, it would be said that I had bested the man of noble rank. Observing their excitement, Xian Hao found it somewhat amusing. They seemed overly optimistic. Nevertheless, if they wished to play, they might as well do so grandly. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he called out, "Bring forth a message stating that the young masters of the 5 War King's mansions shall challenge Shang Wanchen upon his return to the capital, to see if he possesses the strength befitting a noble." "Yes, your highness," came a voice from outside. Laughter erupted among those in the room. The second prince's consideration was indeed thorough. It seemed unlikely that Shang Wanchen could decline the challenge. Haha. It has been a while since I've sought a sparring partner. My hands are itching for action. I eagerly await that day, one of them exclaimed. Xian Hao lightly shook his head, rising to depart. As he walked outside, he remarked, "I have finished my meal and shall take my leave. You may continue your discussions." Upon exiting the inn, Xian Hao felt a tinge of boredom. He realized that there were far too few individuals with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation. Was fine cuisine not appealing? Why were they so preoccupied with thoughts of conflict? The reality was, could they truly contend with others? Their highest cultivation was merely at the 8th level of qi condensation, and they could barely hold their own, let alone against someone favored by the emperor. Oh well. I suppose I shall merely observe a splendid spectacle. It has come to my attention that the 5th brother has been getting rather close to that Shang Wanchen. With some leisure time on my hands, I shall investigate further. I do hope that Shang Wanchen proves to be an intriguing character. He yearns for a confidant, someone with whom he can share his innermost thoughts. The mere mention of Shang Wanchen has piqued his curiosity. News of the proclamation spreads rapidly throughout the Dashuan realm. At this moment, Shang Wanchen has just awakened, blissfully unaware that the imperial capital is in a state of uproar. To his surprise, despite his intentions to stay awake throughout the night, he has succumbed to slumber. He finds himself somewhat helpless, having planned to read all night only to fall asleep while doing so. Upon glancing around, he notices that an extra blanket has somehow been draped over him. Oh, little Shui is quite considerate, he mused, smiling, only to suddenly discover something remarkable. His eyes widened in disbelief. Has he truly reached the 6th level of the spirit realm? He had thought it would take him at least 2 more days, which caught him entirely off guard. No, he must calm his nerves by reading a few books. Regardless of whether the malevolent energy within him has increased, this has almost become a habit. A conditioned response that leads him to grab a book nearby and delve into it meticulously. Chapter 71. Lowly Cultivation. Please, no more. I was wrong. Shang Wanchen was engrossed in his reading when a piercing scream echoed from outside. Intrigued, he set down his book and ventured out. In the courtyard, he found his maternal grandfather, Shang Wanhong, his third uncle, Shang Wanfeng, and the maid, little Shui, all watching with keen interest at a distance. Following their gaze, he saw Shang Wanyao wielding a small wooden sword, relentlessly pursuing Shang Wanlin, who was frantically shouting and cowering. The more he ran, the more exhilarated Shang Wanyao became, chasing him with renewed vigor. "Hey, monster, don't run. Watch as my Yaoer slays demons." Her childish voice was filled with excitement, provoking laughter from the onlookers. "Grandfather, father, save me. Lin is going to be beaten to death." Shang Wanlin cried in sheer terror. He could hardly believe that his sister, whom he had bullied just the day before, had now taken it upon herself to thrash him mercilessly upon awakening. His frustration boiled over, and he sought to teach her a lesson, only to find himself utterly powerless against her assault. He could not comprehend this transformation, as if he were witnessing a ghost, and he even began to doubt whether this was truly his sister. "Grandfather, father, older brother, she is not my sister. She must be possessed by a demon." Shang Wanlin continued to shout in fear. The amused spectators showed no inclination to intervene. Shang Wanhong chuckled heartily, remarking, "Liner, you often bully Yaoer, and today it seems you have met your match. As your grandfather wisely states, how one treats others will eventually return to them. I fear I cannot assist you this time." Shangwan Feng also shook his head with a smile. Elder sister, please save me. Shangwan Lin, seeing that neither his grandfather nor his father would come to his aid, turned his gaze to Xianing Xue. She smiled sweetly and replied, you are a young man now. You must learn to solve your own problems. Brother, save me. Shangwan Lin placed his last hope in Shangwan Chen. Shangwan Chen replied with a gentle smile, little Lin. Do you know why you cannot defeat Yao? Because she diligently practiced last night while you were indulging in slumber. The indifference of those around them nearly brought tears to Shangwan Lin's eyes. He truly could not withstand her. Shangwan Yao's seemingly simple swordplay was capable of utterly defeating him. Please stop. I was wrong. I will never bully you again. Shangwan Lin could only continue to plead for mercy. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yao finally ceased her assault. Her chubby little face adorned with a smug expression as she declared, Bad brother, today Yao will forgive you. Yao, my queen, I was in the wrong. Shangwan Lin immediately began to flatter her, causing the onlookers to break into laughter. Chenner, I have heard from Fenger that you have reached the master level in swordsmanship. Is that true? Ignoring the playful banter between the two children, Shangwan Hong inquired with curiosity towards Su Chen. Indeed, it is true, Su Chen replied earnestly. Shangwan Hong's expression brightened, while Shangwan Feng interjected, Father, I told you long ago, yet you refused to believe me and insisted on asking him personally. Are you satisfied now? Talkative. Shangwan Hong shot him a glare, then burst into laughter. The revival of the Shangwan family is within reach. Ha ha ha. His laughter was tinged with excitement and relief. Currently, the weight of the family rested solely on his shoulders, but how many more years could he bear such a burden? Perhaps he could endure until the end of his lifespan, or perhaps he might perish on the battlefield the very next day. If the nation faced peril, could he truly stand idly by? For ordinary people, the fall of a nation merely meant a change of rulers and names. However, for families like theirs, who shared in the nation's glory and shame, the demise of their country would render them the first targets for slaughter. The Shangwan family was already dwindling in numbers, and he constantly pondered what the future held. Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao were still too young and inexperienced to bear significant responsibilities, while Shangwan Feng's health was failing, preventing him from returning to his former glory. Once a grand family, they had now reached a point where no capable individuals remained. This was his source of distress and the reason for his perpetual frown. However, today, that worry was alleviated by more than half Su Chen. At the tender age of 17, had ascended to the master level in swordsmanship, unparalleled in Daxian, with few able to match him. Even the prodigies within various sects paled in comparison. Little Chun, with such talent, why does Diyan label you as a waste? Shangwan Feng could not help but ask. Xianing Xue and Shangwan Hong also cast curious glances. Su Chen gazed at the two children playing in the distance and replied nonchalantly, because they are correct. I am indeed a waste. That is impossible. Shangwan Hong immediately shook his head. If someone as accomplished as you, a 17-year-old master of swordsmanship, is considered a waste, then there are hardly any normal people left in this world. Young master, you are being too modest, Xianing Xue added. Shangwan Feng looked at him with a peculiar expression. Little Chen, are you trying to tease us? However, Su Chen simply shook his head slightly, turned to face them, and said earnestly, My affinity for spiritual power is indeed below 20. Shangwan Hong was somewhat taken aback. The other two shared the same sentiment, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the utmost seriousness on Su Chen's face, they understood that this might indeed be true. But if this were the case, how had Su Chen managed to attain the level of a swordsmanship master? With a spiritual affinity of merely 20. It was almost impossible for one to cultivate without a source, let alone ascend to the realm of a sword master. Yet, you have undeniably comprehended the essence of the sword. There was a hint of agitation in Shangwan Feng's tone. Shangwan Hong remained silent, meticulously observing him. While his heart quivered at the thought of how one without talent could have survived within the grand palace of Diyan, just contemplating it was heart-wrenching. Xian Yingxue fidgeted with the hem of her garment, equally pained for him, having lived for so many years under the scrutiny of others' peculiar gazes. I have indeed grasped the sword's intent, Shangwan Chen said with a gentle smile, his demeanor remarkably calm. Although my spiritual affinity is insufficient, I do possess some cultivation. Now that I have returned to the Shangwan family, severing ties with the Yin, certain truths will inevitably come to light. The distinction between concealment and revelation has lost its significance. Aside from the necessity to keep the Tianxie sword a secret, other matters are negligible. A simultaneous shock resonated within the three of them. Xianing Xue felt a twinge of anxiety as she suddenly realized that, despite having been by his side for so long. She remained unaware of Shang Guanchen's precise level of cultivation. He had never revealed it, and his constant reading led others to subconsciously perceive him as merely a scholar, overshadowing his true prowess, which seemed incongruous with his scholarly image. Shang Guanhong was also taken aback by his words, with an affinity below 20 yet possessing cultivation. What could his true level be? Shang Guanchen's statement ignited immense curiosity within the trio. At that moment, he began to walk towards the center of the courtyard. Under their watchful eyes, Shang Guanchen gradually came to a halt in the courtyard's midst and began to turn. As he did, his aura gradually unveiled itself. Though it may not be classified as top-tier cultivation, at the instant his full presence was revealed, their pupils involuntarily contracted, and they were enveloped in an overwhelming shock. My cultivation is modest, merely at the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Chapter 72. Unreasonable. Shang Guanchen's nonchalant proclamation did not imply that they could receive it with the same casualness. The 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm is indeed not excessively high. Considering that Shang Guanhong had already attained the 5th level of the 1,000-mile journey, and even Shang Guanfeng previously possessed the 4th level of the aperture realm. Yet, there lies a significant disparity. For instance, Shang Guanhong, despite appearing vibrant and vigorous, was in fact over 200 years old, with all his hair turned white. Shang Guanfeng, appearing merely middle-aged, had already surpassed 70. For cultivators, lifespans are considerably longer than those of ordinary individuals, hence they age more slowly. And what of Shang Guanchen? He had not yet turned 18. At such a tender age, achieving the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm? In their eyes, this transcended mere genius. It was the epitome of extraordinary talent. Only the pinnacle geniuses within powerful sects could be compared to him. Xianing Xue stood in utter disbelief. She prided herself as the foremost prodigy of Dexian, yet she had only reached the 1st level of the spirit-gathering realm, while Su Qin surpassed her by 5 or 6 levels. Truly remarkable. Shang Guanhong's lips trembled, at a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. He could only think that the royal family of Deyin must be blind. The extraordinary talent of his grandson was astonishingly dismissed as worthless by them. How could a spiritual affinity of less than 20 be deemed inadequate? Achieving this level of cultivation at such a young age is nothing short of genius. It is utterly unbelievable. Shang Guanfeng stood in a daze, his gaze towards Shang Guanchen filled with astonishment. At 17, reaching the 6th stage of the spirit-gathering realm. He might even break through to the enlightened realm before turning 20, truly monstrous. Even among the talented individuals of the sects, few managed to reach the enlightened realm before the age of 20. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanchen's expression became somewhat peculiar. Before 20, the rate at which he could advance depended entirely on the speed at which the Tian Xie sword claimed lives. At this pace, he would likely reach the enlightened realm well before his 18th birthday. The calendar of this world is similar to that of his previous life. He recalls being born in March, and now it is November, leaving him with just 4 months until he turns 18. 4 months is more than sufficient to reach the enlightened realm. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken in his mind, for they were too extraordinary to voice. Young master is truly remarkable. Xianing Xue also regained her composure, looking at Shang Guanchen with a glimmer of admiration. The more she learned about him, the more she found herself irresistibly drawn in. After a considerable time, Shang Guanhong finally emerged from his shock, gazing at Shang Guanchen with a face full of pride. His eyes slightly reddened. Our Shangguan family finally has a successor. Xiaoqin, the future of the Shangguan family rests on your shoulders. Shang Guanfeng suddenly felt a great weight lifted from him. Shang Guanhong's concerns were, after all, his own. The more exceptional Shang Guanchen became, the happier they were. Breaking news. The young masters of the 5 great war kings have boldly declared their intention to challenge Lord Shang Guanchun of the Shangguan family. The day Lord Shang Guanchun returns to the imperial capital will be the day of the duel. Such news suddenly spread throughout the great Xian imperial capital, shocking countless individuals. However, upon further reflection, they found no fault in it. Discussions erupted everywhere. Competitions among the younger generation of the War King's residences were customary. Previously, the Shangguan family lacked representation among the youth, but with the sudden emergence of Shang Guanchun, who was also granted the title of Marquis of Leisure, it was only natural that the young masters of the War King's residences could not resist. It must be said, we know nothing about the Shang Guanchen, which certainly piques our curiosity. The Shangguan family is far from the prefecture. Otherwise, we could have admired Lord Shang Guanchen's presence at the first opportunity. Who would have thought that the moment the public first remembered him would be on the day he was bestowed a title? Shangwan Shun is indeed enigmatic. Yet, one wonders what the outcome of this duel against the young masters of the War King's residences will be. The current strength of the War King's residences surpasses that of the Shangwan family, and their numbers among the youth are greater as well. In my view, Shangwan Shun might find it somewhat challenging. If he were to lose, it would be a significant blow to his reputation, especially on the very first day of his title's conferment. Most of the populace does not hold high hopes for Shangwan Shun's victory in this impending duel. The disparity in strength among the various factions of the War King's residence is evident. Although the Shangwan family was once formidable, it has since diminished, and the younger generation is far fewer in number. Inside a grand hall of the imperial palace, upon receiving the news from eunuch Mo regarding the challenge issued by the younger generation of the War King's residence to Shangwan Shun, Qianming merely smiled and casually remarked, "Let them be. It is best not to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. A little hardship will serve them well. And it will be interesting to observe the cultivation level of Shangwan Shun." He had anticipated this scene and was pleased to witness it. By the way, have we dispatched someone to inform the Shangwan family about Shangwan Shun's title of Marquis? Your Majesty, we have already sent someone. They will be notified within the next couple of days. Eunuch Mo replied truthfully. Excellent. It has been a while since the capital has seen any excitement. Qianming smiled and continued, "It is indeed time to bring some liveliness back to the imperial city." Meanwhile, Xian Hao arrived outside Qianming's residence. Before he could enter, he began to call out, "Fifth brother, are you there?" Inside, Qianming was engrossed in composing poetry when he suddenly heard the voice from outside. He paused, slightly taken aback. "Second brother, what brings you here?" With curiosity, he ordered a servant to open the door. As the door swung open, Xian Hao strode in with a swagger. Qianming immediately approached him and bowed. "What brings you to my residence today, second brother?" "Nothing in particular. Just feeling a bit bored and decided to take a stroll," Xian Hao replied, picking up a piece of paper from the ground. He glanced at it, his expression turning peculiar before he set it back down, adding, "It seems your poetry has improved remarkably since we last met." "Do you really think so, second brother?" Qianming's face lit up with joy as he couldn't help but boast. "I too have felt that my poetic skills have grown significantly of late. This must be due to the influence of my elder brother." "Elder brother?" Xian Hao was momentarily taken aback, his expression growing strange. "Does your elder brother teach you poetry?" "You don't understand. This elder brother is not the same as the one you think," Qianming said mysteriously. "Oh, now I am intrigued. Are you saying you have several elder brothers?" "Indeed. I have recently taken on a new elder brother," Qianming declared proudly. Xian Hao's curiosity was piqued further. "I never would have guessed, fifth brother, that you would acknowledge someone else as your elder brother. After all, you are a prince." "What of it? My elder brother was once a prince too." Xian Hao discerned something different in this statement. "Once a prince? That implies he is no longer a prince. The only one who fits this description is the third prince of Diyan, who has recently been relegated to commoner status." He was somewhat astonished. He had assumed that his younger brother was merely on friendly terms with Shangwan Shun, but this was far too close, to the point of brotherhood. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Are you referring to the third prince of Diyan, Su Qin?" "Precisely," Qianming responded candidly. Xian Hao suddenly fell silent. Was this reasonable? It seemed rather implausible. Chapter 73. Is he an oddity? "Let me gather my thoughts." Xian Hao inhaled deeply and inquired, "Are you saying you have acknowledged the third prince of Diyan, who is now Shangwan Shun, as your elder brother?" "Indeed," Qianming replied with enthusiasm, unhesitating in his affirmation. "Are you not concerned about the consequences from your elder brother?" Xian Hao continued questioning. Qianming shook his head and replied, "No." "Because elder brother is aware as well." Xuan Hao expressed his surprise. "Aren't you concerned that father might accuse you of disregarding the laws of propriety, thus tarnishing the royal family's reputation?" "Not at all. We will inevitably become one family." Qianming pondered for a moment before elaborating. Xuan Hao couldn't help but chuckle, questioning the notion of being one family. After all, he was a prince of Dian, currently aligned with the Shangwan family, but that hardly constituted familial ties. Indeed, he was cognizant of his father's promise to marry a princess or a noble lady into the Shangwan family. Yet, such promises often remain mere words. His younger sisters were still quite young, and while the fourth sister was of suitable age, she was the apple of their father's eye. How could he possibly allow her to wed a youth of enemy royal lineage? Most likely, A noble lady would be the one to marry, which, while still a form of kinship, was distinctly less prestigious than that of a princess, both in status and in name. Dear fifth brother, perhaps you overestimate him, Xuanhao spoke solemnly. He conceded that Su Chen possessed certain qualities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrived in Dian merely as a hostage. This was an undeniable truth. Xuanming's expression turned peculiar, aware of Xuanhao's disbelief. He casually picked up his fan and pretended to fan himself, chuckling. Second brother, I am not the only one who acknowledges elder brother. Xiaolang and Tianyi share my sentiments. How could they possibly join you in this folly? Xuanhao asked, astonished. Second brother, you simply do not comprehend. Xianming replied with a mysterious smile, piquing Xuanhao's curiosity. What is the reason? He inquired. Xianming began to pace within the grand hall, adopting an inscrutable demeanor, which made Xuanhao feel an unsettling itch of anticipation. Good brother, please reveal it quickly. Second brother can hardly bear this suspense. Xuanhao exclaimed, increasingly restless and consumed by curiosity. Let me put it this way. Even if father were to find out, he would not voice any objections. Xianming smiled, maintaining his composure. Second brother, you may not be aware, but even eldest sister is by his side, serving as a maid. Father knows of this. Can you guess why he has not reacted? Xuanhao inhaled sharply, his gaze turning vacant as he struggled to process this revelation. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, is what you say truly authentic? Absolutely no jest. Xianming affirmed with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, he lowered his head and spoke softly, Second brother, let me share another piece of news. It is said that royal brother and eldest sister had a duel a few days ago, and royal brother was defeated. Defeated? Our royal brother lost? Yet his cultivation is at the third level of spirit convergence. How could fourth sister possibly surpass him? Xuanhao exclaimed, incredulous. Second brother. You are unaware of this detail, aren't you? It is rumored that it was Su Chen who personally guided eldest sister over the past fortnight, enabling her to triumph over royal brother. How do you know this? Elder brother told me himself. Xuanhao fell silent. He suddenly realized that he seemed to know nothing. Recently, he had been preoccupied with indulgence and revelry, neglecting such significant matters. Yet, this was simply too astonishing to comprehend. If what Xianming said is indeed true, then this Shangwan Shun is utterly absurd. What sort of enchantment does he possess? They say he is a waste. Could it be that he is, in fact, a prodigy? The mere thought of this sends a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, he did not agree to those fellows' proposal to confront Shangwan Shun. Otherwise, he would have suffered humiliation in front of countless onlookers. Now, he feels rather grateful for having kept his wits about him. Indeed, this Shangwan Shun is quite an extraordinary individual. After the initial shock, Xianhao's eyes sparkled, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. Excitedly, he turned to Xianming and said, Fifth brother, you must introduce me properly when the time comes. Of course, Xianming replied with a smile, somewhat bashful. But might I trouble second brother for a favor? A favor? What favor? Xianhao's heart tightened, becoming a tad wary. Suddenly, with a soft thud, the doors of the hall slammed shut. Xianhao's expression changed, and only then did Xianming reveal his true intention. Second brother, since you are here, could you please evaluate the poems I have recently penned? What? No, fifth brother, I have matters to attend to. Could you please open the door? Come now. Don't be hasty, it won't take long, I assure you. They are all masterpieces. No. Come on. Please, no. Fifth brother. You are plotting against your elder brother. 2 days later, news spread across several major states near the imperial capital. Upon hearing the news, people were left utterly astonished. No one anticipated that this revelation would pertain to the Shangwan family, who had remained in obscurity for over a decade, and once it emerged, it was sensational. Regarding Shangwan Shun, they were all in the dark, completely unfamiliar with the name. An increasing number of individuals began to express curiosity about who Shangwan Shun truly was. In the streets and alleys, conversations regarding this matter abounded. Some were puzzled as to how Shangwan Shun had suddenly appeared, while others questioned why the emperor would issue such a proclamation without warning. It is known that significant events of this nature usually come with prior indications and are preceded by momentum-building efforts. Yet this time, it was remarkably abrupt, to the extent that over 99% of the populace in the Great Xian had no knowledge of who Shangwan Shun was. Following the shock, the heads of prominent families in various states began to mobilize, making their way to the imperial capital. In the Great Xian, prestigious titles and nobility are conferred at the palace square, and each family head would bring their entourage to witness this momentous occasion collectively. This serves as a means of encouragement for all clans. Only in such a manner can the Great Xian demonstrate its significance and allow the honored individuals to experience unparalleled glory. Moreover, it greatly inspires the onlookers present. The Great Xian is never stingy towards its meritorious subjects. It is only through such unity that the realm can stand strong for over 5 millennia. Unlike the Great Yan, whose establishment cannot even begin to compare to that of the Great Xian. 3 days later, at the border of Li State, a man swiftly entered with an imperial edict in hand. At this moment, the news announced by the capital had yet to reach Li State. In the past 3 days, the life of Shangwan Chun has been remarkably tranquil. He often basked in the sun in the courtyard, guiding the 2 little rascals and indulging in a bit of reading. His days were leisurely and delightful. It resembled the existence of an ordinary person, devoid of scheming, deceit, or any pressure, simply easygoing and commonplace. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a life would not endure for long. Chapter 74, The Emperor's Decree. Shangwan Chun speculated that perhaps the imperial palace had already issued an edict, which would soon arrive. Watching the 2 young boys playing in the distance, he could not help but turn to his grandfather, Shangwan Hong, and inquire, "Grandfather, what plans does our Shangwan family have for the future?" Shangwan Hong, seated beside him, had grown increasingly reclusive since Su Chen joined the Shangwan family, spending his days in the company of his grandson. Upon hearing the question, Shangwan Hong fell into contemplation, and after a moment, gazed into the distance as he spoke. "Originally, I envisioned spending a peaceful decade or so here in Liju, waiting for Liner and Yaoer to grow up, then seeing them establish families, allowing the Shangwan clan to gradually flourish. And now?" Shangwan Chen pressed further. "Now." Shangwan Hong turned to look at him, a smile gracing his lips. "Now that you have returned, with your exceptional talents, remaining here would undoubtedly squander your potential. You are the most gifted descendant in the history of the Shangwan family and a renowned genius in the annals of Dexian. Naturally, you must strive for greater heights. Therefore, once the palace bestows upon you the title of Marquis, we shall journey together to the imperial capital. It is time to reopen the Shangwan War King's residence that has been closed for over a decade." A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Returning to the imperial capital, Shangwan Chen fell into deep thought, letting out a soft sigh as he murmured, "If possible, being an ordinary person would be quite nice. But alas." "Ha!" Shangwan Hong laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Chinner, a talent like yours is destined to shine and thrive. Being conferred a title is not only an acknowledgement of your status, but also a recognition of your strength and aptitude." He mistakenly believed that Shangwan Chun sighed over the title of Marquis, unaware that the source of his sigh was something else entirely. The title was a trivial matter. What weighed on his heart was the evil sword. From the moment he became its master, it was clear that his life would no longer align with that of an ordinary person. His life was destined to be tumultuous, and all he could do was relish these few years of relative peace. He harbored a persistent premonition that this serene existence would likely not last long. Whether becoming the master of the evil sword was ultimately a blessing or a curse remained uncertain even to him. Since avoidance was impossible, he resolved to accept it with grace. A smirk danced on Shangwan Chen's lips as he thought, "When soldiers come, I shall block them. When water comes, I shall divert it. If worst comes to worst, death is but a small price to pay. Having lived over a decade already is a fortune. Grandfather, young master, it's time for dinner." A gentle voice called from within, prompting both to rise. The young Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao, who had been playing in the courtyard, instantly halted their actions. In the next moment, the 4 of them rushed inside together. "Grandfather, do take care of your health while running so fast. Chinner, respect your elders and cherish the young. Do you understand? You're full of vigor, missing a meal here, and there won't harm you. Grandfather, brother, and Yaoer. Delicious, delicious, delicious. All mine." The 4 voices echoed simultaneously. Shangwan Chen felt somewhat helpless. Ever since a few days ago when Xian Yingxue took on the responsibility of preparing meals in the Shangwan residence, the atmosphere within the household had changed dramatically. Initially, Shangwan Hong was concerned about whether a princess of such high status could cook well. He believed that someone of Xian Yingxue's stature would not possess such skills. However, once she began to cook, the enticing aroma wafting through the air stirred even his long-suppressed appetite. It is worth noting that her culinary skills had improved significantly under Su Chen's guidance. The standard of food preparation in this world, to be frank, pales in comparison to that of his previous life, Yet the ingredients were of far superior quality. With just a dash of seasoning, they could transform into exquisite dishes. Since that first meal, the subsequent days of dining became a fierce competition. It was not that there was a lack of food. Rather, for cultivators like them, their appetites were considerably larger. While they could choose not to eat and not feel hungry when they decided to eat, they could consume an astonishing amount, akin to a bottomless pit. Consequently, Shangguan Qin's once elegant dining demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a frantic urgency to eat. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as a certain man entered Liang City, the imperial edict in his hand became increasingly conspicuous. The citizens of Liang City were well aware of what such an edict resembled. Over a decade ago, after the cessation of war, Qin Qinming had issued several edicts to commend the valiant families who had fought heroically for the nation and its people during the Great Conflict. Thus, the populace was intimately familiar with the imperial decree. "Look, doesn't that gentleman's hand resemble a decree?" someone noted, curiosity piqued, turning to inquire of those nearby. "It does look like one. Could it be that the emperor has issued another decree?" "That is indeed a decree. I remember it vividly." Word spread rapidly, and soon many around were aware that an important figure from the imperial capital was bearing an edict. Driven by curiosity, they began to follow the man, eager to discover the recipient of the decree. As the crowd thickened, even those initially unaware of the situation joined the throng after a few explanations from others. The mass of people trailed closely behind. Before long, not only the city lord's mansion, but also several prominent families in Liang City received the news. The heads of these families and the city lord hurried to the scene, navigating through the crowd until they spotted the man, momentarily taken aback. "Lord Imo?" called out the head of the Yang family. Imo Quan halted, turned, and instantly understood, smiling as he said, it is the esteemed heads of the families. Does Lord Imo hold an edict in hand? Has the emperor issued new directives?" The other family heads queried, their entourage equally intrigued. Imo Quan merely smiled and replied, "Indeed. I possess an edict. The emperor has commanded me to rush forth, and you shall soon learn its contents." He tantalizingly withheld further details. Upon finishing his words, he turned and continued in a particular direction. The crowd, following his gaze, suddenly fell into a moment of astonishment. If memory served them right, that direction led to the residence of the Shangguan family, did it not? Could it be that this imperial decree was somehow related to the Shangguan clan? "Let us follow Lord Imo and see," they decided. A moment later, outside the Shangguan residence, a throng of onlookers observed Imo Quan, who had halted at the entrance, their expressions revealing a mixture of surprise and confirmation of their suspicions. Indeed, they had come to the Shangguan estate. "You know, the Shangguan family just had a descendant return a few days ago, and now this imperial edict arrives. Could there be a connection?" One speculated. "It seems quite likely otherwise. It is too coincidental. I wonder if it is a matter of fortune or misfortune. Could it be related to the identity of young Master Shangguan?" As for the matter concerning Shangguan Qin's previous identity, the citizens of Liang City were already aware and bore no resentment towards him. At this moment, however, they began to feel a tinge of concern. Imo Quan, with a serious demeanor, gently rapped on the door and called out, "Lord Shangguan, His Majesty has sent a decree. Please open the door at once." Inside, several individuals indulging in a hearty meal were momentarily taken aback, halting their actions in unison. A decree? Is the order of nobility finally arriving? Chapter 75, The Marquis of Carefree. "Chenner, there are visitors from the palace. Shouldn't you go and see?" Shangguan Hong inquired suddenly. Shangguan Qin, having taken a hearty bite of his meal, replied indistinctly, "Grandfather, as the head of the Shangguan family, isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to remain inside while His Majesty sends a decree?" "Indeed, Father, Qin, you should go. We shall wait for you here." Shangguan Feng remarked nonchalantly. "Brother Qin, Yao Yao awaits your return. Grandfather, Liner is also waiting for you." "What? Are you no longer members of the Shangguan family? All of you, go out and receive the decree." Shangguan Hong feigned sternness, leaving no room for rebuttal. Thus, they reluctantly set aside their bowls and prepared to step outside to receive the decree. Outside the residence, the crowd had grown increasingly impatient. Even a brief wait felt like an eternity. Their curiosity was piqued, wondering what the content of the imperial edict might entail and whether it was related to Shangguan Qin. If so, would it be good news or ill tidings? "Why haven't Lord Shangguan and the others come out yet? This is killing me," exclaimed one. "How can they remain so composed with the decree arriving? If it were me, I would be beside myself with excitement." Conversations began to ripple through the crowd. At that moment, The gates of the Shangguan estate finally creaked open. "Ah, it's you, Brother Imo. After your arduous journey. We were just in the midst of our meal. Would you care to join us?" boomed Shangguan Hong's voice as the door swung wide. The crowd's expressions turned peculiar upon realizing that the delay in opening the door was merely due to dining. This was an imperial decree. Had they known a decree was arriving at their home, they would have rushed to the door without a second thought. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The Shangguan family had received countless decrees in the past, rendering them seemingly mundane in their eyes. Nevertheless, the disparity in their reactions elicited a sense of contemplation about the unevenness of the world. As Imo Quan cast his gaze, he noticed remnants of food at the corners of Shangguan Hong's mouth. A wry smile crept onto his face, marveling at the composure exhibited by those from the War King's residence, even in the face of a royal edict. He shook his head and said with a bittersweet tone, "Lord Shangguan, please refrain from jesting. I did not come here merely to dine. Dear Imo, do not stand on ceremony. Simply call me Hong brother," Shangguan Hong replied, stepping forward and embracing him with a smile. "Then I shall dare to address you as Hong brother," Imo Quan acknowledged. "The emperor issued a decree 3 days ago. But the distance to Lizhou is indeed vast. With my cultivation, it took me 3 days to arrive." This was Imo Quan's first encounter with such an urgent task. As a formidable figure in the 1,000-mile realm, though only at the 3rd level, he was nonetheless among the renowned strong within the Great Xian. Yet, he found himself relegated to a mere messenger, an unusual position for one who seldom ventured into the outside world, typically residing within the palace. He was one of the 10 strongest within the palace and among the top 20 in the imperial capital. The common folk of Lizhou were largely unaware of his true identity, with only a few prominent families possessing a vague knowledge of his status, acknowledging it as significant but not fully comprehending it. Hearing that he had traveled for 3 days from the imperial capital to Lizhou left the surrounding crowd in shock, including members of the 4 great families. It was well known that an ordinary person, without any assistance, would require several months to traverse the distance from Lizhou to the imperial capital. 3 days was a feat achievable only by a master of the 1,000-mile realm. Amazing. This gentleman is truly a master of the 1,000-mile realm. What could be so important as to warrant such a distinguished individual to personally deliver the edict? The emperor's earnest attention to this matter must indicate its significance. The crowd buzzed with astonishment and speculation. The choice to dispatch a master of the 1,000-mile realm to convey this decree clearly illustrated the imperial family's esteem for the Shangguan clan, heightening their curiosity about its contents. At that moment, Shangguan Chen emerged. Imo Quan's gaze instantly fixed upon him. His curiosity piqued about the young man who had received a noble title from the emperor upon entering the Shangguan family. It was said that he was the 3rd prince of the Great Yan, a remarkable feat indeed. Upon closer inspection, Shangguan Chen appeared quite refined, with an unassuming demeanor that resembled that of an ordinary scholar rather than a cultivator. Despite this impression, Imo Quan felt no inclination to underestimate him. In other words, if Shangguan Chen truly embodied the gentleness he projected, it would be impossible for him to attain a noble title within the Great Xian without the emperor's endorsement. Holding such a title indicated that he possessed noteworthy qualities. "Ah, this young master must be a new member of the Shangguan family," Imo Quan remarked, smiling at Shangguan Chen. "Indeed, he is quite impressive in appearance. No wonder he has garnered the emperor's favor." At this statement, those around them understood that the decree was likely related to Shangguan Chen, and the mention of favor suggested that the contents of the edict were not unfavorable. "You flatter me, sir," Shangguan Chen replied with a slight bow. "My grandson is indeed remarkable," Shangguan Hong said, patting Imo Quan on the shoulder. "Now, let us proclaim the edict." Imo Quan nodded, his expression finally turning serious. The imperial edict in hand gradually unfurled, and at the moment it was revealed, all present sank to their knees. With a dignified tone, Imo Quan proclaimed, "The sovereign of Dexian decrees that the Shangguan family is a revered contributor to our great realm, having established unparalleled merit through their unwavering commitment to protect the populace, even at the cost of their lives. Today, recognizing Shangguan Chen, a paragon of talent and charisma, who embodies the spirit of our ancestors, I hereby confer upon him the title of Marquis of Leisure. Thus it is decreed. Shangguan family head, Shangguan Chen, and all members of the Shangguan clan, please step forward to receive this decree." As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. A collective awe gripped the hearts of those present. The title of Marquis of Leisure. To be ennobled. It was well understood that in Dexian, Those who received such honors were invariably individuals of great distinction, whose contributions were manifold. They realized that Shangguan Chun's elevation was indeed aided by the illustrious Shangguan lineage. Yet, they also recognized that without the sovereign's endorsement, no amount of familial merit could secure such a title. This proclamation signified the sovereign's public endorsement of Shangguan Chun, indicating his disregard for the young man's previous identity, instead embracing him as a member of the Shangguan family and a citizen of Dexian. This affirmation from Xian Qianming meant that even if there were discontent regarding Shangguan Chun's prior status as a prince of Deyan, no one dared to openly challenge it. To do so would be tantamount to questioning the sovereign's judgment. Naturally, if there were mere murmurs of dissent, Xian Qianming would remain indifferent, leaving any disputes to be resolved by Shangguan Chun himself. Your servant, Shangguan Hong, leads the Shangguan family in expressing gratitude for the sovereign's gracious bestowal. Shangguan Hong, shedding his previous mirth, adopted a serious demeanor, kneeling on one knee and bowing respectfully. Shangguan Chun echoed this sentiment. Shangguan Chun expresses gratitude for the sovereign's gracious bestowal. Behind him, Shangguan Feng and Shangguan Lin, along with Shangguan Yao, also knelt in unison to receive the decree. Xianing Xue remained behind the door, peering through the crack to witness the scene. She found herself momentarily entranced, watching Shangguan Chun gradually sever ties with De Yin to become a figure of Dexian, feeling as if she were in a dream. Chapter 76. Living Up to Expectations. Her thoughts drifted to an earlier promise, the one of marrying a princess or noblewoman into the Shangguan family. At that time, she harbored concerns about being wed into the Shangguan family. It was not that she was unwilling. Rather, the circumstances of the Shangguan family were complex. Shangguan Hong was advanced in years, Shangguan Feng had experienced marriage before, and although currently unwed, his health was precarious. Shangguan Lin was too young, and she had no desire to be with someone younger than herself. Thus, Xianing Xue had inquired of Xian Qianming whether she might be married off to the Shangguan family, receiving a negative response that had relieved her. However, years later, she unexpectedly encountered Shangguan Chen, becoming his attendant and gradually becoming entangled in her feelings for him. Yet, the disparity in their statuses rendered any union exceedingly difficult. One was a princess of Dexian, while the other was a prince of Deyan. Such a pairing seemed improbable. Ironically, this prince of Deyan had been stripped of his title and instead embraced the identity of the Shangguan family. Her previous reluctance to join the Shangguan family began to shift. Who could have imagined that, after all this time, she would circle back to that very issue? Xianing Xue felt as if her fate had been predetermined, for the words she once spoke had now become a mere jest. The outcome seemed rather favorable. With a faint smile, she sensed that the distance between herself and Shangguan Chun was gradually diminishing. Although Shangguan Chun harbored no particular thoughts about her at present, she possessed ample time to patiently cultivate their bond. Inevitably, one day, his heart would be stirred. The esteemed Lord Xiaoyao, upon receiving the imperial decree, was instructed to promptly journey to the imperial capital, where the sovereign would personally bestow titles and garments upon him. Mo Quan smiled and continued, I must return swiftly to report back, so I shall not accompany you on this journey. With that, he entrusted the imperial edict to Shangguan Chun's hands. The palace announcement served to inform the citizens of the Great Xian, while the decree was meant for the individual. Both served a notification purpose, with the final step being the journey to the capital for the sovereign's personal conferral of titles and rewards, thus completing the entire ceremony. Lord Mo, take care, Shangguan Chun remarked as he received the decree. Mo, my dear brother, do visit the Shangguan residence for a drink when you have the opportunity. Shangguan Hong rose, a smile gracing his face once more. Certainly, once the Shangguan family returns to the capital, we shall have the chance to revel together. Mo Quan let out a hearty laugh, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from afar, Brother Hong, Lord Xiaoao. We shall gather again in the palace. After Mo Quan's departure, the surrounding individuals began to rise, their gazes towards Su Chen shifting with a new intensity, envy, admiration, and astonishment all mingled in their expressions. To be conferred a title at such a tender age, indeed, young Master Chun was extraordinary. Who could have anticipated that one day I would witness such a moment of nobility, which I shall use to inspire my own children? The sovereign himself has acknowledged young Master Chun's status. Truly, he is incomparable to the likes of us. Young Master Chun elicits our admiration. If I could attain such honor one day, I would die without regret. My friend, considering your cultivation, let us not even dream of achieving such feats. Encountering a stray dog could pose insurmountable risks. Laughter erupted as they spoke, their eyes twinkling with mirth. After their discussions, they began to extend their congratulations. The heads of the four great families also exhibited envy in their eyes, while they celebrated. Their greater concern lay in whether the Shangwan family would reopen the War King's residence. This was a matter of great interest to all present. In response to this inquiry, Shangwan Hong was forthright, addressing the crowd with candor. With Chun'er returning to the capital for his conferral, the Shangwan family shall accompany him, and the War King's residence shall indeed reopen. I am grateful to all of you for these past years. Not at all. The expressions of several family heads changed dramatically as they spoke in unison. Brother Hong, we have done little over these years. We have merely been neighbors. How could you express gratitude so freely? Indeed, we have all witnessed the contributions of the Shangwan family. To be able to coexist with them for over a decade in the same province is a tremendous honor for us. Since the Shangwan family accompanied the first emperor in his campaigns and established their roots in the capital, they have not returned to the state for thousands of years. It is only in these recent years that we have benefited from their presence. Several dignitaries spoke rightly. It is indeed our honor to be in the same state and city as the esteemed Shangwan family. These past 10 years are enough for us to forever cherish this connection. We only hope that when Lord Shangwan leads the family to rise once more, he will not forget that there are still neighbors and fellow townsfolk in Lizhou. We eagerly anticipate the day when the Shangwan clan ascends once again. For that will be our pride in Lizhou. Lord Shangwan, with the reopening of the War King's manor, the Shangwan family shall surely reach new heights. We shall forever support you. One after another, the people spoke with fervor, their faces alight with genuine smiles. Shangwan Hong felt a pang of emotion, his heart swelling. Shangwan Feng surveyed the crowd, sensing that his efforts from over a decade ago had not been in vain. Even with his physical limitations, he had no regrets. Shangwan Chun gazed at the gathering, feeling a warmth and a stirring within him. He once again perceived the distinction between De Xian and De Yen. The bonds of kinship were strong, the populace was loyal and sincere, devoid of treachery, and they harbored heartfelt respect for the empire's heroes. Such citizens are worthy of protection, deserving of the sacrifices made by their predecessors. Such a nation is worth safeguarding, for here dwells a community of genuine, passionate, and admirable people. Taking a deep breath, Shangwan Chen could no longer contain himself. He proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, everyone, the Shangwan family shall not fall into decline. I, Shangwan Chen, will ensure that the name of the Shangwan family resonates with greatness. I will make you proud, and you shall take pride in the Shangwan family." Indeed, Chun'er speaks wisely. Our Shangwan family shall not betray your expectations, and the War King's manor will once again reclaim its renown. Shangwan Hong exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Though I am physically impaired, I will do all I can to uphold the name of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Feng added. Even Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao were inspired by the atmosphere, their small faces reflecting determination as their youthful voices rang out around them. Lino will also strive to cultivate and elevate the Shangwan family. So will Yaoer. Haha, Lord Shangwan. We believe in you. They cheered. Young Master Chen, we await the news of your accomplishments. You must rise again. The faces of the crowd were adorned with joyous smiles. A scene deeply etched in Shangwan Chen's heart. Xianing Shua watched, momentarily spellbound. Chapter 77. Young Master, I fear Xianing Shua noticed that wherever Shangwan Chen went, he swiftly blended into the life around him, exuding no sense of royal entitlement. Instead, he appeared as an ordinary person, devoid of the bad habits often found in the offspring of nobility. Her curiosity about this man grew with each passing moment. This wave of congratulations and pleasantries lasted a good half hour. It was only after this time that Shangwan Hong and the others re-entered the manor. For the second time, Shangwan Shun felt their warmth. The first had been during the grand banquet, each occasion offering him a different experience and allowing him to appreciate the customs of De Yin. The longer he stayed in De Xian, the more he felt that De Yin was beyond salvation, riddled with countless internal perils. The great Xian continues to flourish and ascend, while the great Yin remains stagnant. Grandfather, when shall we set forth? Upon entering the residence, Shangwan Chen inquired. Well, Shangwan Hong glanced around and replied. The imperial capital houses the legacy of the Shangwan family, so there is no need to bring much with us. We should depart promptly. We cannot keep His Majesty waiting. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence our journey. Tomorrow, then, Shangwan Chen nodded, ready at any moment. Little Chun, You must be adequately prepared, Shangwan Feng interjected, causing Shangwan Chun to feel somewhat surprised. What else is there to prepare? It's not about bringing anything, Shangwan Feng said with a hint of exasperation. You are now part of the younger generation of the Shangwan family and a newly appointed Xianyao Marquis. If we return to the imperial capital, it is likely that the young scions of the other great warlord houses will eagerly seek to challenge you. Realizing this, Shangwan Chun understood the essence of the preparation. Chinner, do not burden yourself with undue pressure. Engaging in friendly duels among the younger generations of the warlord houses has always been a tradition. Even before our family left the imperial capital, there were annual competitions among the young elites of the great warlord houses. Your third uncle participated in many such events. Now, the heads of those warlord houses had also sparred with me, though I emerged victorious more often than not. At this point, a proud expression inevitably graced Shangwan Hong's face. A traditional event, Shangwan Chun comprehended, meaning that regardless of his title, as long as he accompanied the Shangwan family back to the imperial capital, he would be unable to avoid such encounters. His title merely expedited the process. Well, since I have already become part of the Shangwan family, there is no need for concealment. I wonder how formidable the younger generation of the warlord houses is. They should at least possess cultivation at the spirit-gathering realm, right? Little Chun, with your mastery of the sword path, you need not worry. It will be akin to child's play. Shangwan Feng envisioned the scene without a second thought. The outcome would undoubtedly be one-sided. How powerful could the younger generation of the warlord houses be? They are hardly on the same level as Shangwan Chun. Young master, their cultivation is not high, Xian Yingxue chimed in. I am not concerned, Shangwan Chun chuckled, saying, as long as we do not dampen their spirits. Ha ha ha, truly my grandson. Well said. In the ensuing hours, everyone tidied up the household items before Shangwan Hong made his way to the city lord's mansion. The next morning, outside the Shangwan residence, City Lord L awaited with a magnificent avian beast tethered beside him. The creature was entirely enveloped in golden feathers, with an elongated beak and a striking red crown atop its head, exuding an extraordinary aura. Its sizable form made City Lord L appear diminutive in comparison. Wow, a giant bird. As the door swung open, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao burst forth in excitement, racing around the avian beast. Although Shangwan Qin was aware of the existence of such creatures, having spent years within the confines of the Great Yin Imperial Palace, he had never encountered one at such proximity. Seeing it now was indeed astonishing. The distance from Lizhou to the imperial capital is considerable, and with 6 companions accompanying them on this journey, they could not rely on their previous means of travel. Each city within the various states possesses establishments akin to beast stations, specifically designed for the transportation of individuals via magical beasts, albeit at a rather steep price, which most people find unaffordable. However, the speed of this mode of travel is remarkable. The beasts employed are generally of a rank above the spirit-nurturing realm, and avian magical creatures possess a natural advantage, allowing them to travel several times faster than humans under similar cultivation levels. This mode of travel is significantly quicker than that of ordinary cultivators, particularly suitable for larger groups embarking on long journeys. The magical beasts in the City Lord's mansion boast even higher cultivation levels. As the main city of Lizhou, Liyang City is home to a magical beast of peak chi transformation realm, whose flying speed rivals that of human cultivators at the 1,000-mile journey realm. Lord Shangwan, I shall take my leave here. I wish you a safe journey, said Lord Lu, bowing to Shangwan Hong with a smile. Shangwan Hong clasped his fists in return, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lu. Until we meet again. With that, he turned, cradling Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Yao in his arms, leaping onto the back of the bird and calling down, everyone, please come aboard. Shangwan Chen cast an odd glance at Shangwan Feng, unable to resist inquiring, third uncle, do you need assistance? Shangwan Feng twitched his mouth, shooting him a disdainful look, and retorted, do you truly believe that your third uncle is incapable of taking care of himself? Despite my diminished strength and the loss of a leg, such trifles cannot possibly hinder me. After declaring this, he bent one knee and with a powerful push, surged upward in the eyes of Shangwan Chen and Xian Yingxue, not forgetting to flash a triumphant smile back at Shangwan Chen. Shangwan Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. But the moment Shangwan Feng landed on the bird's back, he slipped and lost his balance, beginning to tumble downwards. Shangwan Feng's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, damn it, how careless. Above, Shangwan Hong facebombed in exasperation but nonetheless rushed to catch him. Shangwan Chen silently withdrew his thumbs up, while Xian Yingxue's gaze turned peculiar. Shang Guanlin joyfully shouted, "Father is so funny," which earned Shang Guanfeng a round of playful reprimands. Feeling somewhat helpless, Shang Guanxin contemplated leaping up to join them when a soft, timid voice called out from behind, "Young master, please hold me." Turning around, he saw Xian Ningxue pouting, arms outstretched, looking at him with eager anticipation. "Your cultivation should allow you to manage this, shouldn't it?" Shang Guanchun remarked with an unusual expression. "Sir, she is merely a young girl under 18, who has never ridden on such a magical beast before. She is frightened," Xian Ningxue replied, slightly trembling her legs as she continued, "Look, I'm so scared that my legs are shaking." Shang Guanxin didn't wish to expose her blatant act. "Very well," he said, stepping forward. Instead of carrying her on his back, he scooped her up in a princess carry. "Ah!" Xian Ningxue exclaimed, her face turning slightly red as she clung tightly to Shang Guanchun's neck. With a swift leap, Shang Guanchun ascended to the bird's back. "There we go," he said, releasing her, but Xian Ningxue showed no inclination to dismount, continuing to cling to him. In Chapter 78, titled Less Watching, More Practicing, Shang Guanchun felt a sense of helplessness as he internally lamented, "Is this truly fear? It is clearly a desire to take advantage of me." Shang Guanhong wore a broad smile as he addressed them, saying, "Chun'er, it is perfectly natural for Xiao Shui to feel apprehensive riding this mystical beast for the first time. You should take good care of her." "Indeed, Xiao Chun, do extend your care towards her," Shang Guanfeng chimed in with a grin. "Are you all truly oblivious to such blatant theatrics?" Shang Guanchen thought, incredulously. If even he could perceive their act, these two seasoned veterans could not possibly be unaware. "All right, let us go," Shang Guanhong called out to Lord El below, and then, with a gentle hum, the mystical beast spread its wings and soared into the sky. As it ascended into the distance, the citizens of Liang City looked up, bidding farewell to their departing figures. The Shangguan family had finally returned to the imperial capital, ready to shine anew. What they could hope for was that one day in the future, they would hear more good news regarding the Shangguan family. For them, this was a source of pride. After several days of speculation, the news of Shangguan Chun being granted a noble title and his true identity as the former third prince of Dian, Su Chun, spread far and wide, eventually reaching within the borders of Dian. Upon hearing this, the populace scoffed, convinced it was an intentional fabrication by Dashuan, the third prince of Dian, Su Chun. Even if he had severed ties with the royal family, was still a Dian citizen, and Dian and Dashuan were sworn enemies. The Dashuan emperor would never bestow a title upon such an individual. Moreover, the notion that Su Chun had joined the Shangguan family and changed his name to Shangguan Chun elicited further laughter. The Shangguan family was one of the pillars of the Dashuan military house. How could a prince from a rival nation possibly become part of them? However, as rumors proliferated, even claims that the Dashuan emperor had personally announced such news emerged, appearing increasingly credible. The citizens of Dian began to lose their composure. What was happening? Could it be that Su Chun had indeed been granted a title by Dashuan? How could that be? Dashuan and we are mortal enemies. How did he gain entry into the Shangguan family? It was said that the identity of the third prince's mother was somewhat mysterious. Could it be that she belonged to the Shangguan family? Throughout the years, the identity of Su Chun's mother had always been shrouded in uncertainty, and the royal family had never disclosed any information. Coupled with the news of Su Chun joining the Shangguan family, suspicions inevitably arose. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of Dian, chaos had ensued. Upon learning the news, ministers clamored to see the emperor. Su Wu, with a grim expression, ordered his attendants to keep them all at bay, citing health issues as an excuse. "Su Chun, truly, you are my exceptional son. Excellent. How splendid. Ha ha." Su Wu, filled with rage, laughed maniacally, slamming his hand down on the chair. Others might doubt, but he understood all too well that this was most likely true, whether it pertained to joining the Shangguan family or being granted a title. In truth, Su Chun only recently discovered the identity of his mother. When inquiries regarding her lineage surfaced within the palace, he remained vigilant. Consequently, he dispatched numerous individuals, yet regrettably, most of them were inconsequential. Ultimately, he failed to uncover the true culprit, Xian Xianming. Who would have thought your reach extended into the palace? It was during that incident that he realized the maid he had forcibly favored belonged to the Shangguan family. Had he known earlier, he would not have resorted to her death. Rather, he could have utilized her as leverage. Although it may not have posed a threat to Xian Xianming, it would have certainly been a source of annoyance. Such a strategy would have proven far more beneficial than simply eliminating her. And as for Su Chun, he would not have remained alive to this day. He might have acted decisively and ended him long ago. It is precisely this knowledge that compelled him to expend considerable resources seeking Su Chen's head, yet inexplicably, not a single one of those cultivators succeeded. They are all worthless. The mere thought of this ignites a blaze of fury within him. Who would have thought that the Shangwan family would accept a useless individual? And that Xin Qianming would even go so far as to bestow a title upon him? Why would they invest such effort simply to vex me, the Dian? Su Wu snorted with disdain, continuing to mutter to himself. What use is it to elevate that useless person to a marquis? It merely squanders a title. Xin Qianming, you truly are out of options. Meanwhile, in another grand hall, the princes and princesses gathered once more, their faces marked with astonishment and disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their third brother had indeed returned to the Shangwan family. Crown Prince Su Yun's expression darkened, his tone icy. Cast out from the Su family and trapped within the great Xian realm, he had nowhere to turn but back to the Shangwan family. Su Jian's countenance was equally grim. Who would have imagined that the great Xian's monarch would bestow upon him a marquisate? The title of Marquis of Leisure, what audacity! It appears our third brother has truly risen. What third brother? He is merely our adversary now. What does it matter if he is made a marquis? He is still a useless wretch. This is perfect. When the time comes to purge our ranks, there will be no lingering guilt. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. If before it was merely speculation that Su Qin had joined the great Xian, now it was an undeniable reality. Although they held little regard for Su Chun, the news nonetheless stirred a flicker of anger within them. In their eyes, Su Chun was an aberration. Not only had he brought disgrace upon the Dayan royal family, but he had also become a traitor to the enemy nation. Whether it be the great Xian or the Shangwan family, both were adversaries of the Dayan. Xianing Xue had not been atop Su Chen's shoulder for long before she settled comfortably upon the back of a bird. The reason was simple. Su Chen wished to read. Even Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Feng found his habit perplexing. There was nothing wrong with reading. In moderation, it could indeed enhance one's knowledge. However, did Su Chen not indulge in it excessively? Throughout the day, he spent nearly 60% of his time engrossed in books, leaving little time for anything else aside from meals. They were cultivators, not ordinary scholars. For cultivators, the most crucial aspect was the pursuit of their craft. However, the cultivation level of Shangwan Chun was rather high, leaving them perplexed. If his skills had been inferior, they might have had something to say. Yet, at present, they found themselves entirely bereft of any grounds for admonition. The two exchanged glances, communicating silently, and then Shangwan Feng feigned nonchalance as he inquired, "Little Chin, it seems that your third uncle has not observed your training. Might this be a neglect of your innate talent?" "Not at all. I am indeed cultivating," Shangwan Chen replied, continuing to focus on the book in his hands, not even bothering to glance up at him. Shangwan Feng momentarily faltered in his speech. At that moment, Shangwan Hong interjected. "Chinner, your third uncle's words are not without merit. It is not that we discourage you from reading, but spending an entire day engrossed in books does seem to squander your potential. Grandfather, I assure you, I am genuinely cultivating." Shangwan Chen finally lifted his gaze, exasperated, and added, "If I were not cultivating, how could my prowess have elevated to its current state?" Shangwan Hong was taken aback, utterly astonished by this unconventional method of cultivation. When did reading become a form of training? Shangwan Feng began to doubt whether he had indeed misjudged the situation, but the notion was still rather preposterous. Chapter 79. Return to the imperial city. Miss Xue, you have been by Chunner's side for some time. Have you ever witnessed him practicing? Shangwan Hong turned to inquire of Xianing Xue. Xianing Xue immediately shook her head. "Grandfather Shangwan, I have not seen the young master cultivate. Most of his time is spent reading. I have stated, I am truly in the midst of cultivation." Shangwan Chen sighed, exasperated, wondering why the truth was so hard for them to accept. Shangwan Hong fell silent, as did Shangwan Feng. It was not that they were uninformed, but rather, they were genuinely witnessing a cultivation method they had never encountered before, one that was not even recorded in historical texts. This method was so peculiar that, had Shangwan Chun not genuinely been progressing in his cultivation, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. "Chinner, how exactly does reading facilitate your cultivation?" Shangwan Hong inquired. Curiosity piqued as he shifted slightly in his seat. "Little Chin, could it be that the books you hold are of some extraordinary nature?" Shangwan Feng leaned in closer, his gaze fixated on the volumes in Chin's hands. Shangwan Chun handed the book to them. Exasperated, "Grandfather, third uncle, you can see for yourselves." These are merely ordinary books from our study. Ordinary books can also aid in cultivation. Shangguan Hong questioned skeptically as he took the volume from Shangguan Qin and examined it closely. After a while, he closed his eyes to reflect on his own cultivation. After several repetitions of this, his expression grew increasingly grave. Shangguan Feng watched intently, and upon noticing the shift in his demeanor, could not help but ask, "Father, what is it? Does it truly bear any effect?" Shangguan Hong turned to him, his face serious, and before he could respond, Shangguan Feng's heart began to race. The next moment, he heard his father's voice, "There is no effect." Shangguan Feng's heart plummeted, and he looked at him in disbelief. "Father, if there is no effect, you needn't wear such a grave expression. It may lead to misunderstandings." "No, you are mistaken." Shangguan Hong shook his head and remarked, "Precisely because there has been no effect, my expression bears such gravity." Shangguan Feng was taken aback, pondering the matter carefully, and it indeed seemed to hold true. For them, the absence of results was far more astonishing, indicating that this was the unparalleled talent of Shangguan Qin. The abilities of the young master were truly enviable. Xianing Xue softly commented, expressing her own confusion regarding how Shangguan Qin could cultivate through reading. The secrets he harbored were simply too numerous. Shangguan Feng, somewhat skeptical, also perused the books and, discovering the lack of effect, could only gaze at Shangguan Qin with envy, saying, "Little Qin, your talent is genuinely admirable. If reading could facilitate cultivation at such a rapid pace, I can hardly fathom the sheer delight it would bring." "Indeed, it is quite delightful," Shangguan Qin nodded. Yet inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. Delightful enough that neglecting one's studies could pose a grave danger to one's life. How exhilarating. Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Yao amused themselves with the feathers of a demonic beast, and once fatigued, they laid down to sleep. After some casual conversation, Shangguan Hong began to rest with closed eyes, while Shangguan Feng gazed absent-mindedly at the scenery below, and Xianing Xue sat in meditation. Shangguan Qin, in simplicity, continued to immerse himself in his reading. In recent days, the entire Great Xian was far from tranquil. Prominent families from various states were dispatching envoys to the imperial capital, and flying demonic beasts could be seen racing through the skies. The conferring of titles was a momentous occasion that required the witness of countless individuals. It represented both honor and responsibility, as well as the aspirations of innumerable people in Great Xian. Meanwhile, within the realm of Great Yan, a wave of indignation swept through. Regarding Su Qin's elevation in Great Xian, they publicly dismissed him and berated him as a traitor, claiming he had forgotten his roots, betraying the citizens of Great Yan, and dishonoring the ancestors of the Su family. Yet, they failed to consider who had propelled him forward. When they discovered Su Qin was a genius, they began to idolize and support him, but once they learned he was not, they turned to scorn and vitriol. Initially, when Su Qin was demoted to commoner status, they cheered, deeming it just. However, when Su Qin shone brightly in Great Xian and was conferred the title of Leisurely Marquis, they accused him of betraying Great Yan and its people, labeling him a despicable villain. Such is the nature of humanity. Yet Shangguan Qin remained indifferent to their sentiments. Since his return to the Shangguan family, he had regarded Great Yan as an enemy, and its people as adversaries, destined to become sworn foes in the future. 2 days later, within the Great Xian Imperial Palace, the early returning Mo Quan promptly proceeded to the main hall to report, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Edict has been successfully delivered to young Master Shangguan Qin." "Excellent," Xin Shiming smiled and remarked, "I trust they will soon arrive in the Imperial capital." With that, he turned to the side and addressed Eunuch Mo, instructing, "Old Mo, please inform the staff to commence preparations for the title conferral ceremony. Do not forget to arrange the attire, and notify the prominent families and palace nobility to be ready." "Yes." Eunuch Mo respectfully bowed and departed to prepare. "Father, has my younger brother Qin arrived?" Xian Yi entered the hall, his face alight with anticipation. Xian Qianming frowned slightly and said, "As the crown prince, must you be so boisterous?" "Your Majesty, I am simply filled with excitement." Xian Yi immediately stood upright, only then noticing Mo Quan's presence. He quickly clasped his fists and said, "Uncle Mo Ha, your Highness need not be so formal. I am hardly worthy of such reverence." Mo Quan laughed heartily. "Uncle Mo, you are one of the few formidable practitioners in the Great Xian realm, certainly deserving of such respect." Xian Yi replied with utmost reverence. "Powerful cultivators, especially those of great strength, command immense respect. Though Mo Quan is a subject, his prowess is formidable, and even Xian Qianming must show him a degree of deference. Whenever you have the opportunity, seek guidance from your uncle Mo. Allow him to enlighten you in your cultivation. Xian Qianming smiled. Uncle Mo, if His Highness wishes. He may consult with me at any time, Mo Quan promptly responded. Speaking of which, father, might you take a moment to sense my current cultivation level? Xianyi inquired. A hint of pride evident in his tone. Oh, Xian Qianming took a moment to sense it, his expression turning slightly astonished. In less than half a month. You have actually advanced 2 levels? How did you achieve this? Indeed, Xianyi's cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. A remarkable increase of 2 levels. He could not help but admire Su Chen. As the crown prince, he had previously been burdened with numerous affairs, struggling to find time for cultivation, leaving him utterly exhausted, as though his essence had been drained. The crucial point was that despite his relentless efforts, his progress had been painfully slow. He had always attributed this stagnation to his own lack of diligence. However, influenced by Su Chen's words, he recently reduced the number of matters he attended to, delegating most responsibilities to others. Rather than forcing himself to cultivate, he chose to calm his mind and immerse himself in reading. In this newfound tranquility, his cultivation surprisingly advanced faster than through his previous diligent efforts. At first, he thought the improvement was solely due to reading, but later realized that the relaxation during his study sessions allowed his body and mind to ease, significantly enhancing his ability to absorb spiritual energy, leading to a rapid breakthrough that had long eluded him. While the primary reason for his progress was not merely reading, he had undeniably elevated his cultivation through this scholarly pursuit. His admiration for Su Chen deepened. Mo Quan, sensing his cultivation, was equally astonished. In response to the inquiry, Xianyi expressed his respect, stating, Father, my rapid advancement owes much to Brother Chen's influence. Xian Qianming became intrigued and asked, do elaborate. Mo Quan also turned his attention, curious about the reason behind this transformation. Xianyi carefully recalled that day's events and recounted, on that day, I asked Brother Chen why he spent his days reading without engaging in cultivation. And then, Xian Qianming's expression grew serious. He shared a profound insight with me. Xianyi continued. What was it? Mo Quan could not restrain his curiosity. He said, within books lie golden houses, within books lie beauties. Reading cultivates one's character, purifies the soul, enhances one's refinement, broadens knowledge, and elevates one's temperament. Some gain enlightenment from mountains, rivers, and seas, while others find it amidst the tumult of the world. Why should one not also find enlightenment within books? Xianyi meticulously recalled Su Chen's words and articulated them once more. In an instant, Xian Qianming and Mo Quan were both taken aback. After a moment, Xian Qianming regained his composure and could not help but exclaim, This Shangwan Shun is truly an extraordinary individual. I have never encountered such an astonishing youth. Indeed, Mo Quan nodded gravely, feeling a profound disturbance within himself for merely 2 sentences. He was right. What cannot be comprehended? We have been overly constrained by existing notions. Perhaps this is the very reason he can outpace his peers at such a tender age. Xian Qianming found himself increasingly eager to see how far Shangwan Shun could go and what opportunities he might bring to the Xian. In contrast to those prodigies who, having shown some talent, entered sects and thereafter disregarded the Xian, Su Chen was evidently more to his liking. They should arrive in a day or 2. So there is no need to rush. Xian Qianming finally responded to Xianyi's earlier inquiry. Upon receiving the answer, Xianyi inquired, I have heard that the younger generations of several major warlord houses are challenging Brother Chen. What does Father think? There is nothing to speculate. The outcome is quite evident. Is it not? Such matters were clear to Xian Qianming without further thought. Xianyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, given their strength, they were indeed no match for Brother Chen. In another grand hall, Xian Lang, Xian Ming, Xian Hao, and Zhou Tianyi were gathered, exchanging glances in astonishment. Xian Ming spoke first, his gaze fixed intently on Xian Hao. Second brother. Since you were already aware that Brother Chen returned to the Shangwan family and was conferred the title of Marquis, why did you not inform me? And all of you, why didn't you notify me? Since the day he had searched for Su Chen in vain, he had been deeply engrossed in the study of poetry at his estate, remaining largely ignorant of external news. Only today did he learn that Su Chen had become a member of the Shangwan family and had been granted the title of Marquis of Leisure. Fifth brother. I thought you already knew, Xian Hao replied, somewhat speechless. Xian Lang rubbed his nose and said, I have been out and about these past few days. and only recently learned of it. Because of the title conferred upon our elder brother, our father chastised me severely, claiming I was neglecting my training. I was grounded and only just managed to come out today. Zhou Tianyi appeared somewhat aggrieved. Xian Ming, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a twinge of grievance for being the last to know, but upon hearing this, it seemed he was not in the worst position after all. When do you think Brother Chen will return? He shifted the topic. He should be back in a day or two, Xian Lang responded, though he was not entirely certain. Zhou Tianyi, intrigued by another matter, turned to Xian Hao and asked, Your Highness, it seems you have a good rapport with those from the Warlord House. I heard they intend to challenge Brother Chen. Will you be participating? Upon hearing this, both Xian Ming and Xian Lang turned their gaze toward him. Xian Hao's lips twitched as he replied, I am no fool. Why would I step forward to be struck? Indeed, second brother is wise. Xian Ming praised him with a thumbs up, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Those from the Warlord House must be feeling quite pleased with themselves now, believing they can make a name for themselves in the battle against Brother Chen. Soon enough, there will be quite a spectacle to behold. Haha, those self-proclaimed clever ones are likely to stumble. Xian Lang laughed heartily. Is the esteemed Shangguan Chen truly as formidable as you claim? Xian Hao remained uncertain about Su Chen's prowess, unable to articulate what exactly made him remarkable. The only instance he could recall was the guidance that led Xian Yingxue to triumph over Xian Yi. Beyond that, he was left in ignorance. Xian Ming paused momentarily and casually remarked, Regardless, Brother Chen is undeniably impressive. This is beyond question. Indeed, although we cannot fathom the depths of his abilities, he is certainly extraordinary. I too harbor this intuition. Brother will surely astonish us all. Xian Hao fell silent, realizing that it would be more fruitful to inquire directly with Xian Yi. A day later, individuals from various prominent families had nearly all arrived in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles from the capital, Shangguan Hong stood at the helm of the flying beast, surveying the familiar scenery, and he spoke to the others. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall soon arrive at the imperial capital. Hooray! We are finally arriving. This beast is utterly unenjoyable. Shangguan Lin exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. Shangguan Yao also gazed longingly into the distance, asking, will Yaoer finally be able to disembark? Initially, the experience was indeed thrilling, but after a couple of days, the siblings found it rather dull. Upon hearing that the imperial capital was many times more prosperous than Lianzhou, their anticipation grew immensely. Shangguan Feng felt a twinge of nostalgia. It had been over a decade since he last visited the imperial capital, and it was time to reunite with old acquaintances. Shangguan Chen, having set aside his book after several days of reading, felt the malevolent energy within him had significantly diminished, allowing him to momentarily set aside his concerns. Returning to the imperial capital, however, he did so under an entirely different identity, stirring profound emotions within him. Upon first entering the grand imperial capital of Daxian, he was merely a hostage from an enemy nation. Now, he had risen to the status of the Carefree Marquis of Daxian, poised to enter the grand world anew. Young master, we have returned. Xian Yingxue stood beside him, gazing quietly into the distance. Indeed, we have returned. At this moment, at the gates of the imperial capital, countless citizens awaited eagerly. On the city walls, members of prominent families stood densely packed, their gazes directed toward the horizon, their expressions filled with reverence. The return of the Shangguan clan to the imperial capital signified the reopening of the War King's residence. They were gathered here, anticipating the arrival of the Shangguan family. As time passed, a figure finally appeared in the distant sky, gradually growing larger. Everyone widened their eyes, observing intently. Suddenly, someone began to shout in excitement. They're coming. I see him. It's War King Hong. Indeed, it seemed as though General Wu Wei was also present. They've arrived, they've arrived. Countless voices erupted in fervent cheers from above and below the walls. On the back of the monstrous beast, Shangguan Hong too spotted the throngs of people, feeling a mix of nostalgia and gratitude. After more than a decade away from the imperial capital, the citizens had not forgotten him, nor had they forgotten the Shangguan family. Shangguan Shun was once again struck by the scene before him. This was the prestige of the Shangguan family. This was the attitude with which Daxian regarded its heroes. In Dian, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Here, it was not only the ordinary populace but also the esteemed members of numerous prominent families. As they approached the city gates, several individuals leaped down from the back of the avian beast. The creature let out another cry, then turned its direction, heading once more towards the departing state. Outside the city gates, 6 figures gradually made their way forward, with Shangwan Hong leading the way. Before they could draw near, a resounding cheer erupted. King of War Hong. Every successive head of the War King's residence is bestowed with this title, and Shangwan Hong is the current War King of the Shangwan family, his prestige ranking among the highest within the Great Xian, drawing countless admirers. General Wu Wei. The populace continued to shout, expressing their adoration for Shangwan Feng. Upon seeing him leaning on his cane, many were moved to tears. For he was a revered hero of the Great Xian dynasty, and his current state was a testament to his sacrifices for the people. We welcome King of War Hong back to the imperial capital. We welcome the valiant general back to the imperial capital. We welcome the Shangwan family back to the imperial capital. The thunderous roar echoed thrice, as members of various prominent families knelt on one knee to honor the arrival of Shangwan Hong, Shangwan Feng, and the Shangwan clan. In that moment, an indescribable emotion surged within Shangwan Qinchen's heart. He experienced the essence of being revered by the masses, the grandeur of admiration from thousands. At that instant, the fervent patriotism from his past life flooded back, igniting a fervent passion within him. Excellent. Truly excellent. Shangwan Hong laughed heartily, addressing the crowd with a booming voice. 19 years ago, I, Shangwan Hong, departed from the imperial capital with my family. It has been over a decade, and I never imagined I would return one day, nor that you would remember the Shangwan family and me. A voice rang out from above. King of War Hong, your contributions to the Great Xian are well known, as are those of the Shangwan family. We shall not forget, and the people of the Great Xian will not forget. Indeed, King of War Hong has given so much for the Great Xian, and the sacrifices of the Shangwan family are for the sake of the common folk. If we were to forget, would that not be the epitome of ingratitude? We, the people of the Great Xian, are loyal and righteous. We shall remember and dare not forget. General Wu Wei fought valiantly for the people against the enemy, ending up in this state, which fills us with both guilt and admiration. The return of the Shangwan family to the imperial capital and the reopening of the War King's residence is a fortune for the Great Xian and its citizens. Words continued to pour forth, causing Shangwan Hong's eyes to glisten and making Shangwan Feng feel that his sacrifices were not in vain. It left Shangwan Qinchen profoundly moved. I, Shangwan Hong, express my gratitude to you all. He bowed to the crowd, then turned and pulled Shangwan Qinchen before him, addressing the assembly once more with sincere gravity. Esteemed guests, this is my grandson, whose identity I trust you are already aware of. Indeed, he is the former third prince of the Great Yin, Su Chun. I understand that the Great Xian and the Great Yin are sworn enemies, and our enmity with the Great Yin imperial family is profound. The Shangwan family has lost countless lives at the hands of those from the Great Yin, and we harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Great Yin and its royal lineage. However, my child is innocent. I fear many are aware that I, Shangwan Hong, have a daughter named Shangwan Ro, who tragically went missing during the turmoil 19 years ago. The Shangwan family has searched in vain for decades, only recently discovering that she met her demise within the Great Yin imperial palace at the hands of Su Wu. Furthermore, she endured unspeakable indignities at his hands, a matter most detestable. As I speak, Shangwan Hong's eyes blaze with fury, his tone steeped in sorrow. Shangwan Chen clenches his fists, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The crowd atop the city walls is profoundly moved by his words. My grandson, from the moment of his birth, has been shunned by Su Wu. Despite being the third prince of Great Yin, he has faced continuous exclusion and has been regarded as a pariah. Su Wu has even issued orders for his execution. Yet, despite his princely status, he has never committed any heinous acts or harmed the common folk. He is no longer a member of the Su family, but belongs to the Shangwan clan. I, an old man, dare to implore all of you not to harbor any animosity towards him, and for that, I express my heartfelt gratitude. With that, he suddenly kneels upon the ground. In that moment, Shangwan Chun's pupils constrict, his heart shaken. He had felt deeply moved, never anticipating that Shangwan Hong would go to such lengths for him. I, Shangwan Feng, also beseech you all to overlook his past identity. I beg you. Shangwan Feng, too, discards his cane and kneels beside him. Shangwan Chun stands frozen, his eyes reddening, tears cascading uncontrollably. In this moment, he experiences an unprecedented warmth. The warmth that only family, true family, can provide. Wiping his tears, he kneels as well, speaking earnestly. Esteemed guests, I am now known as Shangwan Chun. and I have severed all ties with the Great Yin and the Su family. He rarely kneels, but seeing both Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Feng do so for him, he feels that even a brief kneeling is of little consequence. Silence envelopes the scene, a stillness akin to death. Xianing Xue, too, is touched by this spectacle, her eyes misty. The onlookers atop the walls are utterly astonished. Who is Shangwan Hong? He is the warlord of the Great Xian, a hero who has battled the people of Great Yin to save countless lives. And who is Shangwan Feng? A renowned general of martial might, who has fought until the very end for the people, even at the cost of his own body. Yet now, they kneel before him. Their hearts are shaken, struggling to comprehend the sight before them. If anyone should kneel, it should be they. To speak candidly, following Shangwan Hong's impassioned words, even if he did not kneel, the crowd would have lost any objections towards Su Chun. Regardless of his prior identity, at this moment, he is a member of the Shangwan family, and that alone suffices. Even their hatred could not manifest. Old Hong, what are you doing? Please rise. Are we not reasonable individuals? With your stature, how can you kneel before us? Old Hong, quickly get up. This is unacceptable. From atop the walls, several figures leaped down, all heads of other warlord households, rushing to assist Shangwan Hong and the others. Both astonished and pained, they were unwilling to witness Lord Shangwan Hong in such a state. The crowd soon regained their composure and collectively voiced their disapproval. King Hong, how can you kneel before us? This would bring shame upon us all. We cannot accept this. Gradually, the others began to kneel as well, refusing to accept Lord Shangwan Hong's act of submission. This was their stance. Chapter 81. All is prepared. Let us swiftly enter the imperial capital. After helping the three to their feet, several elders beckoned them to proceed into the capital. Observing the actions of the surrounding crowd, Shangwan Hong felt a stir within. He wished to say something but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, the crowd rose once more and followed closely behind. The streets were teeming with people, their expressions filled with excitement, for witnessing the reopening of the Shangwan War King's residence was a tremendous honor for them. At that moment, they had the opportunity to see the former third prince of Dayan, now known as Shangwan Chun. For most of the populace, this was their first time seeing Shangwan Chun up close. At a glance, there was no trace of indulgence or arrogance. Instead, they sensed a dignified presence and a gentle, scholarly demeanor. Perhaps this was due to his immersion in books. In any case, his first impression was remarkably positive, prompting many to nod in silent agreement. Is this truly the son of Shangwan? He bears no semblance of a prince. Some had previously claimed that the third prince of Dayan was the least princely among them, and having now seen him, they found themselves in agreement. Indeed, he was of the Shangwan lineage, flowing with the blood of our great Xian, which explained his distinctiveness from those of Dayan. What relevance does the title of third prince of Dayan hold now? He is simply Shangwan Chun, Master Shangwan. Indeed, who recognizes the third prince of Dayan? We acknowledge only Master Shangwan. The crowd buzzed with approval, having embraced Shangwan Chun's identity, aware that many gazes were fixed upon him. Shangwan Chun smiled, displaying his most graceful demeanor without a hint of trepidation. He understood the significance of first impressions. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless citizens, he continued alongside the others until they reached the palace gates, where Eunuch Mo and several attendants awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, Eunuch Mo approached with a smile, saying, Lord Hong, General Wu Wei, Master Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Eunuch Mo, I trust you have been well. Shangwan Hong responded with a smile. The Lord Emperor has instructed me to await your arrival, and I have arranged for my attendants to escort Lord Hong and General Wu Wei to rest. Eunuch Mo continued, Master Chun, the conferment ceremony is imminent, so let us prepare. Shangwan Hong nodded slightly and advised Shangwan Chun, Chunner, this is customary. You should accompany Eunuch Mo very well. Shangwan Chun agreed, nodding in understanding. Xianing Xue watched him longingly from the side, seemingly eager to follow. However, she realized that, as a mere maid, her presence at such an event might raise suspicion. Eunuch Mo, perceiving her thoughts, refrained from commenting. Xiao Xue, you may accompany your grandfather. I shall join you shortly, said Shangwan Chun, as he followed Master Mo in another direction. Meanwhile, a resounding announcement echoed from the palace. Shangwan Chun has arrived at the palace. The conferral ceremony is about to commence. All families are requested to prepare promptly and gather in the palace square to await the ceremony, which will begin in half an hour. In an instant, the capital was abuzz with excitement. It is well known that the Great Xian has not conferred titles for a long time, and it has been ages since a youth has been granted nobility. Today marks a break from decades of tradition. The populace in the capital was fervently excited, yet the palace could not accommodate the throngs, allowing only the prominent families to witness the event in person while the rest awaited news outside. To witness this firsthand would be a fulfillment of their dreams. Is not Master Qin the 10th individual in the history of Great Xian to be conferred nobility before the age of 18? Indeed. The historical figures who received titles at such a young age were among the foremost of their peers, showing no weakness even against the prodigies of their sects. Each of them achieved monumental feats and reached great heights. One wonders if Shangguan Shun will surpass them in the future. I find it difficult to believe so. Although the sovereign has conferred upon him a title, it is likely a gesture of gratitude for the Shangguan clan's contributions to the Great Xian. After all, it appears that Master Qin is unable to cultivate. Indeed, I almost forgot, Master Qin lacks sufficient affinity for spiritual power. If that is the case, then the young masters from the various great royal houses challenging Shangguan Shun would be devoid of suspense, would they not? It would certainly be without doubt. Shangguan Shun is unlikely to be their match. Outside the palace, the citizens resumed their discussions, their words laced with sighs. Thus far, only a select few are aware of Shangguan Qin's cultivation. Consequently, the populace remains absorbed in the announcement from the Great Yan, still believing that he possesses no prowess. And they do not hold high hopes for his battles against the young masters of the royal houses. Upon receiving the news, all the families residing in the capital began to make preparations. One after another, they hastened towards the palace. In a grand hall, Xian Yi emerged from his study, having changed into a different outfit, and made his way to the square. After exchanging greetings with Xianing Xue and Shangguan Hong, she returned to her chambers. Transformed back into her original appearance, donned a resplendent robe, and then stepped out. Xianming, Xianlang, Xianhao, and Zhou Tianyi also rushed back to their homes to change into ceremonial attire. For such an important occasion, they must wear official robes. Shangguan Qin was escorted by Master Mo into a grand hall, where a massive pool of water steamed invitingly. "Young Master Qin, please take a bath and change." "I shall wait for you outside," Master Mo instructed. Understanding the purpose of the large pool before him, Shangguan Qin nodded in agreement. "Very well. Would you like assistance from the attendants?" Master Mo inquired once more. Shangguan Qin shook his head. No need. He has yet to cultivate the habit of allowing others, especially women, to assist him with bathing. The last time Xianing Xue nearly overwhelmed him, and he could not bear the thought of a repeat occurrence. It is far better to wash himself. He completed his task with remarkable speed, taking no more than a quarter of an hour. Once he had donned his robes anew, he stepped out of the grand hall, calling, "Elder Mo, I am ready. Let us proceed." Meanwhile, within another grand hall, Qin Hongji meticulously arranged Xian Xianming's attire. Typically, his clothing was rather casual, but today he wore a majestic black dragon robe, crowned with a black and gold headpiece, exuding an air of authority. His husband's seriousness regarding this matter was quite extraordinary. This conferral of nobility was unlike any prior occasion, possessing a unique significance, thus the heightened attention was entirely warranted. Xian Xianming asserted. After ensuring his garments were immaculate, Qin Hongji changed into her formal attire, which radiated opulence. "It seems the time is nearly upon us. Let us depart," she suggested. The ceremony for the conferral of nobility was about to commence. Chapter 82. A gathering of anticipation. At this moment, the palace exterior was thronged with citizens. Although they could not enter to witness the proceedings, they could hear the sounds emanating from within, eagerly awaiting the announcement. Among the crowd, the group from Taiping Street clenched their fists in excitement, beads of perspiration forming on their brows due to the tension. Before long, a series of proclamations echoed from inside. "The Yang family of the LZHU aristocracy has arrived. The Shi family of the Hu NGZHU aristocracy has arrived. The Lin family of the Q NGZHU aristocracy has arrived." The various noble families from across the states gathered, as an attendant began to read aloud with increasing fervor. "General Zhou of the Zhuke camp of the Great Xian Armored Army has arrived. General Zhao of the Xuanwu camp has arrived. General Li of the Qinglong camp has arrived. General Qing of the White Tiger camp has arrived. The Grand Marshal, Lord Sun, has arrived. Chancellor Zhou has arrived. The King of Zhun, Nan has arrived. The King of Chu has arrived." One by one, the dignitaries made their entrance, filling the palace square with a multitude of figures. In the center of the square stood a platform for the conferral, towering 10 feet high, surrounded by seats designated for the various noble families and dignitaries, arranged according to their status. The higher the rank, the closer the seat to the conferral platform. Not only the elder generation was present, many younger members had accompanied their elders, witnessing a spectacle that was unprecedented for many. Such grandeur had not been seen for years, as the geopolitical landscape had stabilized, making occurrences of conferral of nobility and kingship exceedingly rare. In tumultuous times, one could achieve merit and be granted nobility. However, in a relatively peaceful era, the path to such honors was significantly more arduous. To be conferred nobility at a tender age, "This is a scene I have long dreamed of," exclaimed a youth, gazing at the conferral platform with envy. Indeed, who would have imagined that a prince of Dian could attain nobility in our great Xian? Though it is through the auspices of the Shangwan family, it remains a source of admiration, another youth reflected, filled with yearning. This further illustrated the magnanimity of the sovereign, who, disregarding the prince's humble origins, still entrusted him with significant responsibilities. "How I wish to stand upon that platform someday," lamented the younger generation, all consumed by envy. Indeed, skepticism is not absent. The atmosphere is rife with envious murmurs. Humph, it is merely the radiance of the Shangwan family that he relies upon. Otherwise, given his status and age, how could he possibly attain the title of Marquis? It is solely due to the benevolence of the sovereign that he finds himself in this position. A prince of Dian coming to our Xian as a hostage, and yet he has unexpectedly become the Marquis of Leisure. Truly, he is favored by fate. However, this discourse was met with sharp reprimands from their elders. "Nonsense. What do you young ones understand? The significance of the Shangwan family to Xian is self-evident. How dare you question it? Speak no more, or return home at once." Under this scolding, the youths fell silent. Before long, Prince Xian Yi and several other princes arrived, drawing the attention of many in the younger generation. After all, even they seldom had the opportunity to see the princes up close. "Look, that is the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess has also graced us with her presence. What a rewarding journey this is. As long as I can gaze upon the Grand Princess, I shall be content." For the numerous young people present, Xianing Xue is their dream goddess. Merely catching a distant glimpse of her filled them with exhilaration. Even many in the older generation marveled at how Xianing Xue had blossomed into such a striking beauty, pondering who might win her favor. "Look, I told you my elder sister would surely come." In a corner of the crowd, Xian Ming wore a smug expression, while Xian Lang shot him a peculiar glance and remarked, "It seems no one has said they wouldn't come." Xian Ming found himself momentarily speechless. The sovereign and the empress have arrived. A thunderous voice rang out, and in an instant, everyone straightened their posture, their expressions turning solemn. They all stood in unison, bowing and clasping their hands, exclaiming, "We greet the sovereign and the empress." "Please, everyone take your seats," Xianming instructed before stepping onto the conferral platform alone. Meanwhile, Shangwan Shun had long been waiting outside the square with eunuch Mo. At this moment, another voice echoed, "Announce young Master Shangwan Shun." Below the conferral platform, Shangwan Hong bore a broad smile, and Shangwan Feng wore a grin as well. Meanwhile, the gaze of others unconsciously shifted towards a particular direction. The younger generation's eyes were especially keen. Xian Yi looked on with anticipation, discreetly glancing at Xianing Xue. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on a certain spot, devoid of distraction. "My elder brother is about to appear," Xian Ming and others whispered, filled with excitement. Outside the square, at a corner, Shang Wanchen took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he began to stride forward. With each step, he walked steadily, as if carried by the wind, exuding an air of both composure and nonchalance. As he moved, his figure gradually emerged into the public eye. Is this indeed the third prince of Dian, now known as Shang Wanchen? He is indeed a paragon of elegance and extraordinary demeanor. I must admit, his appearance surpasses my own. A face like jade, with an effortless grace, it truly embodies the essence of charm. To attain the title of Marquis at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Various expressions of admiration flowed forth. At this moment, Shang Wanchun radiated brilliance, captivating the attention of all present the moment he made his entrance. Although he typically exuded an ethereal charm and striking appearance, he often overlooked the finer details, opting for a casual hairstyle. However, today, on the occasion of his ennoblement, after a refreshing bath, his long hair was neatly tied with a crown, presenting him with a striking demeanor. This unique elegance, complemented by his meticulously shaped brows and the grand black ceremonial robe adorned with intricate yellow cloud patterns, enhanced his handsome visage. Not only the maidens, But even several young men were left spellbound. Xian Yi's eyes flickered with astonishment as he began to comprehend the reasons behind his sister's infatuation with this young man. Xianing Xue was already enraptured. Even within the grand halls of the Great Yin Imperial Palace, Shangguan Shun had appeared somewhat casual, clean and tidy, yet lacking refinement. Today, however, she beheld him in an entirely new light, and her heart could not help but succumb to his allure. Before long, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixed upon the young man as he approached with measured steps. Shangguan Shun's expression was resolute, his gaze unwavering. As he gradually made his way into the crowd and ascended the platform, all under the watchful eyes of countless spectators. Upon the platform, Xian Qianming smiled warmly at him. Standing at a height of 10 feet, Shangguan Shun required little time to reach the top, where he stood facing Xian Qianming. He clasped his hands and offered a slight bow. "Greeting, I pay my respects to your majesty." "Haha, no need for formalities," Xian Qianming laughed heartily, his gaze drifting towards a certain point below. Understanding the cue, eunuch Mo immediately approached the platform, cradling a large square wooden tray in his hands. Chapter 83. The Imperial Registry. Upon the tray lay 4 items: a black token inscribed with the words Shao Marquis, a tome, a storage pouch, and a long robe primarily black with decorative yellow cloud patterns. Once on the platform, eunuch Mo quietly stood to the side. Xian Qianming gazed down at the assembly. Addressing the crowd with a deliberate tone, "Today marks the day of the ennoblement of a marquis in our Great Yin. As is well known, the geopolitical landscape has transformed dramatically over the past 30 years, with warfare drastically diminished, and no more devastating conflicts have occurred. Our Great Yin has not conferred a noble title for nearly 50 years. The occurrence of a youth being ennobled at a tender age is an even rarer event. In the thousands of years of our nation's history, only 9 have received such honor, with the last instance occurring 3 centuries ago. I understand some may question why we are ennobling a young man of the Great Yin royal lineage. Our Great Yin has always been known for its inclusivity, welcoming the talents and exceptional individuals from across the realm, and we have never been stingy towards the gifted. Though he was previously a prince of the Great Yin, he is now one of our own. The Shangguan family has served as loyal ministers to our Great Yin since the time of the first emperor and has been instrumental in our nation's founding. For thousands of years, the Shangguan family has made significant contributions to our realm, enduring several declines, even facing near extinction. Currently, only a fraction of the Shangguan lineage remains, and Shangguan Rou is a rare female general. Now that her son has returned to the Shangguan family, would it not be a disservice to our esteemed contributors if he were not rewarded? This ennoblement serves not only to highlight our Great Yin's spirit of inclusivity, but also to underscore our deep respect for our meritorious subjects, carrying profound significance. His words resonated powerfully, each syllable penetrating the hearts of the crowd, plunging the square into a brief silence. Outside the palace, a similar stillness enveloped the air. Yet, mere moments later, a fervent clamor erupted. "The sovereign is right. Bestow the title of Marquis. Bestow the title of Marquis." The populace outside the palace began to chant. Inside the palace square, voices joined in unison. "The sovereign speaks wisely. It is only fitting for a marquis to be conferred this title." Shangguan Shun, listening from above, felt a stirring within his heart. At that moment, Xian Qianming turned to gaze at him, continuing, "Today, the esteemed Shangguan Shun of the Dashuan Shangguan family is hereby conferred the title of Marquis of Leisure. He shall be entered into the annals of the Dashuan Imperial Palace." With a flourish of his right hand, a radiant golden light materialized in the air, and Shangguan Shun beheld a tome manifesting before him, reminiscent of the one he had seen in the ancestral hall of the Shangguan family. However, there was a distinction. The aura emanating from this book was far more potent. In that instant, all eyes were fixated on the tome above, hearts aflame with astonishment. None had anticipated that the sovereign would take such a momentous step. Even Shangguan Hong was taken aback. It is essential to understand that the Imperial Register serves to chronicle the royal lineage of Dashuan throughout the ages, as well as individuals of significant contribution to the realm. It exists not in physical form, but as a manifestation of the nation's collective destiny. Those fortunate enough to be inscribed within its pages are bestowed with the nation's auspicious energy, greatly benefiting their cultivation. This energy is derived from the faith of the Dashuan populace, a coveted asset even among sections. The register does not readily admit names, yet here was a mere youth, newly conferred a title of Marquis, poised to be inscribed. Upon this realization, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, voices rising in protest. Sovereign, this cannot be. Entry into the imperial register is a grave matter. It must not be decided in haste. We implore you to deliberate carefully. Even Shangwan Hong interjected, Sovereign, the boy is still young and has yet to render service to Dashuan. He cannot bear such an immense honor. It is crucial to recognize that among those present, only a select few have ever gained entry into the register. Furthermore, such an inclusion bears implications for the nation's fortune, whether beneficial or detrimental cannot be hastily determined. Matters of national destiny demand utmost caution. The young generation, contemporaries of Shangwan Shun, stood in awe, witnessing a spectacle that far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Is mere Marquis insufficient? Must he also enter the imperial register? What a fantastical vision! They would scarcely dare to dream of such an occurrence. Could this truly be the achievement of a mere youth, especially one bearing the bloodline of a rival nation? This scenario not only surpassed their imaginations, but also those of all present. Shangwan Shun sensed that matters were more complex than they appeared. The reactions of the crowd indicated that this inscription was no trivial matter. Truth be told, he felt he had already received more than he deserved. Having accomplished little thus far, it felt almost inappropriate to ask for more. Stepping forward, he addressed the sovereign, Your Majesty, one does not receive rewards without merit. I have already received ample fortune. Although I am uncertain of the implications of being inscribed in the imperial roster, it is undoubtedly significant. I humbly request that Your Majesty rescind this decree. Not at all, Xin Xinming merely smiled, for he had already made up his mind. In his eyes, Shangwan Shun was destined to become his son-in-law. More importantly, he held great faith in Shangwan Shen's future. This act was merely a preemptive wager. My decision is resolute. There is no need for further discourse, esteemed ministers. Xian Qianming exhibited his authority. A hushed silence fell upon the square, as countless ministers sighed in resignation. In Dexian, the sovereign's word was law. They could offer counsel, but could not thwart his decisions. The enduring tradition of Dexian, coupled with the fact that only the most exceptional princes had succeeded the throne, had allowed the kingdom to persist for 5 millennia. Were the sovereign easily swayed by the ministers, the court would descend into chaos. Most crucially, each sovereign's prowess was unparalleled. It could be said that, to this day, only Xian Qianming truly comprehended the depths of his own cultivation and strength. Once silence enveloped the gathering, Xian Qianming extended his finger, conjuring strokes in the air that inscribed the name Shangwan Shen upon the parchment. With a swift motion, he drew a line, causing a gash to appear on Shangwan Shen's fingertip, from which a drop of blood flew forth and directly entered the tome. Subsequently, the pages closed, plunging into silence. Yet, it was at this moment that the crux of the matter had arrived. The assembly held their breath, eyes wide, fixated upon the tome. Should the roster's radiance dim, it would signify a misstep by Xian Qianming, indicating a decline in Xian's fortune. Conversely, should the light intensify, it would confirm the correctness of his decision, heralding an era of prosperity for the kingdom. Not only the ministers, but even Xian Qianming felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he maintained an exterior of calm, he could not foresee the outcome, fervently wishing that Shangwan Shen would not disappoint him. Moments later, the tome's brilliance unexpectedly faded. In that instant, every heart sank to the depths. It is over, muttered a minister, his face etched with despair. Shangwan Hong appeared dazed, struggling to accept this outcome. Xian Qianming also looked momentarily stunned, his heart wavering with doubts about whether he had indeed erred. Observing their expressions, Shangwan Shen sensed that the result was likely unfavorable. He could anticipate this outcome. After all, he was the master of the evil sword. However, just as a wave of pessimism began to spread, the tome in the air suddenly erupted with blinding radiance. In that moment, everyone was left astounded. Chapter 84. A new method. The unfolding scene was utterly unforeseen by all. This was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, leaving them momentarily speechless. First dimming, then glowing? Did this not suggest that, in the short term, it was unfavorable for Dexian, yet promising in the long run? Yet, the tome continued to shine with an almost absurd brilliance. What was happening? Questions arose in confusion. I have never witnessed such an occurrence, someone remarked, shaking their head. This is utterly astonishing. Thus, it seemed that despite some minor setbacks, the overall outcome was indeed favorable. If that is indeed the case, then I can rest easy. Xian Yingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, evidently revealing her own concerns. If the outcome were unfavorable, it would undoubtedly impact Shangwan Shen, which was something she wished to avoid. Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Moments ago, their hearts were in their throats, overwhelmed with anxiety. Consequently, there was no longer any dissent regarding Shangwan Qin's appointment as Marquis, for even the imperial roster validated his status, affirming the correctness of his elevation. Clearly, this unexpected turn of events, though surprising to most, brought a collective relief. A smile reappeared on Qin Shiming's face. He had anticipated that his conjecture was accurate. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why the preceding period had been so bleak. It seemed that, in the short term due to him, the fate of Dexin would experience a slight decline, but in the long run, it would ascend. He pondered internally, perplexed by the reasons behind the earlier downturn. Was it due to Diyan? That seemed unlikely, as Diyan's overall national strength was far inferior to Dexin's, posing little substantial threat. If it were not Diyan, Qin Xinming cast a sidelong glance at Shangwan Qin, surmising that the cause might lie within him. To this day, he had yet to fully comprehend Su Chun. The dimming of the roster, coupled with the secrets yet to be uncovered about Shangwan Qin, led him to recall the recent mysterious deaths of numerous bandits and the demise of many cultivators who had pursued Shangwan Qin. If there were indeed a reason for the temporary dip in national fortune, it could only be attributed to this. Who could be assisting him from the shadows? What intrigued Qin Qianming was that despite his prolonged investigations, he could not ascertain any concrete details. He only learned from a few eyewitnesses that the assailant appeared to be a woman. As far as he knew, Shangwan Qin had no particularly close and formidable female relatives or friends. Unable to fathom it, he set the matter aside and turned to Shangwan Qin, who seemed somewhat dazed. Assuming he was perplexed by the situation, he elaborated. Is there something troubling you, Marquis Xiaoyao? This roster embodies the essence of Dexin's fortune. Once an individual is inscribed, they receive a modicum of dragon energy within their being. The more one contributes to Dexin, the greater the dragon energy they can acquire, which is immensely beneficial for a cultivator's practice, truly a treasure. The phenomena manifested in the roster signify the future impact of the inscribed individual on Dexin's fortune. A dimming indicates a decline in fortune, while a brightness signifies an ascent. Despite a minor interlude, the overall trajectory of Dexin's fortune is upward. Is that so? Shangwan Qin, emerging from his astonishment, wore a somewhat peculiar expression, as if he had stumbled upon something novel. His shock did not stem from the roster's reaction, but rather from the realization that,